El Mundial de Canfrán es una gran oportunidad para que los sitios pequeños puedan organizar grandes eventos deportivos internacionales como este.
Queremos reivindicar los Pirineos como una de las cordilleras a nivel mundial más atractivas y espectaculares para nuestro deporte. Un lugar irrepetible para este Mundial de Trail.
Gracias.
Nada.
No por esto, no. Por las demás cosas, porque sé que os ha costado mucho hacer la reforma para adaptar el baño. Y sé que os habéis gastado mucho dinero para que yo esté a gusto. Y sé que tú has dicho que no a un trabajo que te ofrecían fuera, que te hacía mucha ilusión.
Gracias a ti, mamá. Gracias a ti.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.
And here we go. Welcome back. Third days at this World Mountain and Trail Running Championship.
My gosh, we're already halfway through the competition already.
Indeed, and that's going to be another big day, the biggest day of all, the Trail Long. And here we are, as you now are familiar with this area, the start of the race. We are just 15 minutes away from launching all these athletes. So the long trail, just to give you a bit of data, 82 kilometers, 5,413 meters of elevation gain and loss. Once again, this is a whole loop that will take all these athletes back to this finish line right next to our studios, actually, Jono. And yeah, actually, Jono, welcome back as well. It's good to do this day with you, Jonathan Wyatt, who will be on my side.
Yeah, oh, thank you, Martin. Martin Gafuri, been a pleasure to join you and all of you out there listening and watching the action. We're so pleased to have you all. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening from wherever you are in the world watching us here.
Or as they would say on the West Coast, g'day.
G'day, mate.
Hey, gown.
Oh, kia ora. I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, hola, kia ora, benvenuto. We're really pleased
Bonjour,
to have
bienvenue.
all you with us today. And you can see it's a little fresh outside this morning, but conditions are, I would say, absolutely perfect.
Yes, indeed. Looks like we get a quick video coming up, but we'll talk a little bit about the weather conditions because that's definitely going to play a role on such a long race today. And so, in a nutshell, those were the images of the short trail that took place yesterday and crowned on the men's side, Frédéric Tranchant from France, and on the women's side, Tove Alexandersson from Sweden. And what a race both of these athletes delivered. We had quite a show yesterday, and I expect nothing less from today. And so, talking about the weather conditions, again, clear skies overnight, so it's a bit cold, a bit crisp here this morning, but it's going to be a fantastic day. Shouldn't be too hot, and so basically another perfect day for really big performances and a lot of action. Here on the left-hand side, let's start dropping names. Bogdan Damien, who I'm not too sure, but I have the feeling this is going to be one of his longest races. Like, he's extremely strong on the 30K distance and is one of the strongest descender on the circuit. And we saw yesterday on the short trail that on those courses in this area in Canfranc, in the Pyrenees, those descents are essentials for a good performance on the finish line.
Yeah, well, I know we've got Richard out on the track again today, and he's also going to be covering us, giving us some comments on the start line.
All right, let's hear it from Richard.
Hi everybody and welcome to the start line. Buen dia and hola to our Spanish viewers and bonjour and salut to our French viewers. You can hear the excitement down here at the start line. We're just waiting right behind me for all of the elite runners to be brought into the starting corral. Of course, so many big names here this morning in this race. It's almost like a who's who of the international running community. It's so exciting to see all these famous faces turn up here in the Spanish Pyrenees and take part. We've got many, many supporters lining the sides. Say hello to Team Norway over here. They're probably the best dressed set of supporters that I've seen over the last couple of days. They're all wearing their cold weather gear that they're used to, of course, back home. We've got teams from the Philippines just over here as well, flying the flag. Bravo to them. Malaysia just behind the camera over there as well. So many different nationalities represented here, with more than 70 countries represented by the athletes themselves. So much excitement down here at the start line. The elite athletes just coming into view now at the front of the pack here. And as everybody's straining to get their cameras out to take pictures of these amazing athletes before they set off on their huge journey up into the mountains with the sun about to rise in the next hour. A lot of excitement here. Let's hand it back to you guys in the studio to talk us through the opening moments of the race.
Oh, it looks like Richard out there. He's not looking quite as cold as he was the other day.
Oh yeah. Yesterday he had the full outfit, closed and zipped up, and the gloves. So it's good to see that. The temperature are slightly milder on the start. So here, Sylvia Nordskar, extremely strong, second place at CCC recently. So again, to take this into account, these athletes have been racing quite a bit.
Talking about Norway, aren't we? Yeah, the Norwegian fans out there for
coming into this race. It's going to be a very challenging race, and I think it will require like 100% from all these athletes. We saw it, for example, with Eli Hemming, who on a normal day would be extremely competitive, and yet after racing so shortly, basically 3 weeks ago, that might take a little bit out of him.
I think there's going to be
one that hasn't been racing and focusing on that is Ida Nielsen. That we can expect to do actually really well on this race. In the background behind Sylvia Nordskar, I just caught a glimpse of the ever so quiet Katie Scheid.
I saw her too. Yeah.
This is one to look at for as well. In the blue outfit from Italy, She was surprised. Quite a few people, I believe. Fabiola Conti, she had an amazing performance early in July towards the Monte Rosa race. She scored extremely high. And right in the background, right behind that bright smile of Sylvia Nordskar is Vincent Bouillard, I believe, right in the background. Next to Sylvia, Peter Engdahl as well, a very, very strong contender. Again, he's been racing recently, so there's going to be a lot to take into account for the prognostic of who's going to be doing well and not. But this is it. Let's catch a glimpse of this course once again. 82 kilometers in 5,000 5,413 kilometers.
Meters.
Meters,
Meters
yes.
of elevation, yeah.
I was just already staring at the course.
So straight into the first climb, and it's a brutal one. We know it. We know it already. Yeah, a lot of elevation in this course. A lot of wild country as well. Even passing outside of Spain and into France. So border crossing there, and we will be losing you for some minutes as they cross into France. But we've got plenty of action in store to cover that time.
And I like what you said, Jono. It is going to be an extremely wild country. If you were with us yesterday, you could appreciate that on the images. High mountains, a lot. See all these gray areas above tree line. That's going to make this race really technical for our runners.
Yeah, crisscrossing back and forth across the border. I hope the runners have brought their passports.
They're going to be smuggling gels across the border.
No, not needed these days. But yeah, so much elevation, and I think the comments are that yeah, there's no respite. It's a tough one.
Yeah, and as much as it is, as you said, wild country and big mountain country, there are still quite a few sections that are rather runnable. So once again, the champion male and female who will be crowned later in the afternoon will have to be extremely versatile runner and overall very comfortable both on fast runnable sections as well as on technical terrain. And this is the same descent, the same back end of the race as we saw on the short trail yesterday. 122 switchbacks to make it back to the train station here in the background in Canfranc.
Yeah, that's it's a lot of exciting action in store for you all today. I hope you stay with us throughout the day. We won't be leaving the action, not even for even for a minute. But Peter Engdahl, he looks like he's ready to go there. And there's Jim Wormsley. We haven't mentioned him yet, but we'll go through the favourites, which might take some time this morning.
Oh, yeah, the field is extremely deep, and I think also after. Well, I don't want to make enemies there, but from my perspective, perhaps a little bit of an under-par performance from Team USA so far, especially with the teams, not individual athletes. I feel like they're going to come in extremely strong in this race.
We're going to see that in the comments there, Martin.
You're
getting people excited. That's what we want.
And then talking about the comments, love. So the Argentinian flag is flying high. We've got, again, Hong Kong, the Philippines, Poland, Portugal, Brazil. Yeah, it's awesome to see you all tune in. Absolutely love that. And again, you can see it is quite chilly temperature. Athletes know that they cannot afford to waste energy by trying to warm themselves up. So the layers are on here. Francesco Pupi, a smile on his face. And again, his performance at CCC 3 weeks ago was out of this world, absolutely insane. So these two gentlemen have very similar skills, and we'll see how they can pull it off. Right behind, actually, with the green jacket. I'm a bit surprised because I don't think that belongs to the French outfit, because I recall Peter Frano, right next to Vincent Bouillard. This is one to look out for. He's kind of the silent assassin. He doesn't really use poles. I don't know if he's going to have some today, but we've seen him do extremely well. Manuel Anguita as well, one of the dark horses, because he's not in the top 20 ITRA scores, ITRA index. But he is extremely strong as well. There she is, the smile we've been missing at this year's UTMB. But she is here, and I think this is the woman to beat today.
I think Katie's going to be on a lot of people's favorite lists. So
yeah, that's an easy guess. But look at her. This is probably, at least in my opinion, Fabiola Conti right ahead with the Italian jersey, the one that could come and challenge a little bit And Katie, especially because Fabiola is always used to hot starts. She will start pretty hard. And then at the back, Adam Peterman for Team USA as well with the red cap. Caleb Olson right next to him with the white headlamp on the third. In the front, sporting the France T-shirt, the most American of our French compatriot, Hilary Girardi. Next to Mireia Ponce on the right-hand side. Hilary was the actual national champion. She's got the French nationality now. And yeah, it was a quite emotional moment, actually. Like, she was very stoked not only to get the nationality, but then to be able to shine so bright during the French championships. It was yeah, it was a really good sighting, and she'll be extremely strong on that kind of technical terrain.
Yeah, it's exciting for her switching nationalities and joining the French team.
I don't know if we can say switching. I think she didn't give up the American nationality.
Okay, but
she chose to sport. Yeah, because that's where
fantastic.
she's been living.
Yeah.
Here we go, team. Seconds away from the start. There we go.
Countdown, and we're off, and we're on the journey. Yeah, a lot of serious faces there on the start line. Just sort of keeping their, internalizing, I think, their race, thinking about the day ahead of them, and making sure that they're going to manage themselves as well as they can. But that looked like a pretty hot start from Jim going out the front.
I mean, again, like we've seen that now a couple of times for the past 2 days. There is room for the peloton to stretch, but when it bottleneck, you want to be at the front. You don't want to be stuck too much. And going out a bit hot on the streets in Canfranc is not going to be a problem for all these front runners. But yeah, it is a big journey coming ahead for them. Like, we're probably anticipating about 9+ hours of racing for a top mean. Probably about an hour back, if that, for our top woman. And so we'll see how it goes. One woman that we didn't talk about in Team France is Annelise Rousset. And I think she's underrated based on her ITRA score, because on that kind of terrain, that is a lot of ups and downs on technical. I think she's got the potential to do extremely well. I believe we just saw here, but I'm surprised because that doesn't correspond to the colors I'm used to. But Zach Miller, and here he comes, ladies and gentlemen, Hiroki Kai from Team Japan, who traditionally is up at the front, so I guess he wasn't on the front line, so it took him a little bit of time to weave through the front, but he's going to probably pop up in the front.
Well, we saw Andrew Blanis take it out yesterday, didn't we? And he had a decent lead going into the forest section and even up through the forest.
And is that the yellow from Team Australia? Could it be Vlad?
Ooh.
Also starting it out to show the jersey.
Well, he's got some wheels, hasn't he? He's got a background in some faster flat running. So
yeah.
I don't know. I thought they might have been Sweden out front. Then.
So here we go on the right-hand side with the white T-shirt, Hiroki Kai, who's been racing an outrageous amount already this year. He did Western States. He was at UTMB. He did pretty much everything.
And that's a pretty hot start to me. I mean, it's they're not hanging around. Okay, it is slightly downhill in this first section, and for sure you don't want to get stuck in behind. But on the other side, it's so much about managing your day and managing your energy, and we'll be talking about nutrition for sure going through the day.
Yeah, although here's a bit of a fact, and I was actually kind of blown away when I learned that, is that now you say we see ultra running as a bit of a slower sport, but to win UTMB this year, which is one of the biggest 100-mile races, Tom Evans, in his lead-up, in the month prior, scored a sub-29 10K.
Yeah.
This is the speed that now it is required, even when you're going to run 100 miles. So here it's 50 miles, it's 80K. And so all these gentlemen, we can expect them to have that kind of speed. So here they're probably just around the 4 minute per K, what you reckon?
Yeah.
And so that's probably not going to be bothering them too much.
Yeah, well, it shouldn't be. I mean,
right.
they have to. They should feel pretty comfortable. Yeah, but you're right. And there's as the popularity of mountain and trail running grows, we're seeing more people switching over from other disciplines, be it orienteering or be it road and track running. So there are definitely some runners here with a road and track background behind them as well. I mean, Jim Walmsley, that's a name.
That's a perfect example.
Yeah, so stretching out here on the front here. Obviously, running in the dark, we would expect a bit more daylight coming through in about half an hour's time, but an hour's time they might have the chance to start switching off those head torches. But for now, it's it's looking pretty pretty dark out there.
Yeah.
We're quite a lot further west than what we're used to, than what I'm used to. So
just a tad.
Getting up in the morning, I wouldn't say it was a struggle, but yeah, we.
So here we go. At the front, Francesco Pupi in the middle on the right-hand side with the green jacket. Benjamin Rubiol from France, the current world champion in the trail long, and Jim Walmsley from the US, followed by Hiroki Kai from Japan, short, like just on their heels. And then I think as soon as we're going to start hitting the trail, this front group is going to gather a bit. I hope we have images of the top women, because here we're dropping back. Peter Frano is here. Caleb Olson, big talks around town about Caleb Olson after his performance at Western States, and the fact that, you know, his big mountain abilities, activities, like everybody is assuming he's going to be very technical on, very comfortable, sorry, on technical. I was just drawn by Vincent Bouillard taking off his jacket.
Here we go, here we go. This looks like a move. Doesn't it look like a move? Oh, well, in the US team, 3 winners of Western States in the team on the start line today. So that's pretty.
Oh yeah, Adam
huge.
Peterman, indeed. Yeah, I was like, okay, we have Jim and Caleb, but yeah, Adam Peterman as well. Here we go. So that's that's going to be bright light before they send them in the dark. It's going to be a bit of a challenge, and hopefully we're going to stay with the fixed camera so we can see in the women's who we get.
And that's why Jim got out in front there.
Yep.
Look, he knew that was going to be a bottleneck here. And look.
Oh, yeah. So it was Team Sweden, you're right.
Yeah,
Zach Miller going through as well. Miguel Arsenio from Portugal. Ooh, yeah, that's a good. Miguel, run. Let's. Where are ladies? There she is.
Katie showed her straight through.
Yep,
Yeah.
Yep. And the other guys, hey, tranquilo. Sylvain Oscar going through, I'm guessing in second position if we haven't missed anyone. Fabiola Conti. So,
yes.
well, the names we're expecting to see. It is a bit of a bottleneck.
Yeah, so again here, you know.
Oh, we forgot about, I think, Esther Silak.
Ah, yes.
We didn't mention her, but yeah, she. Oh, and Annelise Rousset just went through quietly there. But again, one of the big names to watch.
I was trying to look out for Martina Valmasoy as well. Another name we should be talking about is like a French
yeah.
team in there. Yeah, definitely a bottleneck here, and you know the runners know about that. And that's why we commented on the pace being pretty hot at the start at the front.
Yeah.
So now we can see why for sure. And on today's start line, we had 54 nations in the men's field and 47 in the women's field, out of a total of 73 countries in total at this World Mountain Running and Trail Running Championships. On the men's side, 187 competitors on the start line. Women's, we have 124 competitors, so let's say just over 300. Then I don't have to do math in the morning. There's the Kiwi team, Go New Zealand, as they go through. Shout out to the New Zealanders back home watching the coverage.
Yeah.
5 o'clock in the afternoon, it's kind of quite reasonable, isn't it?
Oh yeah. So there we go. That's the rest of your 300 runners Oh, somebody missed the start because they're coming in pretty late. Hopefully, at least they didn't have to wait.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe that was a calculated strategy.
Wait.
Do you see someone that missed the start that should have been at the front?
I wanna check that right away.
Yeah, dropping down here under the dam, under the village now, and soon they'll be hitting the forest section. So give us an update on that number. False alarm.
False alarm. I'm glad I didn't speak too soon.
Okay, we're going to jump away to a short video coming up, but then we should give a rundown on the favorites. So as soon as we come back, we'll do that.
Tackle that afterwards.
Bueno, oye, ¿dónde estamos ahora, Alex?
Bueno, pues nos encontramos en el inicio de la subida a Livon de Ib, por aquí, por el valle de Ib y por el Camino de la Solana. Justo aquí estamos también con el Camino de Santiago. Y bueno, ahora les espera una subida que nos vas a comentar tú, ¿no?
Pero el Camino de Santiago, pero aquí no pone nada del Camino de Santiago,
sí,
macho.
míralo bien. El GR65 es el Camino de Santiago.
El GR65-3 es el Camino de Santiago.
Sí.
Ah, bueno, pues habrá que estudiárselo entonces. Esto, ahora mismo estamos en el kilómetro 3,5. O sea, y además no solo eso, sino que la salida de la carrera es en bajada, porque estamos más bajos que en Canfranc, curiosamente.
Exactamente, es el punto más bajo de toda la carrera y del campeonato.
Más bajo de la carrera, fíjate. Ahora les espera una subida de unos 13 kilómetros. Todo subidita para que vayan calentando el tema, los motores, y con un desnivel de 1.600 metros hasta la Moleta, que son 2.672, que me lo he aprendido.
Pues te lo has aprendido mal, 2.572, pero bueno, casi, solo te ha fallado un poquito. Pues sí, tiene una subida que, como podéis ver, el firme al principio es bastante cómodo. Hasta llegar a Livon de Ib un poquito antes el camino es bastante ancho, luego se va estrechando, y en Livon de Ib cogen la pista del carretón para llegar a la subida de la Moleta en el Monte Larrón, y a partir de ahí pues todo el Valle de Izas y todo lo que les queda adelante.
Me gusta mucho la subida esta, porque el camino que va haciendo las setas y tal, vas entreveyendo todo lo que es el valle con Canfranc al fondo y tal, y me parece espectacular, me parece muy bonito.
Es uno de los valles glaciares más chulos que tenemos aquí, la verdad que es icónico, ¿no? El Valle de Ib.
Oye, y viniendo para acá he visto que hay unos frutos así de color violeta que me han recordado las endrinas. ¿Esos son endrinas?
Esos son endrinas, aquí lo llamamos arañones, y es el origen del nombre del pueblo de Canfranc Estación. Antes de llamarse Canfranc Estación, de que hicieran la estación, se llamaba el poblado de los Arañones.
Y ahora se ha quedado como barrio, los Arañones.
Ahora se ha quedado como barrio la parte de abajo del poblado, pero sobre todo lo que es la avenida principal, que se llama Avenida de los Arañones.
Pues oye, habrá que tomarse un
pacharán, ¿no? Nos damos un pacharán.
Vamos a por el pacharán.
Here we go. So you had a quick first glimpse at one of the sections of the course, as our top runners have, all the runners actually, about 300 participants in this long trail have gone into the dark, and as they were explaining, a little bit of a downhill start to the lowest point in the race before climbing to the iconic Pico La Moleta, but that's going to be, Jono, a little bit of a different route as the one we saw yesterday for the short trail.
Yeah, it's definitely a more gentle approach into the mountain, but they still reach the high point there. So
they're still going to have to make their way up.
They're still going to have all that elevation there. Yeah, so from this point, they're in the forest, so the trail's quite open initially, and then narrows down, but still quite easy running. All of this forest section was planted almost 200 years ago when there was a danger of avalanche in the wintertime, and they needed to protect the new station that was being built, and they built a series of walls above the town, as well as planting many thousands of trees, and these trails were formed in order to plant all of those trees. So that's why they have these zigzag trails that are quite gentle, actually, in gradient, going up into the forest.
And for the keen eyes who have been looking at the podium photos or the wee videos that we have at the end, the top 3 finishers of each race, they receive a branch of a pine tree as a symbol of like how much those trees matter for people in this valley, as a symbol.
Yeah, and it's when I first arrived here, I was like, well, it's a nice forested area, but then you go outside and it's very wild, but not that many trees actually as you go outside here, and that's the reason, because they were all hand planted. So images above we might be just seeing the first signs of daylight coming over. We would expect them to be using their headlamps for at least another half an hour, but possibly even the next hour as they're in the forest as well.
And it was interesting actually to see on the start line the options that they had chosen. Some had a big headlamp, some had a really tiny one. If you're like, oh yeah, well, I don't want to carry too much weight, so they compromise visibility for weight. But it's it's always a bit of a challenge, because if you don't see clearly your path, that could be a problem. So it looks like we have a runner from, did I get that right? Was it Argentina?
Oh, good to see.
Read the flag.
Good to see us picking up the runners in the forest in the dark. More of an open.
Marco Augusto.
We've got a good contingent from Argentina on the start line today. I counted 4 in the men and 5 in the women. So shout out to our South American friends. Argentina actually bid for these championships. They were one of the ones that were considered to host these championships. Eventually, Canfranc getting the nod from the 3 organizations that put together the championship, along with World Athletics.
But Jono, refresh my memory. Is that correct that it was in 2019 that we were in Argentina?
We were in Argentina,
yeah.
in Villa Langostura. Yeah. And they really wanted to host also the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. So
there you go. Very keen.
They bid for that. Yeah. Yeah, so we'd love to visit South America when it's possible. We are going down to South Africa, so first time heading down into the Southern Hemisphere.
Well, talking about Argentina, big shout out to Trail Running Argentina, Mauri Pagliacci, who's actually out there, one of the many journalists covering the race for all the countries around the world. And I'm sure they will be extremely excited about Marco being up at the front.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and a big contingent of international journalists. It's nice. It's always fun hearing all the different languages in the media center just behind us. So we enjoy sharing the sport, and we really appreciate the effort of all of the media joining this event and traveling to be with us here in Canfranc. So mountain bikers just looks like there's no further access for our mountain biker.
That's the end of the road. And actually, one runner we haven't talked about, but I believe could do extremely well, is who was challenging. Oh wow, that's not very. I think that cam runner should probably be a little bit off the trail.
Yeah, try and move that bike. Yeah.
But yeah, it's also from Italy, Christian Minoggio, who gave Jim Walmsley a run for his money 3 weeks ago on the terrain that definitely suited Jim rather than Christian. And Christian is an absolute, I wouldn't say god, but like his skills over technical terrain are second to none. He's been skyrunning world champion several times, so he shows how strong he is. He has the distance in the legs, and he's not one of the runners. I mean, this is a world championship, so it means a lot for all these runners, but he's not one that gets either pulled away by his competition or gets troubled mentally. He's just there on the start line, always smiling, always relaxed. He's like, hey, we're going to be having fun. You know, this guy doesn't take himself seriously. He works. He's a dam manager. Like, so he lives up high in the mountains, and he doesn't see many people. Trains up there, and then does what needs to be done to manage, open the gates of the dam more or less, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, lives up on top of a dam.
So very simple life.
Lives at altitude as well.
Yes,
so it's another benefit of that, and gets to train on every day. Go out and train on super technical terrain. So
that's right.
I think there were a lot of people after that performance at OCC that were kind of going onto their computers, kind of searching, who is this guy? But yeah, he's been around a while now, and certainly a very strong reputation on the skyrunning type of terrain.
Yep. I remember it was at Piramenta, the very famous ski mountaineering race. They have a summer version over 3 days, and he was racing with always the same partner. Apologize, I don't remember his name, but he was showing up with the biggest set of hair to the start, and the deal was that if they won, his partner would just sit him on the top of the podium and shave his head. And they've done that 3 years in a row. So it shows, like, you know, they're here for the fun. And again, it's always good atmosphere when Christian Minojo is around. Here we go. So while we're talking, don't worry, we do have a close eye on the screen. And Esther Silak just went through here. And we've seen all of the expected female runners go through. I think I've only missed. Oh, and there she is, Hilary Girardi. That's the one I wanted to see up at the front. Ida from Germany as well. Ida Sophie Eggman, who had an unfortunate race recently. Twisted her ankle. Didn't get the chance to wrap up her TDS, even though she was doing extremely well. So she's here, a bit of a redemption run.
Yeah, you talked about Germany, and a name that sort of stood out to me was Rosanna Buchauer as well.
Yeah,
she's had some great results. Win at Loverator, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, quite dominant on that day. That was a couple of years ago. So.
There we go. So you can see that the field has stretched a wee bit more. It's actually hard to see anyone with those headlamps coming right at the camera.
Look like Italy coming through there. We could just pick out the colors, of course. That azzurro blue, very distinctive.
La squadra azzurra.
Yeah, good job to the supporters out there on the trail. They've had an early start in the morning, but plenty of team support out there. Plenty of friends and family have made the journey over here to enjoy this day and this competition. Shall we start running down actually some of the names on our favorite list, because you've come up with some pretty interesting picks as well. Rosanna Buchauer was one that jumped out at me after her performance at Loverator. The other one who I know reasonably well is Martina Valmasoy. Again, now quite got a lot of good experience behind her. Started her trail running journey quite late. You know,
she was a skimo athlete first and foremost, and then she eventually transitioned into trails. But yeah, as you're right, it was probably already 10 years ago.
Yeah, but
she's one of the originals.
Yeah, well, exactly. And now, but super experienced and super smart as well. Knows how to manage her day and manage her race really well. But quite an interesting journey into the sport, working for Salomon and their media team. taking photos, realizing that to get the best photos, you needed to move faster, and then yeah, why can't I be as fast as the team runners? So yeah, I think the confidence has grown over the years, and it's and the performances have shown that now.
Oh, 100%. I mean, when she won TDS, it was a big statement. It's like, hey guys, like I was taking photos. No, she won TDS, and then the rest of the week she was actually taking photos of all the other runners, and that was a bit like the light bulb moment for the peeps that saw me. Like, maybe we should sign her as an athlete. But yeah, as you said, and as you said, she's experienced, and then she was out during UTMB crewing for her partner Dakota Jones. So yeah, like she's always amongst it, and as I said, like one of the originals, one of the people that have seen trail running the way it was 10 years ago, has seen evolved and has contributed to the evolution of our sport. So yeah, looking forward to seeing how her day unfolds today.
Absolutely, and podium at the previous World Championships too.
So here we go. Still, so this is the start of the climb. You can see everybody pulling out their poles, getting ready to use that upper body strength, and they're gonna need it. The more you use your poles, the less you get your legs tired, and that's gonna play a massive role, especially in the later stages of the race. Every inch of ground you can cover powering yourself through upper body and poles is energy saved in the legs, and actually, to be fair, I mean, probably not in the 50 mile, not in an 80K race, but like on the 100-mile distance, even using them on a downhill will save your quads from too much pounding, IT bands, because once these ones lock up, there's no coming back from it.
Okay, slight correction here. Martina was fourth at the
yeah, that's why I went sudden. I'm like, man, I did commentary for that, and I do not remember.
You gave me a funny look, and I thought, I'm going to have to check that. But yeah, but Rosanna Bukau, fifth place on that day as well. So both of them here on the start line. Do we have our defending champions here?
Yeah, she is here, but coming back from pregnancy, if I'm correct. So definitely not with the same expectations, but she was super keen to still be part of the team and run for the team.
And you mentioned Benjamin.
Oh yeah, Benjamin Rubiol. Yeah, absolutely. And he's been training specifically for this. He's also an athlete that targets only a few races per year. And actually, you can see it on the screen. There you go. He is in second place. Hiroki Kai is up there, but he will drop down. No disrespect. I absolutely love the guy, but that's how he races. He goes out aggressively and then eventually fades a little bit. Jim Walmsley, Vincent Bouillard, these two have been racing a lot, and you see they are within the same second. Peter Frano quietly sitting behind them. Francesco Pupi is there. There we go. So Sylvia Noxtor, Alison Baca. Yes, we haven't talked about Alison, but she's definitely up there. Yahaya Rubio, Fabiola Conti, Ida Nielsen, Sunmaya Buddha. We didn't talk about her, but yeah, I talked about her last night. She has the potential to do extremely well on this kind of terrain. She was the runner-up on the CCC behind Blandine Lirondelle when she established the course record, and Sunmaya Buddha went under the previous course record. So it shows that she can really run on that distance. And then Esther Silek, Charlotte Brinks, Rosa Maria Lara. I think this is the other way around. It's Rosa Lara Maria, Annelise Rousset, Hilary Girardi, and Gemma Arenas as well. A little bit of an older runner, Gemma Arenas, but the experience she's got, and especially here in Spain, will probably make a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to a short video, so we'll be back with you soon.
Gracias.
Anda, anda.
No por esto no. Por las demás cosas, porque sé que os ha costado mucho hacer la reforma para adaptar el baño. Y sé que os habéis gastado mucho dinero para que yo esté a gusto. Y sé que tú has dicho que no a un trabajo que te ofrecían fuera y que te hacía mucha ilusión.
Gracias a ti, mamá. Gracias a ti.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.
Welcome to the Canfranc World Championship with one of the main stars, Christian Minogue from the Squadra Azzurra, from the Italian team. Benvenuto.
Ciao a tutti, ciao Spagna.
Ahora, how was your feeling when you first came to Sien? ¿Cómo va la visita alla Spagna, la experiencia en la gara spagnola?
Ma in Spagna sono venuto, la terza volta che vengo, sono venuto a fare Zegama e Soria l'anno scorso che era mondiale e skyrunning e mi piace la cultura molto libera.
Third time I come to Spain, I love to come here because we do enjoy the Spanish culture. Now, what's your outlook for the personal results of your race after what happened in Chamonix? La possibilità alla gara de podio, top 5, top 10, com'è che...
Ma a 41 anni voglio tornare a casa con la Spagna con una medaglia al collo, vediamo.
Bravissimo, che non si esconde. Excuse me, he doesn't hide. He says, well, I'm 41 years, never know when I'll be back, therefore I'm going for the podium. I do expect to fight for a medal. Thank you. And now, last but not least, how about the team? No, per la Squadra Azzurra?
Saranno delle belle gare sia nella lunga che nella short, c'è un livello... Sì, ci sarà da divertirsi. Noi abbiamo una bella squadra, ma anche in giro ce ne sono delle belle. Va. Sarà una bella gara, da vedere.
Bueno, aquí no se ha mojado tanto. Well, in this case, he didn't just go as deep. He said, well, it will be a beautiful race. I believe we do have a great team, but he didn't specify the target. Well, piacere, signore Minogue.
Ciao a tutti, grazie. Ci vediamo.
Thank you, guys. Well, great to hear Christian giving us his thoughts about the race. For those of you who understand Italian, he actually said he wanted to. He said he was 41 years old and he wanted to come home with a medal, but I think he was talking about a team medal rather than an individual medal. So he wasn't sort of bigging himself up.
Thanks for the accurate translation. Appreciate that. And yeah, like. This smile on Christian's face says it all. It's just like the cheeky smirk. He's just so happy to be there.
He loves to have fun. Yeah.
And actually, Team Italy is not doing bad with Francesco Pupi, Andreas Harterer, and Christian Minogue. That's up there. Probably Team USA was just ahead of him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Andreas Reiter is somebody we haven't mentioned yet. Again, super strong, super good experience. Came through, from a junior runner through the shorter distances, history in sky running, and then moved up to the longer distances about 6 or 7 years ago. But really established himself as one of the big names to watch. And as long as he doesn't go out too fast, I would say definitely one to watch for a top 5 for sure. Yeah, he kind of has the habit of getting excited, does Andreas. He loves to race and he loves to race at the front. So at a certain point, he kind of loses patience and starts to push the pace along. So I think as long as he's really, I would say, disciplined today, manages himself well in that first half, and if he's still there around the top 5 or 6 runners, then he'll be there at the finish too.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of experience, so he would know himself, and even though that kind of attitude, I mean, we see this like try to find his counterpart in the women's, and Fabiola Conti, for example, that's the way she races, and it's all or nothing. But you know, sometimes just staying true to yourself, even that means more risk, is how you race. It's interesting. I mean, you can see runners like Tyler Green, like he's already not even in the top 50. Either that was a very, very hot start. I mean, Andrzej Witek, ladies and gentlemen, this is a runner from Poland who I believe can be top 10 today.
Yeah.
And right now he's 77. So I don't know if he's really purposely chose a very easy start or if anything happened. All right, let's take a look at the women's, because this is also what we want to talk about today. So, okay, not much has changed since the last time we saw it. So we get I guess the usual suspect. Alison back up there is really cool to see. If she's up there right now, it means that she's in good form, and that's going to be doing good. And see Fabiola Conti up here, Ida Nilsson. So all these athletes are the ones who actually have focused on these world champs, as opposed to being racing a pretty busy season and then show up to world champ. Martina Valmasoy that you were talking about, there she is, 22. Position 22 right now, and we can only expect her to move up the field throughout the day. Marion de Lespierre, who you were talking about.
Yeah, defending champ.
The defending champion. What are the other names that I can tell you about? Amélie Schmidt. I'm guessing she still lives. Yeah, she still lives in the Chamonix Valley. So a bit like Hilary Girardi, except she didn't get the French nationality.
What does isn't Katie Scheider? She's.
Oh, she lives in Mercantour.
Yeah, okay.
It's further south.
But in France.
It is in France. Yep. No, that true. That will tell you something.
The American team all switching to their training base to France. Maybe there's good reason for that. And we know that Jim Walmsley is also.
So here, Rosanna Buschauer, I was for in position 45. I think things are gonna really reshuffle in the next hour, and as people settle down to their pace and find their rhythm.
Yeah, I was going to ask, are there any names in the women's that you would have expected to be at the front, but are a little further back? I think all of the main protagonists are where they want to be. Interesting, the three French team runners, all within a couple of seconds of each other. You know, running as a team, going out together. I mean, they know their own pacing, and so that also gives you a kind of a comfort as well as you start off. You know, it's so important to get the pacing right. Because at the end of the day, these runners don't get to experience the World Championships that often. So it's a unique experience running in the team colours. And you just got to be a little bit careful not to let that adrenaline carry you away too fast at the start. So even if runners are very experienced, running for your country can bring another set of another set of pressure and another set of expectation as well. So it's just coming, lights just coming over the top of our studio here. And when we pick up the runners, they should be just leaving the forested section and coming out onto some more open terrain.
And I'm back taking a quick look at the chat. Team Poland is definitely raging. I love the Brazilian flag as well. And so, as we were saying, we didn't mention that, so it's important that we mention that right now we have, and this is showing at the bottom, we have a dark spot on the course that was anticipated. We knew that, so there might actually be a bit of a few more videos, a few more interviews as we're waiting for the runners to go through the next section of the course where we do have reception. Again, this is a pretty wild country, and there are sections that, regardless of the technology, are just can't be covered.
Well, it's now a good time to mention as well that when we do pass into some of those areas in France, going into national park areas on the French side of the border, there will also be some periods of time when we won't have complete coverage of all of the runners as they pass into those areas.
I feel like that's a bit of discrimination, Jono. Like, so the minute they get on the French side, there's no images, I don't understand like the rationale behind it, because we like French side has reception as well.
Well, it could be going back to those old days when the train station was built and the French railway was using a different size of railway track to the Spanish side, which is the reason why the train station is so long. So people kind of come here and they see this train station, which is now the hotel and where we're sitting at one end of it, but it's almost a kilometre long. It's the kind of the symbol of the town of Canfranc.
And you know, like fun fact, it is the second largest train station in Europe.
Okay.
So Gare du Nord in France is the biggest, and then here at the bottom of the Spanish Pyrenees Valley is the second largest. And basically they were banking on making it the biggest hub across the Pyrenees between Spain and France, and they built it in the 1800s.
That's right. So a tunnel passes through from one side to the other, and today 500 people live in the town of Canfranc.
And so basically, what put a big dent into like continuing using that train station was not only the fact that the roads emerged as an alternative, but also one train derailed on a bridge, which broke the bridge in that was one of the main railways that were feeding into that station, and therefore that pretty much cut it from the main railway network, and it turned into, as you were saying, into a hotel, and the actual train station now is a very small part of it.
Yeah, and in fact they have brought the train line back into the village because after those times it was virtually unused and abandoned. Let's say abandoned for many years, and then through the Aragon province and region, there was the idea to rejuvenate this area and not let this icon, as Martin was saying, second largest train station in Europe, fall into disrepair. So a big project to rebuild it, and also to rebuild the train line back here into Canfranc. I believe also they would like to reinstate the train tunnel at a future date. So
that's a pretty big undertaking.
So re-establish those connections to France. So I think we've gone slightly off track here.
Well, I mean, that's going to be the name of the game today, because there's going to be sections like the ones that runners are going through at the moment where we won't have reception. So yeah, we'll be going on tangents. We'll be having conversations. Hopefully as well, we'll be having some of our past winners in the uphill as well as in the short trail. We've reached out to our gold medalists, men and women. So we had 4 potential guests that were going to come and share their experience of this World Championship. And so far, we've received a positive answer from Rémi Bonnet, who won
Fantastic.
the uphill.
So excited to hear his thought on it. Yes,
and possibly to share his doubts, his struggles at the beginning of the season, and how he managed to turn it around into a gold medal at the World Championship. We've reached out to Nina, so if anybody in Germany has her direct phone number, we could only send her an email, and we haven't heard back from her, but we would love to have her on the live broadcast as well.
Yeah,
and then in the short trail, we've reached out to both Fred Tranchant and Tove Alexanderson. Fred confirmed that he was going to be there, so we're looking forward to having here as well.
Yeah, still waiting to hear from Toby, but we'd love to.
Yeah, fingers crossed Toby can get back to us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think we have another video coming up.
Me llamo Víctor, estamos aquí en la explanada de los Arañones, donde todo empezó y donde se empezó a construir y a pensar la estación de Canfranc. La pregunta es, ¿qué hace una chica como esta en un sitio como este, ¿no? Y la verdad es que es un lugar emblemático, es el paisaje más transformado de todo el Pirineo. Da igual que estemos en la vertiente española o francesa, pero nos encontramos en el lugar que más obras ha tenido que hacerse para que estas instalaciones ferroviarias pudieran ser una realidad. La estación de Canfranc fue construida para que fuera internacional entre los dos países. De hecho, es la única estación internacional que hubo en todo el Pirineo. Está regulada por un tratado en 1904 que decía que parte era Francia y parte era España. Por tanto, todos los servicios de las personas para pasar de país a país había que hacerlos dentro del edificio. Por eso el edificio es tan grande. Tiene 424 ventanas y 156 puertas. Esta era la zona de transbordo de las mercancías. Por aquí se exportaba y se importaba. Trenes enteros de fruta, de todo tipo de alimentos. Venían aquí, descargaban de la parte española y cargaban a los trenes franceses. Y se exportaba todo esto. Pero también venían trenes de importación con maquinaria. Aquí había una actividad frenética, pero sobre todo fue importante cuando empezó la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Y esto fue algo espeluznante, todo lo que pasó por aquí, entendiendo que los pasos de Irún y de Portbou estaban cerrados e inutilizados. Esta parte llegaba el tren francés. Aquí había por lo menos 8 vías, de las cuales 5 estaban electrificadas. Cuando los franceses llegaban aquí, cuando llegabas de Francia aquí, tenías que meterte dentro del edificio. ¿Qué encontrabas? Comisaría de policía francesa y española, banco francés y español, aduana francesa y aduana española. Todo tenía su espejo. Estamos en la parte de Francia y el espejo estaba en la parte española. Luego estaban arriba todas las viviendas de todos los trabajadores, de los jefes en este caso, de toda la parte de abajo. Y luego había un hotel. Entonces ya un hotel internacional con más de 60 plazas donde se preparaban grandes festejos y grandes cenas para los viajeros de alto standing. Hay una parte importante en el trasiego y el transbordo de todas las mercancías y todo lo que aquí sucedió, que fue la Segunda Guerra Mundial. En este hangar es donde se encontraron los papeles en los años 2000 que vinculaban a Canfranc a lo que fue todo el trasiego que hubo en la Segunda Guerra Mundial. Un montón de documentación puso en valor las armas, puso en valor las personas, puso en valor todo lo que Franco vendió a Hitler y pasó por aquí en este periodo. La verdad, algo apasionante para descubrir lo que ocurrió en Canfranc en aquellos años. Pues estamos en el lugar central de la estación. Aquí es donde todas las personas que había aquí en el vestíbulo estaban en tierra de nadie. A un lado tenemos España y al otro lado tenemos Francia. Y todo lo que pasaba aquí era algo impresionante. Viajeros, espías, personas que intentaban conocer lo que sucedía, lo que se pasaba de un lado a otro, soldados españoles, franceses, alemanes.
Here we go. Yeah, so we had to cut that video short and because we did have images and we have, so just looking at the front, it was, oh, I hope I got that right. That was a quick image here. But I believe Benjamin Rubiol, followed by Peter Engdahl, Jim Walmsley, and then
I can see
sure
Francesco Pupian shot there in the Azura blue.
Yep, Caleb Olson, I think, was with the right. Peter Frano right here. As I was telling you, no poles, which is very unusual, and yet he could pull it off. He was podium at the last World Champs. Oh no, this is Benjamin Rubiol. I take that back.
Yes, that's right. The green jacket you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. So then I'm actually, who was in the lead?
Okay, let's go back to the live. We can.
There he is, Caleb Olson. So we taking a bit more time, just probably rounding up a top 10. But these are the early hours, early kilometers of the day. A whole lot is going to unfold. But it's interesting to see already some groups forming.
Okay, and the next time check come in at 14.9 kilometers from our live timing screens.
So there's already a bit of a gap in between, and then so I don't know who was in front, but here from Portugal, Miguel Arsenio. Not surprised to see him here. Is a very talented runner, ex-cyclist.
Okay, do you think we still have Marco Vidoz out in front from Argentina? He was leading through our first time check with a time of 14:37, just after 4 kilometers.
I don't know. I did miss who the first runner was, but I don't think that was the Argentinian flag. We'll have to wait for the next checkpoint. And yeah, we apologize for that. We got caught a bit by surprise. We cut the video short and then straight back into those images. Luckily, I don't know if you have better resolution back home, because it's a bit pixelated for us here, so it's a bit hard from that distance to recognize all the runners. Could this be Team Argentina?
That definitely looks like the light blue of Team Argentina. I was about to pick it up. Yeah, good strong use of poles as well.
Oh yeah.
Using the double poling technique as it gets steeper there. The one thing I found with when you're not using poles, you do tend to lean over and puts more pressure on your back as you put those arms on the knees. So with the poles, and the poles seem to be getting longer and longer, actually, especially if you're more used to using the double pole method.
I agree. I mean, usually you use double pole when it's a steep section, which means technically you would need less length in your poles. But I think they're getting longer simply because people are getting more used to it.
Yep.
And it takes practice to obviously being able to handle the longer ones. But yeah, it was funny. Like in the early days, I remember seeing, especially Americans, I'm going to get shot again, but like having poles that were far too short, and they were like almost crunching to use them properly. So that was a bit funny. Talking about the Americans.
There we go.
I think there she is.
It looks like our lead woman coming through,
Katie
Scheid.
Scheid. Yep. And already a bit of a gap. And so the next one expected to go through. All right, who do you get, Jono? I would say probably Annelise Rousset should be too far from France. With the start of that climb, that still is not the steepest part. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Esther Silak, Hilary Girardi.
Yeah, Sylvia Notska, she was second through that first checkpoint. Fabiola Conti, she was fifth through there, of course. Yeah.
Thank you.
You were saying that she does like to go out pretty solidly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And again, if she's in the shape that she was at the beginning of July, like she's going to be extremely strong today.
But do you think it could be a Swedish double in the trail running championships in the women's field with Ida Nilsson? She is definitely one to watch, I think. It's going to be it's always going to be a tough call going up against Katie.
I mean, no. Like, to be fair, Ida Nilsson and Katie Scheid, to me, it's a no-brainer. And no disrespect to Ida Nilsson. I think she would agree with me. Katie is on a whole other level, especially after the fact that she could win Hard Rock, 100 mile, that is a lot of hiking, and then come and be third at Sierre-Zinal. I mean, the range that one athlete can do that, I don't think anybody's been able to do that. Maybe Killian, but he was actually doing it the other way around with the speed from Sierre-Zinal and build up into UTMB. But keeping up, here's Hiroki Kai, who's fallen back, as I was telling you. So yeah, the range that Katie has at the moment, I think hasn't been equaled anywhere else. And so Ida Nilsson is a very strong athlete. She did focus on that, but to what I know from Ida, she's more of a runner. And therefore, like, those big climbs, ups and downs, might not be suiting her strength, her abilities, as opposed to, again, Katie living in Mercantour. They're surrounded by that kind of wilderness and those high mountains. So again, the terrain might suit her even a little better.
Yeah, and Katie made the comment that she came to recce the course here, because she was thinking she might need to do some specific training on the course, and then realized actually it's the same kind of terrain that she has back
okay, so
home.
she actually did say that. So there we go.
Yeah. And she's prepared specifically for the World Championships, and
Yes.
I kind of like her approach. She chose to sit out the UTMB races, and that's actually the reason why Suez came into the picture.
Yep,
because
absolutely.
she had Hard Rock as a goal race, and then realized without running a month before in the UTMB week, then it opened up the possibility for her to run at Suez. So she came back for the second time, and I think she ran 20 minutes quicker this year than she did on her first outing at Suez.
Yeah,
so that's quite a progression.
it's a big progression there, where even seconds are expensive at Suez now.
Yeah, that's right. Well, she mentioned that she was surprised by her run. She didn't actually expect to run that fast. She said everyone was surprised, but I think except her coach. It's Fabiola
Conti.
Yep. Fabiola. Yes, exactly.
And so I think she's in second place, because we were following a runner, but that was a male runner.
Silvia Notska there.
Yep.
So she's got poles there, but she's not choosing to use them, which kind of seems a little bit strange to me.
Yep. It's sometimes, you know, if they are not necessarily familiar with the course, or you know, not necessarily fully present.
Because this climb is long, like so it kind of would make sense to me that you pull the poles out, you use them on the steeper sections, and on the runnable bits you carry them through that. But this climb is so long, topping out at 2,700 plus meters. So yeah, they'll be climbing almost the best part of 1,500 meters from the start line up to this point.
And so the Brazil flags are going to fly high, because here on your screen, who I believe is, I mean, definitely in the top 5 in the women's, is Patricia Honda Guerage. And here's Marion de Lespierre from France, if I'm not mistaken. Hilary Girardi right behind. Hilary is going to be one of the athletes the most at ease with poles and over technical terrain. I think she will be asking for as much technical as possible.
Because she also has a sky running background as
big
well. But
sky running, pedigree.
Definitely
Yes,
into the long distance now. And I saw another Italian. I'm pretty sure another Italian uniform coming through on our screens. It looked like possibly the German uniform there.
Esther Silek coming through.
Great performance by the Spanish team yesterday. So Team Spain, 2 runners coming through.
And already you can see the field is really stretching
out. Super stretching out, isn't it?
We're about an hour in.
Yeah, coming up to 57 minutes on the clock. And what do you sort of do at this point, Martin, in terms of you know you got a fuel for the whole day? Do you start right from the beginning, or do you sort of have a strategy? You need to have so much for each hour, or what do you, in your experience, what do most athletes sort of? What's a strategy?
I think it's equally correlated to what you were talking about yesterday. About the longer the race, the shorter the warm-up. So I would say the longer the race, the more you can front load in carbs. And so I'd say, and again, like I'm just speaking for myself and what I know about like other few ultra runners is that try to have a meal or like the equivalent of a breakfast 4 hours before your race start. So you have digested a fair bit of it, and obviously eating stuff you're used to eating before a race. Some people go sweet with porridge, all that kind of stuff. Some people go savory. I remember back in the days when I was still racing those long races, I was doing sweet potato and chicken with a whole lot of coconut butter.
Yeah, decent breakfast. A lot of
coconut oil,
yeah,
because that brought like fat, protein, and carbs without overloading either of those categories. And then you can even go back to bed for an hour. As you will be digesting, you can still clock another hour of sleep, and then 3 hours you need to get up and start on your day. And then I wouldn't eat too early. Probably a gel or two in the first hour, if that.
Is it Martina Valmasoy there? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes, with that cap, that is Martina.
Okay, so she started pretty conservatively. Probably around the top 30, I'm going to say at the moment.
Yeah.
It was a good point you make about the 4 hours out, because like normally before a training session you might say at least 2 hours before a training session is enough. But when it comes to race day, you're just a little bit more nervous, a little bit more agitation, and it actually does take your digestive system a bit longer to process.
It does, and yeah, but then again, like there's no rule of there's no specific rule for everyone, in the sense that you have to try yourself. You have to find out what works best for you, what kind of fuel. Not do it too much, not do it not enough. But that you can only, obviously, you can definitely document yourself and look at. There's a lot of scientific studies that are out there available for whoever is actually interested enough to spend the time and do their homework. But then it's trial and error. Because there's so many factors that come into play. Altitude, your digestion will be heavily affected if you're not used to being at altitude.
Yeah, and temperature as well.
Exactly. I was going to say temperature is another factor. Like if it's very cold, like I remember, and like, man, I'm going to sound like an old man, but for cross-country races, we're putting like newspaper on our guts to prevent them from getting too cold and from us getting sick.
That's an old cycling trick, isn't it, from back in the day?
I haven't done much cycling, but this is what we were doing. So then again, like it shows how much we didn't know very much back then, but like it was just what we believed helped us out. Like the older people in the running club were telling us to do that, so we were doing this without really knowing why. But indeed, the cold temperature could really throw you off. And we know that obviously, if you can't put fuel in the engine, well, that's just going to stop. So that's definitely things to be taken into account. And obviously, the nature of the terrain. Because if you start with a 10K downhill, well, you're not going to be needing much fuel, because you're not going to be working as hard as if you start like yesterday with a VK, which is going to take a whole lot of energy out of that. So not only beforehand, but then as you're progressing, like there's been a lot of talk about, super high carb, like trying to hit like 110, 120 plus grams of carbs per hour. But if you're following a static plan, it doesn't make any sense in trail running, because you're going to have long descents where you're going to need very little, like as low as possibly 60, 70 grams. And then you're going to have massive climbs where you're going to need indeed 100, 110. But if you try to just have a static plan and just, okay, every hour I'm going to take 3, 4, 5 gels, well, it kind of like defeats common sense.
Yeah, you need to be a bit more sophisticated than that.
Exactly, and yeah. And that's the fascinating part about like trail running, is that it's becoming more and more professional, becoming a need. You need to tick all the boxes, because you cannot ignore some of the factors in the equation. Otherwise, the output is you're just going to be missing out on very critical seconds, or potentially minutes or hours. Or if you actually get it wrong, you overload your guts. Well, that's just game over. It takes you out.
Yeah,
entirely.
Yeah, good calls there. Yeah, and you mentioned the I guess the not really a trend, but there has been a lot more research done in trail running specifically as well in terms of how much carb intake is required, and it's more than what people used to think, isn't it? You know.
And again, just like you would condition your body and your legs for big mountain, big climbs, you condition your guts. So in training, and we talked about this yesterday, in training, you want to be like practicing with the nutrition you think you're going to be taking in races, on your long runs. You do this. I remember Killian at the time, like to train his guts in a very raw approach. He was like, all right, I just down a big plate of pasta and I'm going for a long run with my stomach full, which is going to be uncomfortable. But then eventually, if I do this enough, he was assuming, oh, well, you know what, that's going to get my body used to it. So then he can, if in racing, I actually feed my stomach with sugars that is going to be much easier to process. That's just going to be a walk in the park. Ever since, I want to clarify that he's one of the few athletes that does the most research around that, and he's always been passionate about like all these little gains that you can do, and he's now way more aware and sharp about those strategies. And my understanding, and from the conversation I had with him, he's worked a lot with Morten, his nutrition partner, to do a lot of testing. And yeah, now he knows in the short races, for example, you can afford to finish with a calorie deficit.
Sure. Yes.
It's going to be okay. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
You can get away with it. But then as soon as you go over the 3.5 hour mark, then he says like you got to actually be diligent about that and try to compensate as much as possible your loss, because you will not be. That's what he says. He's like, anyway, you will not be able to process as much as you will be burning. So it's a matter of trying to eat as much as you can, so you can push back the moment where the line of the carb expenditure versus carb intake is going to cross, and you're going to be in deficit. And he said if you're able to take a lot to compensate the big outputs, he says that's going to put you in a good position for as long as possible.
Yeah, and I guess eating plates of pasta to get your gut used to it is a bit cheaper than downing gels as well for those runners that have to pay for their own nutrition.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, either you get a nutrition partner and that goes down easy. Otherwise, yes, you're going to probably have to trade a kidney for all of this.
Yeah, exactly. So Team Australia, I saw Team Canada coming through there in our pictures, and
yep. Talking about Team Canada, sorry I cut you, but Jasmine Lowther should be like leading Team Canada. I haven't actually, we probably missed her, but yeah, she's definitely one to look at. She's had very, very good results, and then a bit of a low season. With plagued with injury, but it sounded like she was back in full force. So it's going to be exciting to see what she can do today.
First check point just inside the top 50, Jasmine. You know, starting, maybe not conservatively, but you know the field is so deep as well. So we might see some runners that they look like a long way back there, but in actual fact, it's both pacing, but the fact that also the it is such a strong field. For example, Rosanna Bukow placed 45th through that first checkpoint. One of our picks for having a top run today. Well, the other thing, coming back to nutrition actually, which you kind of alluded to, is that when you do fuel yourself in a way that you're not going into a big deficit, both in training and in races, it helps the recovery so much.
Yes, that's a very good point.
It's massive.
Yes, and so then to that point, race nutrition doesn't stop when you cross the finish line. It's like then there's the recovery phase that is extremely important in that regard. Making sure you replenish your carb reserves as well as protein.
I think
when you're on the line.
I think we've got at the back there. We've got Will Bell from New Zealand. I had a photo sent through to me from
that is a sick moustache.
from one of our fans, Sarah Bess. Shout out to her in New Zealand, sporting the best moustache in the field, she says. So if you're out there on the track today and you see the best moustache, give a shout out to Will Bell from New Zealand. Another runner that you know from New Zealand today as well, Ryan Carr. You've spent some time with Ryan out in the bush.
Yeah, yeah. He was okay with his race. He says, I mean, not okay because he was just stoked to be like representing New Zealand here at World Champs. But he said since he arrived, he didn't feel like he had the right legs, and that translated he couldn't turn it around for the race. And he said he might have overcooked himself a tiny bit in the last stages of his training. It's always hard. Like those last weeks is where you pretty much put everything on the line. You don't want to like lose the fitness you've done, but if you overdo it, that is going to be detrimental to your performance. And he said he also got stung quite a few times going through that wasp nest.
Wow, there must have been so many runners that.
There's a video on Instagram, and you can see like the person is filming, and it's literally a solid quarter of the field who's going through that area, and just like they're all waving their arms, and you can hear people screaming, and it's chaos.
Oh wow, yeah, that's it's really sad, really, and it's sad that it affects people's races like that as well. But that they're prepared for and trained for such a long time. So we've been on the static cam for some time now.
We're running out of topics to cover.
Oh no, we got a few more topics.
Yeah, but this is going to be a long day, so we can't blow all the matches early.
In the first, inside the first 15 kilometers. So next checkpoint coming up at 14.9 kilometers at Cariton. I'm not sure if it's more of a French pronunciation for that or a Spanish one. But 14.9 kilometers. I'm just checking the. Here we go. There we go. Pista del Cariton. There we go. And they would have passed through at over the 2,000 meter mark at that point. So heading up towards the high point of La Moleta at 2,572 meters. So no split time on the top for today's race, from what I can see. So Cariton at 14.9 kilometers. Then they'll go over the top of La Moleta, and then potentially the biggest climb. Well, maybe not quite the longest climb. The last climb is actually one of the longer climbs in total for today's race, but. I would probably say the most serious descent. The most serious descent coming up off the top of La Moleta as they come down into the checkpoint at Izas. The Izas Valley, quite an icon of the region, a really wild valley, one of the glacier valleys here in close to Canfranc.
So, I mean, another runner we didn't talk about is from Poland, Martina Młynarczyk.
Well, we haven't actually gone through our. We keep getting distracted.
We're getting caught up.
We haven't gone through our favourites list. Which we start with a woman and go
first,
through
as we do. So, based on the ITRA ranking, let's go from top to bottom. So, Katie Scheid from the USA. I don't think we need to. But talk too much about her.
I didn't want to ask, but is Ingvild actually on the start line? Ingvild Kaspersen.
That's a good question. There's been updates since we got the last update and who would be still in it or not. Although Ingvild, since she did her ankle pretty bad at the beginning of CCC, I don't know if she has actually recovered to an ability to perform here. Then Esther Silak from Hungary, living in Hong Kong. Man, she was ready for Western States, and unfortunately had to had to pull out and battling a little bit with injury. But if she's here, it means that she's ready to do really well. Fabiola Conti, I was telling you, in July was actually super strong. I was personally impressed with her performance at Monte Rosa. Carrying on down from Norway, Silvia Nordskar was actually like second place at CCC. So again, she's got an immense amount of talent and race experience. But again, having raced a 100K, a hard 100K with 6,000 meters of vert 3.5 weeks ago, how much can you do?
Yeah, and we'll come back to that theme, I'm sure, throughout the day, on the men's and the women's side. So Ingvild Kaspersen, not on our list at all, so I believe she didn't take the start to this morning. So it'll be Silvia Nordskar as the leading Norwegian runner in today's field.
All right, Jono, it looks like we do have images of our front runners. See if we could fly the drone a little lower. we could see more than little ants going through. But based on the colors, it looks like a bit of white.
It's got to be white. And with
the
dark
yellow
shorts.
might be still Peter Engdahl from Sweden. And then there's a bit of blue, which, if the jacket is still on, could be Jim Walmsley.
Jim Walmsley,
Oh, but then no. Oh, we're actually moving back up the field. So then that's completely screwing up our predictions. Well done. The drone pilot fell asleep.
But this is a fast running section. Look at this. So they're back onto like a forestry road, an access road. But yeah, there's some super fast running here as they traverse around the side of the hill. But then they're going to be bringing those poles out pretty soon. They'll actually go through an aid station, so they'll be able to top up with water there. And then they'll hit the looks from our profile probably the steepest climb of the day on their way up to Moleta. And that'll which is the same climb. That'll be the same end of the climb as they had on yesterday's race. So they've done a longer version of the climb compared to the short trail, but with a lot more runnable sections. But now they're traversing back towards that super steep section.
The front runners is absolutely crushing. I'm very impressed at the pace right now. So is that a suicidal pace?
And if it is the front runner, then it's a massive gap too.
Yeah, understandably, seeing how hard that person is going. I mean, yes, you were saying it is a four-wheel drive track that is way flatter, possible with like a few maybe down sections. But yeah, the pace that gentleman is running out is...
Well, who would be sporting like a white-coloured singlet? It could be Benjamin Rubiol, it could be Peter Frano, could be...
Peter Frano, that's not his racing style. He wouldn't be pushing so early.
He wouldn't be, yeah.
Again, that's just my assumption. But then look, we can carry on, and there's a runner in black even up ahead on the left-hand side that just disappeared from the screen. So... Are we actually looking at the leaders right now, or see the more we go left, the more we unveil more runners?
Looks to me like he's got a jacket on at the front there in the black. And of course, there will be lots of people out there cheering and supporting on the race who are running around the course as well. That we might get a bit confused on, but he's running pretty well. The guy, out there in black. Well, normally black's pretty easy for a New Zealander to spot. You know, New Zealand strip. There's not many other countries that have a black black uniform. But yeah, it's different.
Oh, but look, see, we're moving up the field. We weren't looking at all at our leaders.
Crazy.
Well, so I mean, at least that gives us an indication of the nature of the course in this area, but like to help us do the commentary about what's happening up at the front, we're a bit waiting at the minute.
And so coming up towards, it's just past 1 hour, 18 minutes on the clock. We would expect them to be coming through the next timing checkpoint not too far away.
Yeah, we're still not back with the front pack, I'm afraid.
There's definitely not the front there.
Yeah, you can see
right at the top of the screen, runner disappearing, dodging around one of the numerous rock falls that that occur in this part of the area, and one of the reasons for the planting of all of these trees. Yeah, they see. I believe these are a waterway races on the side there, covered with sheets, some sort of board or concrete or metal covering. Yeah, this area, the way to get the water down from the mountain lakes or the streams down further around into the valley.
And then this might be Sagarueda here on the screen.
Good spotting. Is that an Argentinian strip at the...
And sorry, I said Sagarueda because that's how I call him, but his name is Gabriel Reda Santos, but Santos Gabriel and Gabriel Santos Saga. That looks like him. He's a very strong runner and can do massive amount of vert in his training. He's a nuclear engineer.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And it's what's interesting you mentioned that too, because this area in Confranc has a research laboratory. Looking at it's a bit above my pay grade, but research into neutron, because another use for that tunnel that goes through the mountain is they can be, as I believe, there's another tunnel that shoots off the side from it, and there's no influence from magnetic fields when you're that deep inside the mountain. So maybe someone in the chat who knows a little bit more about physics will be able to enlighten us. But yeah, this area has a research center which works in collaboration with the research center. I think a lot of people have heard about the tunnel under Geneva and through France, where they have the Hadron Collider. And they can
accélérateur de particules.
Well done.
I wouldn't know how to say this in English.
Where they can actually measure in time when they split. They measure the speed of atoms as they race around there. But
yeah, and I was actually just going to ask if there was the option to move the drone, because I don't think the drone pilot is realizing that they're not on the men's leader. And even though those landscapes are absolutely stunning and personally reminds me a little bit of the Grand Canyon, so that's definitely going to suit the likes of Jim Walmsley, who have been living in Flagstaff for a big part of the year, and especially with those rock falls and those steep canyons. But yeah, if the production could actually move that drone way up ahead, we could see it could be either way. To the left to see the men's leader, or to the right to see our top female runner.
Yeah, what?
But we're a bit in the middle, so.
Yeah, well, Martin, you go and run away.
I just saw Fred from the French commentary who was a bit more eager than I was, and he ran to them. He's like, guys, there's a lot of runners up ahead.
Yeah, Ingvild Kaspersen, not on the start line, doing some ankle rehab at the moment. So thanks for that insight from the chat. Yeah, and have a good recovery, Ingvild. Here we've got a comment in the chat asking if the French broadcast is in the background. So they're our neighbours. As they get excited, you might pick up a little bit onto our mics, but we'll do our best to reduce that as much as possible and tell them not to get too excited as the race unfolds today.
And also something else to mention is that, like, it's not the French having the Spanish next to us, but there are 3 of them too. So
well, that's not fair.
There's a whole lot more talking going on. And so, so the brief has been passed on to our camera crew, and so you can see up ahead, there's many more runners. I said to them again, you gotta pick a direction, go left or right, but like here we need to be able to see a little bit what's going on. So there we go, at least through the splits and the newcomers. Benjamin Roubiol from France, the title holder of the World Championship from France. Then Jim Wamsley and Peter Engdahl. Interesting to see Peter up at the front. Not that I am surprised, but
here we go.
A bit of a slippage here. I guess those poles won't grip as much on those little rock sections, so you got to be careful. But, you know, we were talking actually about Peter Engdahl and his pole technique.
Oh, my God, yeah.
And he's going to be just absolutely flawless on this.
So Peter Engdahl, somebody very familiar with poles from his cross-country ski background, races also in the long-distance cross-country ski Loppet races. So, yeah, somebody who has a background with pole usage, using gloves as well, I can see.
Yeah, those are the gloves that work with the Lecky attachment. So you have the little hook, so you don't need to put the
Absolutely, you wear the glove, and then you can just unhook it.
Exactly.
And hook it back in and back out.
It become a bit of a standard here. And so again, you know, and as we were saying, Jono, that's going to be a recurring topic, but this will be something that we need to take into account, is whether these athletes are coming in fresh into World Champs or with a bit of fatigue in their legs. And again, Peter Engdahl was racing CCC, and so
along with Francesco Pupi, who has come through the timing mat in 4th place. So we have Francesco Pupi in 4th, Peter Frano in 5th, and Christian Manoggio, who we heard from during the interview, in 6th place at the moment. So he's looking like he's definitely in the hunt.
Exactly where he needs to be.
Yeah. Yeah, so we've got three runners here in the top 6 who did race 3 weeks ago, with Christian, Francesco, and Peter, and Jim, actually, 4 all here in the top group.
But for those who are not familiar, there's a difference, because where Peter and Francesco raced the 100K, actually Christian and Jim, I want to say air quote, only raced the 60K, which was a bit more runnable as well. So far less time on their feet for these last 2 gentlemen. So I think this is gonna play a bit of a difference, as opposed to, again, I've lost the.
Yeah, well, it was.
Benjamin Roubiol, Peter Frano, Adam Peterman, Vincent Bouillard, Louison Coiffet. These gentlemen have absolutely focused on this very specific race, and I believe having a bit of freshness in your legs is going to it's going to show in the second half, I would say.
And I think it's a mental thing as well. If it's your absolute focus for the year is the World Championships with no distraction, you can prepare yourself for the big appointment. And I know there were a lot of eyebrows raised when Francesco did run CCC, because of course he's got a huge experience in mountain and trail running. But for him, he saw it as a positive. I mean, he would, of course, but
he would indeed.
But on the last interview I saw with Francesco, he did say he hadn't done much running in the last week. He had a slight niggle, I would say, in his gluteal, and he had done less running. But he also said that he didn't expect it to affect him at all on race day. So it wasn't
I love that.
It wasn't something that he was frightened about. And I think if it had been affecting him, it probably would have manifested itself early on as well. If it's a muscular.
We'll see. It's still early time, 90 minutes into the race. So here, Zach Miller, Baptiste Chassang around the top 10.
Aren't the French piling into the top positions at the moment?
Yeah,
so.
Creeping up nice and slow. NJ Vitek as well. I was telling you about him. He's now moving into the top 15. So slowly he's gonna go up the field. No question about that.
Yeah, looking like a potentially a three-way battle, but with France, Italy, and the USA all in the mix at the moment. We haven't seen Andreas Reiter actually come through, so he's one I would look out for. And I think the weakness with the Italian team is that they are heavily relying on their three big hitters, whereas in France and in the USA, I think they've got some really good support runners there. With let's say if the stars don't have a great day, they'll still be in the mix for the team's competition. Yeah, and we talked about it yesterday, of course, but we absolutely talk about it again today. A team's competition in mountain and trail running doesn't happen very often, so it's something that during the interviews it's amazing just how many runners have mentioned the team aspect and how it motivates them to be a part of the team. And a team medal means as much as an individual medal to all the runners. So, you heard Christian Minogue in the interview earlier on, just saying that he wanted to come home with a medal. That was his goal. But he wasn't talking about individual medal. He was talking about the team medal. So we really hope that Andreas is having a good day. Starting conservatively and is coming through our timing screens soon.
And so
here it is, 21st position.
Looking at what's going to happen here is that these three gentlemen have opened up a serious gap on the rest of the field, and so this is to be taken into account. This is a big section, a big steep section. And so let's keep in mind for the rest of the time. Here's
more than a minute in front, aren't they? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And now as well, Francesco Pupi not using poles. He got away with it at CCC, but this is a bit of a different ball game here, and the climbs are going to be a whole lot.
Italian management out there on the track, giving him the split time.
There you go.
Wow, he's got a super small stride length here.
I
mean, he does anyway.
Yes, he does anyway, and that's what I love to see him, because he's always running up those climbs, and even on the road, on the flat, he's got extremely high turnover.
Yeah.
But that translates into speed, and so I think at the back of his head, there's two things. He knows that he's not going to be coming in completely fresh, and if you were saying he's got a bit of a niggle, what'd you say, hamstring?
Hamstring glute, as far as I understood.
So he's probably going to try not to overreach too much, and if he can actually look after himself, he could get away with something decent.
Yeah. But I'm yelling into the screen. Come on, Francesco, use your arms a little bit more. It gives you so much momentum when you just drive the arms. We're not talking about poles at all. We're talking about just using the arms for momentum. So with my uphill background, I one thing I always did is slip there on the smooth rock.
And yeah, again, having the point of view from the cam runner helps understand like not only how steep it is, but the technicality of the terrain. Like no two steps are similar. You gotta engage your core, bend over, sometimes use your hand, as we saw with Francesco, or like these three gentlemen at the front. Once again, Jim Wamsley, Peter Engdahl, and Benjamin Rubiol. These three gentlemen are like pushing and pulling hard on the poles as they're making their way up to the highest point in the course in La Moleta.
Yeah, big shout out to the camera crew there, because they're doing a fantastic job giving us these images. Not easy out there, but to see that combination of drones to get the overview, plus we really love seeing those on the ground shots. I think those are the money shots. Really. Just gives you such a fantastic idea of the terrain that they're running over. Because you see the drone shots and it looks like they're going and moving pretty well, and then you actually see the technicality of the terrain.
It takes us to the heart of the action with the cam runners, the cameramen on the mountain bikes as well. And so again, taking a quick look at the top 10 in the men's, like this is starting to shape up with the expected names. So again, in the top 3 right now, a change of leaders. So it's good that they're taking turns. Jim Wamsley is now leading the front pack, followed by Peter Engdahl and Benjamin Rubiol. And then further down, we saw Francesco Pupi. And then Peter Fragno already in 5th. Yep. Watch out, because usually he's further back so
you're
early.
saying he should.
So it means that he's in good shape. Adam Peterman up there as well. Christian Minojo in 7th. Vincent Bouillard, last year's UTMB champion, in 8th. Louison Coiffet from France as well, 9th. Zach Miller 10. Baptiste Chassagne 11th. Angé Vitek 12. Miguel Arsenio, the Mike Show from Portugal, is in 13. Callie Bolson 14. Man, that field is deep.
It is deep, isn't it? When you look at the names, you keep going down. I was like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I was like, oh, maybe I'm going to stop there. And then eagerly waiting for the time where we're going to be able to give you a bit of intel on the women's race. So far, no female runner has gone through the Carreteron checkpoint at 14.9, but we're all eyes on that.
Yeah, the top 3 away with just over a minute's gap back to Francesco.
And just as I'm saying this, Katie Scheid just clocked through in the lead, representing Team USA, and in 1:31.52.
Yeah, so we'll eagerly await the arrival of 2nd, 3rd, just to see what sort of advantage Katie's got at this early stage.
If she's pulling off, we're gonna call it a Tove now. If she's pulling off a Tove,
yeah, exactly.
and she's already like putting a substantial gap on her competition, way in front.
No, we've still got to come up with our athlete of the championship. We're gonna have to.
Well, I mean the ITRA score came out, and this is indeed, as we expected, the highest ever ITRA score ever recorded by a female athlete, 877. And if I remember correctly, the previous highest was indeed Courtney at Western States when she set the course record, and it was 874. So equally impressive, but I am not surprised, and I would actually personally have anticipated even a bigger gap between Courtney's performance and what Tove has delivered yesterday. Here we go. Zach Miller here on his way up to La Moleta, making good use of poles as well. I think this is now a given, and I would say Peter Fragno is only the exception that confirms the rule. Not taking poles on that kind of terrain is a very, very bold move. And we'll see if that pays off or not. We'll probably do a statistics on like, okay, the top 10 men and top 10 women across the line today, who had and didn't have poles. And as I'm refreshing the results, it doesn't say, oh yeah, there we go. And I couldn't be more excited about seeing that name up high. She is a very deserving athlete. Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal is clocking in 2nd place right now. And boy, she can run and she can handle this kind of technical terrain. Obviously, she can handle altitude. And if her stomach doesn't give up on her, which is what happened the year she was chasing Blandine Lirondelle at CCC, we're in for a big show. And super happy for her, very deserving. It broke her heart this year that she couldn't, no, it was last year that things fell apart. I think it was in the OCC actually, and she was devastated because obviously she was really wanting to score high, and here maybe representing her country will give her a little bit of an extra a boost. But yeah, please, I don't need to ask. I'm pretty sure in the chat the Nepalese flag will be flying high.
Will be yeah. Yeah, fantastic. And 4 minute 22 seconds. Back from Katie.
Which is not a big gap. It's awesome.
Yeah. So she's got her climbing legs on her today. That's for sure.
All right.
And she must have a gap over to the third because not yet.
That's it. It has popped up, and so no surprise here. Fabiola Conti in third. 30 seconds back from Sunma Ibuda, and then Sylvia Notskar another, let's say a minute and a half back from Fabiola Conti. So next we should be seeing, who should we be seeing actually, if we're trying to make predictions?
Well, would Ida Nelson be coming through soon? For the woman, let's go back. Alison Bakker. She was early doors back in the previous time check, but yeah,
Esther Silak, I expect her to also be up there. Annelise Rousset, I know she's not going to get too excited too early. She's part of the French national team, so they've been on the course, so she'll know how to pace herself as well. So not get excited. We saw the Spanish team yesterday pace, especially in the men's, pace it absolutely perfectly and come back in the top spots very late in the race.
Yeah, didn't they come through? A lot of recce, a lot of a lot of time, a lot of hours spent out on the course, and yeah, they got the pacing absolutely perfect yesterday. So, but so many people have been spending time here, and for the long trail, of course, it takes you a bit longer to see to see and really know the track compared to the mountain running distances. But yeah, a lot of the runners have spent plenty of time out here on the course, doing them all in sections, making sure that they know and understand what's in front of them today. So here we have on the screen our top four.
But we got more now.
We got a few more.
And I hope I say it right. Is Yajaira Rubio from Colombia in 5th, Annelise Rousset from France, and Honoka Akiyama from Japan.
Oh, fantastic.
So again,
and look at that.
7 different flags.
Yeah, you picked it.
So here we go. Caleb Olsen here on his way up to La Moleta.
Sporting the heat vest again.
Yep. He actually contributed to the development of that long sleeve T-shirt, aiming at cooling down the runners.
Well, I'm gonna call you out on that because I used to something very, very similar back at the
Really?
Yeah. Back at the time I ran the Olympics in 2004, because in Athens it was always going to be super hot, and Nike produces this garment with the exact same story behind it as what we're seeing out there today.
Well, fashion goes in cycles, so they maybe realize oh, hang on a minute, we have something in the archives that works pretty damn well.
Well, we know with material technology and construction especially, you can do something a little bit more sophisticated with them than what they were doing 20 years ago. But the idea was there back in the day.
Yeah. So here with there's a combination of the 3D structure that uses the Venturi principle.
Exactly, keeps a channel that allows cooling and
emphasize the airflow.
Yes, exactly.
But then the fabric as well just retains moisture as well. So whatever you sweat just stays close to your body and will keep cooling you down. And then the holes that have been pinched around the banding of the forearms and then the armpits is to let heat escape as well. So here they're dropping down.
Speaking of airflow, yeah,
yes,
the air's going to be flowing a bit more now. So now they're dropping off the high point. So they've reached the high point of the race at Pico La Moleta.
And I anticipate Peter to possibly pass Jim at some point. Benjamin Robiol is also usually very comfortable on those terrain. Excellent images here from our drone pilot. And Jim, I mean, technically he's been training a lot around Arèche, around the Alps, and now he should be just as comfortable on this kind of terrain as Peter. Ooh, that was
a little slip from Peter.
Quite a substantial slippage here. He caught himself, luckily. But yeah, Peter and Benjamin, you can see the three of them feeling rather comfortable. But as you were saying, sometimes when you're taller, it's a bit more challenging to make your way across technical terrain.
Yeah, taller runners can find it more difficult, but for sure, you know, one of the legends of sky running in Italy, Tadej Puc, he was way taller even than Jim, and he was an absolute phenomenon on downhill. He had the longest stride of anyone. It was like even on the most technical stuff, because his stride was about 2 meters long. He didn't touch half of the technical ground anyway. But I like what Peter's doing here. He's just let just a small gap open up, and that allows him to see clearly in front of him.
And not having to break like having your flow essentially being affected by the runner in front of you. Where Benjamin is really leaving very little space in between, maybe because he
it's just your sight line. Yeah, so he's kind of, you know, he's really putting his feet where Peter's putting his feet. So he's exactly following his lead. Whereas Peter's sort of, he's little gap there open up, just so he can make sure that he can see clearly down the trail.
And it's interesting you went all the way down to Tadej Puc, because I had Daniel Antonioli in mind. Like, I wouldn't say the next generation, but and still like where Tadej has now pretty much left competition. Daniel Antonioli is still
very much so
well into those sky running races.
There we go, an overtake there. Did you see that? That was pretty smooth.
Smooth. Benjamin Robiol.
Benjamin is looking absolutely.
And look at this again.
Super sharp, and he's gone his own way. Look at that.
But this is what makes the difference as well. Like those mountain athletes, they can read the terrain. They're comfortable. They don't need to look where they're putting their feet, so they can actually have an overview of what's coming up and choose the best possible trajectory. And here, very smoothly, just went through, and then, but it looked like Jim wasn't happy about that, and then he actually put a surge not to let him go in front.
Yeah, crazy. But yeah, the further you can look up the trail on technical terrain, and like the more relaxed and more confident you feel, and so if you can practice that, it enables you not to just react to what you're running at. You know, if you start looking down at your feet, you actually don't have time to actually or you just have to react immediately to what's coming at you. Whereas looking further down the trail gives you far more time just to be more relaxed and to be able to just read the trail much more clearly. So we've got somebody struggling a little bit here on the climb.
I mean, it is a pretty steep climb, and again, you realize how tough it is, because when you don't have the poles, not only to lift yourself up, like they help stabilize yourself. And interesting. Something is up with Peter Engdahl. Maybe he's just choosing to be extremely conservative, because he should be up there with them, is what I want to say.
Yeah.
He has the technical ability, and traditionally he has the engine to stick with them easily. So the fact that they've put a gap on him, he chose not to keep up with them.
Yeah,
for a reason.
It's quite a gap.
For a reason that I ignore. My assumption is, okay, he's been racing recently, so maybe he's trying to hold back, because that might be a bit too much for him. And I hope our drone pilot is accurate or not. Let's see. We have a ponytail flying in the
USA.
In the wind.
Would that be?
But is that Martina?
Not exactly sure.
Yeah.
Coming through the aid station.
Yeah, I
there,
think
and
Martina Valmasoy, and it might have been Rosanna Buschauer as well.
And they're just passing through the timing checkpoint as well. So we've got...
No, it wasn't Martina Valmasoy.
We've got 28 women through that.
Yep.
Through that checkpoint. So you can see the timing tripod there.
So let's go through like our top female runners. So we had seen Katie Scheid, Sunmaya Buddha, Fabiola Conti, Silvia Notskar, and then Yahaira Rubio, Annelise Rousset, and Honoka Akiyama from Japan. And now we have the names of the following runners. So in 8th, Shion Kilano from the US. In 9th, Hilary Girardi. In 10th, Martina Valmasoy. In 11th, Mara Laria. Elisa Christine Dottir. In 12th, Ida Lindson. In 13th, Andrea Klobens Dottir. In 14th, Charlotta Brinks from Germany, so I probably said that wrong, in 15th place, and Ida Sophie Hegemann in 16th. Here we go, and look at these landscapes again. We were telling you it is the wild Pyrenees, and this is the bottom of that climb. Ah, even the blue fumes are going on. I don't know if it's a code, maybe. It's like, all right, this is it. When you see the blue fumes, you go hard.
Okay, that's got to be Argentina, Italy, USA.
Yeah, it's hard to guess who's gonna be in that color.
Yeah, so if anyone had any doubts about this area being great for mountain and trail running, then these images should should convince you that this is a place to put on your radar to spend time and enjoy time in the high mountains.
And so we also caught a glimpse of, again, Team Spain. Manuel Anguita, who's been doing really well earlier this season. He was in Val d'Aran mid-July, actually battling it out with Baptiste Cotantiec. And here we go. You've got the point of view from a cam runner now. I hope they're going to stay there and film our female leader, Katie Scheid, on the way down. And see, again, this is a tricky thing that this runner is doing. You want to be putting your poles away on the last few steps of the climb and not as you're starting to descend, because that obviously makes the technical downhill even more tricky.
Yeah, especially when you come to this little bit. There's a little step and you just drop off it, and then you have to dart around to the right side, and you're traversing around the side of this hill, and that part is super technical. You know, not like the really technical bits don't go on for very long, but it's so rocky that you really can't take your eyes off. I mean, you have to concentrate the whole time. So super cool shots, seeing them come off the high point of the race.
And so again, trying probably to find our female leader, Katie Scheid. And we're pulling away to a different direction. There we go, transitioning to our camera on the ground. Yeah, and to be fair, I'm a bit surprised. Like, look at these all runners. They're actually pulling up the poles only now in that descent. And I mean, not that I want to criticize anyone, but for you watching at home, Sagat right out. I'm surprised. Like, he is an experienced runner. He should have known better. I'm calling you out.
Martin's shouting at the screen. Have a look at that. Who's coming up towards the...
There she is.
Yeah, Katie looking great.
Head down, doing what she does best. I mean, she had a whole lot of climbing when she went on to break the course record at Hard Rock in Colorado. So elevation is not going to be a problem. Technical terrain is not going to be a problem. And she's still on her way up to La Moneta.
Yeah, she certainly covers all bases, doesn't she?
She doesn't does.
She doesn't have a weakness. Yeah.
even her style is cool. Like, she even scores high, like, I know, backwards cap. I'm coming up.
This is Martin showing his age.
Yeah, as much as I pretend to have a whole lot of experience in, I mean, hell, I've been there a while.
Next you'll be sporting the camo pants.
Yeah, this is how we do it.
Yeah,
and
she must be just about to reach that little gully section and popping up over the top here. You know, even things like being based in France now and not having to do that transatlantic travel. You know, like it's you know, feeling familiar. That, you know, for her this, you know, feels like home.
And I want to take that back. I don't know if somebody corrected me in the chat. But Martina Murnacek is actually not racing in a long course. I apologize, that's my mistake. She was originally registered for it, and so we're talking about like not having the latest updates in this. She will be racing tomorrow, apparently, in the Classic.
Super cool. Okay, getting some speed in the legs, and of course we do have 4 races tomorrow, and it'll be the first time we get to see our junior runners. So
I know
under 20 competition tomorrow, men's and women's. And then followed by the women's classic up and down, and the final race of the championships will be the men's classic up and down.
And here, Manuel Anguita coming over the top and dropping down. I suspect he's one of the runners who will be moving up throughout the day in the rankings. Not getting excited too early. Again, we saw the Spanish runners pacing themselves perfectly to come out on top. I mean, almost on top, because, yes, I will say it, being from France. The very top spot of the podium yesterday was from Fred Tranchant in France, but then second, third, and fourth were full-blown Spanish. Manuel Merillas in second, Andreu Blanes in third, and really, really good performance from Alan Santamaria in fourth.
Yeah, first time hearing the Spanish national anthem at the prize ceremony, and yeah, it was going off there. The teams and the public that came out here were pretty happy to see a home win.
And not to forget, obviously, Sarah Alonso, who managed to score a beautiful second place and hold off third place. There we go. Can you help me out here? Naomi Lang.
Naomi Lang.
Yes,
sorry. Yes, yeah. Super exciting. Right?
We were all like squeezing the cheese. Yeah. That last descent is like, whoa, is she going to be able to hold her off?
They kept us on the edge of our seats right to the finish.
And in her terms, because I got to chat with Sarah a bit last night, and she was like, oh man, I ran so scared. But what saved me is that she was a little bit running on fumes, and it wasn't a technical descent. She knew that if that descent had been far more technical, it wouldn't have been possibly in the bag. But yeah, she was stoked, and rightfully so, and we were stoked for her. Like, it was a really solid redemption run for Sarah.
Absolutely outstanding run, and basically she kept the gap pretty much the same.
Pretty much the same.
Maybe she lost 3 or 4 seconds on that descent. So you know, we thought she looked tired at the going into it. That final descent, maybe even sort of leaning back a little bit with the quads really fatigued. But then as she actually got further down the descent, she actually looked better and better towards the finish. So yeah, Naomi just didn't have anything left in the tank at the end there. You know, and it's even small gaps like 30 seconds. Because I said if she was within 30 seconds, then she'd think, you know, she should probably be able to do it. But just too much to do in that last descent.
Well, and again, we had called it. It was already her marathon trail marathon debut for Naomi Lang this year at Mont Blanc Marathon. So like stepping it up. What was going to bring a question mark? You know, this was a big step up, and this is what we see actually. I don't know if anybody can share that opinion, but for runners who are running around the 25-30K, when they step up to marathon distance, they carry on the speed that they have, and usually they do well. But if they try to do more than one per year, it actually becomes to weigh on them, the amount of, I want to say, quote-unquote, slower running. And so maybe that also was the consequence. But again, like Naomi Lang, seeing where she was 4 years ago and what she's achieved, I mean, that trajectory was like rocket sky high, like very incredible, and super happy for her as well for the performance she was able to pull off.
Yeah, well, actually, you called it as well yesterday that even by distance, she's run the similar distance, but this is probably an hour, you know, almost an hour longer than racing the same distance over Mont Blanc Marathon, for example.
Absolutely, yes. And then in the chat, we've got everybody still super excited, giving shout-outs, supporting Sunmaya. I like to see that. And hola, Maurizio. Maurizio Pagliacci, we're talking about like trail running Argentina.
Yeah, where have our Argentinian flags gone? They've disappeared from the chat. Come on, guys. Oh, here we go. This is neat to pick up.
Yeah, but that's... Okay, so Jim is still in the front.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing now... Let's see how much of a gap there is between him and Benjamin Robiol, and how far back could Peter Engdahl have fallen. Or you know, I was thinking as we lost the images, maybe he was just having a gel or something, and there you want to prevent yourself from taking a fall, so you would be conservative. Yeah, see, he's actually right there.
He's coming back. Wow, cool.
I think it was a purpose move. He might have been doing something, fixing something. Because knowing Peter on that kind of descent, if he actually let loose, he would be able to pull away from these gentlemen.
Yeah, and this is a terrain I would expect Jim to put the pressure on. You know, you can see he's putting the pressure on, and the guys behind have to decide: do we respond to this, or do we, you know, do we run our own pace? Because I think it looks to me that. It looks to me like Jim's putting a little bit of pressure on the other two, and it looks like he's. It looks like the two runners behind are looking to just not be conservative, but just to know that they need to run their own race and not to get sucked into a battle with Jim.
Exactly. Liam's in the chat. Hello, Ed Station Fireball, another faithful supporter of our sport. And also providing really good intel. So I'm glad that we're having you with us. And probably going to be sharing a bit of stats along the way.
Whoa,
and there we go.
Jim's gone off the track.
And I was just going to say, I was like, oh, wow, look at him fly through this boulder field. But it took all his attention. And...
yeah, that can really frustrate you. You know, like you put the pressure on, you got a little bit of a gap, you know, you're feeling good, you know, and going away, and then, you know, even, what did he lose? Like 3 seconds, 2 seconds, maybe, you know, but it's enough to really annoy you.
So really annoy you, and then, like for Benjamin and Peter, they're just sitting back, it's like, ha, you know, 3 seconds, and they're just cruising, letting him open the field.
And we said it yesterday on the climb as well, because, you know, it's not easy to follow through rocky scree fields like that. So if you do sit back in second or third position, let somebody else lead the trail, let them make mistakes, and then you can, you know, if they do make a mistake, then you can take advantage of that. Who we got there in fourth coming down? Because that's another French vest. Oh, is that Peter?
Peter Frano, let's see if he's got a backpack. Oh, yeah, he has a backpack.
Well, you should have a backpack. He needs to take the man.
Sorry, a darker backpack. Apologies. Yeah, I'm glad you're calling me up on that kind of shit.
Hey, it's a family show, Martin.
Well, that's not going to be PG-13 for the entire day, I'll tell you that.
Don't worry, it'll only get worse from here.
Yep. Don't know about the course before us, it's all downhill. No, you're right. It does look like the French outfit in sight for fourth.
Would it be Vincent or Louison? No, not. Coming down, because they were together going through that time.
I would say Louison, based on the silhouette of that runner.
Okay.
Vincent is tad taller and skinnier.
And they've picked up a huge amount of time on that descent, like a minute and a half.
Did indeed, yeah. Let's stay put and see.
Oh, it looks like somebody took a fall there on that, because that's really tricky. That's like a huge step coming off.
Yep. But yeah, we should have eyes on Katie going down.
Yeah.
So I hope that they didn't miss her, because I mean,
well, she's would have come across the top for sure by now. And she'll be into that descent.
Which is too bad. I mean, if they have a freaking cam runner, like, all right, send him down. Send him down.
The next checkpoint where we'll pick up timing will be at Isas.
Yeah, it's like another 10 k's away. I mean, from that last checkpoint, 25.6. Oh, and look at that.
Yeah, so much terrain, isn't it? And they're going to be, we're going to be on that terrain that you see in the background there. That's where we're going. That's where we're going with the race. That's the French border. So we're going to be dipping over the other side of the border. So you can see this is a serious course. You know, when you look at the numbers, sometimes you get a bit blasé. You know, like what's another 1,000 meters climbing? But you know, 81.2 kilometers, 5,413 meters of elevation up and down today. You know, that's. I mean, that's Tour de France kind of cycling numbers, you know. So this is a race, and we expect the winning times to be, you know, over 9 hours.
Over 9 hours, I would say, yes, for the men's, and probably around the 10-hour mark for the ladies.
And you can actually look down in the distance. You can see one of the ski areas that they will be passing through, Candanchu. Then that'll be later on in the race. Candanchu, actually 64.9 kilometers in the race. You could see that up in the distance. So they're doing a massive loop, staying up high on the ridge lines. Alex Varela, who was on one of the early clips on the video here on the live feed. He's a mountain rescue guide, and he's famous for trying to set the hardest courses possible.
And he's certainly succeeded.
He's definitely succeeded there, especially on the trail courses. Mountain courses still have a lot of fast running on them. Mountain running, known for being not so much technical terrain. So mountain races non-technical. Sky running obviously very technical, and trail running a bit of a kind of meeting in the middle of technicality. There we go. Who's that coming down there? French.
I believe that's. Ooh, I was going to say Marion, but didn't. I think I would say she's a bit taller than that.
Okay, now it looks like we're picking up the men's race here, just coming out of the trees. Oh, we saw somebody just disappear behind the tree and hasn't come out again.
That's números dos.
That's super. Yeah. Okay, let's get that drone away.
Yep.
Yeah, and this is a long descent. Here we go, out of the trees. And look, first there were 3 and now there are 4. So Jim now dropped back to 3rd position.
Yeah.
Letting Benjamin take the lead. Peter actually dropping back to 4th.
Okay, so now who is that man with the black
dark
backpack? Oh, the poles are just getting out of the way.
He's got the same tights, it's French. I'm saying that's
French. Yeah. No, that is definitely French. But what did Jim lose? Like, did he must have had a gel in his hand and he just dropped it. Oh, careful here.
Well, again, he's having a little bit of a frustrating kind of time at the moment, isn't he? He missed the course. He's trying to do something with his bag, whether it's his bottle or.
I hope nothing broke.
Grab a gel, but he's just holding it.
Yeah, he's holding it now. All right, something's going on.
He's
okay.
He's stopped now. Look, it's a long day. You've just got to keep telling yourself, look, okay, it's early stages. Let's not put it at the back of your mind and just just concentrate on the simple things. So now he's back. He made that gap up in the space of about 50 meters.
It is indeed Louison Coiffet, and I can tell you that because of the shoes that I recognize. And it is not Vincent Bouillard because he's with Hoka. So it is Louison Coiffet with the Salomon shoes.
Okay,
and so he made a really big surge, as you were saying, in that descent. I guess, you know, he's done extremely well this season. We know he has the potential to score high today, and so he must have felt good enough. It's like, all right, I got to close the gap. I got to stay in contact with the lead.
Wow, he's made up a huge amount of that. You know, so between you know, that last part of the climb and the descent. So his descending skills are definitely something to watch.
Yep, yeah, and again for the French audience who probably is not listening here, but again with the French coverage, actually we know Louison was extremely solid on technical, so it wouldn't actually have cost him much to close that gap. He would just let loose and run smooth without too much pounding in the legs and close that gap. Like, that was the perfect location for him to actually make up that bit of difference. He went from 9th to basically the top 5.
Okay, so any French citizens listening to us in English, you know, throw us a French flag in the chat.
Ooh, so you're going to have to be careful about that. This is most likely Christian Minogio. This is very skyrunning type.
Yeah.
But again, this can't be done. And see Peter Frano, he knows that he can't make mistakes like this. We had red flags. Yellow cards. Manuel Merias yesterday during the short trail got a yellow card for cutting too much. Okay. So he got a warning, and so the first warning is fine, but the second one you get an hour penalty.
Yep, okay. And we did see a couple of hour penalties in the race. We believe that they were for gear infringements. Yeah. Missing items in the backpack. So there's a check at the conclusion of the race for those missing items. And in actual fact, they are in the short. In the uphill race on Thursday, there was a mandatory requirement to take a jacket due to the cold weather. Who was that? What was that running, walking past our camera shot?
A cow.
And you know, sometimes the message doesn't get out there, and especially if you know English isn't your main language, and. For example, we know the Kenyan runners very well who are competing, and they came up to some of the guys in our media team and said, "Hey, we don't have the right jacket. Our jacket is not the right one. It needs to be a proper rain jacket." And so our media team gave them the WMA media team gave them their jackets so that they could use in the race.
But see, this is the kind of stuff that I would say is not acceptable, and it shouldn't be on the athletes if the language is a barrier. But this is why they're paying to send managers, team managers.
This is why we have team managers.
Exactly. And so if they were doing their job properly and say, here I'm going to be a bit cutthroat, but then the team manager's role is to look after the athletes and have everything ready for them, making sure they have all the kit, making sure they're getting there on time. And so, yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. Because athletes could suffer from that while they've worked super hard to get to this world championship. And have, like, luckily you guys basically saved them from not being able to race or risking an hour penalty, and on the sub 1 hour race, that's basically game over.
Yeah. And to be honest, it has happened before in World Cup races. So when that's been a requirement, you know, because again, you know, they might not actually have their manager with them. So, you know, just before the start, you know, oh look, you know, I need a jacket. So we have, you know, we try to help out the runners as much as we can. But
look at that.
The good thing today, just to finish this quick conversation, is that we have that available online. So the technical meetings can be watched by athletes as well as managers online.
And so here I absolutely loved to see what Benjamin Robiol did. He knew the aid station was coming. He had both his flasks already open. Look at this, in and out, and he's walking.
And I was just going to say that.
Any pace is better than standing still. And there, as he was closing his flask, he was moving. Well, let's see, Louison has got one stick between his legs, which stops you from moving.
Yeah.
But see, this is
kind of amateur stuff, isn't it? Like, these guys are supposed to be pros. Like,
I mean, to be fair, it's still quite a smooth transition. But here, Benjamin Roubiol gained 10 seconds on his competition for free.
Well, you know,
just because he was prepared.
And you know, for me, it's not about the time gained, because I think you can get that back pretty quickly. But it's about sort of keeping the muscles moving. What I don't like is just you know, when you've been running hard, especially off a descent, and then coming to a complete stop, you know, your muscles kind of start to react. They start to tense up. So I really like what Benjamin did, just to keep moving. You know, just a slow walk like that. You know. Get what he needs to do done, and then back into the run. So, yeah, from both points of view, I think, you know, he did a really great transition. But yeah, coming back to those.
Vincent Bouillard is here.
Okay.
Damn, that is probably gold at this point for the French team. And so let's see. Vincent Bouillard also very thought-through runner. He is prepared. And so look at him go. He has both flasks open. No second will be spared. He's gonna get them filled. And I think, yeah, there is. Look at this. There is powder at the bottom of those flasks. So again, it is worth carrying the extra few grams of empty flasks at the front instead of filling up the ones that you had.
And great job by the folks at the aid station. Look,
those volunteers are onto it.
They've done this before, though, so they know they've got the bottle ready. It's open. They can just tip it out into the flask. No panic at all. So yeah, massive shout out to so many volunteers out on the track. These things do not happen. They do not take place without volunteers.
Oh, 100%. Absolutely.
We're talking more than 450 volunteers involved with the event, and a whole bunch of them will be out there today, because this is definitely the most complicated logistically for the organization.
Definitely the most complicated from a logistical perspective, because some of them, and you saw the tents, like they actually spent the night there because there's not enough time in the morning to bring all the stuff and set up the aid station. But usually those volunteers are the most mountain people as well.
You know, that's one of the most popular aid stations to volunteer for.
There we go. Yeah,
because they have the big party the night before.
And so they can be up there. They can spend the time in the mountains.
So here's Francesco.
And I think he was waving at the camera to say like, "Hey, maybe I got something to do," and that's why our camera runners stopped. So again, they're super mindful of respecting also the runners and not coming across their racing, and whenever they need to be have a bit of peace and quiet, they do respect that. It was Adam Peterman who was coming up now to the aid station.
Excellent. So we've got he might be in 7th place. I've got 6th through here with Christian Menaggio in 6th place. He looks good actually. You know, smiling a little bit.
And so here, what's going on? Yeah, see, he was pulling up another flask from his pack, so I suspect that one was also one that was prepared with powder, so he would have his own energy.
And it's a pretty long section, this one. I mean, it's maybe not that long in distance, but they got a really decent climb in front of them, so they got a big climb and a big descent in front of them. That's Katie. It's got to be Katie.
It is Katie Schutt. However, here on your screen you see Peter Frano, but no, in 6 it is definitely Adam Peterman. So I don't know if we've missed Peter Frano. I'm going to refresh that. We missed him on the images, but at least what we know for sure is that the eyes don't lie.
Adam Peterman, 8. Peter
so
Frano
there we go. Peter had gone through, and we missed him on the images. Okay, good to know. Do you like to clarify that?
Yeah, now you can, and you can see at the aid station, those are the markers on the track.
There we go. Andrzej Witek also coming up to the aid station. It looks like he's been working quite a bit to get up to that aid station, and see he hasn't taken out his flask. He's not quite as lucid as
but he's still got his head torch on his.
Oh wow! And look at that. He chooses not to take any water there.
Nothing.
Interesting.
Straight through. Wow. That's the quickest transition we've seen.
Yeah, but like again.
But why would you keep your head torch on at this point? I mean, surely you just take it off and put it in your bag and.
Yes, but sometimes, like, and especially considering the size of those headlamps, they don't need to worry too much about it.
Probably doesn't know it's still on there.
And so, so I had it wrong right from the beginning.
Okay, here's the green jacket.
With the green jacket, it wasn't Benjamin Rubiol, it is Baptiste Chassagne, Team France, followed by Zach Miller.
Zach Miller, that's true, yes.
And so there's a bit of fiddling here with the jacket. One arm is still in it. He's getting stuck with it. I don't know what's been happening here. A bit of a logistic challenge. Meanwhile, Zach Miller is getting ready as well with his flasks. And so far, Jono, like we only saw Angevite go through without filling up. Every runner has filled up either 1 or 2 flasks.
Yeah,
there we go.
It's a decent section, this one.
The Mike Show, Miguel Arsenio leading that pack from Portugal. And the Frenchies.
Wow.
Damn, how many runners in that team?
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. And then they know, even the front guys will know that, okay, the pressure's off. There's backup there. So that's fantastic. So those markings there, the red and white markings, that's what the runners are following. And if you stray too far away from one of those markers, so if there's one of those markers on the hairpin corner and you cut that corner, then that's an infringement. And that will lead to a time penalty. And there is a process for making a protest for if a team feels their runner has been unfairly disadvantaged. Then they can put a protest on behalf of that runner, or the race itself. If it spots an infringement, they can, as you said, show the yellow card and eventually hand out a time penalty.
So it is a yellow card first. So they get one warning.
Yeah, one warning, yep. and then a time.
And then
penalty
it's going to be an hour.
We'll follow that. Exactly.
An hour time penalty.
Exactly, and an hour puts you right out of the picture. I mean, there's no coming back from that.
Exactly, that's done.
And it has to be, and it should be. I mean, my personal point of view is that you shouldn't even get a warning unless unless there's an obvious mistake or there's a mistake on the course. When we go back to the 100-meter sprints in these days, if you do one false start, that's it, you're out.
Yeah.
So you have to be quite hard. You took that corner pretty fast and went straight off.
Yeah, it is tempting because I feel like there's probably a few steps on the side of the trail and you're almost drawn into going straight down the hill because you see the runners further down. So,
but you can see the course is so well marked here. I mean, for a long distance trail course.
Well, and for a reason, because I think if they weren't these markers, everybody would be going straight down the hill.
Would be cutting it.
So they're like showing very clearly that this is the way that runners need to take.
Yeah, and there are plenty of off-trail sections on this course, so it's not about just we're following the trail all the time. There are plenty of sections where it does go wild as well. So it's important that every runner covers the same distance, and we're all about fairness, aren't we? So we really hope we start to pick up Katie Scheider on the descent. We would love to show her descending skills.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but I've pretty much lost the results page now.
Oh no!
I'm going blind.
Oh no! Okay, we can share screens.
It's fine.
I've got 8 people still through the aid station, so
yeah,
my one's not refreshing as well. As more and more people are waking up in the morning in Europe, I'm guessing there's going to be more. There's more and more people coming online. We're really pleased you're all joining us out there. Good morning to all of you waking up here in Europe. The race is unfolding. We're at just over the 2-hour, 20-minute mark, and we can let you know that the race is hot, with 2 French leaders going through the checkpoint at 25.6 kilometers at the Isas aid station. It's Benjamin Rubiol leading the pack, who had the best transition.
Yeah, and we've had some more switchback being cut there.
Oh.
I don't know if the organizers are going to be like applying the yellow cards. Yeah,
they will, for sure. They will. The the judges are watching what we're watching, and as you say, the warnings will be given for sure. Because it's important not to just say that there will be warnings and sanctions,
and apply them.
If something,
Yes,
exactly,
absolutely.
exactly. You have to follow through with that. Okay, we've got a Zach Miller fan out there in the chat. Great to see. We've got fans.
I mean, who is not a Zach Miller fan? Is the bigger question, right?
Cheer on your favorite athletes. We want to see. We want to see that going on in the chat. Okay, obviously it's still pretty cold out there, so we've got long sleeves and jackets still being worn. So we can't pick up the number there, unfortunately. Oh, here we go.
Oh, that is our runner from Colombia.
Colombia, I was going to say, yeah.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, not easy at times with the signal as the runners are moving as our camera runners and bikers are moving down the trail to keep that signal constant. But we will bring you the pictures as well as we can. Here we are at the ISAS aid station. Just over 25 kilometers run. Whoa, someone doing a massive course cut there.
Look at that.
And that's the thing.
Straight down the hill, baby.
You see one person in front of you doing it, and this runners are like sheep.
No, but that's the thing. And we saw the counter example. Like, Christian Minojo went straight down, and then Peter Frano was like, oh, hang on a second. No, I got to stay on course. And he actually was very diligent and went all the way around. Yeah, there might be a few surprises and a few people be like, oh, where is that yellow card coming from? But I always like to see when there's those kind of things being done, is that, well, if somebody's jumping up the bridge, are you going to jump over the bridge? Meaning, if somebody's doing something wrong, it doesn't mean you should be doing. So you got to think on your feet.
Yeah.
And I think now, is this the way, or is everybody officially not cutting through the
Well, that's, but you do see that, and you think, well, if it's, if they're going to do it, then I'll do it too. So there is a bit of
but that's not the right attitude, Jono.
I know, exactly, and we call it the sheep mentality. Like
we knew something about sheep in New Zealand.
Exactly. You see the leader of the sheep isn't necessarily the smartest.
I wouldn't shut on shepherds. They're my friends.
Shout out to Ryan Carr.
Yeah, one of them.
So fun fact about Ryan, I got a call earlier in the week asking Jono, I can't find the shoes I normally use. Can you bring me a pair? I'm like, yeah, no problem. And he told me the size of his shoes, size 48. You
had to carry 2 boats.
Fill them half in my bag. But don't worry, I'll make these sacrifices, Kiwis.
There you go. Take one for the team.
Yeah, I was loving the La Sportiva Prodigio Pro, so happy to get him a pair. So here we have Spain coming in. He's ready with his...
Man, those are substantial time differences, eh?
Yeah.
Already.
Definitely.
Coming in, Manuel Anguita, right, coming into your frame now.
Yeah, so my one's not...
Claudio Diaz, he's like, man, the guys at the aid station is like, seriously, do you have to do this right here? Oh, and there's a bit of a cut here with Fabiola Conti. Got to be careful.
Oh, super careful, especially in those middle positions. Yes.
Yeah. So wait a minute, because we haven't had eyes on any woman now. So what does that mean? Could Fabiola Conti? She made up 5 minutes on Katie Scheid in that descent? Actually, it could be, seeing how Louison Coiffé caught up the lead pack.
Yeah, for sure.
And we know that Fabiola is an excellent downhill runner, especially on technical. So interesting. This might be a few cards reshuffled here on that technical section.
So we're just trying to update the live timing just to see how many people have actually come through.
Yeah, mine is not refreshing at all. No bueno.
I've got the top 8 men coming through, but there's definitely been more than 8 men through that 25.6 kilometer aid station. That's for
and
sure.
I've lost the live tab as well.
Oh no, you're on the disappearing live
Things
tab.
are falling apart here in the studio.
I got the live tab, I just don't have any live.
But can
live
you
information.
click on?
Oh, here we go. I've got
there we
something
go.
back.
See,
Here we
it's
go.
coming up.
Look at that. Look at that. You say what you want and it comes.
Oh, I guess they heard us because they must have reloaded it because I do have it now.
Andy Simmons up there in place 36. Shout out to Andy Simmons, another very experienced mountain and trail runner from the UK.
Here we go, Team Argentina. I like that they made the packs matching the country colors.
Oh, that's pretty sweet, isn't it? Yeah. You think some of the brands missed a trick there? They could have produced the country colored.
Here we go, Francesco Pupi right here. That's
God,
yep, that's not going to be his day.
He's a long way back. Yeah.
That is not going to be his day. And as we anticipated, we knew that, you know. Oh, there we go. Katie Scheid leading the women's field here at the aid station. So we had missed her coming down, and we'll see now how far back Fabiola Conti was. And Katie was just taking her time. And interestingly enough, she only half filled her water bottle.
Okay.
I think she did fill up 2.
I think she still had something left over from the other one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's a minimum requirement, of course, of how much capacity you have to take on the trail. So
yes,
they'll all have plenty of capacity.
Yeah, and some of the runners were indeed, we saw it yesterday, they were like, the people at aid station were putting empty flasks in their packs so they just would respect the carrying capacity requirement.
Yeah, when they throw out their exactly, they replace it with like for like. And oh, there's Lucien from Switzerland. Yeah, one of the organizers from CSNL. That's his other job.
Where about?
There, just with the red backpack.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he took us for a run after CSNL up the higher mountains earlier this year in August.
Excellent. So it wasn't about taking you up for something nice. He was actually out doing training.
Yeah.
Putting in the miles.
Any excuse for a good training run. Absolutely enjoy that. He's a massive fan of the sport.
Yeah, absolutely.
And supporter,
talented.
obviously.
Yeah, massive talent too.
Yeah.
So in the Swiss team, organizing one of the biggest races in the world, together with Valentin. So shout out to those two.
Valentin Genoux, indeed. Okay, we're gonna have a field reporter, Richard, our faithful field reporter, regardless of the weather conditions, who'll be tuning in. I don't know exactly from where, actually, but let's hear it.
Welcome to Anayet Formigal. This is the 30-kilometer mark in the race, and a very important moment for the runners because it's the first chance for them to see their support teams and their managers, and in some cases their four-legged friends over here, the dog that's barking, to give them some celebration for their first chunk of the race having been completed. Let me explain what's going to happen. They'll come flying down this ski resort here, a long, fast descent for them, relatively runnable. They're going to come down, the markings are here, this tape, into the big cafe restaurant area at the ski resort. Through the tape here, you'll see some of the support teams already arriving to help set up the aid station. They'll be straight into the cafeteria, straight out this side, and then straight back up the mountain over here. We've got our mountain bike crew, we've got our running crew all ready to chase the runners up and around the mountain. And as they come up this side, they've got to climb straight out of the aid station all the way up into the mountains here. But it's not really the toughest climb they'll be facing in this race. So it's very important for the runners if they can come in here quickly, very quick turnaround, and come out here quickly. If they're still feeling strong, this whole section, even though it's uphill, is fairly runnable. So I think it's going to be quite competitive at this aid station to make sure it's as quick and as slick as possible in order to try and get a valuable few minutes on your rivals.
There we go. We're back live, ladies and gentlemen, after this quick update from the field with Richard. And for some reason, there's the Spanish in in our live broadcast, so that's probably not a good thing. But hopefully we can fix that. And we're going to be waiting for our second woman to come through now that checkpoint.
So Katie Scheider coming through that 25.6 kilometer checkpoint. Time-wise, she's running at 2 hours, 27 minutes and 54 seconds. So waiting for a second female to come through. It's looking like she's got a decent gap.
Here we go. She's coming. It is Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal.
Good spot.
And so she is still in second place because you didn't see Fabiola Conti, did you?
No, I didn't see her come through.
Sorry,
4 minutes back at the previous checkpoint. So let's see what the time gap is now back to Katie.
And so she's also preparing to refill at the aid station. I wouldn't say she looked frazzled, but she's definitely on a mission. She doesn't want to waste any second. Pick up a few things, but I like to see her prepared like this. You know, sometimes coming from countries where trail running is not so familiar or so common.
And opportunities as well for racing.
Oh, I mean,
so,
that is a whole different conversation that, I would love to have. But where I was going with this is like she would need to have experience in the bank, and that's why sometimes it takes a little bit longer for those athletes to get to a point where they basically have everything dialed, like the race pacing, the nutrition, the hydration, the transitions. And I'm really happy to see Sunmaya here, like really on top of things and coming through that aid station in second place. And we're going to actually have
5 minutes 21 back from Katie.
5:21. So she's lost
lost about a minute back from the previous, which is
really
pretty
good.
okay.
Yes, losing a minute on Katie is very, very honorable.
Okay, we're back. Got the images back out on the course here. We've got 81 men through the aid station at 25.6 kilometers. 2 females through so far, waiting for the third, who we would probably expect is Fabiola. We did see just a really brief shot of her in the descent, didn't we?
Coming down.
Yeah, and she's a pretty good descender. So it does look like it's stretching out here in the women's field. I mean, we kind of predicted it with Katie, obviously the favorite by a long way, and that she would just kind of stretch out the field. But I think it's terrific to see Sunmaya kind of staying with it, you know, going with it. She's not, you know, she's not losing a lot for sure.
No, and yeah, she has immense potential, and the fact that so far today she's actually racing to her full potential is extremely exciting. There she is, ladies and gentlemen, Fabiola Conti.
Fantastic.
In third place, about what, 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes back from Sunmaya Buddha.
Yeah, she's going to come through that checkpoint in just a few seconds, and we'll pick her up.
Let's look at how she's doing.
Every number has a timing chip attached to it, picked up by those receivers, giving us our live time.
All right, now she's good. Like, there's a bit of a smile on her face. Perfect. That's what we like to see. She's in control.
Mm-hmm.
It's on. quick transition as well.
Wow,
Did she even refill water?
I think she just grabbed water from the table.
All right.
Yep. Just a jinx. She was happy with what she's carrying, and she's moving off. So third female just through the aid station, 8 minutes 21 seconds behind our leader, Katie Scheid.
And so that's about a 3-minute gap between her and Sunmaya.
Oye, ¿dónde estamos ahora, macho? Porque este sitio la verdad es que es impresionante. Hay unas vistas que lo flipas.
Pues sí, la verdad que las vistas son espectaculares. Nos encontramos en el fuerte de Col de Ladrones, una fortaleza de defensa militar que era del siglo pasado, del siglo XVII y del siglo XVIII, y la verdad que ahora mismo pues la podemos ver así un poquito abandonada, ¿no?, en ruinas, pero es espectacular, ¿no?
¿Y nunca se ha utilizado después de que dejó de ser fortaleza militar? Nada.
No, a mitad del siglo XX dejó de utilizarse, después de toda la parte de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, y nada, desde entonces...
¿Y está vacía?
Está vacía completamente, y la verdad es que no...
Sí. ¿Y
hay visitas guiadas,
¿sí?
Pero que se hacen desde el Ayuntamiento de Canfrán y nada más.
¿Y de quién es? ¿Es propiedad privada o algo así?
Es una propiedad privada de los mismos dueños, que son el Hotel Santa Cristina, que lo tenemos ahí abajo, y donde sale la carrera vertical.
Ah, mira. Oye, pues la verdad es que el entorno, en la ubicación donde está puesto es espectacular, es brutal, vamos, o sea, sí. Es impresionante. Y además tienes la entrada del Valle de Izas, o sea, sí. que es precisamente por el motivo por el que estamos aquí, ¿no?
Efectivamente, aquí estamos en la entrada del Valle de Izas, que es ese valle que veis ahí al fondo. Es un valle muy largo, de casi 10 kilómetros, también glaciar, pero más largo que el Valle de Livondeib.
Sí.
Y bueno, pues aquí tienen lo que es la segunda subida, los de la Long, ¿no? ¿Esta te la has estudiado bien?
Bueno, voy a ver si no fallo, porque la última vez... Pero vamos, aquí vienen de la Moleta, bajan una bajada preciosa por otro ibón también,
¿no? El
Ibón de Iserias y tal, y luego tienes la subidita del Ibón de Iserias que parece una tontería, pero que pica para arriba mucho, bastante. Sí. Y llegas a la Cascada de las Negras, ¿verdad?
Correcto. Y ahí empieza pues este sector.
¿Por qué se llama Las Negras? ¿Por qué se llama la Cascada de las Negras?
La verdad es que siempre se ha llamado la Cascada de las Negras.
¿Ah, sí?
No te sé decir.
¿Ah? Bueno, pues oye...
Hombre, la piedra es muy negra, es muy oscura, pero no sé si será por eso, pero no te sé decir más.
Y luego tienes 5 kilómetros, casi 6 kilómetros, ¿no? 5 kilómetros 900 y pico metros de subida hasta el Pico Rollo.
Correcto, hasta el collado del Pico Rollo, por la canal sur del Pico Rollo.
Sí.
Y bueno, la verdad es que aunque tenga una pendiente media de más o menos del 12% este segmento, es bastante llano hasta que llegas a la última parte, que es donde de verdad está. Hombre, ese repechito.
Mira, pues desde que entras en el Valle de Izas hasta lo que es el Pico Rollo son 700, casi 750 metros de desnivel. Yo te diría que
400 están al final, ¿no?
sí, es una locura, porque al principio parece que todo va fenomenal, pero luego pica para arriba que da gusto.
Pica para arriba, también una de las vistas más bonitas de todo el recorrido, cuando llegas ahí y te asomas hacia el otro valle.
Bueno, es espectacular,
Bueno, y luego la bajada a Formigal.
Y luego se baja a Formigal por otro ibón,
por otro ibón, el de la Pazuso,
precioso
o sea, y directos.
Es que esto es un no parar de entorno alucinante. O sea que vamos a disfrutar del Valle de Izas, que merece la pena, y nos vamos luego al siguiente punto.
Perfecto.
Okay, back with you here at the 25.6 kilometer aid station. Our fourth female just come through the checkpoint, 10 minutes 54 seconds back.
And I can see your fifth here, Sylvia Notskar, at the aid station.
Exactly, Sylvia Notskar just coming now. So Annelise, you say Annelise Rousset?
Annelise Rousset, yes.
And then Sylvia Notskar.
Oh, actually, that's right. Okay.
Through in fifth place. So Sylvia Notskar, 12 minutes 14 seconds behind.
Oh, there we go. Who's coming up?
Yes, well, yeah.
You had called it. She did extremely well. Patient start and moving up the field, ladies and gentlemen. The one and only Martina Valmasoi.
Wow, she has moved up the field, hasn't she?
She has.
Wow,
that's
fantastic.
fantastic.
And she's super, super good on technical running too. So, you know, we expect any technical sections, she's going to make ground in the descents. 13 minutes, 08 behind. Time of 2 hours, 41 minutes at this point. 6th female, Martina Valmasoi. Fantastic running.
And as we said, I anticipated her to move up the field, but not that quickly, not that early.
Well, she was 28th. I saw her at the early checkpoint.
And now currently in 6th place.
Yeah.
What a comeback. Beautiful.
Yeah, great move up the field. Yeah, to be honest, she was at 10th at the 14.9K checkpoint. But still, yeah, she's...
moving up and looking good. She had a smile on her face.
Yeah.
Controlled, perfect. She's followed closely by Hilary Girardi from France.
Okay, playing out in the same way, isn't it? Those positions 5 to 10, always close. And I did see a US runner coming through, and I think we've got Richard back out on the trail.
Hi everybody, this time we are inside the aid station at the 30-kilometer mark here at Anayet Formigal. You can see already all of the different teams' support crews are getting ready and preparing their tables with all of the support and the goodies for the runners as they arrive. So many countries represented here. Just over on the left we've got the teams from Romania. Very warm welcome to them. Just moving backwards we've got teams all the way from Mauritius, of course, the amazingly beautiful island off the east coast of Africa. I've raced there once in my life. It's very, very pretty. Coming back through, we've got teams from Ukraine. Very warm welcome to them. We've got teams from Slovakia, from Sweden, of course, who did so well in the short trail race yesterday. Teams from Hong Kong, Zhou Sanlei. Hello to teams from Hong Kong, China, and all the other teams getting ready. I want to show you a couple of other fun things. Here's the Team USA table. As usual, very, very organized, and a few fun names to look out for in the race. ZM, any guesses? Of course, Zach Miller, very famous name in the race today. Here's another one, a whole chair laid out for somebody called Katie. Any guesses? Of course, that's Katie Scheid. And another whole chair laid out for somebody called Jim. I wonder who that is. I'm sure everybody watching will be excited to see some of these top names in the race when they arrive here in the aid station in the coming minutes. We'll be live from here very soon, but for now, we're handing back to you guys in the studio.
Oh, well, thanks, Richard, for those.
Richard, how many Frenchies do you need at the front to show the French team and how they're getting organized? Like, we're all about the US team. There's one runner at the front. Come on.
Good goal, man. But we definitely need to update you on who's coming through the aid station in front of...
And actually, we do have images there.
Wow, we do have images. Wow, fantastic. But yes, top 10 females now all through the aid station.
There you go.
Rosa Maria Lara from Spain coming through in 9th place. Honoka Akayama still there, 8th place for Japan. You mentioned just as we went, as we cut to Richard, Hilary Girardi through for France in 7th place. Let's go further back. Elisa Kristindotter from Iceland there in 10th place, and Shea Aquilano from the USA in 11th. Andrea Kolbensdotter from Iceland. So Iceland got two right up there in the mix. Ida Nilsson back in 13th.
However, Iceland, I'm cutting you just for a second.
Yeah, cut me.
I think they only have 2 runners. Which is a shame because those 2 runners are up high and doing pretty well. But I think on the list I only saw 2 of them.
I can check that for you actually. Let's see. My.
So here on the screen, I'm actually struggling to see who that could be, because I would say, like, from the colors, it's a French runner and Christian Minogio. But would they have actually passed everyone, or are we not looking at the front pack? Because when they went through, Vincent Bouillard and Christian Minogio, that's what I believe it is, but they were in 5th and 6th. And so maybe we, the drone pilot, have missed our front runners. Let's see what we get here. No, this might be an attempt at seeing Katie. Could it be Katie Scheid leading the women's race here? Oh, no. That is Jim and Petter. Yes. And Benjamin Rubiol has fallen back, unless this is not Benjamin and this is Louison Coiffet, but only one Frenchie now is up at the front.
Okay,
and it's good to see Petter Engdahl still holding on. It is a remake in these early hours of OCC, except that Petter could not quite keep up with Jim's pace eventually and fell back. So let's see if things change in this situation. But on that climb, they did open a bit of a gap on our third place male, and that again is hard to tell from this place. Oh, yeah, no, actually, I should be able. Looking at the shoes, if the shoes are white, that is actually Benjamin Rubiol.
Sorry, Salomon, yeah, right. Yeah, fantastic.
There are so many hints, we just need to pick them up.
I've got some good news for you here, Martin. Look, 3 runners from Iceland in the women's race.
Ah, great. That's good to hear. Thanks for correcting me. I'm glad.
Let's hope that good Fina Bjornsdotter is having a good race. And do you know why they have...
no, I was going to ask,
but have Dotter.
Is Dottir...
Dotter means daughter, like the daughter of Bjorn. That's what... Correct me if I'm wrong.
Knowledge drop,
folks
people.
from Iceland, yeah.
And look at that ridge section. That is actually super cool. And see, that was enough for Benjamin Rubiol to just close the gap right away.
Yeah.
So let's keep that in mind for the rest of the other technical sections. As much as Jim and Peter are comfortable on this, Benjamin Rubiol was actually able to close the gap very quickly. So maybe Louison Coiffet did pay a little bit the price of an effort to close the gap and rejoin the lead group.
Were we able to pan out to see him coming through, or we've just got the top 3 there?
We just got the top 3.
Got the top 3.
Does it get any better than that?
Stunning.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is why these athletes have chosen trail running. Actually, Benjamin Rubiol dropping down on maybe a little bit of a trail.
I think he's either done some amazing recce, but he seems to know this course inside out.
He can read the mountain really, really well and choosing the smoothest path. Because, I mean, it looked better on the drone shot for these runners to be on the ridge, but if you can find an easier, smoother trail, by all means, as long as it's on the course, you got to take it.
And I go back to the point about being second or third is an advantage at this stage of the race.
It's stay put. Gemma Renas here, one of the veterans of the women's Spanish team, in control. And as we have more runners coming through, still I think you've got a point, Jono. Benjamin Rubiol is purposely staying a little bit further back from our top front runners, just staying in contact but not being pulled by their pace or their trajectory. Having them 10-15 meters ahead gives him the opportunity to pick the best possible trajectory.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very smart racing, very smart racing.
Coming up to 2 hours, 50 minutes in, getting close to that 3-hour mark. We could probably say close to 1/3 distance. I kind of feel that middle section is going to be a bit of a key point in the race.
It's going to be a whole lot more runnable.
With fatigue in the legs as well, and how well you've managed that first section. But I think all 3 of them look great to me.
Oh yeah. No surprise to see them up there. Although I did say that I thought Petter would be a bit more spent from his recent CCC. So let's see if he can keep it up, and if he does, that will be extremely impressive.
Yeah, that's a big double.
Yeah.
I think Courtney is the queen of the doubles, of the triples.
Yeah, but then it cost you. It cost you, and we've seen that. Yeah, I don't know. Something is up with Peter.
He's not looking quite so smooth on the technical stuff.
And usually he is one of the smoothest runners. See, he tripped a little bit here. Like his arms are all over the show. Something's up. I hope the shoes are okay. See, his arms are so up high. It almost feels like
a bit of tension in the upper body. Good spot.
And see, just like that, Benjamin Rubiolo would just like, seriously, guys, like I didn't do anything. He just caught up with them without even trying.
Yeah, and that's all extra energy that Peter's spending, you know, and that's there'll be payback later on.
But that traverse is something else. But yeah, this is starting to shape up in the men's race, and we had the first let's call it collateral damage of doing those back-to-back races with Francesco Pupi falling back in the rankings. I don't think he's going to get to the end. To be fair, this was expected. The way he raced CCC, that thing just takes too much out of you.
Yeah, well, we'll see with Peter, obviously, but
yeah.
I mean, there were a few people asking the question at the time. You know, can you legitimately do that double, especially on a course like today's one? This is definitely one to be respected. Can we give a quick update on the team scores, because you know Francesco wants to, you know, he'll want to be in the race for the Italian team. So it's not. You know, he'll have to reset his focus, you know, and as you said, you know, it's going to be tough for him to get through when he legitimately had, you know, he would have come into this knowing that he had a great shot to win it.
But surely the Italian team has more runners that could take over from.
Yeah, they'll come. We haven't seen them. We haven't kind of highlighted them yet on the list. But Italy at the moment in third position on the teams, currently through the 25.68 kilometer aid station.
Sorry, I'm cutting. But look at this. It is an absolute wall. You'd expect to see mountain goats just crossing right with where these runners are. I mean, this is full-blown wall. They're all double pulling. This is definitely 25 to 30% grade. What a course. And again, you were saying this, that the race director who was in charge of designing the course was known to make them extremely hard, and it shows here again. And I'm glad to see, look at this, very slightly, but Jim is pulling away from it. And we know he's done a whole lot of work on his vertical skills, on his climbing skills. He's broken a record that wasn't a soft record on a VK course. What was that? A couple of weeks prior, 3 weeks prior to UTMB, and it surprised a lot of people, myself included, that on about a half an hour effort, all out on a steep slope, he could actually pull it off.
Yeah, that's this is crazy.
And it shows here, like, you know, obviously you're using poles and everything, but yeah, it shows that he's gotten so much more comfortable on that kind of terrain, which admittedly is harder for American runners because those kind of trails are far less accessible, or you need to go off trail. But again, because many times in the US you are in national parks, it is actually technically not allowed to be out there or even to cut switchbacks. We've seen a lot of controversy with runners, I forgot his name, who was going after an FKT and now has been actually like taken to court. I
thought you were going to say Kilian Jornet.
No, an American runner taken to court because he actually had broken a rule, which is like in a national park, you have to stay on trails. So that makes it a bit harder for Americans to train on the terrain like this, and probably explains what we were talking about at the beginning, where a lot of the American ladies are coming to France.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and basing themselves. In fact, man, this is super.
That's nuts. I mean,
and you can be knocking rocks down on. On the guys behind you as well.
And I think it's going to be a bit of a shock to the system to whichever runner is actually not a true mountain runner, because not a whole lot of people actually get the chance to be in such areas, such gnarly areas.
Yeah, this is pretty. This is very extreme, and rumor has it that the course organizer, Alex Varela, wanted to make the course harder, so he was pulled back. He was reined in.
I don't know how much harder you can
imagine
make
what it might have been. Yeah, and we have
an ice axe as mandatory equipment.
Yeah, and when you do have to, you do have to keep in mind, this is a world championship, and we want to make courses which are hard and challenging for all, and you have to be prepared to do them. But we have to keep in mind that it is, at the end of the day, it's a running race. Well, I was wondering when the top was going to come.
There we go. Here's the pass, and just like this, they're across from the shadows to the sunny side. And I hope the drone's going to have enough time to see, because I'm guessing if it's super steep, just as steep on the other side, man, we're in for a bit of a show. I think that Cole surprised as well. How her drone pilot is like, oh no.
Yeah, and then they're going to be dropping down to those two lakes there.
So that descent is going to be short and sweet.
There we go, picking up the trail now. We'll pick up our runners shortly.
Here we go. Jim still holding onto his poles, trying to put them away, but carefully.
That might be one case where you might need the poles right the way to the top, and even even what about descending with poles? Because sometimes athletes do like to use the poles to kind of give a bit of an extra kind of support on technical downhills as well. Not that common, but I have seen people that really do use poles all the time. Also use them on downhills.
More so on a 100-mile distance, because you really want to save your legs a little more. But here again, and it's not because I'm French, but see, Jim is still carrying his poles. Peter was still carrying his poles. Benjamin Rubiol had enough time to fold them away, put them in the quiver, and have his arms free for that descent. He's in control. He's doing it right, and he's showing why 2 years ago he pulled off the gold at the World Championship, and he's back with clearly the intention of defending his title, and so far in really good position to do so.
Yeah, he's staying really present. He's really thinking about what's coming up ahead and anticipating things, and not just reacting to it. Yeah, and let's not forget, defending champion, and that was a tough course as well. Had a heap of climbing.
Oh no, I take that back. He's got him in his hand. He's making me lie. He's got them folded in his left hand.
Oh man, I'm not even gonna make a call on that one.
too many pixels. I apologize. I'm telling lies right away.
I can't see poles here.
No? We'll see. But yeah.
Put your vote in the chat. Has he got poles?
Well, what's interesting, and I got to say, it is worth mentioning, is that the ability that Jim has developed over his time spent in Ariège-Beaufort in the Alps really, really shows. Like, he's moving extremely smoothly, and just like that, they've opened up a gap on Peter Engdahl, where once again, this kind of terrain usually suits him.
Yeah. Jim looks so good.
So perhaps again, his, feeling in the legs, the effort he provided 3 weeks ago at CCC, and look at Jim. Like, he's definitely putting a bit of an effort there, trying to shake out Benjamin on that rolling part. But Benjamin is not letting go, just keeping his distances, but as we say, not letting the elastic break between them two.
Yeah, exactly. And good comment in the chat as well. You know, I forgot to mention that descending with poles, you see it more back in the pack. You don't see it quite so much at the front end. Not when they're going that fast.
You're right to mention.
And breaking a light pair of carbon poles can be pretty costly. You're looking at 300 or 400 euros for a set of poles.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! They're starting to race, ladies and gentlemen. They've been running solid up until now, but this is a clear attack by the American runner on that more runnable section. Jim Walmsley is now, maybe he looked back and saw that Peter was having a bit of a low point, like they've opened a gap on him, and so he's
skipping away. Look at
putting the pressure on, and so far Benjamin Rubiol is the only one able to respond to that change of pace.
So Benjamin's going to close up on any of the more technical parts, but Jim wants to put that's his strength. That's where he wants to put the pressure on. You know, he wants everybody to run his race. He doesn't want them to get comfortable.
Oh, yeah, and thank you in the chat, up and running. Indeed, he ran OCC, not CCC, obviously, because I just said it earlier. At the beginning of OCC, it was a Jim and Peter show until Peter actually faded a little bit. So thanks for the correction. Appreciate that. Keeping us accurate.
And these are the sorts of descents that can mess your legs up as well, where it does sort of open up. It's not that steep here, but yeah, this is where you can get the pounding of the legs. Multiple climbs, multiple descents.
And that's where the leg conditioning comes into play. If you've done the work,
muscular endurance. That's absolutely key. Oh, here's Jim. What's Jim lost?
He keeps dropping stuff.
Yeah. Well, he's had about 3 or 4 frustrated kind of.
And appreciate the gentleman act of Benjamin Rubiol. He's obviously not going to stop, but he still looked back, making sure that Jim was okay.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
very good sportsmanship.
A lot of camaraderie. Yeah. It almost looked like Benjamin kind of took the foot off the gas just a little bit, you know.
These are still early days, early kilometers, early hours, 3 hours into the race. So as you were saying, Jono, it's about a third in. So there's plenty of ground to cover. And again, if you were with us and remember the race that Benjamin Rubiol did at the 2023 World Championships, we barely saw him until the very last climb, where he put on a surge, took the lead, and from that on was never to be seen again. Seeing him up at the front is a statement that he is definitely here and he means business and he's in top form, but I don't think he's going to start racing too early.
Yeah, no, for sure. Apologies if you're picking up some of the background noise. We're kind of doing our best not to make it too intrusive for you here on the English live feed.
Okay, so if you actually could, let us know in the chat if there's any noise pollution, because this is probably something we can feed back to the studio and correct, so you don't need to listen to any things that is not necessary, and we'll try to correct that. So we're trying our best, but sometimes we may not listen, may not hear what's going on. So yeah, by all means, if there's something that is off, let us know, and we'll do our best to correct that. Yeah. Here, you see, Jim has opened up a little bit, and Benjamin Rubiol chose not to respond. He's probably assuming that this pace is as fast as he should be going right now.
Yeah, shout out to Aaron from the Australian manager. He said also one of his jackets was used in the uphill race as well.
Oh wow! Okay, so that comes as an expensive commodity. You know, if you could be standing at the start again, who wants a jacket?
Fastest. That jacket's gone in a while. Also some news out in the track saying that it's getting pretty warm out there. The day is heating up.
Did we get a temperature update?
It's getting hot. I didn't have the. I think we had something on the screen.
Oh! That's not what we like to see. A flock of sheep. Oh no, these are cows. Oh, that's good. These are cows. Because in the Pyrenees,
you don't want them following sheep.
no. But no, these are. Wait a minute. No, these are sheep. Because the sheep dogs here in the Pyrenees are absolutely lethal, and the absolute ultimate rule. And look at, there is a dog. It's a dark dog here. So I hope the shepherd is around, because we've had a recent attack on the runner, and that was ugly. And see, Benjamin Rubiol knows it extremely well, and so he kept an eye on that dog. That could do a whole lot more damage than a wasp nest that is not accounted for on the course. So I'm glad these two gentlemen could go through it, and I hope the shepherd is here to move that flock of sheep away from the course as far as possible. Because again, those sheepdogs. See, Benjamin is looking again. That dog must be barking quite hard. Whew. See, he even almost tripped. Because yes. Ooh. I actually admittedly got extremely scared for these runners, and I still am for whoever is coming next. Oh, look at this, taking advantage
who's coming through
of the descent again. Louison Coiffet, another teammate in the national team, and look at that, they're going to regroup, have a bit of a chat, and carry on together. All right, Jono, this is an important thing here we need to keep in mind, because the last 6Ks of the race are all downhill. And so if Louison can actually make a difference on the rest of the field in those descents, this is something we're going to be needing to keep in mind.
Yeah, he's got wheels on the downhill. I notice how he's using his arms for balance as well. His core and his lower body is very stable, but he's using the arms to kind of compensate for any of the technical ground that he's running over. Taking on a bit of fluid, a good chance to take on some fuel as you're in the easier parts of the descent.
And actually, we got a reference here in the chat as I was talking about the sheepdog. Stefan Wenk is saying, Jono, do you remember the dog in Bursa?
Thanks, Stefan. No, there were two dogs, actually.
There were two?
Yeah. You talked about the cows yesterday, the cow.
Yeah. And so enlighten us, because I know where the reference, but can you tell us what happened there?
Yeah, out on the course, wrecking the course a couple of days before the World Mountain Running Championships out in Bursa in Turkey. A couple of dogs came out. I was alone, and they had a go at me. So I had the marks to prove it.
Louison actually didn't quite stick with Benjamin Rubiol. Benjamin is probably trying to really look after himself and not create too much damage on the legs at this early stage, while obviously Louison Coiffet is feeling more comfortable. He still has a lot of spring in his legs.
Brilliant.
So maybe he is comfortable with that pace.
Yeah, brilliant shots coming into the 30-kilometer aid stations. Look at the crowds on each side of it. This is absolutely stunning. So let's go to Richard to have some action from inside the aid station.
Here we are at the aid station, 30-kilometer mark. Jim Walmsley leading the runners into the aid station, closely followed behind the two French runners, Benjamin Rubiol, Louison Coiffet. Here they come. 1, 2, 3. All tightly packed together. We're going to go straight into the aid station now and find out how they're getting on with their changeover. Here he comes, Jim Walmsley, straight in. Right ahead of us here, Team USA. Just over here on the left, we're going to see the two French runners arrive. Benjamin Rubiol, Louison Coiffet over on Team France, just there to the side. Let's get a little closer. Here's Jim getting ready. Bottles going in. Great job by the support crew again, all prepared. Jim's looking amazing as usual. The French runners coming through now. Benjamin and Louison. Bravo, allez, allez. And here comes Jim. Let's head back outside. There they go, heading up the mountain. All together, 1, 2, and 3. They came in pretty much together. Jim was in first. He's lost 20 seconds maybe only on the two French runners who are incredibly fast coming through that checkpoint. And up they go all together for what's going to be about 400 meters of uphill climb. Fairly runnable, fairly fast. Let's see if they can stay together as a pack for the next section of the race. Over on the left side, we're seeing Peter Engdahl now come down for Team Sweden. Looking really nice and strong also coming into this aid station. We can head back in and see Team Sweden. Here he comes, Peter Engdahl. Okay, that's Peter Engdahl right here. Vincent Bouillard coming in to the aid station, the third French runner. We can come straight back in and check on his progress. Here's Vincent already getting ready over on the left here with the French team. Great support from them again today. Here's Christian Minoggio coming out for Team Italy. Christian coming out first. And here's Vincent. So Christian and Vincent leaving exactly together as they head up in 4th and 5th place. Incredibly exciting here at the checkpoint as we await the rest of the top 10 men's runners. Nobody coming through at the moment on the mountain, but you can see just how much drama, how much excitement and how much energy there is here at the checkpoint in Formigal, with so many teams doing their best to get ready for the arrivals of their runners. We'll hand it back to you guys in the studio for a moment and then, of course, come back as soon as we see the next runners arrive.
Oh, thank you so much. Great to see those images in there. Great to see those images from Richard and the camera crew there in the aid station.
Yeah, and there's a few things that we noticed. I'm glad we're back with the women's race with Katie Scheid leading still. But then Peter Engdahl was a little further back, and we saw him, we saw two signs basically for us reading the images. Was one, he was taking coke, and that's quite early to be taking coke in, so it means he's not quite on top of things. And he's maybe needing a little bit of an extra kick with quick sugar, and also he's tapping his quads a little bit as well. And then to me, that is an indication where the legs are actually not maybe fully responding, which again, not surprising. Having raced a hard 60K not so long ago. So, I mean, obviously some people can pull it out because so far Jim's looking fantastic, and Christian Minoggio is also coming back strong. But we'll see if that comes about.
Yeah, it's so cool seeing these shots with Katie Scheid coming up the wall. I think that's a good name for it. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's even a trail there, but you can see you can see she's really now pushing down on the poles. She's really, and that's where the length of the poles comes into it. Double poling, you know, look how high up she's reaching with the poles, maybe even too high. But
a bit high, so
yeah. But that's also the thing on really technical terrain like that. You know, you don't often have the choice of exactly where you can push the pole in if there's rocks on each side of you.
Just to carry on with the update, because there's 3 runners who came within 15 seconds of each other. Adam Peterman in 7th, Peter Fragno in 8th, and then Andrzej Witek in 9th at the aid station. So they are all together, which is going to lead for a few swaps in the positions, I believe, in the top 10.
Okay, back to Katie. Yeah. I mean, it's really hard to look good going up something like this.
No, but I second what you feel, because I think we're all watching the same thing, and it looks slow. It looks like she's not moving. But again, that was such a wall that she's just covering ground, just moving nice and strong. But it shows like how an athlete of her caliber is going through that section. So, I mean, of all the other ones that I can think about, maybe only Annelise Rousset from France and Martina Valmassoy could actually match that pace. For all the other female runners, it's gonna look like they're going backwards.
That's yeah, but I really like what she's doing. Like, she's just checking up ahead. She's just making sure she's on the easiest line to
best possible trajectory.
Line to go up.
That's right.
Yeah, and so she's definitely looking good, looking confident.
Yeah, those sections that are extremely hard, where you need to navigate and make your way up like this, I think she's doing exactly what's right. You don't get excited. You just cover the ground. Don't waste too much energy by slipping and sliding on those loose rocks, or getting excited and then losing track of the best possible trajectory. So again, she knows what she's doing. And it's not accident that she's finding herself in the lead right now.
Yeah, and look, if you spend an extra 20 or 30 seconds on a climb like this, you'll make more of it back on the descent. As long as you've saved your energy. Yeah, this last section is really something else.
Yeah.
But Katie's checked out the course, so she'll know this was coming up, and it's something we come back to it. But it's so important, isn't it, to know what's in store for you, and then have the chance to go back and train for it.
And looking back to the conversation we had about nutrition earlier, like also accounting for this. Like, you don't want to be having to down a gel in the middle of that. So you're coming to that section, you're going to front load, eat enough calories that are going to power you up the entire way, and then back down across before you need to actually eat quite a bit again. So this is why you do your pacing plan. As you said, you recce the route, you know how long it's going to take, the difficulties coming up, and then based on your pacing plan, then you roll down the nutrition plan and account for those big changes. I like that, even though she's in the lead right here, she is looking back. She's trying to gauge if anybody's creeping up on her. But if anything, she's creeping up on the gentleman ahead.
And also, I think, just making sure that, as you look back, you see how far you've climbed in such a short period of time as well.
There we go. That's it. It's coming to an end.
There we go, over the top.
Well, we have spectators coming up.
If Katie puts those poles away.
And, we're talking about shepherds here with that long single wooden stick coming up. Probably another local shepherd, to come to cheer on the runners.
Okay.
And see, again, she's taking the time, but within 20, 30 seconds, the poles are away, and she's free to have arm swing and hold on to whatever could be needed.
Yeah, Katie won't be far away from that 30-kilometre aid station where we saw Richard, and Look, Martin, how many times do you get the chance to see the inside workings of an aid station at a major event on camera for everyone to see? You know,
Well,
often they're you know,
we actually do quite a lot. To be fair,
they do, but just to see how well organized it is with all the tables laid out, all the teams have a different system for how they manage it. But you know, look, I always find it fascinating insight, and I mean, if your Swedish was up to scratch, we'd know exactly what was going on with.
Well, and that's the thing, and you know, the way it's laid out for world champs is actually very unique, because there's so many different nations that you need to account for all these different tables and offer every single nation the equal amount of space for the crew to be there. So it is actually quite a bigger logistical challenge, because usually, you know, you've got far fewer spots and the front teams are there and then they leave. And then the next team come in and then they leave. And so we have much more room for the live broadcast to have the cameras actually right into it, and we can actually peek and listen to what's going on. Where, like here, Richard was a bit far and we couldn't quite catch what was being said. And sometimes even if you don't understand the language, you can see the body language and the tone of voice that these athletes use. And you can usually get a few hints. But man, look at Katie as she's flowing down. It's beautiful to watch. She is on top of everything, and just like Tove yesterday, she will be extremely hard to beat today. Like, she's making no mistakes.
Yeah, quick course check just to go around that rock.
Yeah,
but she's looking so smooth. And like,
she's looking super smooth again, and yeah, as I said, making no mistakes. She gets to the top, putting the poles away, because here she needed both her hands to go through those two rocks, and she had the freedom to do so. And yeah.
Yeah, again, you can see the cap sort of lifting up, so she's checking up ahead, you know, navigating, and then checking back down, you know, to cover the ground as efficiently as possible.
Absolute masterclass, and looking back at what was happening at the aid station at Formigal, we had Miguel Arsenio, who should be showing up in the rankings because we saw him on the images. Still doesn't show. Apologize for that.
So we've got top 13. Zach Miller's just come through the aid station at.
So he did refresh for you.
At 30.
Well done.
Yeah. What do you got?
Yeah, it just showed up. So we actually missed a few runners because Hugh Chatfield, Baptiste Chassang, Zach Miller, and Robin Giaguet went through, and so the next bunch that we saw on the images, there we go. Miguel Arsenio is now showing up, so he's in 14th position right now.
Yeah, it was. And we haven't mentioned Hugh Chatfield. He's having a great run.
Yep.
Just hovering around that 10th or 11th place. We've got 11th in front of 10th on our screen, but it's we'll run with that.
Oh yeah, true.
But yeah, I had a couple of comments, or a comment about the aid station layout, and only being allowed to have three people to support inside the aid station. Or up to 4, I'm being told. Oh, hello, Sarah. She's just been joined by Sarah Rowell, the WMRA technical delegate for the event. So she's corrected me on the number that are allowed to be in the aid station. 4 people allowed maximum, and. I remember I was watching Dylan Bauman question why so few are allowed inside the aid station, but I think just
4 people is already a lot.
4 people's a lot, yeah. Just to keep away, you know. I mean, you don't want to have chaos in there, and I've certainly been involved at a certain race around Mont Blanc where when you're inside the aid station, it's absolute chaos trying to find your runners. It's okay.
There we go. So narrowing it down so we have a full understanding of it is like 4 people, but essentially breaking it down to 2 people, 2 crew for the men and 2 crew for the women, especially because I'm guessing if all the nations, if they have 2 each, the men and the women are probably going to be so spread out that the 2 men are probably going to have to shoot off to the next aid station, while the people crewing for the women might stick around for a little longer. So that probably explains also why there's those 4 people and who they are allocated. too. So here we still have this drone shot, an indication of where Katie Scheid, our female leader, is on your race profile.
Men showing on the race profile, well into that, well into the third climb of the day.
Yeah. Bit of a mixed context here. We're having the female leader here, and we're showing the mains. But sorry, I got confused.
Yeah, but great to be following Katie on the course and get to see how smooth and how
and on that
kind
section,
of relaxed she is too.
On that section, I'm actually looking forward to seeing the split between her and Sunmaya Buddha, because Sunmaya Buddha is an excellent technical runner, and I know she will be opening up in that long descent. That there's a quad blaster. It might be a mistake, but she might be still too green to look after herself, and she might let loose quite a bit on the way down to that aid station. And by that time, I really hope that the flock of sheep is away and those sheepdogs are far from the course.
I knew you were gonna.
I've been traumatized. I've seen the photos of a French runner recently who has been attacked by sheepdogs, and those claw marks in that poor runner's legs are frightening.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you're plenty of free sheepdogs in New Zealand too, Martin. When you're out, they tend to be pretty well behaved.
They're called the Patou, the Berger des Pyrénées, and those ones look more like bears than dogs, or the ones that are being used. Because essentially in New Zealand, you get no predator for the flock. So those sheepdogs are actually to herd them on the mountains, as opposed to those ones here are like basically borderline feral and only raised to keep the bears away. So obviously those bears in the Pyrenees are now like gone, reintroduced, but the original species of bear, the endemic species of bear is gone, and they're reintroducing them. So they're here to protect. They have a very different role. And their eyesight also is terrible, so they can detect motion from really far. And so they're like, oh, okay, so they need to actually run to that whatever is moving very quickly, get close to it, and then to actually see from the close and sniff. So if you actually encounter a sheepdog, they will come to you, but it's not an attack. They'll come to check you out. And so you need to stay calm, not move, not make big movements, and let them come and sniff you, realize you're not a threat, and then you walk away very slowly, you keep you calm, and this is the best attitude to have. But obviously, if you're not educated to, that could be extremely scary.
Yeah, absolutely. So we will call Sarah to come in and have a chat with us.
There we go.
Would you like to take over, or I'll do the honors?
No. You guys stay on.
I would like to invite Sarah Rowell here, the technical delegate for the WMRA. We're going to watch Katie Scheid come into the 30-kilometer aid station. And Sarah, thank you very much for joining us here on the live feed, English live feed here at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. Your role has been one of let's not say high stress, but yeah, you've been instrumental in the organisation of these championships over the last 2 years here in Canfranc in Spain. Maybe you could just tell us a little bit about the dynamics of that, given that it's an event that is a partnership between mountain and trail running.
Thanks, Jonathan, and yeah, it's great to be here, and it's great to finally have the races underway. The partnership goes back to bringing together what was the original WMRA World Championship and the IAU ITRA World Championship, because when we looked at it, the runners wanted to do both, and the calendar was becoming too complicated. So we were able to create the one championship with for the seniors, the 4 different races. And to work in partnership with IAU and ITRA, and now also World Athletics, really to try, on the one hand, while respecting still the culture of our sport, but to enable a proper championship with proper recognition for our very best runners.
Absolutely, and Katie Scheid just being picked up by our camera bike. She's hitting the downhill ski slope through those drainage channels, and she'll be joining Richard, I'm sure, at the aid station shortly. We haven't picked up on our second place female runner just yet, but we'll let you know the situation as soon as she comes into our shot and comes through the timing screens. Now, Sarah, what about you? Actually, it was very helpful having you here when you were, because you corrected us about the number of staff who were able to join the runners in the aid station. So 2 per team for the male runners and 2 per team for female runners. And what about, we've had some comments about some of the rules and regulations related to the event, which people are not familiar with, because a World Championships doesn't come around very often. Have you experienced that out on the tracks today with people that maybe aren't normally familiar with a World Championship event and having to explain the situations?
Yeah, for the uphill, we had one unfortunate occasion of a runner who managed to get into the start line without formally going through the call room, and obviously he wasn't allowed to appear in the results. So yeah, that's a big example that runners who do the more commercial races aren't used to a formal call room type procedure. But yeah, there are different things about when the athlete, I see Katie's carrying poles. There are certain times she can pick them up or she can drop them. We have very strict rules about when runners can get support, so the only time their teams can help them will be at Formigal and Candanchu. So the rules are all written down. Sometimes people just don't read them or understand them well enough compared to what, say, may happen in a commercial race.
Yeah, and we talked about the important role of the manager and how important it is for them to explain the details to their runners, and we talked about the use of the jacket in the uphill race. That was a decision based on safety, and you had already mentioned that it was written in the handbook that all of the teams get months before the event, that in the event of extreme weather there could be mandatory equipment to carry also in mountain running events. So yeah, maybe just a quick word about the handbook and the information that goes out to the teams.
One thing I will say about the uphill race, and it just shows still the spirit of our sport, that even though it had been in the handbook, some teams didn't have a jacket. I think even Hector, your colleague, gave.
So we're gonna cut to Richard. He's going to join us in the aid station as Katie comes through.
We're back at the aid station at the 30-kilometer mark at Formigal, waiting, of course, for the lead female runner in the World Mountain Trail Running Championships long course race, Katie Scheid of Team USA. She's going to be coming down any moment from the top of this ski resort, flying down the mountain, straight into the cafeteria area here and straight out the other side, just like we've seen the men. Looking up now, she's going to be coming down any moment. There's lots of excitement inside the room. We're going to go straight inside in a moment and join her as she does her pit stop here at the 30-kilometer mark. So Katie Scheid leading the female race. Looking up the mountain here. And we're seeing the blue t-shirt. In she comes. Huge support for her. Let's head inside to the Team USA support table. Straight in the door. Round the corner, a couple of the men coming out already. And here we are, right here, Team USA. Lots of waving here. Kate is coming around the corner. And in she goes. We're going to head back outside now with Katie. That's Katie Scheid leading the female race. A few of the men coming out alongside her trying to keep up, but she's heading straight up the mountain. A pretty efficient turnaround for her. She's got a few minutes cushion on the second placed runner, Sumaya Buddha of Nepal, in the female race, but she's come in and out. She's looking strong. She looked quite relaxed, quite composed in that aid station. She didn't rush things. She just took her time, talked with her team. A little bit tricky, of course, for her, because as soon as she arrived, two of her fellow Team USA male runners arrived just behind her, making it a little bit more difficult for her to get the full attention of her team. But it's tough when you're Team USA, Team France, Team Spain, Team Italy, with so many strong runners in the race, and they're trying to cope, of course, with looking after all of them in this very busy, slightly chaotic environment in the checkpoint aid station. But that's what makes mountain trail running so fun, so exciting. It's a whole team effort, remember, not just one runner to try and make this possible. And we're seeing that happen right now inside the aid station here at Formigal at the 30-kilometer mark of the long trail race. We'll hand back to you guys in the studio for a moment, and then we'll be back here shortly to see Sumaya Buddha of Nepal arrive as the second placed female. But for the time being, let's hand back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Richard, for those updates. It's fascinating to see what goes in the aid stations, and it looked like Grand Central Station in there, Sarah, with the two American runners coming in, and then Katie Scheid being supported by Jen Lichter. She was down to run. She was in the team, ready to start. She was out doing a last recce on the course, a training session. She fell and hurt herself, and I think it's just fantastic to see that she's out here supporting the runners, and that'll be huge for Katie to have that support.
Yeah, it's interesting talking also to the people from World Athletics, because they notice that there is such a more of a support and community among mountain and trail runners compared to, say, some of the track athletes. So, yeah, seeing athletes support each other, as you know, Jonathan, is part of our sport. And the aid stations, in putting on the event, you have to obviously find the right place that is big enough and has the protection to provide the aid station.
Well, just a quick slip there from Katie. We just saw her foot get caught in a rut there. They're quite hidden, some of those holes, because the grass is just covering them enough. So I hope she didn't do anything to her ankle there. She definitely stopped and then started walking there, now back to using the poles. So she's hitting that third climb. Looks to be okay to me. So yeah, it can be brutal out there. And you just mentioned, Jen Lichter falling while wrecking while doing her last scouting mission on the course. So look at that polka dot jersey out there for King of the Mountains. So it sounds like we're getting ready to jump to a video, but afterwards I'd like to talk to you about the role of World Athletics. But let's go quickly to the video.
Bueno, Carlos, ¿dónde estamos?
Pues mira, facilísimo de responder, porque este es un punto importante en la carrera desde un punto de vista estratégico y de distancia. Estamos justo a mitad camino, ¿eh? O sea que estamos ahí en el Ibón de Truchas, que es este lago que tenemos aquí detrás, que es espectacular de bonito, y aquí tenemos el avituallamiento del kilómetro 40, o sea que perfecto, ¿eh? Y la parte que más me gusta y por la que estoy, digamos, particularmente contento de estar aquí es porque hemos quitado la parte de Portalet, porque aquí el kilómetro 30 es en la Llet, ¿no? el avituallamiento.
La estación de esquí, en el parque de la Llet.
Exacto. Y toda la parte del Portalet era la parte que a mí no me acababa de convencer, ¿no? Que era un poco, creo que la parte menos bonita porque tampoco es que estuviera mal, pero era la parte menos bonita de la carrera. Y entonces ahora, pues por motivos completamente ajenos, además, ¿verdad? Sí. O sea, que la hemos cambiado y me parece que ha ganado muchísimo. Ahora venimos corriendo por aquella cresta de allí y creo que está infinitamente mejor. Son 10 kilómetros desde la Nayet hasta aquí y prácticamente 900 metros de desnivel positivo. O sea que yo creo que queda un tramo muy chulo. Y luego, pues a partir de aquí, los otros 40. ¿eh?
Sí, la verdad que ha quedado un sitio espectacular, ¿no? E ir por esa divisoria natural, ¿no? Entre España y Francia, entre los valles de Aneo y Canalroya, y sobre todo una característica muy importante, que vamos en mitad de dos restos volcánicos, de dos pitones volcánicos, que es el Mididosú, que es muy conocido, muy emblemático en el Pirineo, y también lo que es el pico de la Nayet, ¿no? Entonces es algo especial, muy característico de la zona y que, bueno, lo van a poder disfrutar con unas vistas espectaculares, 360 grados en el sitio en el que quieran, ¿no?
A mí me resulta muy sorprendente lo de cuando me lo has contado que hay restos volcánicos aquí y tal, me parece una cosa...
Sí, que geológicamente es de hace millones de años, pero sí que están los dos restos ahí muy característicos, que además lo van a ver en el terreno, que es completamente con mucho hierro, rojizo, luego está esa pizarra cuarteada vieja, o sea, la verdad es que es impresionante, ¿no? Ese recorrido. Estamos hablando de que suben a la cresta en la zona de Peña Blanca, pero es que luego van a ir enlazando tres piquitos bastante sencillos, simplemente es por la cresta ir pasando, pues la punta de Canalroya, la punta Bagüero, el pico de Malacara, donde ya bajan para llegar hasta Ibón de Truchas.
A mí me parece que ahora la carrera, o sea, es que es la típica pregunta que te hacen de cuál es la parte que más te gusta de la carrera y al final es que dices, oye, no lo sé, porque
no lo sé, ¿no?
Es todo bonito.
Bueno, o sea, eso es bueno, todo... a ver si lo pueden disfrutar, ¿no? Sobre todo los primeros.
Hombre, sería lo ideal, que pudieran ver un poco el paisaje y que disfrutasen del entorno, que yo creo que sí, o sea, una cosa es que vayas mirando el paisaje haciendo fotos y otra cosa es que disfrutes del paisaje, que yo creo que sí, confío que lo vayan a hacer. Yo creo que les va a encantar esta carrera. Así que vamos a seguir el siguiente tramo y vamos a seguir enseñando a la gente lo que espera a los corredores y a disfrutar con esto.
So, welcome back, Carlos and Alex, our course designers, telling us about this being potentially for them one of the most beautiful sections of the course. Lakes, ridges, fields. It's pretty stunning out here. When it came to selecting Canfranc as a host, you know, what were the criteria that you as a group were looking for with World Athletics, ITRA, and the IAU together with the World Mountain Running Association? You know, what are the things that led us here to Canfranc?
Thanks, great question, Jonathan. It's a real mixture. Conscious we may go back to the Richard at any point, but the courses, but also the infrastructure. You know, we now need this event's got something like 2,000 people here, so you know we've had to obviously put people up in Haka. The ability of the organizer to put on a big event, the budget, and the our second place in the females race, which cut to Richard.
We're back inside the aid station at Fornregal at the 30-kilometer mark, waiting for the second place lady to arrive. There she is, Samaya Buddha of Nepal. She's coming around the corner, and here's her aid station right here. In she comes, Samaya. Very quick team changeover. 2 bottles out, 2 bottles in. That was, of course, Samaya Buddha, such a talented runner from Nepal. I'm going to grab the team manager from Nepal just for a moment, if I can. This is Ryan Blair from the APA athlete team. Ryan, an amazing start to this race really for you. You've had both the Nepalese guys come through, and of course Samaya, such a talented runner, also come through in second place. How's it going for you and the team?
Dude, we're just super stoked, super excited. The two guys are looking smooth. They're sitting right where we hoped they would be. And Samaya, coming off her big injury before CCC, the whole thing has been like this. First climb, first descent, will her injuries hold up? She had 2-foot injuries, and so far she's looking great. So we're super happy.
And just tell me quickly about the strength of running in Nepal. You've been involved with the Nepalese running team for some years now. You know a lot about the growth of the sport there. Tell me about how strong and how popular it is in Nepal right now.
Well, it's if there's any country in the world that should excel at this sport, it's Nepal. They just need more opportunity. They need more support. They need more guidance. The raw talent's there. We're doing our best to try to help people out, like Sumaya and Mankumar and others that show the natural potential, and they're just a pleasure to help and support, because they're extremely gracious and very intelligent and extremely resourceful and just damn good people,
And just tell me very lastly about this event, why this event is important for runners like Nepalese runners who don't have opportunities to come to the world stage in the way that this event provides.
I mean, this is it, especially for like Mankumar. This is his first international race. This is breakout here. So if he doesn't have a sponsor right now, we're doing our best to help him, and this is a big opportunity for him. Samaya, of course, we know is one of the top 20 ranked women in the world, 100K top 10. She, we know her level. So.
Fantastic. That's Ryan Blair, of course, managing Team Nepal here from the APA athlete team. A great example of the cultural diversity and the interest that this race can provide for a lot of runners who don't have the opportunities that many of the top ranked runners do to represent themselves on the world stage. So exciting here. Samaya coming through in second place, right behind Katie Scheid in the Filme race. We'll be right back here for the third place female in just a few minutes' time. Back to you guys in the studio first of all.
Brilliant. That's brilliant. Thanks, Richard. So good to hear from Ryan there, and the opportunities that this event creates. I'm so pleased that they stayed and did the interview, and how important that these events are for giving opportunities to the runners from Nepal, and the fact that the mountain and trail running is a proper community, and there are people there that really want to help give opportunities to people, and this event being a part of it. So I know you're very busy, Sarah, and I will let you go, but I'd like to ask you one final question, which is what does this event mean to our organizations? Bringing together under the umbrella of World Athletics, what is this going to mean for the development of the sport?
I'm busy because my next meeting is with World Athletics, and as you know, Jonathan, we're talking about, okay, what is their role going forward, and also what are the thoughts and the potential for getting some form of our sport into the Olympic Games. I know that's for some people a contentious issue, but I believe that if we get it right, then we can create an environment where the best runners in the world who want to create on the big stage, they can become professional, they can get the shoe sponsors, they can get the prize money, and we will still have the sort of smallest iconic events that have existed, and it's keeping that balance that is keen for me. Not everybody agrees with mountain or trail running in the Olympics, I get that, but I think for the top runners, to enable them to be seen as this event does, to be the best in the world to a big audience, is important.
Yeah, and it's there is a big contingent from World Athletics here. It's so interesting to see how this event has become an important part of World Athletics, where even at the creation of this event, it didn't feel like there was the same interest there. But today, World Athletics is completely behind it, and if we can demonstrate that we can hold a World Championships in these types of environments, then maybe there is a chance for an Olympic venue as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's totally known that the biggest growing part of the sport of athletics is trail and mountain running. and they recognize that, and they want to give, they want to take their role in helping showcase that to the world. And the Olympics want sports and disciplines that are relevant, that attract the young audience, that reflect the sport as it is at the time. And yeah, that's what we're working on anyway.
Well, thank you so much for your time, Sarah. I'll let you get on with your busy day and your busy schedule, but thank you for joining us in the schedule. And we look forward to the final competitions also tomorrow, 4 races, up and down mountain running, and the first time we also get to see the young runners shining on the stage as well.
It'll be a totally different, same event, but sort of totally different experience. Flat out efforts for about an hour for the best ones. So thank you. It's been a pleasure to have been here.
Oh, thank you so much. And it's true that running is a simple discipline. It's not complicated, but you can demonstrate in one championships how different it can be with the speed and the intensity of the mountain running events, be it uphill or especially in the downhill running races, and then you have the endurance of the trail running. It's fantastic to see that these events can coexist together, and it's also fantastic to see that we're back with our lead man. We've got the same 3 protagonists out in front. We've got Jim leading the way, and
with Benjamin Robiol and Louison Coiffé together.
Yeah.
And it was also really good to see Sunmaya Buddha. It was still a bit of angst and agitation at the station. And I think this is important because, as much as you want to be here for your runners, whatever emotion or attitude you adopt, it will bleed onto the runners. And so you want to be calm and composed because if you're stressed, you're going to communicate that stress to your runners. So it's important to keep it in control. And I always use this expression because there's no better way to describe it from, and I'm stealing this from Corinne Malcolm, and if she's listening, big shout out. You want to be efficient, but not rushed. It's the perfect way to describe it. You want to move fast, but if you make any mistake or if you don't repack everything correctly, we could see that the jacket was flying out half of Sunmaya's pack, and
she actually dropped something just out of the aid station. Something fell out of her pack.
And so all of a sudden, whatever seconds you're trying to save at the aid station are just bleeding out in the aid station, and it will cost you a lot if you end up losing 1 or 2 gels or something else, or part of the mandatory equipment.
That can happen.
Out of a small mistake.
Yes.
So
we also have a saying. It's called more haste, less speed.
There we go.
Don't try to do it fast. Just try to do it efficiently. But and that comes down also to the experience of the crew support. And you mentioned the USA team, very experienced. They've done this many times, and that's part of the exposure of having Nepal at these championships. That everybody benefits. Not the athletes, the team, the managers, and we really want to see more runners from Nepal at future events and give them these opportunities.
And also to wrap up. The splits in the women's race, we had Fabiola Conti come just a couple of minutes back from Sunmaya Buddha in 3rd. And then in 4th, Annelise Rousset was another 6 minutes back from Fabiola Conti. And so already almost 4. 20 minutes back.
Top 4 through the 30-kilometer aid stations.
And here we go. We're back live, and again, I just wanted to give you like a little bit more in-depth about the breakdown of the top 4 women who have come through the Fort Miguel aid station. We've seen Katie with Team USA, Sumaya Buddha with Team Nepal. We didn't have eyes on Fabiola Conti and Annelise Rousset, but essentially they're all within 8 minutes of each other, and they all, it's just Katie Scheid has already put 10 minutes on second place, which now seems to be making a bit of a gap, but essentially second, third, and fourth are within 8 minutes of each other, which really is nothing at this point.
Well, and also with Katie, you know, it's a gap, but it's not, I wouldn't say it's running away with it just yet, is it? You know, like 10 minutes is decent, but for sure. And we actually picked up, and Katie twisted her ankle just as she started into that climb. Some of those ruts there get covered by grass, and you don't actually see the hole there, but she seemed to recover from that pretty quickly.
Yeah, and people were asking questions about Caleb Olsen, and it doesn't look like things pan out the way he wanted, and somebody mentioned that in the chat, I can't remember, so, but thank you for bringing this to our attention. Apparently he took a bad fall, hurt his knee, and was looking for a place that he could actually drop out of the race, which is a bit of a disappointment, both for like
Caleb,
all
yes.
the fans and for Team USA, because technically he was one of the top dogs to try and score a medal with the team, but I guess the universe had a different plan. However, interestingly enough, look at this. Petter Engdahl is back in the game.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna shout that out. Yeah, we can't write him off. That Coke must have
Yeah, impressive. And this is a statement here from Petter. He is not out of the game at all, and actually managed to reel in the top 3 runners who were running on their own at that point, which also means that, you know, he's controlling his effort. Hang on a second. I don't know this black pack from Terex, because Petter is a Terex athlete. So either that's a specially made pack for him, because
while you're checking on that, I can update at the 30-kilometer point for the men's teams race. France, of course, out in command. They've got a time difference so far of 13 minutes over second place USA, because you mentioned Caleb Olsen, so he could be a key part of that team. And not actually, we way back is the Italian team in third place, so they'll be missing Francesco for sure. And we haven't picked up on the performance of Andreas Reiter either. So. I think the Italian team would have been expecting them, both of those runners, to be further up there. But Christian Minaggio, of course, doing a stellar job.
Yeah. And so back to the women's, we've had just an update, and they were actually quite close to one another. Rosa Maria Lara, Shea Aquilano from Team USA, Elisa Christine Dottir in 7th, in 8th, Sylvia Nordskar, and in 9th, 10th, and 11th were Martina Valmasoy, Honora Akiyama, and Hilary Girardi all together.
Wow.
Oh, I mean, within a minute of each other.
There's some experience in that group.
Oh, yeah. There's a few titles in there, so, yeah.
Another thing, have we updated on the women's team performance at the moment?
Now,
I'm going to go back to the 25.6 kilometer aid station. So USA out in front, not by a huge amount either. 6 minutes in front of Italy, Team Italy there, and then only a short 5 minutes back from Team Italy to Team France in third place with 8 hours 6 combined time, but 5 minutes back from the Italian team. Norway in 4th, local host Spain in 5th, and who's in 6th place? Go Iceland.
There we go. Yeah. Good thing we had that third runner.
Yeah, they're going to be they could be our fan favorites. They're just over 30 minutes off the lead, but 5 minutes back from Spain in 5th place. So. Yeah, great performance from them. Maybe the German team we might have expected slightly more. I would say from the German team, but they're in 7th place.
And back with our leader Enes, this is there couldn't be anyone else. I don't know why I doubted him, but yes, Petter Engdahl back in the game, and making good use of these poles for that steep section.
Yeah, I'm getting photos coming in as well. Alex Varela mentioned that for him this was possibly the most beautiful, most scenic part of the course. As we've heard, he loves the wild country. Some of the runners have said when they were wrecking the course, where there was a nice smooth trail to follow, the course would suddenly shoot off in some other direction across the prairie, across the fields. And here's one of the iconic peaks in front of us. I don't think they're going up that one.
No, they're not. But that's the one we're seeing in the background, the Midi d'Osso. That is extremely iconic.
If Alex had his way, you know, he'd be going up there.
That would be scary, full blown.
Yeah, stunning part of the world. If you have the chance to visit the Pyrenees, French or Spanish side, something marvelous to remember. So I had a message in the chat saying Francesco Pupi gained 19 places from Ijas to Formigal, so from the 25-kilometer aid station through to the 30k aid station where they can receive team support. Sounds like he might have had a bit of a stomach problem.
Yeah, we'll see how this pans out, but hopefully, I mean, it's not hopefully. Obviously, if he's still racing and he's still gaining spots, then it means that he's didn't pick up an injury or something worse.
Yeah, which is good.
And as you were saying, he might just take one for the team and just go to the well. And this is not going to be a pleasant day, but he's going to be scoring time for the Italian team.
Oh, he absolutely will be doing that. Yeah, Francesco. There's no bigger team player than Francesco Pupi. And yeah, look. This only comes around once every 2 years to go for a team medal.
So you want to show up for it. So here, rounding up the top 13 even, we had a lot of names that we were expecting to see. And talking about Kristin Dottir was in there, Sylvia Notskar, Martina Valmassoy, Ari Akiyama, Honora, Hilary Girardi, Andrea Kolsten Dottir, and Ida Nielsen. And I think even further down, we had Jasmine Lowther from Canada, who was just a few spots behind.
So we talked, we heard from the Nepalese team manager about a couple of the breakout runners in the men's side from Nepal. Man Kumar in 21st position. So I think it's his first major international trail race. So
that is legit.
The Nepalese runners are coming here big time. And just behind him, actually, 22nd, Kulang Suman. So shout out to the two male Nepalese runners. Stunning shots here across the ridge. So a gap kind of forming here. Jim always out in front.
And I don't know if you remember, but Beam Gurun, I don't know if you remember him. He was very, very strong Nepalese runner. Oh, there's a chamois. On the right-hand side of your screen, there was a bit of a chamois going down the slope.
That's the hunter in you coming out there, Martin.
Oh, yeah. Whatever you can pick up on the screen. I mean, that's the skill we need to develop when we're doing live coverage to understand like who's coming up. So you're looking at the whole screen.
Well, I've got some work to do then. So I think that's Loisan who's just cresting that point, coming past the runners there. Jim looking out in front, Benjamin just in behind. Loisan has the dark bag, I think.
Yep, correct. And
Benjamin not looking quite so kind of energetic, I would say, coming up that section.
Yeah, Louison Coiffet is definitely looking the best at this very moment.
It's looking great, isn't
But again,
he?
like through a 9-hour day, you're going to have highs and lows.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yep.
And it's how you roll with the punches, how you look after yourself, how you can be confident in your mind to let them go and, all right, I'm not having a great time. I'm going to fuel. I'm going to look after myself, ease down the pace a little bit, pull myself together and do that. Because, I mean, this is exactly what Peter Hengdahl has done. And I'm impressed and excited to see him managing to to come back and close that gap with the leaders. And then again, Jim, I mean, showing that he's definitely making a statement and pushing the pace.
Yeah. I think he's got a game plan. He's not going to try and dig too deep on the technical sections, knowing that he's not the strongest, but boy, has he got some good technical ability as well.
Oh, yeah. He certainly has developed them a whole lot in the past few years, and it shows because if you want to be leading at this point, seeing the terrain they've been going through, you wouldn't be able to get away with it if you weren't like an excellent technical runner, which he has become for sure.
Yeah, and do you think Jim's sort of thinking, look, I've just shaken one French runner, and now there's another one who's right in behind me.
Yeah, French is you don't get rid of him easily. Stick around.
You said it. I think we've got some French listeners in our chat as well. Jean-Yves there. Shout out to
Canadian.
Shout out to
Canadian.
Yeah. French speakers listening to the
in Japan.
The English chat.
This is the Jean-Yves I know. Yep. He keen runner, and met him in Kobe during one of the stages of the Golden Trail Series. He was out there, and there we go.
Okay, looks like Jim's off the ridge now, dropping down the other side. Of course, that graphics has now changed because Loisan has moved into second position. Wow, this is crazy, stunning. These are images you could only get in the past, well, like when I was running, by helicopter, and today we can do it inexpensively. Using less pollution, let's say, than we could before, and getting images which are as good, actually better, than what we could get in the past.
And that is a sick shot. I mean, look at this. Right in the background, the Midi d'Osso, this iconic peak that is in the foreground, this ridge line on which Jim Walmsley from the US is absolutely powering up that hill. He did look over his shoulder to see the damage he had done once again by trying to push the pace. And I think he's seen a bit of a gap, a bit of an opening. So is he making an actual move to try and shake out the Frenchies once and for all? It won't be easy. It won't be easy, but it shows again the wilderness of this Spanish Pyrenees and of that course, which does justice to the runners. You know, back in the days, cross-country running was getting flatter and flatter, and the runners who had actually technical abilities to go over lugs and little punchy climbs were basically disadvantages, and it ended up being the track runners who were doing that. And so now I'm glad that, you know, they're keeping the true essence of trail running, and I hope, again, and to the conversation you were having earlier, Jono, that World Athletics is watching closely, and this is what trail running is about, and we can hope that this is what it will remain. And it's a demonstration that the understanding is there, and letting, even though they might have had to reel him in a bit, like allowing our course director to provide this kind of technicality, those high peaks, this terrain, is exactly spot on with the essence, the true essence of trail running.
Oh, exactly. You know, and it's, you know, it's still a runnable race. You know, we said that climbing section looked pretty extreme to us in the studio, but yeah,
so
those
descent.
those short sections, and it will. It's a true test of running and endurance ability.
Yeah. And it's so much greater for us behind our screens to watch. I mean, how amazing all those images. Like, I don't know, we're comfortable sitting on our chairs, but like, I'm pretty sure you're looking at this and you're like, can I go there? Can I go and run? Because we'd be much better off running over there.
Yeah, these are great shots, and I love that. Look at the stride length is lengthened out.
That is quintessential Jim Walmsley right there on that rolling section, on a flatter section.
He's not bothering putting the poles away either at this point.
No, fair enough.
I'm not sure if there's still a little bit more to climb in this section of the track, but it kind of looks like he's almost ready to start start a little descent, but this section actually includes constant up and downs. So it's on the ridge line.
It's a
it's
roller
constantly
coaster.
going up and down. So yeah, I can see, you know, good call. Like there's a runnable section. Now he's into the steeper section, and now he's, you know, he's not hiking. He's now running with the poles, but he's still trying to get maximum benefit out of his arms possible. You know, all about saving those legs.
And we do have a bit of a shout out in the chat from Nancy, who you have worked with. I don't know if you're still coaching her, Nancy Young. No, maybe not anymore. And Ronan.
Nancy Jang, yes.
And
great to have you joining us all the way from New Zealand.
And Ronan is actually, I mean, I should say the Ronan, because just like me, he's French.
Yeah.
And but he says you're a great fisherman.
Oh yes, yeah,
there
yeah,
you go.
yeah. I'll tell you all about how I pulled up the family dinner.
Nice one.
Almost fell out of the boat. Got tangled on the.
Oh no.
He's far too kind.
So
yeah, great to have you joining us from New Zealand, and all the best for your next races, Nancy. Nancy competing in Western States this year.
Yep. And so I don't know who we're with here on that ridge. Could it be? Because the way he was moving across the rock, it could be Andrzej Witek, and we're going to know it soon enough because the chat is going to absolutely blow out with Polish flags and Polska Grum showing up. If that was indeed Andrzej Witek, which would mean he's still creeping up in the rankings and would be finding himself possibly even ahead of Christian Minojo. So we weren't long enough on that runner, on that very technical section, but that would be my guess, because like that I don't think that was French, unless actually it could have very well be because he was also tall. Vincent Bouillard from Team France, because the top two Frenchies have short tights on, but Vincent could very well be with the split shorts.
So he came through in 5th place through the
so that might be Vincent and not Andrzej. We shall see. But look at this here from the fixed camera. Frenchies are still chasing America.
Yeah, you can see he's putting. He's still trying to put the pressure on, but he hasn't broken the elastic. It's still there.
Yeah.
It stretches every now and again, but there's no way that they're letting him go. So, do you think Benjamin and Loisom would have had kind of the game plan that if they were in the position to be with Jim?
And look at again, they take the much better trajectory here.
Yeah.
Still on course. They're right by the flags.
And do you think they would? Do you think they have the now that they're with him? Do you think they're like, now we have to stay with him? Do you think that's now going to be the game plan? They need to keep him in, let's say, within a 50 to 100 meter.
I don't know. I know they're going to be working with each other, which is going to make a big difference. But here, I want to give a shout out to Peter Frano. Here, he is very well positioned. So if that was Vincent Bouillard, Vincent was going to be in 5th because Peter Engdahl is right behind. We just caught a glimpse of him. And then in 6th would be Peter Frano. And so there is a bit of air between the top 4, but not that much.
No, exactly. That's.
And so again, to your point, I think right now the strategy is just to stay in contact, but not burn too many matches. And if they can help each other out by taking turns right behind Jim, that would make a big difference. To know you have your fellow countrymen with you. They have trained a lot with you. They've done the training camps, the recce's together. So, and see now Benjamin Rubiol is leading. So I think they're just going to be looking at each other, looking after each other. Sorry, and I believe at some point there's going to be a clear move, and they're going to put the hammer down. And from then on, it's gonna be all out. And actually, talking about putting the hammer down, I don't know. Look at this. Jim does not want to let anyone but him in the lead.
Even though he's breaking out of gel,
fiddling in his pack to get nutrition, he put on a bit of a surge to respond to Benjamin Rubiol, who was just trying to pass at his own pace Ooh.
Yeah, he was just keeping his own rhythm. He wasn't pushing the pass. He was just
yeah. He was like, okay, you're taking your nutrition. That's all right. I'm going to pass. And no, Jim actually responded and pushed a little bit. There's a bit of a ego racing right there, because that wasn't necessarily.
Contrast with track racing, when half the time nobody wants to go to the front and lead.
Well, I mean, here the drafting doesn't make much of a difference, does it?
Yeah, it's all about psychological, like it's part of it, it's part of the race. And great to see Peter here. Look, he's using the arms really well, actually, when he's running without poles. So. And we're following Peter Frano here, I think, with coming up through one of the uphill sections. Love these camera shots, even though it's a little bit pixelated, but you can kind of see the terrain that they're running over. And this is volcanic rock. That's why it's dark. Alex mentioned in the recce that it's all ancient volcanic area here.
And look at that, Peter Frano, no poles, tiptoeing on his way up to one of those little climbs, as you were saying, a bit of a roller coaster ridge for these runners. And man, look at this 360 views. Whew. To the right, once again, the Midi d'Osso.
Fantastic. Look, if I can leave you here for a minute, Martin, I'm going to duck out and bring in our next guest.
Ooh, who do we get?
A few guests lined up. We've got Caitlin Fielder waiting for us, and I'd like to ask her about what it means for an athlete to be part of this kind of event. Representing your country, because she's been involved for a few years now, having a great result also in Innsbruck as well.
And here it is, the Italian GOAT, Christian Minoggio, charging on this roller coaster. He's going to be one of the athletes who will be very, very comfortable on that terrain. And he knows deep down that he's able to duke it out on the 60-kilometer distance with Jim Walmsley. And this kind of terrain is Christian's ground. So he is right here, I'm guessing again, 7th or 8th place. He is still behind Vincent Bouillard, but this race is not over. And so we're waiting for the splits to see if he actually has closed the gap and taken advantage of that technical section to get closer to the race leaders or not. The next checkpoint, will be at 40.3 kilometers at Truchas. And it's good to see Christian here. We didn't see much of him in the early broadcast of OCC. He surged towards the end, so he's got plenty of ground. But this is it. Finally, Benjamin Rubiol has managed to take the lead from Jim Walmsley. I don't know if it was by choice, so he had to force it a little bit. But at this point, I think these three gentlemen have much more to win by working together than actually racing each other. And at least it sounds like maybe Jim's been a bit more reasonable. Or again, Benjamin Rubiol has decided to say, come on, let me do this for a while. And here we go. We've got a French sandwich with an American filling in the lead. And again, it looks like Peter Engdahl is falling back a little bit, but still standing in 4th position. And again, let's see if I can get a bit of an update. There's nothing more really, no more indication about the women's race at this point. Here's Adam Peterman is my guess. So probably rounding up the top 10 in the men's race. Still looking strong. But already there's quite a bit of ground between our top 3 gentlemen on the left side of your screen and Adam Peterman. There we go, branching into this aerial shot of Christian Minoggio. Still moving well with a purpose on that ridge. But I got to say, it really looks like our top three runners, again, on the left-hand side of your screen, led by Benjamin Robiol from France, then Jim Walmsley, and then Louison Coiffet, are on a bit of a different planet today. Their pace seems to be just slightly above the ones of the other runners that we get to see on this live broadcast. Very, very impressive. And earlier, yep, you were asking, it is 5 degrees Celsius, so maybe just a bit more chilly than we would hope so. But again, if the sun is shining on these gentlemen, this might bring a little bit more heat. But again, from a racing perspective, you'd rather have the temperature to be on the lower side than on the higher side, because again, you can always add layers, but peeling off layers is always a bit of a challenge. And once again, those images are taking our breath away. We have a trick for all our guests, and so far everybody failed. All right, I'm gonna let you in good hands back with Jono, and that's gonna sound 100% Kiwi now.
Yeah, no, actually my first time was a few years ago when we were in Innsbruck, so I got to wear the black kit from New Zealand there as well, but it's always a bit of an honour to come back here and put it on again.
Yeah, and I mean, tell us about it. It only comes around every 2 years, mountain and trail running championships. And what's it like, sort of like the vibe in the team? I mean, you're from New Zealand, but it's not like you spend half the time over here in Europe. So what's it like, hanging out with the other team members and sort of having a bit of Kiwi chit-chat?
Yeah, it's cool actually. So I base myself in Andorra for the majority of the year. And then I tend to head back to New Zealand when I'm there for summer. So I try and get summer as often as I can throughout the year. But it's really cool getting to meet a lot of the New Zealand runners that I actually don't often kind of interact with because I'm over here racing for a lot of the European season. So it's awesome to be able to meet a lot of the Kiwis and get to know what they're doing back in New Zealand and see, how we go on the world stage. And it's also cool for them to be able to come over to Europe and experience kind of some of the mountains we've got here. And yeah, the Kiwi vibe is definitely something that I love, and it's awesome to be able to hang out with the New Zealand athletes in this kind of environment.
Louison Coiffet coming through the 8th station in 3rd position, Benjamin Robiol in 2nd place, and of course Jim Walmsley not letting anybody get out in 1st position. But as we head out on the track, look who's out in front. It's Benjamin. He's taken over the lead. So yeah, it seems to be the most efficient one in the 8 stations, and Martin and I have commented on that before. But in 4th place through that 40 just over 40 kilometers is Peter Engeldahl from Sweden. So he's still right there. He's just over a minute behind Jim coming into that 8th station. But again, Benjamin so quick at coming in and out of the 8th station. Now How about you, Caitlin? Just have a comment on your aid station routine.
Oh, these guys are a lot more efficient than I am, for sure. I see them kind of popping through, and I was spending a bit more time in the aid stations yesterday, probably reflected in my timing over in the result that I had as well. But it's pretty amazing to see how efficient these guys are when they roll through these aid stations, and it can be make or break, to be honest. Like we see races like UTMB and how quick they move through these aid stations here, and you know, it can come down to seconds in the end. So if you have a good team that's just refilling you and making sure you've got everything, because they only have 2 aid stations too, so they need to make sure that they're on the ball with what they refuel with. Yeah.
And you mentioned yesterday. Now, we've mentioned it a few times. This is almost the only opportunity that runners get to run for the team. Now, how important was that for you yesterday, knowing that you weren't having a great day? You know, what goes through your mind? You know, because it is kind of easy, not easy, but it's never an easy decision to drop. But it's one of those things when there's a team element involved with it. And you talk to us about that sort of feeling you had in the race.
Yeah, I think definitely being able to represent New Zealand comes with a little bit of weight, I guess, and probably just pressure from myself in terms of the expectations I'd like to deliver on race day. But I'd be lying if I said that I didn't consider pulling out yesterday. I had a bit of knee pain, but then also it's cool to be able to race under the New Zealand colours and also see all the Kiwis out there supporting you. So I was happy that I obviously finished the race as well. And in the end, these guys are just happy if you have like a good day and enjoy your time out there and enjoy as much as you can. So I was happy that I was able to do that as well.
You stepped up distances this year, first time with a 100-mile at Western States. Maybe just tell us what's coming next as well. Is that where your future lies?
Yeah, I think I'm not sure if I'll ever do anything over the kind of timeline of a like short 100-miler like Western States. Well, in terms of 100 miles, Western States is pretty fast, so you can, well, depending on how your days go, I think, but you can move through it relatively quick. So I like that it's not, you know, over kind of the 20-hour mark. And I do think I enjoy like the 100K kind of long distances there. So I'm thinking in the future I'd like to be able to take on CCC and hopefully get back to Western States as well. But yeah, I think it's just a different rhythm, and it's a definitely extended period of pain, but it's a different sensation throughout those longer races, and it's cool to get into different stuff like that too.
I had to question you about the short 100 miles because when anybody said to me if it's a short 10K, then the times wouldn't count.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's true. Yeah, but it's just in terms of like you think of other 100-mile races, and I would say Western States would be one of the fastest ones out of them. And it feels like that too. So like even yesterday, I mean, it was 45K, 44K, and it was a long 44K for me out there. And I mean, some people had insane timings through them. And, you know, obviously other people can get through these mountains a lot faster than I could. But yeah, in terms of like a faster race, I'd say that Western States is one of them. Yeah, I think so, given a good lead-in, and obviously you want to have the best day out there that you can. So I'd like to definitely dedicate a lot more time towards it than I was able to this year. But yeah, I'd like to be back on that start line for sure. Yeah, yeah. I think it's awesome, actually. I've raced in Cape Town a few years ago when I did the 50K there with UTCT, and it's beautiful. It's a really cool place, and I think it would be really cool to bring the world champs there as a community as well for everybody there in South Africa. And it's awesome to see the different landscapes that we're getting through this World Champs too. So I'd be hoping to line up there, maybe a longer distance.
Brilliant, brilliant. Oh, watch this space. Look, thank you so much, Caitlin, for joining us here in the studio. I know you're heading back home this afternoon. When I say home, I don't mean back to New Zealand, though, do I? So,
no.
So are you heading back to Andorra, where you're based for the summer?
Yeah, yep. I'll be driving back there, so it's pretty close. Only 4.5 hours there. So heading back there and get ready for my training again for Templiers in a few weeks.
Brilliant. Okay, well, best of luck. We will let you go. But thank you so much for spending some time with us, and good luck for the next projects and next season.
Thanks for having me on.
Thanks, Caitlin. Okay, back to the action here, and who do we have on our on our screens here? It's Andrej Vitek. He's looking great, actually, and he's really moved through the field. So he's run a very measured race so far. Martin commented that Peter Frano was the one who was quite the mover, starting relatively conservatively normally, and then coming up through the field. But I might put that label onto Andrej Vitek today. So great to see Poland having such a great race here, and he'll be up to that aid station with us shortly. So for now, just 5 through that aid station, and we'll catch up with the women's race as soon as we can. Katie Scheider left the aid station at 30 kilometers. Yeah, so Katie Scheider left the aid station at 30 kilometers with a 10-minute advantage over Sumaya Budya. In third place was Fabiola Conti.
All right.
Christian Menaggio doing his thing. Looking good. Still wearing the gloves there.
Oh,
Martin.
he's absolutely crushing it, and coming back within 5 minutes of the lead is something that will talk to a lot of people. That is Christian Menaggio in full force at this point, and again being less than 5 minutes of the lead, it means he's still in contact and is still at reach of a podium position today. Here, I think we get catching a glimpse of Francesco Pupi, another Italian runner who was up at the front earlier, but again has been suffering a little bit, fallen back in the rankings, but is still in the mix here. Adam Peterman very closely. Yep, there we go. We're back with Adam Peterman from the U.S., another Western States winner that we were talking about earlier, and then. There we go, coming in. You got people in the French team that put a smile on Benjamin Rubiol's face. I think it's even the jersey of the S Club d'Azan, if I get correctly. And there he is, one of the oldies in the French team, Julien Rancon, and he's here at this key spot to give them all the indication that they need to know. Benjamin Rubiol is... Jim is on his heels, and they're both now starting to work pretty hard.
Well, did we just see a lead change?
Well, I mean,
because Jim wasn't too keen to let people anyone through.
Benjamin had taken it for a bit, and then they're switching positions, but they're definitely right in there. Now Louison Coiffé is a little bit further back, but again, they're doing exactly what's right, and possibly, I don't know if this is a strategy, but if they successfully go at Jim over and over again and taking turns to do that could be.
We've got some boxing analogies coming through here. They're taking turns, aren't they? Yeah, it does kind of look like that from us here in the studio.
And so then Andrej Vitek has moved one spot as well.
Yeah. I shouted him out as somebody, because you mentioned Peter Frano often as somebody who moves through the field, and but it looks to me also Andrej Vitek, same.
Oh yeah. And again, like Andrej Vitek has like a what is it? 2:20 road marathon reference. So he's got wheels, and we've seen that even it was back a few years ago at Istria. He did quite a long trail race with carbon shoes. So he wanted to prioritize the speed over grip and traction, although I think he had personally modified those shoes. But anyway, like Andre has wheels, and I like to see him just creeping up very surely towards the front here. Peter Engdahl, again, those transitions are absolutely masterclass. Like less than 20 seconds to put away both poles, put them in the quiver, and see, quick check just to make sure they're here and all in the quiver. And off he goes, still running in 4th place, Peter Engdahl.
Yeah, looking good. Adam Peterman just through that aid station at 40.3 kilometers. So we've got the first 8 through there. Adam Peterman coming through 11 minutes and 8 seconds behind Jim. So 2 Team USA with 2 Team France there at the sharp end of the race. Total lapse time for Jim when he went through there was 4 hours and 22 minutes and 57 seconds. Well, 4 hours 23. Let's not get too hung up about a few seconds.
So again, just from 1st to 8th, 11 minutes. It's really not much. Here you go, Andrzej Witek on your screen. On that rolling section, he's going to be able to open up.
Yeah, a little bit of a traversing section. Yeah, they're coming around what's a massive bowl first over the ridge there down to the aid station, and then transitioning around. As Alex Varela said, one of the most scenic and beautiful sections on this 80-kilometer course, 81 kilometers. And great to see so many supporters out there too. Like it's not easy to access this course. It's definitely one of the challenges of being out here. But we want to have dedicated mountain courses in the most beautiful places. So we make it work, don't we? Whether it's with images or whether it's with aid stations and support, we make sure we come to the best places.
There you go, Vincent Bouillard here on your screen. Probably just outside or within the top 10. Here you go, getting to the aid station here. We're going to get this split. So he'll be in 9th place.
And Christian Menoggio, he's already left the aid station, so on the next section.
Oh yeah, Christian is now trying to close that 4 and some minutes gap with the race leaders. And there's a big climb towards the 60K mark, and with climbs come descents. And this is where Christian is probably going to try and push a little more. Yes, super good here for Christian Menoggio, doing his thing, not getting too excited, as we said.
Okay, yeah, the tricolore there. I mean, yeah, sounding French, aren't they? No,
but then, yeah, there's
Bandiera Italiana there.
On the top of your screen, this is not 4 seconds back. It would probably be more like 4 minutes to be fully accurate. And there we go. Look at him open up in that descent.
Yeah, he looks good, doesn't he? Yeah. You don't see because sometimes when you drop in after a climb and then drop over into the downhill, you sort of see a little bit of a kind of like a relaxation and almost like it takes them. If they're tired, it takes them a bit longer to get going. But if you kind of like attack into the downhill and then hold your momentum in there, yeah, that's a good sign that he's running well and got plenty of energy.
And with a purpose. Like I think he's got the bullseyes on the top 3.
Exactly.
And which is very exciting. Here, Adam Peterman from the US on that rolling section. So he's basically 1 spot down from Andrzej Witek.
Well, the team's race is hotting up because Zach Miller is 2 places back from Adam Peterman coming through that aid station with Vincent Bouillard in between them in the American sandwich, we would say.
Interesting. So yeah, Zach has been like almost in the top 10 and then dropping to a few spots. So he's running now. He was running in 12th. Now he's back in the top 10. So he's doing his thing at the back. But if he's actually looking after himself, we could see him like creep up a few more spots, which would be exciting indeed for Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely going to make the teams race get pretty exciting. I wonder if I can update even the team score as we go through that aid station there. Let's see. Yeah, so let's have a look. Okay, it's 12 minutes. 12 minutes between France out front with USA closing in behind. Okay, our camera bike just left the action there as a single track starts. Around these beautiful lakes, we call them tarns actually. These mountain lakes filling up with rainwater. And that was Vincent, I think, coming through. And now
no.
Here we have, who we got here?
No, I think Vincent had already gone through.
Okay.
And my guess is that was Robin Giaguet.
Okay.
Robin Giaguet from another runner in the French team.
So is that four French runners gone through? So they were packing really well. They had
five.
Because
I think Baptiste Chassaing was up ahead as well.
Mm-hmm.
So five in the top, 12, 13.
Yeah, look,
pretty good showing.
Hugh Chatfield, Great Britain, 11th place. He's striding up through the field, isn't he?
Now we are finally, and I'm glad that we're back with the women's race a little bit with Katie Scheid.
Yeah, coming through that ridge section. Nice.
Choosing to go no poles for that section, as she knows it's probably up and down, so she doesn't want to go through the process of taking them out and pulling them away. Katie Scheid definitely still moving extremely well across that terrain. And again, congratulations and thank you to the realization. Those drone shots are absolutely out of this world. Beauty. And once again, the Midi d'Osso in the background, iconic peak of this area. And it's crazy to think that we're basically only halfway. There's already been so much happening.
You mean it's gone that fast? I mean, it doesn't feel like it's been a long time for me watching here at the studio.
But I'm trying to be in the shoes of these runners, and looks like they've covered a lot of ground already, and the climbs and descents, and yet there's just as much left to go.
Well,
which is quite impressive. And here, Peter Frano is actually.
We've crossed the 40K point, so, and the word on the street is the second half is definitely going to be quicker than the first half.
So something here was happening because Peter Frano was right behind Andrzej Witek. Now they were about this in true chess. 20 seconds were separating these two gentlemen, so they're still at reach, and who knows, they could be helping each other. Slovakia and Poland creeping up in the top 10. And in the meantime, you see Katie Scheid choosing not to take the poles out, so therefore hunched over, hands on knees, power hiking up that little section.
Yeah, and it has been described as almost feeling like you're on another planet here when you're out there, like being on Mars. Not that I've been on Mars, of course. I don't know about you, Martin.
In my dreams only.
People would say I might be living on Mars. Okay, who do we have here coming into the aid station?
Team Spain. That's still I'm thinking a bit away from the aid station. Claudio Diaz.
Look at that, 6 French runners through in the top 13.
It's pretty good. Decent showing. Ah, yes. Look at that.
Yeah, that's spectacular.
And again, Katie on that kind of terrain.
Doing a great job. Just having to check herself a little bit there. Using the hands. Maybe that's why she decided not to take the poles in that section, knowing that she might want to use her hands to guide herself down that tricky section. For the camera guy there getting right on the edge, a little bit in the way. Come on.
And that's the interesting thing, like if we're talking gear and footwear.
Oh, he was in the race.
Like now with the trend of these super shoes that protect your feet from the ground. You have a high stack. You can have a carbon plate to just help with running efficiency. Well, that can come at a price, because when you're on those ridges, your feet are far less precise. The shoes are a bit more wobbly, and so then it's 100% on the runner's ability, because if you run with shoes that are lower to the ground, just like Tove was using yesterday, then you'd be far more comfortable and you'd be flying at a much faster pace, but again at a cost that you would beat up your legs, or your feet at least, on this kind of terrain, on all these rocks over the 80K distance. So it's always finding the right ratio between enough cushioning, enough protection, but as well trying to stay low to the ground to keep stability and good traction.
Yeah, well, let's talk about footwear. We call it kind of like ground feel.
Yep.
So that's what gives you the confidence over the technical terrain. And if you do have a really soft shoe that kind of deforms as you hit the ground, it can really throw you off balance. Again, like anything, you can train yourself, but there seems to be a bit more of a, I guess. You have to kind of make a choice, don't you? At the end of the day,
it's finding the right compromise, really.
Yeah. Certainly we found, we've done a lot of testing with carbon shoes and through various different brands and the work that I do, and that yes, carbon shoes, the best ones, give you very much a performance benefit on certain types of terrain at certain speeds as well. But you look at the speed that Katie here is running. She wouldn't be running anywhere near fast enough to get the ground efficiency out of a plated shoe, like the propulsion.
At least on that kind of terrain. But whenever it's runnable, I don't. So do you? I don't know. I actually couldn't tell, but I have the feeling from I actually almost wear carbon shoes now, and even on trails. And so for me, it's not so much the speed, but the kind of terrain. If a terrain allows you to have a proper running stride,
exactly,
that's
where you get the efficiency.
But even at a shorter pace, because I'm not really a fast runner anymore, and I still feel massively the benefits when I switch between and again that speaks to what I was saying. If I know I'm going to be out there on a very technical terrain, I would show low to the ground and maybe a bit less protection, but it doesn't matter, because at no point I'm going to be running a sub 4 minute per K pace on those rocks. But whenever there's going to be opportunities for little sections that will open up, then I know that I feel personally the benefit of such shoes.
Yeah, certainly in the testing we've done, the benefit increases as you move up the speed, and from what we found, very little benefit at the slower speeds. But maybe there's always the psychological thing going on there.
But what do you call a fast speed versus a slow speed?
Well,
if
we would consider let's talk about Jim Walmsley, like the speed that he runs around Mont Blanc at the UTMB. He would definitely feel a benefit from running in a carbon shoe over sections of the race. But if you talk about a mid-packer, they wouldn't feel the same benefit at the speeds that they run.
Oh yeah, okay. So thanks for clarifying that. So a high speed could be down to 5 minutes per K.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. I hear you.
But it's going to be a lot more when you run down at 3 minutes per K, put it that way.
Yes. But just to get a gauge from your perspective whether this would bring benefits in a trail race, and so yeah, the answer is definitely yes.
Yeah, and so not as much as you would see in road running.
Yeah.
So we've seen the drop in marathon times in general. Like so many people are able to run under 2 hours 10 in the men's category, and under 2 hours 20 in the women's. So these are definitely due to, like, the number of people running those speeds now is definitely due to performance benefits in footwear, and not just talking about plated shoes either. The foams, people forget about that.
Yeah. It's a combination of everything in the bottom unit of the shoes, indeed. And look at this again, a beautiful drone shot, and it looks like it's a bit windy on that ridge. Like Katie's shirt was flapping a bit in the wind as they were making their way up. So I'm assuming it's the same way on the way down, which is going to keep things interesting, because as much as they're in the sun, like here, pretty exposed.
Well, there's not much wind here in the studio, so if you're out there on the course, you can give us an update on the conditions. We always appreciate having your input. And somebody in the chat shouting out, Andreas Reiter from Italy moved up into 14th position. So he's been hanging back. So maybe he was kind of listening to me earlier on, saying that as long as he doesn't try and push the pace in the beginning, watch out for him in the second half of the race.
Yeah. I mean, just as we said, there is for this gentleman about like a bit less than half the course, and for Katie, she's getting to the halfway point.
And look at Francesco Pupi as well. We up there with the leaders early on. Sounds like he had a bit of a stomach issue. So, you kind of mentioned that maybe it was looking like a difficult day for him, but he is well into the race. He's well in the race in the 18th position. So he's coming back into it too.
Yeah, well, that's the beauty of, if we can call it the beauty. Like, out of all the problems you could have out on the course, if it's a stomach problem, yes, a bit of Coke, and maybe slowing down on the nutrition intake, you can turn this around and therefore pull yourself out of that hole. And it seems like it's exactly what Francesco has done.
Yeah, I think Katie's going to be pretty close to coming into that next aid station at 40.3 kilometers. Trucas, can we say Trucas? Trucas at 40.3 kilometers. Great to see national team support out there. The colours, I can see the tricolor now, can't I?
Too right.
You don't see the nose bands like you used to back in the old days. That's not such a common feature. Opening up the nasal passages to get more air in.
Luca Del Pero, he still does that consistently.
Okay, we've got our top 20 through the 40.3k aid station. Okay, so just coming in, an update on Francesco Pupi. Sounds like he got cramp on that first descent. So sounds like he's able to run really well on the uphill, and of course he's got a strong mental approach, and so hopefully he can get that sorted out and be able to stay strong for the rest of the race.
Well, if it's an issue running on a downhill, that unfortunately doesn't really sort itself out if the muscle are a bit damaged. And again,
cramping,
there would be, because
you mentioned it, pickle juice.
Well, I mean, pickle juice would be for, like, if you're cramping because of electrolytes unbalance, which is actually rarely an occurrence for cramping. Cramping would more be the muscle fatigue, that the muscle are not fully conditioned or too tired already coming into the race, and then the electrical signal, like it's contract, relax, and so the electrical signal goes in to contract, but then the information to relax doesn't go through anymore, and all of a sudden the muscle stays contracted and tensed, and then the only thing you can do is you stop and stretch a little bit, try to give the signal to the muscle to relax, try to get back to normal running motion. And that, like, you can drink as much pickle juice as you want, that's not going to change it, and it is related to the muscle fatigue.
Well, you don't even need to drink it, apparently. You could just have it in your mouth, and the effect will work.
It will send a signal. So I don't know about the pickle juice effect, but for fueling, yes, this is a very good point. You could actually be just putting salt, a bit of sweet in your mouth, and that will give the signal that you're getting food and you're getting calories, and the body will be like, oh, okay, sweet, we're getting more fuel, we can carry on. But again, if you do this halfway, this is going to catch up with you. So this is a trick you could use either in very short races or when you're getting very close to the end.
Yeah, so I mean, given that it happened so early on, like in the first descent, which is the biggest descent and the most difficult one, so early on, kind of suggests that maybe that that issue that Francesco had coming into this race, where he hadn't been able to run for the past week, maybe that was the reason.
So let's see what we get on the.
You can see some of the Italian team there and supporting the runners there, unmistakable in the team kit. So what do you got on the screen? Have we got Katie coming through 40.3? Not yet.
No, still not yet. I got my eyes on it, and
gonna be a few minutes.
Yep.
This is the first time we picked up Andreas.
Yes, it is
Looks
indeed.
like Andreas Reiterer coming up. Yeah, he hasn't been on screen, has he? Well, he's like a bit of a metronome there. He's looking really focused. He looks, he looks fine actually.
Yeah.
You know,
in 14th position at the last checkpoint. He might be moving up the field a little bit.
There we go. That's what we'd like to see. Supporters out there. There's Katie. There we go. She must be close. Yes, she is. Coming into the 8th station.
Right there, actually.
40.3. Come on, focus that camera.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's Nancy Hobbs there. Yes, that's definitely Nancy Hobbs cheering her in.
There we go. The passion never goes away.
Nancy Hobbs, a long-serving council member from the World Mountain Running Association, just left her role there on Wednesday when the Mountain Running Council was formed. The new council was formed, but yeah, out there on the track, giving assistance to all of the Team USA runners.
So there we go. Katie Scheid through the Truchas 8th station, 40.3 kilometers into the race, just under 5 hours of racing. And let's keep in mind that it was at the last, what do you call it? The last 8th station. There you go. I'm completely losing it. At Formigal, there was there was 10 minutes basically. Oh, look at Katie.
Good on it. Yeah,
like hats off. That's the attitude. That's the way to do it. There's a reason why this this trash bin is right there.
Rubbish bin.
Rubbish bin.
You're sounding way too American. Well, when you're watching Katie, it's
exactly.
Okay.
You know, you got to talk to your audience. But yeah, no, it was a very swift transition here for Katie Scheid, and so now will be all eyes on a runner-up, Sunmaya Buddha. She was 10 minutes back from Katie at the Formigal station, so just about like 10 Ks away. So seeing if that gap has increased. Every time we've had eyes on Katie Scheid, she was looking extremely good, and here she's striding it out again on that four-wheel drive track on the downhill train. Solid.
There we go, checking timing as well.
And that's the thing, I mean, if she keeps up that pace, we're about halfway through, which would be just over the 10-hour mark for finishing time. So it would be, if you're around, if you're in the area of Canfranc, definitely starting from 4 p.m. this afternoon, we'll be seeing probably the first men come through, and then around 5, just past 5, maybe the first ladies. You do not want to miss that. It's going to be a big celebration here. Whoa!
Whoa, there we go.
The thing is, when you look back, you don't see where you're going.
Yeah, normally when you look back, it means you're worried about somebody coming up from behind.
I know, and so
she must be getting some time checks out on the track. I'd be surprised if she was kind of worried about that.
Yeah, you would think Nancy would have probably communicated that kind of information and the split that was between her and Sunmaya Buddha at the last aid station.
Yeah, exactly. So it would be old splits, but because they'd be phoning up ahead to her. But yeah, for sure they could update her on where she is in position to the runners behind.
And then you would get an understanding of, okay, well, if 10Ks ago I had 10 minutes, and then you know how strong you've been running on that section, be like, all right, well, I shouldn't have lost much ground on anyone else, or maybe I did, or maybe I actually really pushed that one, so there's no way they made ground on me. So then it's funny, that's like what you see in an ultra runner's mind and the things that go through, and the little calculations, and as we were saying yesterday, how we break down the course as well to not have the daunting thought of like, okay, I'm in for 80 Ks. It's like, all right, no, it's going to be the first climb, and I'm going to do this and this, and then you get to the next section and you think about it again, and you take it bit by bit. And again, if you've done your homework, you've studied the course, if you've been lucky, you've been on the course to take the best and most accurate splits for your racing time. And based on that, you're going to be anticipating. So she's looking at her watch, and so probably maybe gauging the pace, probably.
Yeah,
but also
and checking the fueling as well. I can see that she's doing that. And this is a sort of section where it's so important, isn't it? Not to forget about the fueling, because this is where it's easiest to take in the fuel.
Or maybe she's receiving messages that she can read on her watch, and Germain is like, let's go, Katie.
Don't forget the milk.
So yeah, it's funny also, like we haven't talked about this, but the way technology has improved to a level where we were thinking about this. You could have headphones and like they could be linked to your phone, and I don't know, if at some sections of the course you get reception, you could definitely receive a call and nobody would see. You think you're listening to music, but it's actually your team saying, all right, well, these are the splits, this is what's going on, and the athletes could actually be responding, all right, well, next aid station, I'm having cramp, get me pickle juice, or actually I break one of my poles, so get one ready, and that would completely change the game. I don't think we're at this point yet, but from my understanding, there hasn't been rules against that to this day. But again, we've seen runners taking an edge, and then the races rule catching up with what they see, just like Vincent Bouillard used the Ziploc bag as water carrying capacity at UTMB, and then they were like, okay, well, fair play, you got away with it, but now we're changing the rules and we're adding this.
I thought that was Killian who did that.
Oh, no. It was Vincent when there was a gear check in La Fégia when he was in the lead. Killian had all the cheeky moves, but those ones have been implemented in the rules a long time ago, where he was taking pantyhose, women's pantyhose as tights, because it wasn't specified, just like he was using surgical gloves for waterproof gloves. Yeah. Because he's like, well, I'm fine. I'm not going to need them, so I'm just going to carry waterproof gloves, and you can't tell me they're not waterproof.
Yeah. I remember it was a little bit controversial because he didn't need to have a bag. He had
everything fit in the belt.
Yeah.
Yep. But as much as it was controversial, he was well within the rules at the time.
Yeah, well, certainly rules on pacing. You're not allowed to pace athletes, and you mentioned that yesterday.
And in pacing, I want to add up, because some people, especially in the US, like, okay, pacing it means it's not necessarily at front or at the back. Here, either way, you cannot run with your runner.
And I have seen in the past camera bikers feeding information to runners in front, which is definitely not allowed either.
But has there been a clear briefing? Because, sometimes the broadcasting team has not been fully aware of those rules. And this is, again, the organization's role to communicate that very clearly.
I think it comes back to fair play as well at the end of the day. because then, you know, why should one athlete that you're supporting get that advantage because you're there in a technical capacity?
Yeah, but like, look, when was it? Was it yesterday? Like one of the camera runner just no, actually it wasn't yesterday, but like they're with the runner, they're following, and if the runner is going to take the wrong turn, the camera runner is going to stop. Or even say, oh, hang on your right or on your left.
Yeah, but that's a bit different to getting radio information through your headset.
Well, to me, it's exactly the same, because if there was no one there, that runner would have just keep going in the wrong direction, which is their responsibility to keep their head up and look at the course.
But it's the same as somebody being on the course there in that position, in a static position, and saying, hey, you've gone the wrong way.
Yeah. But that everybody can have that person could be there for everybody, as opposed to the camera runner will only be with the race leaders, because we've seen that in the past, and it was always the question: should they say something? Should they not say something? Because on the other hand, in the conversation, this is Sunmaya Buddha, ladies and gentlemen, our second place in the women's race right here, moving through that ridge. And it looks like she's still doing really good.
Yeah, she's looking great.
I'm glad the jacket is still there as well, because it is definitely flying off a little bit from their pack. But yeah, to wrap up on this point, it's also a balance, because then in conversation could weigh the argument. Yeah, but as a runner, you don't want to have anybody sitting behind you and filming. And so sometimes it could, like if you're not having a good time or in a bad headspace, having somebody over your shoulder filming you is like, come on, leave me alone. And that could also be detrimental. So there are pluses, there are minuses. It is interesting to find out. There's no, I think, black or white. It's a bit of a gray area. But
well, I think filming, you know, people know that they're there for that purpose of filming. Camera bikers aren't there for the purpose of feeding information to runners. I think that's kind of boils down to also the ethics of the sport as well. So we might have to agree to disagree on that particular point before we break out the fisticuffs. Yeah, so she's still traversing that ridge section. So she's still got a little way to go before she's gonna get down to that aid station. Oh, look at these! I love these shots too. So back on with the camera runners. And again, it's we also do a lot of filming for the Mountain Running World Cup. One of the things we always brief about is make sure you keep out of the way of the runners. And I know there was a little bit of controversy there on the uphill race with one of the film crew getting in the way of the runners on the first climb in the men's competition.
I want to precise, because we don't want to antagonize our team. That was not.
That was not one of ours, and that's what I wanted to say.
Because
Mm-hmm.
It was a spectator who was trying to film and was Fabiola Conti, ladies and gentlemen.
Conti. Is she closing down?
I think she is. I think she very well. Might be closing down on Sunmaya Buddha. So I know we have fixed cameras alongside this roller coaster ridge. So for now, it's hard to actually get a gauge of how far back she could be. There might be a little bit. There might be a little bit, because, you know, Sunmaya has cleared that rocky section quite a while ago.
Oh, but we saw Sunmaya just look over her shoulder just for a second there. So maybe she knows that Fabiola is hot on her heels.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, there was only just over 2 minutes between them at the last aid station, so
exactly,
it's really not much. And we know Fabiola is an absolute master at pacing herself. Even though, you know, I was saying sometimes she goes out hard, but I think she's learned the lesson over the years, as well as learning the racing not to race too much, because she used to race a whole lot, and by the time she was getting to the August, September, October month, like, she was cooked. But now she's much more looking after herself, and it shows, because her results, especially this season, are, from my perspective, at an all-time high.
Wow! Yeah, brilliant. You know, maybe in the team briefing, Andreas Reiter and Fabiola Conti had a word in the air from team manager Paolo Gimenetto. Hey guys, make sure you measure yourself over the entire distance. Katie looking great, smiling.
Yeah,
getting some information, getting some support there.
Getting yelled at.
Sharing a word.
Yeah, those French supporters are out there, like, cheering for all the runners equally. That's what we like to see as well.
Well, that's a good point, isn't it? Because they'll be, you know, the French supporters there will be cheering her on as a kind of a local as well.
Oh, just because, you know, she's an amazing figure in our sport, and that's also what we like. There's very, very little, if not any discrimination.
Everyone will be cheering her on, but maybe a little bit of kind of extra pride from the French team there.
Yeah, I think it was a vulture just cruising right behind in the sky.
Yeah, Fabiola looking super smooth.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. You know, that is her ground. This is what she does. And here she's absolutely not spending any amount of energy. She's just cruising down, very little pounding on the ground.
Yeah, saving the legs.
Smooth and yet moving very, very well. You can see she's even putting distance on the gentleman behind her. And again, hats off to our drone pilots for such cool images. There we go. I think that was Andy Simmons there with very good pole practice. This is one of his favorite activity. Actually, I'm surprised he had the poles fully unfolded this time.
There we go. So Mayak hitting the descent. I think you should be able to see the aid station in front of her in this shot. Just that white tent there in the distance coming down to it. Katie Scheider already been through that point.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more than 10 minutes gap now between first and second. Well, already 13 minutes elapsed.
Yes.
Since Katie went through that aid station. And as you were saying, Jono, that aid station is still minutes away for Sunmaya.
Okay, love this shot. Looking back, can we see Fabiola here?
Yes.
In shot? Oh, here we go. Update on the man. This was going through that. Okay, next checkpoint.
So no changes since we had images of our top gentlemen. You know, the top three runners, Jim Walmsley, Benjamin Robiol, and Lison Coiffet, still all together. However, Peter Engdahl has given up a little bit of ground. He's now 3 minutes and 14 seconds back from the lead. Christian Minoggio, 5:32 actually. So, you know, he's lost about a minute on the leaders. But then it's more Peter Engdahl falling back and therefore getting closer to Christian Minoggio. Andrzej Witek just under 10 minutes back. Peter Frano now 2 minutes back from Andrzej, so Peter might be fading a little bit. And Adam Peterman 3 minutes back from Peter. And Vincent Bouillard running up not running up the top 10. He's actually 9th. Another 4 minutes back. And just 40 seconds ahead of Zach Miller. And so here we go. We have once again, and they're taking turns. It is now Louison Coiffet who's chasing and is staying on Jim's heels. So I'm glad that we're panning out because, there we go, Benjamin Robiol. The gap has opened.
Yeah, it has certainly opened up, yes.
But then, you know, at this point, you know, a pit stop for number one, number two, wouldn't be unusual.
I thought you said number ones and number twos.
Yes, that's exactly what I said. You heard that right. And sometimes you got to do what you got to do, and that you know you're going to be losing a minute, but then it's not saying that you're having any issue. It's just, you know, that things needs to be done.
Yeah, exactly. And again, about gut training as well. What you're used to in fueling. But also in a race situation as well, you know, you can simulate things in training as well as you can, but there's kind of like an extra stress you get in racing itself, you know, whether it's attention or whether it's having other people around you. And sometimes, you know, you hear people that say, I did that exact thing in training, but then in racing it didn't work. So, you know, races, you know, I mean, this is why we love racing, because it's unpredictable, isn't it? So these things can happen, and it sounded like, you know, Francesco had an issue, whether whether it was the cramp, which we believe it was, or some stomach issue. It looks like he's back in the race now. Great to see the descent with Fabiola here on the right side of your screen.
And it looks like she is chasing hard now. There might be a pass at some point between Sunmaya Buddha, currently sitting in second place, and Fabiola Conti. And so, yeah, hopefully we're going to stay on the fixed camera to see Benjamin Roubiol and see the way he runs and the way he moves, if that is indeed not an issue that is making him pull back a little bit from our two leaders.
And we should just say to the folks at home, we do believe there might be some time where we aren't able to bring you images. We'll let you know as soon as we can when that will be. But there could well be a few minutes where we're not able to bring you complete images as they pass deeper into the French side of the Pyrenees.
And so here, Sunmaya Buddha, head down, working it, but still looking good. You know, they're springing in that stride. Five hours, 15 elapsed, and she's going to get to that 40.3 kilometer.
Yeah, it's going to be 20 minutes back, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a whole lot more. It shows that, you know, Katie is still pulling away from the rest of the field. And it's good to see Sunmaya on top of things, still aware of what needs to be done, fueling, hydrating. She's getting to the aid station, so she's, you know, drinking everything that was planned for that section, and she's going to refill there.
And no, she wasn't using poles, was she? Did she have poles with her? I'm questioning myself.
No, that is a good question, but I think she isn't.
There we go, Fabiola. So let's see if we can look up ahead as well. Let's see if we can see Sunmaya just up in front.
Oh wow, it's gonna be less than a minute between these two ladies, I reckon.
Here we go, into the aid station. Sunmaya Buddha comes in with an elapsed time, 5 hours, 16 minutes and 30 seconds. She'll come through the timing shortly. Fabiola Conti coming up. Looks like she's coming up that last little pinch, coming up to the aid station herself.
Oh la la. Careful here, a bit of a trippage for Team Spain. And there we go, way back with Fabiola. Yeah, she is definitely about a minute back.
Yeah, Sunmaya now through the aid station.
19 minutes and 30 seconds back. Katie Scheid has put 9 minutes on Sunmaya Buddha on that section. And so maybe Sunmaya faded a little bit, seeing that Fabiola Conti is now probably around a minute instead of 2 minutes.
Combination, I think. Yeah. Katie's definitely pulled away, and I think Sunmaya's dropped back.
And it shows, you know, that was expected.
Oh, there we go. So Sunmaya just leaving the aid station.
Running away.
As Fabiola comes in. So Fabiola would have seen that for sure.
All right, we're going.
So she's gonna want to get in and out as soon as she can. But you know, it's worth taking a couple of those extra seconds to get the.
Yeah, especially that Coke. The thing is, once you start on Coke, you get to carry on because you don't want to low. And it's interesting, she's not actually filling her flasks. She's just drinking it all on the spot, and off she goes.
Okay.
So probably a strategy where try to carry as little as possible. But these 2 glasses of Coke going down, it's going to be a bit of a slushy party in that stomach.
And mixing a little bit of water in one of them as well, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, again,
diluting it down,
if you're watching and you're curious about how to use Coke, the best situation, especially if you're crewing, is that you want your crew to shake those bottles as much as possible to get all the air out, and then you want to mix maybe 2/3 Coke and 1/3 water, so it just flows a little bit easier and avoid the bubble to just burst into your stomach and making you burp for the next few Ks.
Yeah, exactly. And we kind of take it as a bit of a sign, don't we, that when you start on Coke, that's often when your energy levels are dropping down. And as you say, when you start on it, you have to keep those simple sugars flowing in because otherwise you can get a big crash.
Here we go, Petter Engdahl here on your screen. Still sitting in 4th place.
Okay, that confirmation there. So Sumaya and Fabiola. So, well, here we go. Look, here's Petter Engdahl.
But that is telling us something about the weather.
We did say that, didn't we?
That is telling us something about the weather because Petter is excellent at looking after himself. He knows that those seconds he lost here by stopping are well compensated by cooling his legs down as well as his cap. So as much as, you know, we saw temperatures that seemed quite low and seemingly a bit of a breeze, a bit of wind up on the ridges. If Petter is doing this, it means that the temperatures are getting hot and, you know, they're always exposed, always in the sun. And so as the day progresses in the middle afternoon, that might become a bit of a challenge for the runners.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah. And, oh, there we go. There's another spectator there on the track. A couple of horses there watching on. The freshest water you can get, though, isn't it, coming out of those streams there?
Yeah, unless you have a herd right above, and then, well, I mean, Giardia is not going to hit until another few days, so hey, you're out of the woods anyway.
Yeah, but you certainly didn't want to take any risks in drinking the water, but definitely cooling down, washing off. Yeah, so Fabiola just took a bit of extra time in that aid station. You know, she probably wasn't quite as quick as Sunmaya was, so it's a minute gap between the two of them at the moment. But when you can see the athlete in front of you, then we would expect her to catch in the next few kilometres.
I think we have Lara Rosa on the
us
screen. So
yes.
We've seen her, you know, still sitting in 5th comfortably and leading the Spanish team on that long trail course.
Definitely wasn't the French kit, was it, from
No.
Annalise?
It was definitely
yeah.
Laura Maria. And there we go, Christian Minoggio making quick way of that technical section.
Yeah.
Probably even going to have time to pet the horse at that point.
Pretty long stride too as he comes in, as he races down there. Yeah. It's real confidence, isn't it?
He's right at home on this kind of trail.
Yeah, still going with the gloves.
Yep, and the headband. So there's still a bit of a gap because when we saw the top 3 runners go through, that was, what, Jono, like 5 minutes? 6?
Yeah, true. Yeah.
That was quite a while ago.
Yeah, it was quite a while ago, yeah.
It was quite a while ago. So they're still pushing hard up at the front. Yeah, Christian Minoggio was 5 minutes and 32 seconds back at the last checkpoint. So, yep, no, I was in between 5 and 6 minutes. So, bang on.
Yes, an update on the top men at the moment. Jim Walmsley, together with Loisan Coffey, Benjamin Rubiol, out there together. Petter Engdahl, just a few, within striking distance, but I'm not sure if he's kind of losing time or actually.
Yeah, it's interesting, eh? He's like losing and then catching up and then losing a bit and then catching up, but he's still within just over 3 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's what we say, it's all to play for.
So there we go. Here's the face of the man who's offering us all of these images. Thank you very much,
Shout out
sir.
to the drone pilot there. You don't often get to see the face behind the camera, do you?
Not often, indeed.
Yeah, you're right about the wind. You know, it's that flag there is flapping around. So
you sound surprised that I'm right about something, Jono. I'm not sure how I should take that.
You've been right pretty much all day about the runners coming through. Yeah, hoods are on, hats are out. Yeah, it's definitely not tropical out there. Let's go. Looks like Francesco Pupi, looking like he might have moved up into 17th position. If you hear that in the background, that sounded like a train. Speaking of going like a train.
Oh yeah.
And this is where Peter stopped, wasn't it? Now look at that. Another.
Yeah. It's not their first rodeo.
Yeah, smart.
And so look. See, I was wondering, but this is Peter Frano, and he doesn't have a pack anymore. So he's been putting it on and off, because he can probably put all the mandatory equipment in a belt, which we've seen before.
Yeah, sure.
And so I'm glad that I was confused for a reason, because we're used to seeing Peter actually putting all his gear in a belt.
Ah, interesting. Yeah, I've noticed on a couple of races, like a part of the mandatory equipment is a bag, and so you sort of wonder what that means. You know, like does a belt constitute a bag? You know, like I said, there is a bit of interpretation involved. But I like it when runners kind of push the boundaries of the rules, and then it's like, okay, well, if we want to, we need to tighten up the rules. We need to be more specific. We need to give runners more information about exactly what is required. So.
But then again, what's the difference between a bag and a belt? Like to me, it would be putting too much restriction, because actually,
I agree.
Okay, so it looks like we have a bit of a video coming up, but it's good to see Peter Frano here, rolling down and focus and looking good. We'll be right back after this.
Bueno, oye, ¿dónde estamos ahora? Cuéntame.
Pues estamos en el Ibón de Escalar, que tenemos detrás de nosotros, y venimos de la zona del Parque Nacional de los Pirineos Atlánticos, ¿no?
O sea, que la carrera realmente lo que va es en dirección contraria, ¿verdad?
Correcto, viene de allí y se va hacia la zona de Francia, ¿no? Más de 20 kilómetros por Parque Nacional, una zona impresionante, ¿no? De los lagos de Ayús.
Sí.
Y la verdad es que con un valor tanto de flora, de fauna, impresionante.
Esa zona de los lagos de Ayús es espectacular, es muy bonita. Y luego pasamos por la zona de las cabañas, ¿verdad?
Sí, ahora tenemos aquí más de 20 kilómetros hasta llegar a la zona de Candanchú, que es el 66,
sí.
Y con unos 1000 metros de desnivel positivo, bastante más bajada que subida, porque al fin y al cabo hay que bajar hacia la zona de Candanchú, y la verdad que es impresionante, ¿no? Tanto los lagos de Ayús, que es uno de los sitios más impresionantes del Pirineo y más fotografiados, a las cabañas de Larry, cabañas de Arnús,
sí.
Y luego toda la zona del bosque francés del Valle del Aspe para llegar hasta
Esa zona del Valle del Aspe me encantó, porque estaba toda con mogollón de lechos verdes, se corre fenomenal, además es muy fácil de correr ahí, o sea que creo que merece la pena, ¿no?
Esa zona de Francia tiene como dos características, ¿no? Uno, lo que tú estás diciendo, y otro, esa nube que tenemos ahí detrás nuestro.
Ah, es verdad, es verdad.
Más de la mitad de los días de verano la tenemos ahí, y es lo que hace que durmamos en verano con manta, que eso todo el mundo no lo puede decir.
¿Cómo se llama la nube?
Se llama la raca.
La raca. Eso es cuando viene el viento del norte, ¿verdad?
Cuando viene el aire del norte,
viento de
arrastra
Francia.
las nubes, se quedan aquí clavadas, y como sale por el monte de la raca, pues se llama la raca.
Ah, bueno.
Fácil y
pues,
sencillo.
Todos los nombres locales tienen un motivo y una respuesta,
pues
¿verdad?
Y eso significa que por lo menos no va a haber tormentas. Estamos con la raca y es bueno.
¿Ah, sí?
Sí.
Pues oye, mira, eso es una buena pista para que la gente sepa que si está la raca...
Igual no ven muy lejos, pero por lo menos que no se preocupen.
Perfecto. Pues oye, adelante, a disfrutar de la raca, entonces.
Sí, a disfrutar de la raca.
Estamos muy bien, pero creo que tenemos que invertir ahora para asegurar el futuro de la compañía y de nuestra gente.
Sí, entiendo.
Que yo lo haría, pero la CEO eres tú, hermanita, tú decides.
Perdona, que vamos a ir a tomar algo ahora, que es mi cumpleaños. 55 palos ya.
Felicidades, Javier. Ahora bajamos, ¿vale? Por cierto, Javier.
Dime.
Gracias. Nos has ayudado a tomar una decisión muy importante.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.
Are we back? Are we back?
El Grain se dedica especialmente a realizar todo tipo de misiones que el resto de compañeros de la Guardia Civil no pueden llegar, y esto se traduce en que la mayor parte de nuestras intervenciones es el rescate en montaña.
Es una alegría como residente aquí en Jaca y el Valle del Aragón, pues que una prueba de tal importancia pues se celebre aquí en mi residencia donde vivo yo, y sí, es una alegría.
Bueno, en este caso el Grain de Jaca es una pieza participante de la orden de servicios que ha preparado la Guardia Civil para este evento. Entonces, cuando hay cualquier tipo de accidente o percance durante la carrera, lo normal es que el puesto de mando de la seguridad de la carrera valore si pueden ellos realizar esta atención a esta persona o si superan sus capacidades. Si superan sus capacidades es donde entramos a jugar nosotros, pues si hace falta emplear un helicóptero o en alguna zona muy aislada, camillas específicas de rescate montaña. Entonces esta organización, a través del enlace que hay del Grain de Jaca, pues activará los medios, pero bueno, aparte a través de la organización también puede ser a través de cualquier teléfono de emergencias. En nuestro caso es el 062, que es el teléfono directo para ponerse en contacto con la Guardia Civil, o el 112, que es el teléfono europeo de emergencias que gestiona las comunidades autónomas, y en este caso la de Aragón, y pondría automáticamente a la persona que ha dado el aviso, o si es el propio corredor el que da el aviso, pues con los especialistas para que les expliquen, pues bueno, en función de esas lesiones que tiene, la meteorología que hay en la zona, dónde está, qué ropa lleva, pues bueno, para hacer una valoración de la manera más rápida para socorrer a esta persona.
Pues hombre, esta carrera se caracteriza por su tecnicidad, puesto que el entorno pues es bastante angosto, y como ya ha dicho el teniente, pues hacer un recordatorio de que cualquier fallo, tropiezo o demás pues puede tener malas consecuencias, y hacer ese último recordatorio que yo como corredor antes y ahora como profesional pues sé lo que es, y no sobra el hacer ese último recordatorio, que sé que los corredores lo tienen en cuenta, pero cuando uno se pone el crono a veces deja un poco de lado ese aspecto, y cabe resaltarlo. Y cómo no aprovechar la ocasión para desear muchísima fuerza a la escuadra española en estos campeonatos. Traemos un equipo muy completo y muy competitivo, y desde aquí también pues eso, mandar nuestro apoyo, que estaremos velando por la seguridad, pero también animando a los nuestros, y que nos acompañe el medallero, y felicitar su esfuerzo y preparación.
Well, welcome back, everybody, and I don't know if you we picked up the guy at the end speaking to us from the Guardia Civil Montan. Of course, super important to have them involved. They're helping with the security of the event. So shout out to the help and support from the Mountain Rescue Services. But yeah, the guy there, Miguel Caballero, he's a legend in the skyrunning world. So great to see a former race winner mountain and trail runner, speaking to us in his role as a mountain rescue officer.
Yeah, so he certainly understands what's at stakes and the needs to look after all these runners. So, team, there's been a lot going on during these little breaks and video clips. You picked it up on the chat. Sunmaya Buddha has been overtaken by Fabiola Conti. And so Fabiola now is running in second and Sunmaya in third. The other piece of information that was interesting, touching base on what we were talking about getting fed information in your earpiece. It's actually forbidden, and it's in the rules. These runners out there are not allowed to wear headphones. So whether this is for music or for any purpose. So I actually did not know that, and this is not a rules that is common, I would say. Some races apply that, and it's interesting to know now that this is being applied here at the World Champs. Here you got France, Annelise Rousset. And sometimes, we're looking at runners and their stride. She won't be wearing carbon shoes, but you will see, Jono, when she transitions into the downhill, her stride is phenomenal. Just a bit like Martina Młynarczyk. Beautiful stride, super efficiency, and she can run really, really fast, as well as actually be very comfortable on technical. See, full 4 foot.
Yeah, breaking into the running already.
And look at, yeah.
Smiles
She's
picking
up the pace.
Yeah, she's looking like she's really onto it and really in the zone.
Yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, nice stride length.
And
looking very relaxed too.
Yep.
full of energy.
She's done some stuff on technical terrain that is absolutely out of this world, and then this is going to be very specific, and I don't know if many people will know, but in France, in the Alps, there is an area called Les Aravis, and she's done the traverse on that, and
near to Annecy, or not?
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. And you've been at the Annecy headquarters of Salomon, so I think you know the area pretty well at the time.
Once or twice, yeah.
And yeah, this traverse is uber technical, and she had a few pacers along the way. I'm pretty sure all male, and over half of them got dropped as she was doing the entire thing. It tells you a little bit about like her ability to move on technical, and so I'm expecting Annelise to do really well and possibly moving even further up in the rankings.
Okay, so Annelise is followed by. I think that might be a male runner there. Yes, it is too.
No, so these are the two Frenchies. Mm-hmm. Speaking of Frenchies, after he's been like absolutely shamelessly stolen from us by the French commentators, as he showed up to the studio after we made an appointment with him. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the pleasure to welcome here in the live broadcast the winner of the short trail yesterday, the one and only Monsieur Fred Tranchant.
Bonjour.
Salut Fred.
Salut.
Welcome to the English channel.
Hi, it's English here.
Yes, you're going to have to switch, but I know you're very comfortable with English as well as other languages, but like I won't be able to speak that with you. So welcome. Thanks for taking the time to being with us. And wow, what a race. What a race you had yesterday. We knew you were in top form for the national champs, and everybody who was there or was looking remotely said you pulled off a performance of a lifetime. And then the question mark for all of us from the outside were like, will you be able to maintain peak form for Worlds? And as the beginning of the race started, like, it ended up being the very similar scenario to the national champs, and it's like, whoa, wait a minute, what is happening here? And so we had a few information from you from your finish line interview, telling us that you were almost expecting them to catch up with you, and so you would carry on the race with them, but they didn't. So from that point, I'd like to if you could walk us through what went down in your mind when you realized, okay, well, I'm at the top of the second climb and nobody's showing up. So now what?
Yes. So yeah, exactly as you said, it was not at all the strategy, but the coach strategy was to play it very safe until Kathmandu.
You cracked this up. I was like, oh wow! So he ran all the way to Nepal and back.
So that was the plan. I guess maybe for others as well, actually. So like, and also in the first appeal, I was quite comfortable in one group, and I think that group is a good group, like to bring me all the way there with Davide, with Tian, with Eli, and so on. Or maybe that's it. Anyway, but like I noticed in the last part of La Moreta, the first uphill, they were not so fluent with the path, or they were doing a little bit zigzag and
yes, finding the best trajectory.
Exactly. So I had a few. How to say? I was thinking either they are like, because it was exactly when the sun was rising. So maybe they didn't see, or either they were not focused enough to check the route, because I could see the route. I look up and say, oh, but the route is there and they're going there. So anyway.
But that's the thing, like you have that advantage of being able to read the terrain like not many other runners with your past in orienteering. That is a skill, not only physically to be able to move on technical terrain, but also picking almost instinctively now the right trajectory.
At least, maybe to look at it at least.
Yes, yeah.
A little bit more, I noticed. So yes, so that's why I end up there on the top, like in the lead at the Moreta, but I was still with the group, let's say. And then in downhill, I remember there were this small cliff or like passage. I thought there would be some kind of queue there, so I didn't want to be behind neither.
Yep.
So anyway, I was with Manuel Merias in the beginning of the downhill, and I thought, it's a perfect guy to make me like
yes,
French
to
would
open
say, poisson pilote,
yes,
to open the way,
to lead the way,
to lead the way, and I would just have to follow him, and he will bring me down. But somehow I passed him. Actually, it was a little uphill at some point. I just passed him, and then I was in front, but I was expecting him to come back, and he never came back. And I don't know. Yesterday was maybe a day for me where, like, the downhill was really felt easy for me, even though I remember we have checked the first downhill and it was quite technical. There were some steps, some stones. It was not that easy, but yesterday I felt, I don't know, it just went easy for me.
The stars aligned.
Yeah, something like that. I was not pushing. Really, I promise. I promised to my coach, because the strategy was not to push.
Hang on a minute, Fred. You're first. No, I swear I didn't try. I swear I didn't try.
So anyway, so downhill went very well, very smoothly, and then exactly it was second uphill to Raqqa or something like that. Which was the uphill of the vertical the day before. Really runnable the first part and really steep the last part.
Final part of the climb was like over 30%. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. But so there again, I was kind of expecting they would catch me up, and I was really calm. I was like, okay, it's fine, they will catch me up, because sometimes when you're in the front, you can think, shit, like you can be stressed that you have the pressure behind. But I was really calm. It's the beginning of the race or first part. They will catch me up, but then we will run together to catch Kathmandu, and then we will then we will start the race again. But actually, yes, as you said, I was again at the top of the second hill. I was still in the lead, and but still I looked a little bit back at the end of the second uphill, and I saw them. I think it was Manuel and I'm not sure actually, maybe Stian and some other. They were not so far, but still it was very steep. So in time they were like not that close. So yeah, I don't know. From there I still did the second downhill quite smoothly, and then after that I thought, okay, now I want to try to keep the lead as long as possible. Still I was not sure at all I will make it, or for sure not until the last meters almost or at least the last kilometer. But I thought, now, I try my best as long as possible. If they catch me, it means they will put some effort to catch me, so maybe I will still have a chance. And somehow I was really calm, and it went all the way like this.
It was all the way like this, indeed, and what a performance. Maybe since, we know the French team is very tight, is there anything you can tell us about right now, Benjamin Roubiol? Who's up at the front with
Louison.
Louison Coiffé. Like, what's the story here? From behind the screen, we're almost thinking they were taking turns at pushing Jim
Really?
to try and challenge him a little bit. As we have Sylvia Norkstar here on that ridge on a beautiful drone shot again.
Yeah, at least we have. I think we have really good team spirit, I must say. We did prepare very well for this championship. We came here to check the courses, and then we had another training camp, and we did most of the sessions together. But also around the session, for example, we play some board games and things like that, and we have a lot of fun together. So I think it helps also. And for example, for me, as well as I think all the other runners of the team yesterday, we had the idea to push all the way to the finish line, because we really wanted to have a team medal, because our idea is like we really wish everybody goes home with one medal. Okay. Somebody can have two. I did get two. But if everybody goes home with one medal, we will be so happy. And seriously, like 2 years ago, I remember we were so happy for Clémentine. She did so well, for Marion from Benjamin, because they were world champion. So, and it was really a good atmosphere. For me, somehow I was a little bit frustrated 2 years ago, mostly because I realized that I came to the championship not on my best shape. I thought, what is difficult in trail running, it's so many events, it's so many races that feels like a big event. So it's hard sometimes to select what the main goal of the season. And I think that what made different for me, and I think for most of the team, we from the beginning of the year thought, okay, the main goal of the year is definitely the World Champs, and we do everything to do as good as possible at the World Champs. And for example, for me, I did a lot of races, or a few races in the spring. I didn't win a single one, but I was very calm also. I thought, okay, I'm on the way to the French Champs first, and then to the World Champs, and I didn't worry at all about it. And I think it's same with Benjamin, with Louison, and so on. They really focus on these World Champs. So the idea is to be at the best today, not necessarily the other 364 days in the year.
Yep.
And and during training, I must say that usually, you know, that when we do short hills interval, you can think that still we have a little advantage, us who run the short trail, like Sylvain, who is very strong, Thomas, yes. But actually, I must say that Louison and Benjamin and also the others, they were really close also on the intervals, and then we thought, shit, they're really in good shape. And secondly, I think they are like you can see, they are super easy in the downhills, and they can run fast and smoothly in the downhills. And I think on this type of course, with so much up and down and so much elevation gain and loss, this is a key. And the ones that can handle all this elevation, they can do really well.
Yeah, we talked about the kind of leg conditioning you need to have for this amount of vert, and it definitely shows. But yeah, so it's, okay, I'm glad that Jono and I had read through that pretty accurately. That the fact that you guys really focus on that one event, and you certainly deliver, and then there's a massive team spirit, and so now, in your own words, you guys all shooting for everybody on the team to go home with at least a medal. And yeah, just to clarify for those watching at home, and if you weren't with us yesterday, on the uphill and the classic, the team ranking is on positions. But on both trail, the short and the long, those rankings are on times, which means that every second counts. And even if you're in the lead, you actually cannot let go of the gas pedal for the team, and you want to get to the finish line as fast as you can. So the cumulated time of your top 3 athletes in the team ends up being the lowest as possible.
Yeah, exactly. So some people were asking me after the finish line, why didn't you enjoy the last 100 meters or so? But I said no, but I really wanted to save every single seconds for the team.
Yeah.
Because I knew it could be, and it was tight, quite tight still at the end. Maybe not seconds, but it could have been.
It was about 10 minutes, I think. 10 minutes between first and second, and 10 minutes between second and third. But you never know where they are. And then it's not like you can do the math on the go, both for your teammates and then your competition. So, that's the one way to do it. You leave everything out there, and then you hope that it's good enough. So what now? I mean, French national champion, world champion. You retire? Done?
Yeah, I've been thinking because, of course, all the interviews now, I've been thinking a little bit about it because...
Leave when you're on top.
No, it's not that, but I had a first career in orienteering, and I had a medal at the World Champs quite young. It was 2010. I was 22 years old. Yes, and it was a big surprise at that time for me and for, I guess, everyone and so on. But then after that, yeah, what was next? Or okay, for sure for me it was to confirm that I can do another medal at the World Champs. But and then I did it again. So of course the next goal would have been or was to reach the title because I never made it. I never got the world title in orienteering. So I didn't really think about it, let's say, before yesterday. Yesterday I just did my best as possible, but now I'm thinking, yeah, actually I did make it. So it's kind of a 15 years old dream, let's say, or kind of goal, because yeah, maybe before it was a dream, but after I reached the podium, yeah, it became a real goal. Like I was so close.
And so maybe another way to see it, instead of thinking like, all right, well, I'm on top, I'm gonna leave that and leave when you're on top, as we have those beautiful images of the local vultures, maybe turning around, waiting for the back of the pack to see if there's any carcasses to pick up. But yeah, another perspective is like, well, now it takes the pressure off. You've ticked that box, and now it's done. So now it's like, whoa, what else is in store that you could enjoy doing? And I don't know. I mean, you've shown that you were absolutely world class on the very shorter distances, sky running races. Now you stepped up the game, like 44 kilometers. It's another level in terms of racing, in terms of pacing, in terms of nutrition. Like, would you ever think longer than that?
Yeah. Also, as a hiking guide, I'm also spending quite a lot of time in the mountain with people, but also I enjoy it. And so I believe I can try to do a bit longer races. And like yesterday, I ran with the poles. It was not so usual before, but this summer, of course, I have used them a lot.
We saw that because I was like, I've not seen Fredo with poles before, but clearly he's been training, because you were looking like a natural. You were looking quite comfortable with them.
So, and I think it's a key for, even though some people are running without poles today, but I think it can help, at least for longer distances. So, yeah, I think I can, I would like to try sometimes, and at least at training. First of all, I have been kind of elite athlete, or at least trying to perform for many years, more than 15 and so on. It's a way of life, and I like it. Like some people were asking, okay, yesterday did you, I don't know, drink some things and so, but for me, no, I prefer, we were with a team, I can tell you, we were with a team playing some board game we have played in, and this is what I enjoyed, and also, I enjoyed to be an athlete. It's not only about training and competing, it's also the whole life, so for sure I would like to continue to be an athlete. And secondly, I like to spend time in the mountain, to run the mountain. So as long as the body can or want to do it, I will continue, and I'm sure I will find some goals. I'm not surprised.
Yes. I think first let's enjoy. Let's take it all in, celebrate with your friends in whichever way feels right to you. And playing board games is a pretty simple way to do it. But it's quality time with people you've shared a lot of time, a lot of miles with. So it's really cool. And actually now let's take a look at the rankings. And I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 French flags within the top 13. That's a pretty solid result so far in the rankings for the French team.
A few Americans.
Yes, indeed. All right, well, Fred, thanks so much for being with us and sharing those few insights. We'll keep that in mind, and we look forward to seeing you back whenever you feel like you're ready. And I'm sure there's more medals waiting for you.
Thank you very much. It was fun to see the live from the other side.
There you go.
Thank you very much.
And here we go here with the images. Oh, and this is a really cool shot here. Ida Nielsen being cheered on by Judith Wieder. Judith, obviously, unfortunately, who had to drop out of the race because she was allergic to bee or wasp stings, and she got stung. And oh, hang on a minute. I think that was Team Sweden, and I am not too sure because there was the ranking in the way, but I thought I saw the silhouette of Tove Alexandersson cheering on the runners at this very point in the race. So let's see if we can pan back. Oh, nope, we can't.
I'm sure you saw that because, you know, team spirit is a big thing at these championships.
Yeah, but I was being told in the via messages when we talked this morning and say, oh, we were hoping still to see her, and I've told, oh, no, she's leaving today. So I guess maybe she said that so she could be free to roam in the mountains and cheer for her team. So let's see.
Yeah, but so it was so nice to hear the interview with Frederic there, and just to talk about also the team training camps, team spirit, and actually when he's doing training all together with the other team members, you know, look, they push themselves on in training, and the fact that for them the World Championships, that was the goal for 2025. No distractions, and I think we've already seen a couple of cases where if it hasn't been your main goal and you try to do too much in a season, then you know, it can compromise your result here.
And here, Hiroki Kai, that I was telling you about, like he was leading the race very in the early hours. Oh, yeah. No, I'm pretty sure that is Tove Alexandersson. Look at here, right on the right side of your screen with the headband.
Good spot.
Somebody give her a ring, tell her to come and join us on the live broadcast. Hopefully she can make it. But then we saw a few ladies, Rosanna Buschauer as well, coming through.
Okay, we can also update you while these things were going on. Our top positions in the men's field going through kilometer 46.8 at the Col d'Ayus. It's Jim Walmsley out in front, coming through that time check, just 2 seconds in front of Benjamin Rubiol and Loison Coffet, also from France.
Oh no!
Whoa, what happened there? I was on the screen.
That was a bit of a crash, eh? Whew. Uphill.
Yeah, and you know what? When there are other people around you,
I mean, it's the whole French team. I think they were all like making a hold on of those for a French runner, and she got a bit distracted in that area. So
easy to do.
Luckily, she was running uphill, so it wasn't a fast pace, but oof.
Yeah, you had your heart racing, didn't it?
Oh yeah, get a good squirt of adrenaline in the system.
Yeah, so coming back to that same checkpoint, 46.8 kilometers, and Katie Scheid has gone through that checkpoint, 5 hours and 30 minutes, still waiting for our second and third place runners to come through there, just to see if Fabiola Conti has maintained that second position over Sumaya Buddha.
Wow. This is already 27 minutes back. That is a substantial lead now that the American runner Katie Scheid has on the runner-up, who we believe would be Fabiola Conti, as we saw that she had passed Sunmaya Buddha, unless, again, in that section, Sunmaya Buddha had managed to hold on to Fabiola and possibly respond to hold on to silver at that point.
Yeah, I think we probably expect that to happen, though, that she would start to go away, and the time would kind of stretch out over the second half of the course. And with Katie having that solid, such a fantastic run at Sierre-Zinal, we know she's fast, especially on the runnable sections as well. So let's go down a bit in the men's field then, and going through that same checkpoint. So 46.8 kilometers. Fourth place there was Peter Engdahl, Christian Minoggio moving on 5th place. And then Andrei Vitek, 6th place, Peter Frano 7th, Adam Peterman 8th, and Vincent Bouillard 9th, and Zach Miller in 10th.
So yeah, it's not changing much, hey? In the men's, in that top 10, it kind of, so far it's staying quite consistent.
And there's a lot of that kind of that 1-2 minute gaps between each of the runners as well. You know, all the way from like 4th, 5th, all the way through to 10th, 11th, and going down. You know, there's a couple of people together, but not that many. Back on screen here, we were actually expecting to go into a bit of a blackout, but it didn't, at the moment we've got pictures, so I mean, we will be happy
going
to
back and forth with the back of the field now. So the male and female leaders are indeed out of sight, and so we're pretty much transitioning now back and forth with, you know, we're your top 50, top 70 runners on these two sections, as we, you know, zooming in, zooming out, zooming in and zooming out.
And you know what, it's kind of nice that folks back home, you know, who are supporting their runners, you know, family and friends as well, they get to see some of the runners who are maybe just outside of the top 20, and also having, you know, what for them could be the best race of their lives as well. So we want to support all of the runners out there on the track. Oh, here we go. You know, correction on your on your German there, man. I think it's got a Bukau. So Rosanna.
Well, you're gonna need.
I live closer to Germany, so I should be better. But
well, ich kann Deutsch sprechen als. Oh yeah, but Adam, help me out here. I can't read phonetics. Yeah, I know the DACH region, so it's D-A-C-H. And so with Bukauer, this is a K. All right, thanks, Adam. Appreciate that. And then, yeah, Rosanna Bukauer. Noted.
Excellent. We like it. We like interaction on the live feed.
Oh no, he says it's not a K. So you had it wrong too? See,
yeah,
you're taking the piss out of me. Oh, I live close to Germany.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. No, I'm saying I should know better because I live close to Germany.
Oh, so he says...
It's not that I do know better.
Yes, it is like Dach. So Buchauer. There we go.
There we go.
We're going to get it right.
Awesome.
It took about 16 messages from Adam to help us out, to steer us in the right direction.
You've covered the chat.
Love it. Thank you. Fantastic. Buchauer. There we go.
Yeah, so it looks like this point, you know, accessible from the road, probably a 3 or 4K hike up the trail. So great to see supporters up there as they head over the pass here and down into France. And I think as they pass over here, they cross onto the Community Santiago.
Oh, here's Martina Valmasoi.
Oh, well, good
so
spot.
she had moved back up a little bit, and now it looks like she's
she was at eighth place.
Fallen back outside of the top 5. Wait, I take that back. Is that her? No, I don't recognize the shoes one bit. This is not Martina. And I think we've been confused the whole time. Oh, I've been confused because that colorful
That's
cap.
USA. That's USA.
Yeah. Oh man, see, 6 hours in and it's just all falling apart. I got nothing. I think I need food.
If you're there in the chat, dial up the pizza in Canfranc for Martin.
Oh yeah. Please, just no pineapple.
We can, of course, give you an update on the team's rankings while we are here. So, starting with the female race, out in front, USA, with a 9-minute lead, and that's not that much when it comes to this length of race. 9-minute lead over Italy. And in third place will be the French team, just 6 minutes back from the Italians. So 1, 2, 3, USA, Italy, and France.
And as we have Gemma Arenas going through, we have a quick video coming up. We'll be back with you shortly.
La verdad que en los últimos años la alimentación del trail running ha cambiado un montón. Fijémonos que antes el deportista de montaña se paraba mucho más en los habituallamientos. Era casi como un manjar, como tener ese buffet a mitad de carrera. Ahora, hoy día, cada vez se para menos tiempo y se tiene que optimizar mucho más y seguir una programación mucho más pautada de alimentación e hidratación entre los puntos de habituallamientos. Esto exige al deportista mucha más preparación y dejar de usar tanto alimento que sea difícil de masticar. Usamos más fórmulas más blanditas, más líquidas, altas en carbohidratos. También de forma natural se puede conseguir, pero requiere mucha más preparación previa de cara al trail runner. El principal error nutricional es sin duda que se olvidan de la hidratación. Algo tan básico como es hidratarse hace que tu cuerpo esté mucho mejor, tengas mejor rendimiento. Pensemos que el 70% de tu músculo es líquido. Si tú no bebes lo suficiente, hace que el músculo esté deshidratado, aparte de que también reduce el rendimiento cognitivo, así que estás menos preparado para tomar reacciones o decisiones rápidas y además reduces tu rendimiento, aumentas la patología intestinal, la sangre se espesa, el corazón tiene que bombear mucho más y por lo tanto es mucho más difícil mantener un rendimiento de élite. Es una pregunta muy interesante, porque los superalimentos los tenemos al alcance de nuestra mano. No son aquellos que vienen de la otra parte del mundo y que son desconocidos para la mayor parte de la población. Estos son curiosidades. Los superalimentos los tenemos al alcance de nuestra mano. Son las legumbres, son las espinacas, es el tomate, son las frutas. Realmente no existen en sí superalimentos. Ahora, sí que es verdad que hay alimentos que son mucho más completos. Por ejemplo, las legumbres nos aportan una proteína de calidad juntamente a carbohidrato complejo. Es ideal para mantener la microbiota y nuestras fibras musculares. Luego también tenemos un superalimento que a veces ninguneamos, que es el agua. La mejor bebida que podemos tomar es el agua y este es un superalimento que nos va a hidratar y a mantener en forma tanto nosotros como nuestros músculos. Luego también tenemos las espinacas, que tienen una gran cantidad de ácido fólico, súper importante también para el deportista. Fijaros que estoy diciendo alimentos típicos de aquí. Si quisiera ir a otros alimentos de otras subculturas, por supuesto que también son recomendables, pero ¿por qué no priorizar el consumo de alimentos local, de temporada y de proximidad? Entrenar en ayunas puede estar bien, siempre que diferenciemos lo que es entrenar en ayunas del ayuno deportivo. Entrenar en ayunas simplemente es levantarte por la mañana e ir a correr sin haber consumido nada, pero esto no significa que estés beneficiándote de los beneficios del ayuno deportivo. El ayuno deportivo es aquel en el que tú bajas las reservas de glucógeno de tu cuerpo para favorecer el uso de grasa en tu entrenamiento al día siguiente. Pero esto se hace el día anterior. Tienes que empezar a reducir la cantidad de carbohidratos carbohidratos que tomas hasta que por la tarde-noche no tomes ninguno, sí que estás comiendo proteína, verdura, grasa, pero no carbohidratos, y por la mañana sales en deplección de glucógeno. Esto significa que las reservas de hidrato de carbono estarán bajas, empezarás a usar mucho antes las grasas y de esta manera serás o empezarás a ser mucho más eficiente, pero esto no se trabaja de un día para otro. Si tu competición es en 2 semanas, no lo hagas porque te puede perjudicar más que no pas ser beneficioso para ti, pero si lo tienes dentro de 4 o 5 meses sí que puedes provocar una buena adaptación metabólica en tu cuerpo. La pérdida de peso es algo que preocupa mucho al corredor de montaña porque cuanto menos peso tengamos, más eficientes seremos, o esto creemos, porque el peso es un número y ya está. Lo realmente importante es lo que hay dentro de ese número, de qué está compuesto tu cuerpo, qué porcentaje de grasa tienes, qué porcentaje de músculo tienes, qué tipo de deporte y de carreras estás haciendo, porque quizás si es un kilómetro vertical te interesa tener más masa muscular y por lo tanto más peso, porque el músculo pesa mucho más que tu masa grasa. Y en cambio, si eres un corredor de ultradistancia de carreras que no sean muy complejas, muy alpinas, con mucho desnivel, te interesa un músculo mucho más eficiente, más fino y por lo tanto pesarás menos. Así que realmente el peso dependerá del tipo de carreras y tecnicidad del terreno que tú estés haciendo en este momento. Ahora bien, si queremos perder peso, tenemos que tener en cuenta que perderlo muy rápido puede afectar directamente a nuestro rendimiento. En mujeres deportistas no recomiendo que pierdan más de 1 kilo, kilo y medio al mes, porque las mujeres tienen más porcentaje de grasa y es más difícil para ellas a nivel hormonal perder peso. Para un corredor masculino de montaña sí que puede ser que nos movamos alrededor de los 3 o 3 kilos, pero nos tenemos que olvidar ya de estas recomendaciones de voy a perder cada semana 2 kilos o pierde 10 kilos al mes, porque esto puede afectarnos negativamente no solamente a nuestro rendimiento, sino a nuestra salud, a nuestro descanso y a cómo estemos anímicamente, y eso sin duda va a afectarnos a cómo enfrentemos luego nuestra competición o nuestro entrenamiento. Me encanta que me hagas esta pregunta porque los suplementos deportivos realmente se necesitan en muy pocas ocasiones. El tema está en que en nuestro país tenemos grandes directores de marketing que nos hacen pensar que son más necesarios de lo que realmente son. Los suplementos solo los necesitamos si nosotros tenemos un déficit en aquel nutriente en particular. Cuando nosotros estamos cansados o tenemos fatiga, a veces vamos a la farmacia y pedimos un multivitamínico para ayudarnos, pero realmente ¿qué lleva esto? Normalmente es una mezcla de muchos nutrientes en tan poca cantidad que no nos sirve de nada y a veces entre ellos mismos compiten. Por ejemplo, a veces hay el calcio y el hierro juntos en el mismo suplemento y esto lo que hace es que no se absorba bien ni uno ni el otro, porque el calcio y el hierro se absorben por los mismos transportadores. Hay vitaminas hidrosolubles y liposolubles juntas cuando unas de ellas absorben con el líquido y la otra con la grasa, así que son suficientemente diferentes como para decir no, voy a ver qué es lo que yo realmente necesito, si tengo déficit, si necesito estos suplementos o si por contra tengo que cambiar mi alimentación porque muy probablemente sea esto lo que estemos haciendo mal y una vez arreglemos la base se solucionará lo demás.
Okay, everybody, back to the action. And as we did anticipate, there will be some time where we will be without signal to to show you the.
We've put a trap for whoever wanted to come in.
We will be without
the English
signal.
channel, and we've caught a lot of people this morning.
Yeah, tripping over our studio. Yeah, there will be some time where we don't have the front action as the men's field have passed into the French National Park, and our lead woman has also passed through there as well. But what we can give you is an update at the 6-hour mark, just over 6 hours run. Jim Walmsley out in front, Lois Corfe just 1 minute back. So it looks like things are on the move. So there's a gap. Things are changing in the men's race, so a gap to our second place runner of 1 minute, so that's news. Let's also give you a rundown on our women's field. So going back to the 40.3 kilometre mark, Katie Scheider has actually already gone through the 46.8 kilometre point. But let's go back to 40.3, where Katie Scheider did go through that point in first position. Sumaya Buddha in second place, Fabiola Conti in third, who has now, as we know, has overtaken. So she has moved into the second position. Annalise Rosé was in fourth, Rosa Maria Lara fifth, Elisa Kristin Stotta in sixth from Iceland, Jasmine Lauter from Canada in seventh, Martina Valmasoy in eighth, Silvia Nodska in ninth, and Shia Aquilano in 10th from the USA.
Yeah, and apologize, it looks like the timing website is down. So if you are part of the few who haven't refreshed that page, don't. And what you want to do is copy and paste that URL into a new tab and then try to refresh, but always keep the original one because that will actually still work. And so as you were saying, in seventh place, Jasmine Lowther has moved up into the top 10. Martina Valmasoy in 8th, and Sylvia Nogstar has fallen back into 9th, but again, understandably, and this is what we anticipated this morning, she's run 100K 3 weeks ago, and therefore that has left quite a bit of fatigue in her legs. It looked like there was a bit of a splinter here, but it's all taken care of, it's all good.
Yeah, we saw on the screen just before, I don't know if you caught that, Martin, a gap at the front of the men's field, 1 minute.
A gap between who?
Jim and Loison.
Okay, so Jim has finally managed to shake out the Frenchies.
What do you say, break the elastic?
Break the elastic. He probably like took a baguette out of his bag and threw it down the hill, and then that's enough to distract the Frenchies. But yeah. Yeah, that's what we just said. And there's actually now another runner who just showed up here in there, and it's Benjamin Robiol. And wow, he is now truly 5 minutes back behind Louison Coiffe and 6 minutes back from Jim Walmsley. So here we go, team. That was a bit of a bomb that the American runner has dropped on the Frenchies. Are they going to be able to respond to this? But already, as you said, it seems like a 5 minutes gap for Benjamin Robiol. It does sound like the elastic has broken. But again, that Frenchie knows how to pace himself, and we saw that 2 years ago. So until they get to that last climb at La Tuca, I wouldn't make any prediction yet.
Nothing's certain. So they've gone through the 60-kilometer point, and they'll be looking forward to arriving in Kandanshu, where they will get a supported aid station. So that's in just 5 kilometers time. So we will definitely be catching up with some more on-the-ground action. Hopefully Richard is there all set up with the camera crew, and will show us the aid station as we arrive at that point. But once again, top 3 positions going through 60 kilometers. Jim Walmsley out in front with 1 minute advantage over Loison Coiffe from France, followed by Benjamin Robiol in third, who is 6 minutes back from Jim.
Oh, and just as you speaking of the devil, well done. We have Richard coming up live from the field. So we'll be hearing it from Richard very soon. I believe he's going to be at a remarkable point, whether that's going to be an aid station.
Here and I see some brains of the nations gear a dream a sports with fun of ensure the instrument in a podium is there to be another we can level down the lawyer from so concerned these fight the mayor that try down to be this is front century.
Oh no, Richard is in a no reception zone seemingly, because we couldn't either catch images or sound. Oh, and it's a fiesta for the Spanish team up at this section. I love when spirits are high like this. Okay, now that, you know, as much as we were hoping to hear it. Oh yeah, no, we will. They're putting tricks on us.
Hi everybody, we're here in Candanchu at the around 60-kilometer mark in the race, and you can see the supporters of all the different national teams starting to gather here at the very important aid station for the runners. We've got supporters here from France, calling all of their friends to make sure everybody's organised. The Austrian team's just arriving, the Norwegian team's been over here, the Polish team over in the distance there. Let me tell you about what's going to happen for the runners. If we just pull the camera around to my left a little bit, the runners will come down this long, fast trail from Somport in France on the French side of the Pyrenees, and they'll finally get out of the mountain there, fly down this fast trail here. They'll spin around as we walk past here into this aid station. This is the big restaurant and ski rental area at the bottom of the ski resort here in Candanchu. They'll run inside, meet all of their crew, be as quick as possible, and then immediately spin around all of those tables where we saw the aid station earlier 30 kilometers ago, and they'll come straight out again and straight back up into the mountain this side, where they have a beautiful section of the course called Loma Verde, which is so pretty, before they have two big final climbs to encounter before the end of the race. Spin the camera around a little bit more. I want to introduce you to some of the more colourful members of the support crew. We've got a great team here supporting Team USA, including 3 humans and 1 unicorn. We'll just see if the unicorn speaks English, and we'll ask her a question. How's it going inside?
Doing great. We're excited for the racers.
Okay, amazing job. This unicorn has traveled all the way from the US to be here. A really great example of the party here in Candanchu, as so many people from around the world all gathering here together to be part of this amazing World Mountain Trail Running Championships. It's back to you guys in the studio.
All right, so Richard was on the ground as well, and he's waiting for the runners indeed in Candanchu. Candanchu, another fun fact, is the oldest ski resort in the Pyrenees.
Well, yeah.
Or the Spanish Pyrenees, I think.
Spanish Pyrenees. Okay, well, yeah, it's great to have those updates from Richard, our best-dressed reporter out there in the field, sporting the collar there.
we can even say our favourite, because there's no one else, so we won't hurt anybody's feeling.
Yes, our favourite roving reporter. Thanks, Richard, and we'll look forward to see the runners coming through shortly through that aid station, and it won't be too far away, because at the 60-kilometre point we have now 4 people who have run through there, and there's been a change in the top 5. Christian Minoggio into 4th position, 11 minutes off the pace of Jim Walmsley, and less than 5 minutes back from the medal positions. Do you think that Christian can make the Italians happy and get a medal?
I think he can even probably do better than that. Like, Christian Minoggio in good shape is absolutely lethal. And here on your screen, they are still together. Sunmaya Buddha has responded and didn't let Fabiola Conti pass her for good, and she's responding here. So I wonder, because we didn't have eyes on her, whether Fabiola is stronger on the climbs and Sunmaya on the descent, or if it's the other way around, or if the 2 ladies are just going back and forth. But this is awesome. This is what we love to see, a bit of competition between these 2 ladies. And so far, none of them has the upper hand on the other.
Yeah, that's so exciting to watch at this point in the race. Coming up towards the 60-kilometre point, they're dropping out of view because they're dropping off the trail into the abyss of France. But Katie Scheider through that 46.8 kilometre, and we're waiting for the 2nd and 3rd position to come through the 46.8 kilometre checkpoints.
Yeah, and it's insane. We're gonna get close to an hour gap between Katie and the duel between Fabiola Conti and Sunmaya Buddha, Italy and Nepal.
Yeah, that's right. Katie Scheider through at 5 hours and 30 minutes through that checkpoint at 46.8, and 2nd and 3rd yet to come through. Wow, she really has exploded.
Yeah, I was almost thinking, like, did they not register, or did she find a shortcut?
Is our live timing working?
Oh yeah, well that is the $1 million question.
Oh look, it looks like Katie Scheider is just flying. Really.
I mean, we knew she was on another planet, but already almost an hour onto her competition, about the halfway point is.
Yeah, but
further than the halfway point.
Putting 40 minutes in the space of 25 kilometers. Like between the aid station of 30K and now at 46.8. Yeah, that's a crazy acceleration. Yeah, I think Fabiola and Sumaya are still going to be a wee way off as well. Just looking at the men's position coming through that same point at 46.8 kilometers.
Yeah, because there was you're right. There was 20 minutes gap between Katie Scheider and Sumaya Buda at 40K, and then 46.8. We're now 50
in 5 minutes. Yeah, it will be
55 minutes. So it's a 35-minute increase in lead over 6.5 kilometers. So it doesn't make any sense. It's I mean, I'm not good at math, but I think we got that one right.
Yeah, it's definitely not our strong point here in the studio.
Wow. It does sound off.
Yeah, the Italians getting excited in the chat. Christian moving into 4th position as well in front of Peter Engdahl.
And I would say this is not over. As we said, those last few kilometers. There we go. Annelise Rousset, Team France. And yeah, I for one, I am not surprised. Look at her go down that track.
Yeah, so she'll be chasing the middle positions. What have we got, Matt? About 2 minutes back? Was it 2 minutes gone past from that point, more or less?
I don't know. Was that the exact same shot?
I think it's got
several fixed cameras.
Yeah, I think it should pan around where they drop off down the trail a bit further.
Yeah, we're filming from several different locations, so yeah, sometimes we're not fully.
This is further back on the trails. Here we go.
So Annelise Rousset, if you're familiar with the French geographic, Corsica is an island south of France in the Mediterranean Sea, and there's a very famous GR, like Grande Randonnée, just like, I mean, like remarkable trails, and there's a very famous record, FKT, on that route, and that record had been standing for over 10 years in the women's, and she came and absolutely shattered it. So again, it shows that she can, and this is over 200, I'll get that.
Is it the 220? Is it the GR220 or not?
GR20.
Oh, GR20.
But just to understand, yeah, it's 180 kilometers from end to end, and so this is over the 100-mile distance, and she absolutely shattered that. So not only it shows that she can handle the distance, but she can also run on technical and with big ups and downs, because this route is famous for being a tough one. So she's going through that location where we saw
it didn't stop.
Peter Engdahl and Peter Frano stop to refresh. So she's on a mission.
Yeah, it's obviously not she's not feeling too hot. She's still got the arm warmers on. So.
Yeah. And I expect Annelise to keep that pace all throughout the rest of the course. So yes.
Okay, update on the men's side as well. Peter Engdahl just come through that checkpoint. He's 1 minute and 17 seconds back from Peter Frano, who has also moved in front of Peter. Now Peter Frano, let's have a look. from Christian Managgio, there is another 5 minutes and 47 seconds between Peter Frano in 5th and Christian Managgio in 4th. So Christian really storming actually at this point, picking up Peter Engdahl, and maybe Peter Engdahl, maybe he is kind of suffering a little bit, would you say?
Yeah, I would take away the maybe. I think he really is.
I always like to put a positive spin on it.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, this is expected, and I'm sure he knew it damn well going into the race that this could, like, racing back to back. Ooh! And this is the second time that we see Annelies trip like this a little bit, so hopefully, I mean, here it doesn't look like any damage, but you really don't want to take a fall in those rocks. So I don't know, maybe she's like losing focus a little bit. I don't know, because she's still moving well, so it's not like she's going through a hole or a bonk. Maybe she's just daydreaming. But yeah, that will get her attention.
Absolutely, it'll definitely get her attention. And yeah, of course, we remember Tove Alexandersson. She is sporting the the signs of falling on those rocks as well. Still with a cut above her eye from 3 weeks ago, where she had 18 stitches while she was doing a preparation race here, but still managed to get back on the trail and take out that competition, as well as take out the world champs in the short trail, of course, yesterday. Okay, now we can update you officially. Coming through 46.8 kilometers, Katie Scheid out in front. She has a, yeah, okay, it's not such a big a lead as we weren't getting updates here.
So our live results were wrong. I mean, not wrong, it just didn't update.
Yeah, well, actually it hasn't blown out for sure. It's 22 minutes and 40 seconds in front of Fabiola Conti from Italy. In second place, with Sunmaya Buddha in third place from Nepal, and as we know, they are neck and neck, so nothing to separate those two at the moment. Annelies Rosset, she's another 6.5 minutes behind, more or less, from France, and in fifth place, Rosa Maria Lara in fifth place from Spain, and then having a great run actually, Jasmine Lauter from Canada. She's doing great things, as indeed Elisa Christiansdotter, followed up by Martina Valmasoy in 8th place. These are the 8 runners who have now come through the checkpoint in 46.8 kilometers.
All right, thanks Juno for the recap, and then thank you guys in the chat. Oliver Müller had seen that and was sharing this information with us, as well as Arkadiusz Tomasz Wojciechowski. We actually in the studio here, apparently it was reception in the live broadcast, but we didn't have that update. And I mean, admittedly, we thought it was extremely odd that that gap had gone to almost 50 minutes.
We were questioning it.
It didn't add up. It didn't add up. So I'm glad we're back on the right track.
Speaking of on the right track, a quick look around just to make sure she was on the right trail there. She's coming up to the top of the pass and dropping down into the French side.
And so, looking now at the 60K aid station, the 60K mark, so Peter Engdahl falling back in the rankings in 6th, another 3.5 minutes back. Andrzej Witek is in 7th. I'm anticipating that Andrzej will move up while Peter might fall back a little bit. Peter Frano, oh, there we go. Here's our 5th lady.
Yeah, coming through, fantastic.
Maralara. It's confusing. We're going from one location to the next. It's like, oh, hang on, we know this one. This is the front of the race.
I think as the top runners drop through, when there's nothing left to show at that that point that's in front of us, they drop back to this.
That's the fullback option.
Just so that we can still show pictures to you, all you folks back home, and also celebrate the runners further back in the field as well, because this is a pretty stern test of athletic performance as well as character.
And like Jasmine Lowther in 6th, Christine Dottir in 7th, and Martina Valmasoy in 8th are all within 22 seconds.
Oh yeah, good spot.
So they are actually running all together for 6th, 7th, and 8th. So there's a bit going on, especially they're only 3 minutes back from Maria Lara. However, it starts to grow with 4th place and Lise Rousset. But it's interesting at this point in the race.
Oh, here we pick up. We're going to be picking up the leaders, I'm sure.
Oh,
I
and
haven't
this is
seen
it
this shot before.
From America, ladies and gentlemen.
No one behind him. Look at that.
Jim Walmsley has opened up, and there was a reason why he didn't want to give up the lead, because he knew he had still more in store for the Frenchies, and he's now put in a surge that they could not fight back.
Yeah, fantastic to pick him up here at this point. And you can see down to the aid station that he's going to be dropping down to pretty shortly. He'll be looking forward to getting new fuel. You can see there right in front of us, Kandanshu coming up at the 65-kilometer point, knowing that he has only another 23% of the course in front of him.
Yeah, and with decent climbs and descents, but so far he has shown that none of the terrain that was being thrown at him was a challenge for him. And look at him here, strided out on that kind of more rolling, less technical single track. Bit of a grass on the foot, bit of cushioning, and man, he is really sending it into that descent. But again, I'm saying sending it, but not looking like he's damaging himself at all. He's just flowing through it. A lot of bounce in his step, as we know he can pull off for 100 miles, because this is how Jim Walmsley finishes Western States, with that same style. And so it's impressive to see the transition he's been able to operate in the last few years, going from a true running profile, like a flatter, fast running profile, to like basically being at the top of the world championship on a terrain that is everything but runnable.
Oh, exactly. Looking so relaxed as well. You know, you can see his shoulders and his arms, you know, completely relaxed and just kind of flowing down the hill. I look at his foot strike, it's right under his center of gravity, you know, like he takes a long stride, and as he's moving forward, his foot is coming back underneath his center of gravity and giving him the drive off. So he's one of the most efficient runners, but also one of the most powerful runners as well.
And see, we can catch, he's quickly looking left to see if there is the shadow of a runner behind him. And at some point, I mean, I guess whenever we are getting to the aid station, which would be any minute now, we're going to get the splits. But see, he's looking again, meaning that back. He hasn't been able at first glance to see anyone, which means only one thing. There's probably now more than a minute between first and second, and he's going to actually take advantage of this. Look at this, throwing himself into that climb, head down, grinding it.
I think he's going to push the gas a little bit at this point. Whoa, look at that.
And a bit of a high five to Fred Tranchant.
Yeah, just in the studio here with us.
Getting some of that gold dust already on his hands.
Yeah, fantastic camaraderie between the athletes here. I think he's going to want to put the gas on going into the aid station, because he's going to want to come out of the aid station before the others have come in and be gone. And that's going to put them under pressure, that they need to get in and out of the aid station and try and recover some of this time.
Well, in all fairness, they're actually always in and out of the aid station regardless, because they really have it dialed, those Frenchies. But you're right, like if he can actually be out of there without giving them a chance to see him, out of sight, out of mind, and they're going to be like, oh no, he's opened up too much of a gap. But they... so, okay, we're going to transition to Richard and see the aid station transition right from the inside. We'll be right back.
And here we are inside the aid station at Kandanshu. We've just been hearing commentary team described Jim Walmsley about to arrive here. What's going to happen? He will come straight down this line here between all the tables for the other nations of support. He's going to come around the back of where I'm standing now and straight in to the Team USA base right here. We've got the same familiar faces we've been seeing for the past couple of days. They've got everything laid out already. And let's get ready. He's going to come in any second now. Straight down this alleyway between the tables. So much excitement here as the legend that is Jim comes in. Round he comes. Got the support crew here directing him. And in he goes. Let's go and see the action.
Yes.
Jim looking so smooth here, the aid station crew looking so smooth, everything's so well organised. Still got the poles in the back of the bag for what's going to be a next tough section of climbing coming out of the aid station, but the next support not too far away. Jim on his way. Go, Jim, go! Fantastic job. Gents, you happy with that? Pretty fast transition?
Yeah, and we're psyched. Jim's strong. He's looking strong. Crew's doing great. We're psyched.
Fantastic job. Of course, more runners to come for them. Let's move down here back towards where the French team is based. Sorry, sir. Just going to squeeze through here. We're going over now to Team France's table. We're expecting, of course, two of the top French runners to come in any moment. Louis Coiffé, and of course, Benjamin Rubiol, and here they are, Team France. Also expectant and excited. Guys, you all set up? It looks very organized here.
Yeah, we are looking for Louison and just after Benj, so it comes.
Both of these guys are physios, by the way, so the French runners are going to be very well looked after. They've got two professional physios waiting for them here. Both those French guys are going to come straight through the doors here, following the tape here, around the tables with all the other nations of tables set up and straight into their aid station right here. So let's get ready. We can hear the noise already. You can hear the excitement. There's other teams from social media are all preparing to capture this. And in he comes. Three minutes, they're telling him, 3 minutes until Jim. The bottles come out, the bottles go in. Bit of water on the head there just to cool him down. Bit more water over the back and off he goes. Very smooth, very slick. Allez, allez, allez is the cry from the French support crew. Allez, allez, of course, go, go, go. Fantastically fast and efficient turnaround there. I'd say they probably got 30 seconds on Jim just there. Jim, of course, had a little bit of a cushion, so he knew he could just relax and take it slow. He certainly looked very cool and relaxed at the aid station earlier, but this, another very impressive Formula One pit stop from the French team. And of course, they have another runner coming through in possibly just another couple of minutes. So now you can see them resetting everything, making sure it's all ready here for Benjamin. This is the section laid out here for Benjamin. He's got all of his gels, the water, the Coca-Cola, everything set up for him. And then, of course, the other Vincent Baptiste all set up for the other French runners as soon as they all come through. A busy day here for Team France, of course, with so many fantastic runners in the front of this field, both in the men's and the women's races. We're expecting, of course, third-placed man, Benjamin, to come through just in a few minutes' time. They're just mopping up the floor here, just to show you how much hard work goes into making sure that these aid stations stay clean and organised, and there's no possibility for mistakes. If we just come under the table, we can see some more of the colourful stuff that these guys have to set up. We've got spare poles here. I can see there's spare shoes here for runners in case they decide they need to change their shoes. A big bag of extra materials if they need anything down here. For the women's, oh, beg your pardon, this is all for the women's race. So they have to completely clear this table and then pull out all of the stuff for the ladies and reset the whole thing. Even I guess you have to make new labels also for all of the different runners. So fantastically exciting here again at the aid station. We're going to go back to you guys in the studio, and of course we'll be back here when the third place man arrives.
Yeah. All right, well, I gotta say, from my perspective, it's gonna be extremely hard to catch that man in blue right here. Jim Walmsley has made the move and is now going to push the pace. As much as Louison Coiffet, we've seen, is excellent downhill runner, and every time he could close quite a bit of time on the leaders, and which most of the time was indeed Jim Walmsley. But again, it looks like Jim has now decided, I don't know if it was originally planned, to make a move at this aid station, but clearly he has now. And for Louison, you see, that's a different, I mean, Jono, what do you think? It seems to me that this is not the same kind of pace.
Yeah, look, Jim was cool, calm and collected in the aid station, but importantly he got out before Louison even kind of got within distance of it. So yeah, he got in and out, and again, you know, putting the pressure on. It's up to you to catch me at this point. But yeah, looking so strong, especially on the runnable sections. And could have been the same situation as yesterday in the women's race, where Sarah Alonso had enough of a gap, and even though she wasn't as strong a runner as Naomi Lang, yeah, she had the pace to be able to hold on, but we all know that Jim's got wheels on downhill running as well. So and if it's smooth and not technical, then you're not going to bet against him, are you? But now, of course, we are on the short trail track, so it might be familiar to some of you back home. This looks like the little roller ski track that has been set up for winter training for the Nordic ski athletes.
And so it was interesting. I don't know if you paid attention to the bottom indication. They've calculated the time spent at aid station. So Jim spent 57 seconds at the aid station, where Louison was 25 seconds. So actually, Richard was bang on what he said. He actually made about 30 seconds on Jim in that transition, but then coming out of the aid station, the official split between them coming out again, it was 2 minutes and 26 seconds.
Okay, just trying to give you an update, another update from Richard there. He's got Benjamin Rubiol, he's right behind him, taking a little slightly longer, I would say, but still really, really quick transition there.
Countries encouraging all of the runners, irrespective of which country they're representing. It's a great advert for the sport, as well as, of course, a great advert for how strong these runners are. But another very efficient turnaround here from Team France, both of their men coming in and out pretty quickly. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Look, thank you, Richard, again for those fantastic updates, and yeah, again, great to hear, great camaraderie. All the teams, are in awe and so impressed by these performances that we're seeing out here today.
And here we go, Louison Coiffet, second place in this long trail today.
Great that he's still looking up ahead. He's still looking for Jim. He's not thinking about
he's
defending.
chasing. He is 100% chasing, and is going to give everything he's got once again for the team. As Fred Tranchant, the team element was so important to all the Frenchies, and I'm sure to all the nations out there. And see, there's someone also in the French team who was giving him the splits, letting him know what was going on.
Yeah, less than 20 kilometers to go now in today's race.
And so right now, the 2023 long trail champion is sitting in a third place, so still with a medal around his neck.
Yeah, and it certainly looked to us that that those three are kind of out there, out in front. There is a chasing pack, of course. And again, going back 5 kilometers back to the previous point, Christian Minoggio, he's chasing. He wants to close down to a medal. You heard it in the interview. If it's not a team's medal, then he'll definitely take an individual, I'm sure.
But then actually looking at Benjamin Robiol running now, he looks almost faster than Louison Coiffet, which means like he is definitely not done. And so to catch up that young man who's made this race the A race of his season, he will have the distance in the legs and he will be hungry. So I think he's head down and not even worrying about whatever could happen at the back, but still probably thinking, 6 minutes, anything can happen. Nothing is done until the line is crossed, and we've seen that.
Yeah, French looking unbeatable, let's say, for the team medal. I'm going to say in front of the USA. Going back, we have to go back to the 47-kilometer checkpoint to see Italy in third place still. So still in middle position there, 24 minutes back at that point from the USA team. And Romania moving into fourth place in the team's medal competition. Poland, of course, having a great run as a team as well. So fantastic to see Poland in the men's doing so well. Yeah, the Polish team, of course, being led by Andrzej Witek in 7th position at this time.
Yeah, and again, seeing here Benjamin Robiol, he's moving super well, like that's smooth, that's a really good stride. So he shows, that Jim really is on another planet.
Hey, here we go, 4th place coming in. Christian Minoggio coming into the aid station, Condenchu. Not sure if we're going to go to Richard or not in the studio, but
no, apparently we're not.
We're coming back out on the trail.
And look at this, Benjamin Robiol is still on top of things. He knows that course, he knows he's going to take a left and he's going to need his poles. So he's definitely still on top of things. And there we go,
Great.
Video from the inside with Team Italy with a critical transition here.
Wow, that's a quick change. He literally grabbed and went there. That's okay. He's on a mission there. Yeah, that sort of. I think that confirms that he's in a hunt mode.
Oh, he's on a mission.
Mm-hmm.
And it's good because there's quite a few runners here like wanting to push forward as opposed to, sometimes on the back end of a race, like people have fallen apart. Like they are definitely all gearing up for a back end of the race. It's going to be exciting and pushing with everything they've got because they still have a few shots to fire.
Exactly, lui fa la caccia di francesi. Fantastic. We also have plenty of Italian followers here, and great to have you following us here on the English feed and showing us your support.
Let's be honest, it's by default. If there was an Italian channel, they wouldn't be there.
I can guarantee they wouldn't be there.
But yeah.
Yeah, shout out to Marco De Gasperi and Maurizio Torri, normally our hosts in the Italian language. Hopefully they're with us as well, following the action and cheering on Christian Minoggio, currently in 4th place and hunting down 3rd. And of course we have the split now from Christian coming out of that aid station at 65k. He is less than 5 minutes back from Benjamin Robiol, so he is making some ground.
Yeah, so technically there is 5 minutes in front and behind Benjamin Robiol.
Yeah, tough one to be in, isn't it? It's almost too That's almost too far in front to really go for third, but knowing that the fourth place is hunting you down, it's a tricky one to be in. I think you've just got to focus on second and just go, yes, I can still go for the silver medal, and that'll drag you up, drag you in front.
Silver.
No, here to shoot for that silver medal.
Oh,
you know, he's in bronze position at the moment, so I think that's the way to think about it. You know, not think about what's happening behind you, but focus on, you know, let that
chasing instead of being chased.
Chase and let that drag you up. Yeah, I'd say Christian looking slightly less comfortable on the flatter, more open sections.
I got to say, on that climb, he's still making good ground.
Yeah, he's still going to get, you know, and he's going to get into his terrain shortly as we hit the steeper part to the climb. And now, of course, they know they're coming towards the final, basically the final climb of the day, the final big climb of the day. It does shoot up and down a little bit, but yeah, he's, as we know, they drop down, and I believe there should be still a drink station where we saw at the short trail yesterday before the final push up to the summit, and then they'll be looking down at the finish line, going into the final 10 kilometers.
Yeah, and actually, like when we saw that yesterday, this technical part where, you know, they're going to be almost backtracking on the map and contouring that mountain, where there was a lot of technical terrain. And again, I mean, it's hard to take it away from the top three runners, but Christian Minogue also will be right at home on that kind of terrain. Yeah, it's not any more than like some runners have a competitive advantage because they are all very strong on all parts. So yeah, I think it's just gonna be whoever still has a bit of the legs and the mental intention of pushing all the way through to the end.
Exactly, and we're waiting for an update from our women's competition. Shooting back to look at the 60-kilometer point. Yes, nobody through there at the moment. Katie not through the 60-kilometer point, but probably not too far away. I'm going to put my neck out and guess. I'm not sure if my screen's updating correctly, because I still have 8 female runners through the 46.8 kilometer point. Here we go, Christian, taking on some more fuel. There's Peter Ferrano coming in to the aid station.
And again, Peter Ferrano is still consistent in his race, even though he's not using poles. He's going to be, so far, the only one in these top positions to actually be having made the option of not using poles.
Yeah, clapped in by former WRA council member Giorgio Bianchi. Shout out again to the Italians supporting Christian out on the track and all of the runners. So we should be able to pick up on Peter as he comes through the aid station, and right on cue.
Let's see, he's got everything ready. He's dropping everything on the ground. He's getting
a bit of extra help from the Swedish crew as well. Good
Love
to see.
it. Oh, looks like Peter was hungry. He's been going for, that's the second kind of gel he's taken down. And again, that could be a strategy. You know, you take much less with you on the trail, but you choose to and see they're digging in the back. We don't have the clear view, but at the back of his belt, where you can see the jacket popping out. So a bit of like trying to be as light as possible as you're going through the course, but then taking a bit more time at the aid stations. Obviously, it's the trade-off.
Yeah, high risk strategy, of course, but you know, we know Peter's experience, so You know,
Oh yeah, that is not his first rodeo.
not a second either, I'm sure.
And so here, another Peter, but this one is Petter. Petter Engdahl is coming in, and look at him. He's still moving like reasonably well, to be fair. And he's, you know, collecting everything to get ready to chuck it down. And actually, Team Sweden just had a warm up before getting their runner in. And coming through the aid station.
Okay, anyway, Peter out of the checkpoint. Less than 7 minutes back from Christian.
And there we go. As we're out of the aid station with Peter Frano from Slovakia, we have Petter Engdahl with Team Sweden, who probably is right now being supported by his crew to refuel and be sent out back on the course for that last section. And wait a minute. What is Peter Frano holding on to?
Poles? No.
It is poles.
Surely not.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is groundbreaking news. This is the first time from my perspective, and I hope in the chat you can let me know if I'm wrong. But
well, he's got the gloves, you see.
Yes, exactly. He's got the gloves. I mean, that was a rhetorical question. But like, I really wanted to emphasize that because this is literally the first time I'm seeing Peter Frano with poles, and I'm glad. I'm glad because personally, I am convinced of the benefits of poles on such terrain. And so, interestingly enough, he kept it for the back end of the race, which, you know, in some way could be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, and your legs are getting tired, so you're going to need extra support. But the other way around, you could be like, well, if you preserve your legs from working them too much with the support of poles early on, then you're going to have fresher legs in the second part. So, either way, it's interesting to see him changing a bit of strategy. And just like Fred Tranchant was sharing with us earlier about his win, he says like he was never using poles before, but he says like, well, on this kind of races over 45K when there's a lot of elevation gain and loss, you can't do without. And so he did train with them throughout the summer, and we saw it on the images. He absolutely nailed it. And so he's good. All right, Peter Frano with poles. That's a new one.
It's made Martin's day here in the studio.
Yeah. I mean, you know, there's an expression in French that says like only idiots don't change their minds. And so it's like he's looking at what's going on around him. He's learning, and then he's choosing to make that decision, and I certainly respect that.
Yeah, and I think, you know, at this point in the race, you know, your legs are pretty trashed, and so any kind of way to kind of help them out, and the power of the arms can come into the play, come into play, and there are some super steep sections coming up this last little chunky bit. So you've got quite a long climbing section with another little descent down into the final drink station, and then there'll be the last push up to the final ridge where they will get to see the finish line. Okay,
Andrzej Witek, ladies and gentlemen, from Poland, is now about to pull into the aid station. Let's see. Reading from the body language, he's still striding out, so the legs are not shot by any means.
He's moving well, actually, moving really well.
He is focused. He looks like he's worked, understandably. He's coming into 60 Ks into the race. But yeah. Everything seems still to be working, and it's another runner who will be looking ahead and pushing forward as opposed to falling back.
So we didn't see Going into the aid station, we saw Peter Frano coming in before or after. I think he was coming in after Peter Engdahl.
No, before.
He came in before. So
he was before, and then when
quo.
Peter disappeared and then Peter Engdahl was coming into the aid station, we actually lost him to the adverts.
So we've got a 20-minute gap from Peter Engdahl back from Jim Walmsley. So yeah, also in the men's race, the gaps are growing. Okay, Andre, he knows what he wants.
Yeah, he knows what he wants, but see, it's not optimized. Like while the crew was opening the bottle, they could put the bottle in his pack, because right now he's selected the ones he wanted, but they haven't put it in the pack. So, see, okay, so he's not going to live with it, but that could have been done while he was drinking his whatever was in that can. And so again, coming out of the aid station on that flat part, Peter Engdahl is still moving really well, I got to say. Kudos to him, even though Jim also ran OCC, but it seemed like Peter was fading a little bit, but, you know, he's still holding his ground, and again, well aware of what's going on. He knows the course, he knows he's already pulling up the poles to get ready for that climb. And this is definitely showing also like how the trail running world is becoming more and more professional, because they've all done their homework, they all know the course, which wasn't necessarily the case a few years back. And it shows the level of commitment it now requires to be able to perform well at this level. You cannot wing it anymore, and you can't just go out for long runs in the mountain, show up and then take one of the podium spots. Those days are long gone.
Yeah, definitely. And and those of us... those of you interested also in Francesco Pupi, one of the favourites, he is actually moving up another couple of positions. Yeah, exactly. Andreas Reiterer in front of him in 12th. So I tell you what, yeah, for the team, they're really doing great things. So.
And look at this. This is the technical section that we saw yesterday, which is quite gnarly. And as we see, it doesn't mean that necessarily Jim is fading. This is just a hard, steep and technical section of the course, which, you know, on that kind of terrain, I'm very interested to see how much ground can be made or lost by the three gentlemen who are chasing Louison Coiffet, Benjamin Rubiol, and Christian Minoggio.
Okay, I've just had an update from the women's field. Katie Scheid through 60 kilometers, 7 hours gone.
Wow, and it shows how brutal that course is, because we're much slower than 6 minutes per K. And so again, you know, this is not voluntary. It's not an intention from Jim Walmsley, but people are not supposed to be around him filming, especially. So if you're out on the course, please respect that, because technically the runners could get a penalty because of that. And we saw Benjamin Rubiol, actually, I didn't know if you noticed, but 2 times, like, making a wave at somebody who was on his side filming. He's like, hey, I don't want this near me, because I know this is not allowed, and I don't want to be penalized for it. So, you know, especially at the end of the day, what are you going to do with this video? Are you going to show it at Christmas? so it's more like being mindful of the runners and giving them enough space, but more importantly, not be obviously in front of them, because you could risk tripping them over or like altering their line of sight. So there is a lot that comes into play here, and we appreciate the cheering and being present and sharing the enthusiasm about the sport and this beautiful event in the Spanish Pyrenees. But again, be mindful of those roles, and that it could have a very negative influence on the participants. And we've seen it yesterday, actually. A runner got a yellow card because their team manager was running next to them for long enough.
Okay, yeah, right.
So, yeah, it's not like, again, and you were right to bring it up. It's like, well, there are rules for a reason. They're here, and they will be applied, even though nobody likes to give away penalties. They will be enforced. Oh, wait, so... Did Andrzej did the opposite? Or am I dreaming? Have we seen Andrzej Vitek with poles ever at this point?
I don't think
I actually
so.
didn't pay attention at the beginning. I'm sure people in the chat will be able to tell us that.
Oh, our Polish friends will sure be able to tell us exactly what's going on.
Considering the amount of Polish flags we've seen flying in the chat.
I've seen him running without poles, so I don't think he has. There we go. No, he has no poles.
Yeah. Thank you, Maciej, for that insight. No, he has no poles indeed. So there we go. And then Stanzin, there's no need to mention the name of that runner, but be sure that he got a yellow flag by the organization, and that wasn't done again. Therefore, there was no penalty. The yellow card, not yellow flag, sorry, is a warning. And so upon receiving that warning, that was corrected, and it didn't happen again. Therefore, no 1 hour penalty was enforced upon being caught a second time with that kind of default. Thank you. I had seen that joke before, and I'm glad it's coming back. Andrzej is Paul. He doesn't need Paul. Thank you. This is. I like that. This sense of humor in the chat beats everything. So thanks for bringing it up. And I think in the distance we had Vincent Bouillard, wasn't he?
Yes, definitely French. So yep, I'm gonna go Vincent Bouillard coming in.
And there were two runners, so he might have.
Well, it should have been Adam Peterman and Zach Miller around pretty close to him.
So maybe the Frenchies are closing a little bit. But then Vincent Bouillard and maybe Baptiste Chassang as well.
That's right.
They might have been running together for a bit because it looked like they were two red shorts from the French national team. But again, it looks like we've lost the fixed camera and we're back on the finish line. And yeah, waiting for more updates. And Geertstown, the aid station Andrzej left is at 64.9 kilometers.
That's correct. Yeah. Just under 20k to go, 17, 18k to go, and now is where it really starts to hurt. Coming up, knowing that there's a massive climb in front of them here.
Here we go, Baptiste Chassang.
Let's go back to the French table, see how they get on.
Dropping everything. Oh man, looks like he's going to get
two of them in at once. Yeah, you're right.
It's going streaking. There we go. Still 20k to go for this gentleman. Jails are coming in.
It almost looks like they've practiced this because they know exactly which pocket to put everything in.
Yeah. So here, I mean, the French, the tips certainly go around the French team. So this might be the same pico juice that Fredo was drinking yesterday, like that. Those little bottles, little plastic bottles, and then Coke's coming down as well. Baptiste on his side is drinking, I believe, Saint-Yor, so like fuzzy water with a lot of salt in it. And here, as you were pointing it out, Adam Peterman was going to be just around the corner, and here he comes into that aid station.
You're looking good too. Full of running, yeah, great.
Yeah, see, that's a runner who's been training for 100 miles. So, again, that kind of distance is not going to be bothering him, and we can expect those profiles to be able to push the pace all the way through to the end. But look at this man, ladies and gentlemen, leading the World Championship in the long trail, coming from the USA. That was one title he has had yet to claim. Jim Walmsley.
That's right. You know, interesting, Jim, the last winner of the world long distance mountain running title. 2019 in Villa Langostura, Argentina.
That's right.
Massive battle with Francesco Pupi
yes,
over the marathon distance. So yeah, he won the last World Mountain Running title. But you're right, World Mountain and Trail running together. No, so he's
no, but like I stand corrected. That is not the first time. I remember that very vividly, actually, and people were shocked because they had to go across like quite a raging river. And that, like, a lot of people weren't ready for it. And at that game, indeed, Jim Walmsley took the advantage on Francesco Pupi. That is right. Thanks for bringing that up. I have forgotten about that.
Yeah, well, the day before we were up there, further up that same river, trying to hold like a small wooden bridge in place. That the day before had been just a trickle, and the day after was a raging torrent. So we were up there.
And I can't even remember who that was, but they were a couple of people ended up like going down and helping the runners go through so they wouldn't get swept away because
that was me.
You were in there. I knew there was somebody I knew.
And Sarah Rowell, who was here in the studio.
There we go.
She was there as well.
That was you too.
It was the two of us. But here's Jim.
Full commitment.
Exactly.
Yeah, so
Jim's still looking great.
He
traversing around the
is.
side.
I was just going to say, like, I think you can throw whatever you want at this man today. He's going to be rolling with the punches in style.
Here we go. Angela Mudge, Anne Buckley from the UK team.
So that would be Hugh.
Yep.
And then Andreas Reiter here coming in to the aid station for Team Italy. And look at that. Now it's about pushing as hard as you can on these poles on that climb. He's almost there. And he's still able to break into a few running strides in the middle of that almost the boulder field here. Oh, and that shade is probably going to feel like $1 million. Short-lived though. It's going to be back in the sun.
Yeah, still got to head down into that little ski, that little dip, that ski.
That's right. That's right. There is one more dip before the final tip over into the Confront Valley.
So yeah, Hugh Chatfield now out of that aid station, helped on by the British support crew. Very experienced mountain runners, both of them, Anne Buckley and Angela Mudge. Angela Mudge, actually a world mountain running champion back from 2000. So we should be waiting for Zach Miller, I'm guessing. Should be not too far away, coming into that last aid station, last supported aid station. And coming out, I think that must be Hugh Chatfield in front of us.
And I'm not going to go through the motion of trying to cross-check that fact, but Ligia Olsen is sharing an interesting fact here. It's just, like, just a quick remember, the total Icelandic population is 400,000 people, and we have women in 6th, 2nd, and 36th place in the race.
Exactly. We are shouting them out for the teams competition as well, but yeah, doing so well. Fantastic, Iceland.
Love it.
Andreas Reiter are now out of the aid station in 12th position, having a super solid run.
Yeah, those top 10 positions are very hard earned with such a deep field.
How about Francesco Pupi? Well, last we saw, he was in 15th place, so he won't be far away either, coming through the aid station.
Here we go. It looks like we're going to be transitioning, yes, with Jim Walmsley. Second to last climb, isn't it? Oh, actually.
Yeah, second to last climb.
Is he already at La Tuca?
No, coming up, I think he's got to get to the top and then drop down. Unless he has.
Where is he? Oh, here.
That's 64.9. That's John.
Yeah, that's the aid station.
Kandanchu. He's on that climb. You see how there's, when you kind of zoom in on the profile, you kind of see these little small teeth around there as well.
We just have it on a piece of paper, so for us it's a bit difficult to zoom in. But yes, he is on that second to last climb, which is fairly long, and he looks like he's getting to the top of it. And then, yes, this is him, Francesco Pupi.
Coming through.
Hey, that's good. Hey, Mackie. It's good. That's good. It means he's in good spirits and he's moving up the field and probably knows it. He's going to be coming in 13th position, so he would have creeped up another 2 spots in the overall ranking. Oh no, Andreas was in 12th.
Andreas
so 13.
In 12th. So yeah, as he comes through the timing check, let's see exactly where he is, but could be in 13th place. Yeah, and those of you just wondering what happened to Stian Ankermut, about the same, pretty much the same position on the track at yesterday's competition. Just saying, lack of power, started feeling dizzy on the course, and really we saw him kind of, it almost looked like he was limping. I think, just having trouble with the coordination because he was feeling so dizzy. And then at the final aid station, decided to call it a day, so didn't finish the race.
Yeah. And so here, seeing Jim, it looks like he's now a bit in the hurt locker and pushing with a bit less energy, a bit less spring. But that's the thing, it's a race strategy as well. Once you've made the move on your competition, you've opened a gap where you can afford to hit the wall a little bit, and you have air to breathe, so you can just try to cover the ground without hurting yourself too much. But this is a tough part of the course,
Yeah,
as we said.
You can see he's fatiguing because he's immediately gone to the bottle and trying to take on some fuel. So he knows what to do in that situation, but yeah, he is looking. When the head goes down, the fatigue is obvious. The good thing for him, he'll disappear around the corner. He won't be in sight. And again, it's so hard to chase somebody that you can't see.
Yeah, they've just been told the splits leaving the aid station, and by they, I mean, once again, Louison Coiffet, Benjamin Roubiol, and Christian Minogio. And without the shadow of a doubt, these 3 gentlemen will be giving everything they've got, and possibly a little more for the team to try and score as little time as possible to make it to across the line. And there we go.
Yeah, Francesco Pupi out of the aid station, 13th position. 1 minute back is Zach Miller in 14th position.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. The 2 Frenchies are now together. It means that Benjamin Roubiol has made up the minute that was between him and Louison Coiffet. So now they are second and third, but they are together.
Wow.
I hope that, this is... so Louison is still leading the way with his black backpack. So I don't know if he fell back a little bit, but these 2 gentlemen are like hiking almost stride for stride. And the power of the team, the power of wearing the same shirt, hopefully can help them transcend themselves a little bit. Not that I'm rooting for anyone in particular, but we just here for the show. We want a fair battle all the way till the end, and if they can come and creep up on Jim to make this last few kilometers of the race, probably like 15, less than 15 actually, that is what we're after.
Yeah, and you picked it, didn't you? You said Benjamin was looking a little bit lighter on his feet as we left the aid station, and you know, there's a reasonable gap still between the two, so he's picked him up pretty quick.
Yeah, he did indeed, and then again, like in the a bit earlier stages, you could see Louison Coiffet just really putting a few surges, especially on the downhill. And what Benjamin, I had the feeling, at least that was from my perspective, was try to more flatten his effort. So maybe now he's got a little bit more in the tank. But again, the answer will come when they crest and drop down the other side, because maybe Louison is just waiting for the downhill, and this is where he'll play his cards. So at least, you know, the fact that they're together for me is a really good indicator, because they will look after each other and cheer each other on for sure.
Okay, another runner coming into Kandanshu aid station. That'll be 15th position.
But then also, like, we were talking about looking ahead and trying to creep up in the rankings, but these two gentlemen cannot afford to slow down too much, because Christian Minoggio is also somewhere back there loving the climbs and the technical parts, and so he certainly will be trying to find a bullseye to put on these two red shorts and push the pace, because he is after that medal for sure.
Absolutely. Here we go, and I think that's got to be, that must be the first runner from Team Spain coming in.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We keep cycling back and checking the live timing to see if we can give you an update on our women's field coming through 60 kilometers. I still only have Katie Scheid through there at 7 hours and 1 minute. It's been now another 24 minutes since she came through. And unfortunately, on my timing screen, I only have the top 8 women through the 46.8 kilometer point. So I'm not sure if you have anything.
First 8 still, I'm afraid. And so as much as we were following and covering the men's race, I wish we had a bit more images of the women's race, to be fair, to see what's going on, especially because as much as Katie Scheid has absolutely blasted the field and is way ahead, there is a lot going on, I'm assuming, between Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal and Fabiola Conti from Italy.
Yeah, neck and neck when they when we last saw them on the feed. So yeah.
Saga Rueda here, Team Argentina, coming in. He's always going to be with a smile on his face. And there we go. Stride for stride, the Frenchies going up that hill.
Okay, Frederick Buseth coming into the top 20 as well in 16th place from Norway. Miguel Arsenio from Mexico in 17th.
No, from...
oh, sorry, Portugal.
Portugal.
My flags. Claudio Diaz from Spain in 18th.
Oh, and this is Team Romania.
Yeah, Romania. And they are featuring in the teams competition, aren't they?
Oh, big time. Yep. Yeah, it's Leonard Mitrika there, and Bogdan Damian actually probably isn't too far. And I mean, this is a big climb coming out of that aid station, but then we know that Bogdan Damian is also an extremely solid downhill runner. And even though that distance might be a little bit of a stretch, if he still has the legs, we can expect him to do well as he will be coming down.
I just wonder for the tactics with Benjamin, whether it might be better for him to go in front and try to push the climb, try to get a little bit of a gap.
I mean, at this point, I think they're trying to give everything they have.
It's survival, of course. Like it's easy for us to sit here in
yes,
the studio.
and also playing in a strategic way. As much as you want to bring the best out of yourself, the comfort of the team, and having someone on your shoulder or someone right behind you, being like, okay, let's go, let's do this. Stay with me, keep up. I think if Benjamin was able to do that, he would probably take the lead. Or if Louison felt like he needed a bit of support, he would also ask him to go in front. They know each other well enough to be able to have that kind of conversation. But now we're dropping down into a bit of careful, in a bit of a downhill. And now let's see if the assumption was right. Because we've seen so far that Louison Coiffé was a tad stronger on the downhill. At least this is where he was taking advantage of the section he was taking advantage of to try and close on the front runners.
Yeah, we saw it. I mean, that's where he came into play, wasn't it? Because we were following the top three, and then all of a sudden, through the downhill section, he appeared. So Jim and Benjamin have always been in the top position, in the top three, and then previously we had Peter Engdahl up there, and then Louison has now joined that or become that podium group.
Oh, and it's with these big drone shots that we can try and spot the blue shirt of Il Signore Minoggio.
How's that ham sandwich going for you there, Martin?
Well, yeah, but I don't think that's enough. Like, I'm really feeling like I'm fading. It's not good.
Martin's about to hit the wall here in the studio. I'll be handing him
another 2.5 hours.
Yeah, get your microphone on. I'll be handing Martin a couple of gels, keeping him on his feet.
Yeah, that's where the Coke is going to come into play very soon. Because
in Italy, it used to be quite a thing to have cold espresso. Put heaps of sugar in with espresso coffee. Have a little thermos there and feed it to the athletes. Not so much in the running world because that was sort of predates the modern nutrition. But before I delve into the world of skiing, here we go, Katie Scheid. It's fantastic to have her back on our screens, looking pretty amazing by my account.
And again, this is the exact same section where we saw Jim Walmsley leading, so it is 2 for 2 for Team USA.
Yeah, and right in front of her, Kandan Chu coming into the aid station. She'll be just thinking about now, what does she need to put into her bag? What does she need to fuel? Does she need to pick up something that she wasn't planning? So she'll be preparing for that aid station as she heads down the hill there. Sort of like skipping, doing that sort of skipping. That's a sign that your legs are pretty fatigued in the downhill. Oh, we have Jim. We have Jim on our right side as well. Well, we just caught him, and now we're back to Katie. Oh, yeah, both of them. Team USA, you called it. Winning positions in both the men's and women's competition.
And in serious fashion as well. They're not here by accident. They were definitely on top of the list when we did the predictions, and they're certainly delivering today.
And look, both of them could probably, if they'd changed their season around, they could probably earn more money doing other things. But it's really heartening to see the value that they put on the World Championships, and for us watching them, we really appreciate seeing the absolute best in the world showing us how it's done.
Yeah, but I think Katie, just like Jim, even though, as you rightfully pointed out, Jim already has a world champion title. They've pretty much won it all.
Yeah.
So that's just like, okay, well, what else? And Katie, she's won Western States, Hard Rock, La Reunion, and UTMB. And so now it's like, okay, what's the big reference that I'm missing? And so it was an obvious choice for Katie to go after a gold at the World Champs. And yep, she's showing up again and certainly delivering.
Well, speaking of somebody else who's won it all, when are we going to see Ruth Croft here? Will we see her in 2 years' time?
Well, that could be a big shout out to the team New Zealand who's doing the selection and the care they're putting after the athletes, because when you have to pay for your own kit, that is certainly not an incentive to represent your country. She was second at the World Champs in that was 2019, wasn't it, in Portugal? So maybe South America was before that.
The World Trail Championships.
Yes.
She was, yeah.
And that was in 2019, but that was in Portugal.
Yeah.
So, because earlier we said 2019 for...
No, 2019 was the World Mountain Running Championships.
There we go. Yes, that's where the confusion came from. I apologize.
There we go.
And again,
there we go.
all smiles, cheering on the runners. He certainly has a good feel for Team America, and they give it back to him.
Yeah, such a huge discrepancy in the level of assistance that is provided and that can be provided in many cases. You know, we heard about Team Nepal, who obviously they don't have a lot of funding, but you know, they want to be there and they get as much help as they can externally to be here. And it's, you know, it's still an amateur sport. You know, there's very few runners who are able to live professionally from the sport.
Oh, hang on a minute. You're talking mountain running or trail running?
Yeah, both.
No, I disagree with that strongly. Now, there's probably about 100 runners in the world now that are over 50K in terms of financial package, and I feel like you could live a decent life with 50K per year.
Yeah, sure. You know, but in terms of let's come back to that one, Martin.
It's all right. We got Richard here, who's going to be at the aid station again and tuning in to see Katie come in.
We're back inside the aid station here at Kandanchu, just after that 60-kilometre mark, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Katie Scheid at the front of the women's race. She's going to come straight down this corridor here between the tables where all of the different nations' support is set up. She'll then come around this tape behind me, through the little room there where many of the other countries are set up, and then a hard left straight over here to the Team USA support table that's been busy for the last hour or so supporting some of the lead men in the race. They've got everything set up already for her. We'll go over there in a moment and see exactly what they've got prepped. We're just going to stay here for the time being and see her coming in. She's coming in right now. Let's make some space here for Katie as she comes straight down the middle of this corridor. Here she comes. An amazing job by Katie so far in this race. Always looked in control. She's been smiling. Happy to be out on the course, taking the applause from her many, many fans. And here she comes. Let's come around the back here and we'll see how she's getting taken care of. A quick swig of Coke. This is a very well-oiled operation here in Team USA. Really good, clear communication between the runner and the support crew here. Katie's looking great, still smiling, very relaxed. Doesn't look like she's in any trouble at all. One more bottle going into the bag here as we got some of the men coming through behind her. You can see the sweat there on the back of the t-shirt and on the running vest, just showing how it's really heating up on the course this afternoon here in the Spanish Pyrenees. Those sweat marks wouldn't have been around yesterday and on the uphill race a couple of days ago. A few potato chips there for some salt, of course. Get that sodium in. Some easy calories. Anything to keep you happy as well at this stage in the long race. Nice and easy. A little Ziploc bag there with what looks like maybe some, is that PB&J maybe? It could be a peanut butter and jello sandwich in the left hand. A bit more Coke. Nice and easy for Katie. Big smiles. Katie, great job. Off she goes. How about that? Katie looking really smooth and strong. We'll grab maybe a couple of the ladies here on the support team. How do you feel? How do you feel? How do you feel Kate is looking? You know her very well.
Oh, she's so controlled. Yeah, I think she's just really dialed. Yeah, and loving the course and asking how the girls behind her are doing. So she's in it, and the men, yeah.
She seems very relaxed, doesn't she? I guess she knows she's got a little bit of a cushion at the moment, but relative to even
smoother in here if you're relaxed.
Yeah, but even compared to some of the men we've seen coming in who've done exactly the same route, exactly the same elevation, and frankly, some of them just starting at this stage to looking a little bit beaten up. Yeah. She's amazing. Yeah. She seems like she hasn't really been running even that far.
Yeah, I think she's confident. Yeah.
Very, very impressive. Great job, of course, by this team. They've got a very busy past hour with all the men coming through, and as you can see on the table, we've still got quite a lot of stuff they've got to get through before they're even at the end of the Team USA representations. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, there was a lot going on in the other station as we're seeing the two Frenchies going down the other side at a decent pace.
Yeah, look, some breaking news here coming through the timing desk. It's Sumaya Buddha and Fabiola Conti absolutely together, 1 second between them at the 60-kilometer point. So those two are going to battle out the medals. I'm sure they're not going to let it go.
And so thanks, Jono, for that. And I guess the next big news will be where is Annelise Rousset in comparison to them? Has she lost ground? Has she made ground? We should be possibly hoping for a medal in these World Championships. But back to Katie, you know, like obviously they said she was composed, she was in control. But I don't think this is related to her position. This is just how she is in the everyday life. But I'm glad that Richard pointed it out, is that the salt marks on her T-shirt are quite substantial. And Jonah, we were talking about this, like sometimes people sweat very little, but it's very high concentration in salt and sodium. And again, this is an advice for whoever wants to take on ultra running or running at all, where there's going to be aid stations. If you're not sure about what you want and you get to an aid station, your body will know. And the fact that she went for the chips makes a whole lot of sense, because indeed she probably needs to replenish all these minerals that she's lost and that are now crystallizing on her T-shirt. So it's fascinating, the fact that, you know, I mean, she knew herself and that she could possibly need chips, but I don't think she was saying, I'm going to get to this aid station and I'm going to eat chips. She had it there, and then her body went for it, and I find this fascinating.
Yeah, what you crave, exactly. And you're right. And actually, those chips were looking pretty good.
Yeah, for us, we'd be munching through that bag in no time.
I'd be into that. But yeah, it was there. It was prepared. You know, they were there, available if she needed them. And yeah, when she saw them there, she dived.
She went to town.
Dived at them. And you don't see a lot of people going for solid food these days. And that was another thing. So yeah, she was also chewing on something before she went for those chips. So. Yeah, interesting that we do see that, and probably later in the race, you know, happy to take a little bit of extra time just to make sure that she did get what she needs. You know, she knows, of course, she's got a massive advantage now, and as we know here in the studio, it's 32 minutes in front of the second and third place athletes. So.
Yeah, it's a pretty safe blanket.
Yeah, well worth taking care of yourself to you know, to make sure that. You know, you're gonna sustain your energy all the way through to the end.
And yet, that's what's very different with the World Championships. Again, is just like, you know, we could be saying, oh yeah, 30 minutes lead, you can chill, but no, because you will always have Team USA at the back of your mind. It's like, now I got to push it. So it's riding that line where you don't throw yourself overboard, but you still try to move as fast as you can on that course, because every second counts again on the team ranking. So that's an element that we don't see in other races, and because there's just no team ranking, and it adds a bit to the race strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. No, it adds a dimension. You know, the comment was made from Fred here in the studio, wasn't it? You know, like, why didn't you celebrate when you were coming down the finish line? It's like, no, I knew I had to run through the finish line, and then I could celebrate.
Business is not over until I cross the line, and then yes, we can celebrate.
Absolutely. And there was a comment actually in the team just asking about aid inside the aid stations. So the people giving the aid are the team managers, and the team managers managers are typically selected by the federation. So for USA, we did see Anita Ortez in there, but we also had accredited Jenny Lichter, wasn't it, who was in there aiding Katie Scheid. But Jenny was entered to race, but when she wasn't able to race because of that fall when she was scouting the course just a few weeks ago, the USATF would have put in a request that she could get accredited to be inside that aid station to help out.
So you got to jump through quite a few hoops to make your way to that table.
It's not a big deal, but you do need to be accredited because, as we know, as we heard from Sarah, two crew for the women and two crew for the men, and makes complete sense because obviously there might be some big gaps between each one, and you need to get from one aid station to the other. So maybe the two crewing top two men might be leaving earlier.
So I don't know how I feel about that actually, because it's putting a bit of a barrier to whoever could be crewing, and maybe those people are not accredited, but they know the sport and they possibly know all the athletes.
It's straightforward to get accredited. All you need to do is put your application in before, so that they.
Oh, I thought it was some sort of license or something.
No, at the technical meeting, you're able to have that sorted out for you.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously Jenny wouldn't have been on the start.
Right, exactly. Thanks for clarifying, because I was like, oh crap. So those things have changed, because indeed in 2019 when Ruth was racing, I got the accreditation to be part of the crew team to help her out into silver. I never thought of that. Silver for the silver fern. So here we got a shot of a runner from the sky. Is it one of our two front runners and somebody fell apart? Is that Benjamin Robiol, who's now sitting in second? But
he had the lighter coloured pack, I know that. Yeah.
But so then the question remains, is it...
Do we pan up or pan back?
Oh, well, it looks like we're panning up. So looks like Benjamin Robiol has been able to pull away from Louison Coiffet, which is a big turn of events, because up until now, they had been together almost the whole time, never too far apart.
Yeah, it's been back and forth. Look, we can update you through the timing. So Jim Walmsley out in front. He is a good 7 minutes in front now, so he's pulling away. Benjamin Rubiol in second place. So you're right, he has moved, but through the timing, Matt, they were together. So Luis and Coffey. But we're getting live pictures now, and we can see a gap has opened up.
And a good comment from Adam again, consistently supporting us in the chat. It says, like, at the technical meeting, they explained that fellow athletes need no extra accreditation. And I like that, when you have roles, but you also show common sense, and then you make sure that at the end of the day, it's the athletes first. And if they can benefit from having a person like Jenny Lichter, who, she knows the athletes, she knows the sport. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that. I'm glad you clarified that, and I'm glad this was also mentioned. Woohoo! Change of position, ladies and gentlemen, in fourth place. From Spain, Rosa Lara Maria is now in fourth, and so it means that she would have made a move on Anne-Lise Rousset from France.
Yeah, and there has been a change there. A minute through the timing point at 60 kilometer.
Oh, okay. So there has been a change, but so far it's not substantial. So is Annelise going to be able to respond to that or not? We shall see. But see, yeah, top 5 through kilometer 60.
So I still think we're picking up a bit of...
Yeah, I don't know if it's in our ear. Let us know in the chat if you hear a Spanish banter in our mics, because maybe we're only hearing the feedback from the studios. But if you don't hear it, then we'll just deal with it. But if you do, then we'll ask for this to be changed.
Here we go, flag for Team Australia there, supporting out there on the track. I saw Switzerland there as well. All sorts of flags, and I saw the Iceland tracksuit there too.
Is it Ireland?
Ireland was there. Yeah, absolutely, good spotting.
And I like that. Everybody's scattered, but all eyes are on that track coming down, waiting for their runners.
Yeah, I've never had an update from the 47-kilometre point in the women's race, so not sure what's going on there, but through 60-kilometre in 6th position is Jasmine Lauter, so from Canada, having an absolutely outstanding race. Maybe I'm just trying to pick up who that is. It's Italian. I think it looked to me like Francesco, but looking for the long hair. That looks to me like Francesco Pupi. Climbing super well.
Oh yeah, that's him.
That's his style.
Man is on a mission.
Yeah. Wow, he's coming back through the field. He's finishing like a train.
Well, that's the thing. When you have a bit of a problem early on, you don't really damage the body. And so once you have your second win, you get yourself out of this hole. Then you have plenty of gas in the tank to finish on a high.
Still just 3 runners through that 70.5 kilometre timing point with just 11 kilometres to go. And it looks like Francesco won't be too far behind, so he'll be knocking on the door of top 10. Top 4 now on your screen. Christian Minojo just gone through that point now, so he's the best part of 8 minutes back, or more than 8 minutes behind the 3rd position.
So I had the comment in the chat from Sophie. You were telling us like it's Rosa Lara, full name Rosa Maria, and then Lara Feyu being her surname. So okay, Rosa Lara is first name and last name. I always used to say Rosa Feyu, but I guess I had it wrong. So thanks for correcting us, Rosa Lara. It is.
Okay, we haven't had anybody telling us they're hearing Spanish on our feed that I've seen, so maybe we're okay with that. We're hearing a bit of Spanish in our headphones here. Might help us to learn the local language, though. It always helps, doesn't it? Okay, coming through 60 kilometres, Martina Valmasoy moving up a place to 7th. Looking like she's just over a minute behind Jasmine from Canada, who's in 6th place. So that's a tight battle that's going to run all the way. Seeing Martina also finishing very strong. Shout out to Matt Crean from Australia, 82nd. Come a long way to be here.
And again, look at that track on top of that rock wall. And again, the vultures are flying high in the sky. Enjoying the views, maybe looking for a snack.
As you said, looking to pick up a cheap meal at the end of the day.
She's going to have to rip the spandex first. So here, I guess we're looking for the silhouette of Christian Minoggio, because those are last switchbacks. Oh no, that would be Jim.
Yeah, well, Jim now coming up towards that 70.5 kilometer checkpoint, and on cue, here he is. Sorry, I'm one place back. He's coming up towards a 73.7 kilometer checkpoint and the highest point on the race. So this is the final climb. Jim's going to top out here. He's going to turn around to his left.
Wave goodbye to the Frenchies and off down into the finish line.
Yeah, he's going to have to still hit up onto the top of that ridge, and then he's going to be able to look down and see the finish line below him, and hear the people down there at the bottom, fans, friends, and family waiting for him to cheer him across the line. Because I think at this point, there's no catching Jim Walmsley.
I mean, he's the only one who can win or lose that race now. If he makes a big mistake, doesn't look after himself. But I don't think, indeed, the two Frenchies are going to be able to make up the amount of time that was between them. I think he went up to 7 minutes, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, at this point, 7 minutes in command. So he's extended out of the aid station at Kandanchu.
And so when he's going to get to the top, and if he still has 7 minutes, that's a minute per K, then they're going to have to make on him, and that's never going to happen. So again, unless like something really bad happens that we obviously don't wish him for, yeah, it looks like he's played his card right.
Yeah, looking good for Jim. You know, we know him as a front runner, and he's delivered today.
Mm-hmm. Keeping the race pace under his control and making the move when that did hurt the most on that slightly more runnable section in the middle. And so now, I actually can't wait to see the split between Benjamin Roubiol and Louison Coiffet, because from the last very elusive aerial shot that we had, it looked like Benjamin Roubiol was on his own, and so might have pulled away from his fellow countryman Louison Coiffet, and would be standing in a silver medal position.
Here we go. Now we're looking back towards that ridge line. The town of Confranc, down in the bottom of the valley, waiting for Jim. Asking here if Jim is the #1 of all time. That's a debate for another for another live stream.
Well, I mean, if you stick to results, like he's clocked some serious wins across various distances. Like I said, he was he took out a course record on a vertical kilometer, which is around a 30-minute effort, and having the range to then open up to 50 miles and then all the way up to 200 miles. It's pretty solid to say the greatest of all time. I mean,
yeah, I mean it's comparisons obviously. I mean I
there's a depth of joy.
Definitely agree with all of that, and certainly as a racer, I really love watching Jim and really respect everything he's done. Inevitable comparisons with Kilian, obviously, but two different athletes, but still
very different indeed, shining in their own styles. And where Kilian was a bit toying with his competitor all the way until the end and then sprint out. Like Jim is actually putting the hammer down and admittedly, and we've seen that a few times, risking to completely blow out. But he's okay. He's okay with this. He's taking big chances, and we can see here, like he's he doesn't have much in the tank. This is a tough climb, and you can see like now he's definitely using his poles a whole lot more. But at this point, it doesn't matter because psychologically he's broken his competition. That's it. He's opened up a gap that was long enough and big enough to be in the safe. And again, a bit of a heads up to the people out on the course. Just leave the runners alone. Or if you want to do this, pick up a bib number and see if you'll be with them on that climb, because I don't know, how would you feel about that? Like, you're working hard, you've covered so much ground, and there's somebody huffing and puffing next to you. It's like,
Well, I think this guy's he's perfectly reasonable in my opinion. He's far enough back. He's not on his heels. Or
no, because he can't keep up. But look at him now.
But the worst is when somebody clips you, or just sort of knocks you off balance, and you.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
if that went down, that would be unacceptable.
To be honest, when I've been around a lot of spectators, you tend to be actually in the zone, and you don't really, unless it actually physically touches you. I don't tend to, it doesn't tend to worry me too much. It might have been, depends how loud the breathing was behind you, I guess.
Yeah. Here we go, team. The last ridge before the right-hand turn and diving into this 122 switchbacks or zigzags, whichever way we want to say it.
Exactly.
Into the Confront Station, the train station of Confront.
Yeah, what a feeling it must be now that he is on the top there. Yeah, and it does just ramp up slightly here towards when you do actually hit the downhill proper. But being on the ridgeline like that, he'll be smiling inside, knowing that he's conquered all of the mountains today, and he's just got to keep focused, because as we said yesterday, it's quite a smooth trail running down, but it's the smooth trails where often if you lose your focus and the fact that you are so tired and lifting your feet, you can easily clip a rock and come down. So we're cheering on Jim to make sure that he stays as focused all the way to the end.
And look at...
can you see the first climb as well? Look at that in the distance, right across the other side of the valley. That's where they were early this morning.
Yeah. What a journey it has been. And it's far from being over. We are 8 hours elapsed. So this is actually going to be a sub 9 hour.
It's a great time, actually, yeah.
It's going to be quite impressive. Sub 9 hour for this kind of terrain is world class, absolutely no doubt about it. He's checking his watch. He knows that now it's all downhill from there.
He's on his own, yeah. He knows.
8 Ks to the finish.
He's got to get those poles away, though.
Oh yeah, yep. That's they've served well enough, but now there's no more need for them.
Okay, so let's round out the top 10 in the women's race just quickly. At the 60-kilometer point, we now have behind Martina Valmasoy, we have Elisa Christensdotter, followed by Marion Delespierre, sorry my pronunciation, Martin Hilary Girardi, coming really right together, the two of them actually, 1 second between 9th and 10th there, the two French runners, and then Shea Aquilano in 11th place, Sylvia Nordska in 12th place from Norway.
And here on the switchback, we can see Jim opening up again. As you were saying, it's quite a tough one because it's not super technical, but at every switchback, you need to brake, stop, turn, and then push again. And doing that over and over and over again, it's quite taxing mentally, especially when you start to smell the barn. Like, all right, can we?
Well, 122 times.
Yes, yeah. No, it's equally a mental challenge as well as a physical challenge. This back end of the race, which again I appreciate. I like when there's a bit of mental toughness required. A few cheeky switchbacks when you could very quickly be like angry at it. It's like, come on, let me just go straight down. We'll be done and dusted. But nope, you keep at it.
We'll start counting those switchbacks back at home. Count them down, because once you get to 122, Jim will be onto the asphalt and crossing the small bridge in front of the Estacion Hotel and coming into the finish line.
And it looks like Peter Frano has also, wait, was he already ahead of, yeah, he was already ahead. And so Peter Engdahl is actually not giving up the chase, because Peter is not even 20 seconds back. And so this is going to be a fierce battle between these two gentlemen for 5th place, and obviously for the team.
Yeah, team ranking hasn't changed. France from the USA, with Italy in 3rd, and then Spain and Poland. Actually, there has been a change further down the list, because Great Britain and Northern Ireland moving into 6th in front of Romania.
And still waiting for our next woman to come into Kandonchu aid station, 64.9 kilometers.
Yeah, 49 men through there at the moment. I think they're still going to be a little way off, at least another 10 minutes, I'm going to say.
Well, right now, yeah. Another 3 minutes and it will be half an hour.
Yeah, great shots here. I love these shots with the looking down at those zigzags. You know, you can see the trail coming down the hill in front of you. So from that high point down to the finish line, it's just on 11 kilometers, a little under 11 kilometers from that high point to get down into the finish area in Canfranc.
Oh yeah, I said 8 earlier, so that was actually very wrong.
I'm just updating the I don't want to say the wrong thing, but it looks to me like, because I don't see USA on the, maybe not enough runners have come through the timing sheet yet, so maybe I'll hold fire. And remember, we had that timing problem at the 47k point, so it's coming up with on my timing sheet in the women's teams race with information which I don't think is completely correct. So I will wait just a little bit longer before announcing where the positions are on the women's team ranking. Still only Jim Walmsley through bang on the 8-hour mark through the high point, but now we pick up our two French runners still together.
So yeah, they're back together. So maybe, you know, those was one of those pit stops that needs to be done and created a bit of a gap between them two, but they're back working together on their way to the very last climb again.
I think it does look like Jim has even extended his lead up to this point. So what's happening behind? Yeah, through that 70.5 kilometer, that was just a drink stop. Christian Menoggio, 4th place. Peter Frano in 5th. Peter Engdahl in 6th. And Andre Vitek in 7th.
And Andre was, 7 minutes back.
Just 7 through that point as we stand.
Yeah, and here it's good to see the Frenchies working together. Obviously settling now for silver and bronze Benjamin Robiol here stopping for like dealing with something with his shoe. And in the meantime, Louison Coiffet, definitely, one of the young talents, one of the French young talent in the sport here. First participation in the World Championships, and here he is right now running for silver.
And I think you're right. I think they are running for silver and bronze. I just feel it's a bridge too far for Christian to get back in touch at this point.
Yeah, they've worked together to try and be in the safe for that. Obviously, they're not going to slow down at all. And here we see them cruise through that ridge line that we saw earlier with an aerial shot. And he's looking back, just making sure like his team partner, fellow countryman, is okay. But he did carry it on as he should when Benjamin Robiol was stopping to probably redo his laces or something, and there they are. And actually, that's going to be a tough one. At what point are they going to say to each other, all right, it's been good, now let's hit it? Because technically, they're at the point where they will need to push each other. Every second count, and now if it's not for them, it's going to be for the team. They can't just cruise into the finish, because yes, those medals look like they're safe, but again, if it's all about the team, then they're really going to have to send it. And here we go. Sunmaya Buddha comes into the aid station.
Excellent.
Not even 10 meters ahead of Fabiola Conti. These two ladies are still running together.
Okay, let's go back to that aid station. Kandachu, let's see them come in. So they've both come in together. We hope we can pick them up inside that aid station and get the cameras back to see how they cope with the last fueling stop and who comes out first. Right now, Benjamin and Loisan also hitting that final descent together. It looks like Loisan happy to take the lead, and Benjamin has to be a little bit careful not to let that grow. It's too easy to let it grow out.
Well, and you know, at some point, as we say, like that's going to come down to a bit of a fight, and we've seen so far that Louison was stronger on the down. At least he was playing his cards on this downhill, so he might actually be starting to try and pull away. I'm impressed. That was a quick transition here from Sunmaya Buddha for Nepal. I think she could feel the heat.
Super quick, yeah, absolutely.
Of Fabiola Conti. So maybe she was like, okay, now is the time to get out of here quick.
33 minutes off Katie Scheid, so she's kind of almost matching Katie's pace over that last section.
Yeah.
Although Katie did take at least a minute or at least a minute longer maybe in the aid station.
Yeah, I don't think Sunmaya has been eating quite a lot of potato chips. But yeah, it's good to see her still like pushing it really hard at the front.
Fabiola's still to come over my timing screen. She hasn't come out through that timing mat. Maybe taking a little bit of extra time, to fuel. This is where it becomes super interesting. You know, how does that tactic going to play out? Is it going to is getting that advantage and trying to run away? Is that going to come back to haunt her if she hasn't taken enough fuel in that aid station?
That's the thing. We didn't have eyes on what went down at the aid station and to tell whether or not she kind of possibly missed out on refueling, taking new flask or anything. But maybe it was already there and she just
there she is. She's come out.
For it.
She's come out of the aid station and, a minute and a half.
Ooh,
a minute and a half difference. That's quite a little chunk of time to give away inside the aid station.
So it seemed like Fabiola Conti has needed to take that time at the aid station because she came into the aid station knowing that Sunmaya was right ahead of her. And so it was a deliberate choice to let her go and take the time she needed at the aid station. I don't know what went down again. You know, we didn't have eyes in there. But yes, that is the first time in a lot of kilometers that these two women are going to be apart by over than a few meters. So this Is this the move? Is this the move for Silver?
This could be the decisive move. Yeah, what happens at the pit stops is right.
Yeah. Those are 3 seconds. But again, as you said, only there 3 seconds if you didn't rush through the aid station and missed out on critical refreshment or fuel.
Exactly. I don't think we need to worry too much about the guy there in black at the top of the screen. We're watching the two French runners descend.
Dropped like a hot spud. And here she is again, Katie Scheid, leading the women's race with, as you said, 33 minutes lead.
Yeah, I was impressed though. I was impressed that she didn't extend it out through that previous section.
Yeah, and we saw that when Sunmaya Buddha was racing CCC. Like by the end, she was really creeping up on Blondine Lirondelle. And had there been another 5 to 10 Ks, she would have won. Obviously, you know, the would have, could have, should have is an easy one to talk about. But it just I'm more sharing this to state the fact that the longer the distance, the better Sunmaya is going to feel. So maybe she is into a second win, because looking at her right now here, cruising on the road, she is definitely still looking like she's got her full potential. And man, I would be annoyed at this bib number flying out of my pack, but it doesn't seem to bother her, so it's all good.
Here we go again, stunning images traversing around the side here. Katie still with the poles out, giving her a hand on those steeper sections. Happy to run when it's a bit smoother. And Sunmaya Buddha at the base of the climb, all in front of her.
All right, look at that, tiptoeing up that climb. She's on a mission, and I guess she would have turned around enough times to see that there is a bit of air between her and Fabiola Conti, so she might actually want to go a bit pedal to the metal for a bit, even if that costs her a little bit of effort, just to make a statement and try to break the spirits of Fabiola Conti. But, I mean, Fabiola being... was she Carabinieri or Forestale?
No, Forestale doesn't exist anymore.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Forestale did a morph into Carabinieri at...
there we go.
Going
So
back quite a few years now. But
that'll give us the answer.
But the big news is Francesco Pupi staying in with Italy inside the top 10.
What a comeback!
8th place currently.
It's going to be hard to climb up another spot, because that's 11 minutes, and 11 minutes ahead is Anje Vitek. So already kudos to him for such a comeback and not giving up. Again, the power of the team.
Absolutely, new series. We're totally pumped up going into the aid station there, getting the fans to make some noise, which is what we want to hear out on the trails.
And it's amazing that the power of the mind, especially on those longer distances. Like if the spirits are high, you will go through the pain a lot easier. Here, Adam Peterman still chasing. Where is he compared to? Oh, yeah. I don't think Francesco is in the safe for 8th place just yet.
There we go, Fabiola. Okay, and she's not running. Okay, so I think she is kind of might have let the I think she's having a bit of a problem.
I wouldn't bury her just yet. Yep. She can power hike like nobody else.
Oh, of course, yeah.
So I'm with you. Like it seems like she's just not moving quite as fast as Sunmaya. But she's like the little Duracell bunny. She will just keep going the whole way. So here we go. We didn't have eyes on Christian Minoggio for a while, but here he is. And yes, I think now it is safe to say that the Frenchies are going to go for silver and bronze. In what order, we have yet to tell, but the win is secured, as well as the 2nd and 3rd place, because Christian Minoggio, as much as he can push in that descent, I guess there's not enough time to make up that gap.
Interesting on my timing screen, Benjamin didn't come through there. Maybe his chip didn't pick up on that timing at the top there, but he is there.
We certainly saw him there, yep.
In third place. And here comes Christian. So if it looks like back home that Christian is running into third place, then I can tell you he's still there in fourth, but let's see what the timing picks up. No, here we go. Timing has been corrected here. Benjamin in third place, Christian in fourth.
Yeah, the timing website would have played a lot of tricks on us.
losing a little bit more time to the two in front, has to be said. About 30 seconds on that climb section.
Mm. Here we go. We got a quick break, but we'll be right back with you. Stay with us.
And welcome back. We've got Jim Walmsley out in front, picked up by our static camera. He's coming up to at least 1/3 distance down this climb, or down this descent, I should say. But yeah, now looking tired, but still full of running. Great to see. Just disappearing into those trees. Now the camera able to pick him up. He'll be cursing those hairpin bends as he descends down here, but he knows that he's not too far away now. I see he's picked up a cap, and I'm not sure how long he's been wearing that, but it seems like some athletes are really feeling the heat today, and others seem to be still in long sleeves and even gloves. So it's kind of confusing me in here at the studio, but I think it has been warming up. We saw how much Katie had been sweating, and definitely keeping your hydration on point is absolutely key. And just on cue, there goes Jim taking another sip in his bottle.
And I just took a bit of a break to go to the bathroom, and we're at the actual train station right next to the finish line, and Jono, people are starting to line up big time. It's going to be a hell of a party to welcome Jim Walmsley across the line, and this is good to see that, people are starting to get ready. It's going to be a big celebration here. And then who do we get on the right-hand side of the screen? Oh, it is Katie.
Okay, Katie coming up through that second to last climb. Kind of quite a technical section here, isn't it? It's
not what you would be wanting to have to face as a runner after such an effort already. But at least as the day progresses, Katie's benefiting from far more shade than Jim did at the time.
We did see Jim coming through there, didn't we? Yeah, we said he'd enjoy the shade, and now there's just a little bit more.
She's spending a bit more time in the shade, which I'm sure she'll appreciate that.
Yeah, she's gonna come up to that first kind of ridge you can see there, not the far one, and then she'll drop down where the drinks, the last aid station for water will be, and then she'll be into the final little push, final climb up to the start of the last descent.
And so just looking at the times as well for the teams, at Condonchu, which is the last checkpoint where we can have a comparison. France was ahead in 20 hours and 42, and 21 hours 15 was Team USA. So yeah, there's a bit of a gap here. So looking again at.
Well, there's something a little bit strange going on because I mentioned it before. I didn't want to make any predictions here, but USA team in the women's has jumped off my timing screen at 60 kilometer. It's showing Italy in front, France in second, and Norway in third. But I'm pretty sure USA might have just missed something there at the 60k points.
Well, or maybe
don't get too excited. But
how many athletes? How many athletes in the women's USA team? Because if there are only 3 and maybe 1 dropped out, that's it. They're off the rankings. I don't want to talk about bad news, but this could be one thing that explains it. In the meantime, on the left-hand side of your screen, coming to the last climbs, last few meters of uphill, Peter Frano from Slovakia. And again, he confirms once more that he is definitely one man we can on when it comes to delivering. He has yet to take that big win in his career, I would say, although he has had one that was quite substantial. But you can always count him in the top 5 or so. Consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. You know, he's always there, isn't he? You know,
he is. And what fascinates me, and I've seen him race quite a lot, is that you will see when he crosses the line, there's absolutely no emotion. and I'm sure he's stoked about it because, you know, the amount of training and investment he must be putting into this to be able to pull off such a performance is quite a lot. But you know, he crosses the line and he's got a bit of a smile on his face, but that's it.
Yeah. But you know, top 5 in the world. Yeah, that's something pretty handy to put on your resume as a runner.
Yeah, and I mean, for example, when you compare this with Andreu Blanes when he crosses the line, I mean, you can see the stoke, you can feel it through the screen.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Andre absolutely famous for his for his high jumping efforts as he crosses the line. I first experienced that at Sierre-Zinal when he finished the race in 2nd position, then upgraded to the win. But fantastic to see him out there yesterday and 4th place and doing such a great job, such a great team job as well. Oh, here we go, Jim, into the forested section, being followed down by the camera bike.
And he's not letting go of the gas pedal. He knows that Team USA needs every second.
Yeah, it certainly does. Not running for the win, I don't think we can say at this stage, but definitely medals are on the line for the USA team.
Oh yeah, because I had the feeling I had done the commentary for a race that he had won really well. So not only he was at Transvulcania earlier this year and he took the win for it, and there we could see a little bit of a smile when he was crossing the lines in the city of Los Llanos. But something that I actually completely missed, and that he has been doing the Confront marathon in 2021. Which he won.
Right.
And so he came back and did the longer distance, but he is more familiar than I thought about this environment.
Yeah, well, it obviously suits him and suits his style of running. Yeah, Jim looking fantastic anyway. He's coming down. He's got a number flapping around there. You've commented on that with Shemai. We should comment on that with Jim as well.
Yeah, I feel like it's a bit more flying in the wind, but yeah, I agree. But then you were right. Like, I was just gonna say that, like, he's looking so relaxed. Like, he's opening up, striding out, but just shoulders are down, arms relaxed. He's probably like breathing out. He knows how to do it.
He certainly does, yeah. On the big appointment, the big occasion, you know, there's more wins than not on his resume, I think. And we sort of know, we know when he's going to actually arrive into town. Once we start seeing, I was going to say, more of these taped sections. We've seen, got the first one here, and yeah, good job to the organisers. You know, like you know, cutting those turns. So they want everybody to run the same track.
Yeah, so almost 8.5 hours.
So he's looking at his watch. Is that to see? Like, do you think he's kind of got his estimation in there, and he's kind of checking where he's at in terms of his predicted time, or why would he be now looking at his watch?
He's receiving messages.
Oh, well, there you go.
Let's go, Jim!
Yeah, maybe I'm too old school. I'm always focused on the race.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's part of the race. It's like there's people cheering him on from all over the world.
Here's the Italian team on the side.
I'm joking about this, but yeah, I don't know, like maybe actually, you know, now you can put the GPX track and then your watch can tell you a whole lot of things. So maybe you can tell him like how far he is from the finish exactly. There's quite a big number of things that you can now have in your watch, and that would help gauge your racing as well. I know for the climbs, the watch will tell you, okay, how many meters of climbing you have before the top of the climb, and I don't know if there's any watch now that provides a pacing plan, meaning that you upload the GPX track, and then you can say, okay, these are the times I want to hit, and then they'll say like, oh, well, the average pace that you need to run is this, so you're like, have a kind of a ghost runner of the time you want to do. That would be a fun one.
Yeah, well, we used to write it in pen on our hands.
Well, exactly, the forearm or the back of the bib number that you flip at when you put it at the front.
It's not so easy reading a watch while you're running downhill. I know the watch faces are bigger, but yeah, it's not quite the same as cycling, where you can sort of, you know, you can steady you can steady it and read what's on the screen. So yeah, I think it's just, you know, like you say, you know, has the track in his watch, checking how far he has to go, because it's really difficult at this point. You know, I mean, he knows it's less than 10k to go, but he really doesn't know exactly how many kilometers. You don't want to see people whacking people on their backs, knocking them off balance.
I was like, okay, I should not say anything. I'm gonna sound like a grumpy old man, but yep, you know. I think you had a very good point. It's like touching is just off limit. You can cheer, you can do a lot, but anyway, that didn't slow him down one bit. And look at the two Frenchies. It seems like they're still moving well,
but together though, aren't they?
but they seem to be miles away in a completely different world. Like, seems like now Jim's
extending. Like you can just see it visually. Yeah.
Oh no, we've lost our cam runner, mountain biker.
Oh, I hope he's okay. I'm sure that breeze will be welcome as well as they start that descent. You know, it's just picked up a little bit. I think it's just enough to cool people down. So yeah, good to see the conditions. Really, you know, you can't ask for better than what we've had today.
Yeah, no, it was ideal weather conditions indeed, and yeah, I hope the cam mountain biker is okay, because, well, you know, we want to see the finish. Selfishly, I want to have images of Jim carrying on down the hill.
Yes, you just joined us as well, updating the women's field. I've got, well, let's start with 7th place, Martina Valmasoy. She's moved up into 7th place. Jasmine Lauter in 6th place. Annelise Rosset from France in 5th place. And then we've got Rosa Maria Lara in 4th place from Spain.
Remember, Rosa Lara.
Rosa Lara, not we can skip the Marie, the middle name.
Yes.
Okay, I'm all for that. And of course, out in our podium positions, it's Fabiola Conti, Sumaya Buddha from Nepal in second, and out in front on her own is Katie Scheider, as is Jim Walmsley now. He is in the last kilometre.
And there we go.
It's his to enjoy.
That's the road. Now the chances of something wrong happening are down to 0.
I was going to say going the wrong way. I don't think he's going to go the wrong way. Look at that nice smile for us
and
here.
That's it. He can now take it all in and share that gold with all the spectators on the side that are going to be lining up to witness the win, trying to relax as well.
Yeah, he's
getting ready for the interview.
Yeah, well, no, not, but still knowing that the US team has got it on the line, so he can enjoy it, but you can't slow down.
That's true. That's true. I keep forgetting about it. Yeah, he is definitely opening up. And that finish, like kind of downhill on the road, reminds me a bit of Sierre-Zinal, actually.
Yeah, true, it does. Even those funky barriers that they use. But now the crowd's deepening there. It's starting to line it.
And there he goes.
Straight across the bridge. Time to welcome Jim Walmsley. Take a bow. You have done it. You have become the 2025 World Mountain Running and Trail Running World Champion.
Conquered Western States, he had conquered UTMB, he had conquered all the best ones, and as you were pointing out, in 2019 did gold at mountain running, and he's back to take gold at the trail long distance in Confront-Pyrenees. Come on, those seconds are counting. The seconds are counting. And there we go.
Take a bow. He certainly did.
Jim Walmsley for Team USA. And Jessica Brazo, her partner, is right there to congratulate him. I think she'll be racing tomorrow.
Fantastic.
She also made Team USA.
Yeah, Nancy Hobbs, team leader, Team USA on the finish line. We saw her about like 4 times out there on the track today.
She's everywhere. She's here. She's there. She's everywhere. Nancy Hobbs, Nancy.
Fantastic. And another comment about the time. So just in case you didn't know, Jim Walmsley is still running all the way to the line, because for the team competition, where it's 3 runners, it's not the 3 runners in their positions that counts, it's all 3 runners' times added together. So we've lost our voices, but the Spanish is still going.
Oh, yeah. No, but I'm pretty sure they've been feeding them something different than what we got. They've been full blast, taking over the whole commentary room. But yes, it is quite exciting to see Jim Walmsley with true fashion taking over that World Championship, the long trail. I mean, and in a stellar time as well. I mean, we're talking just what was the official time, Jono, if you have that?
Oh, let me grab that from the live. I'll get you to the finish line.
For like 82 kilometers and 5,413 meters of elevation gain and loss. He's certainly delivered. And for a while, we thought the Frenchies could challenge him a little bit, but no, the minute he chose to pull away,
okay, I don't have
there was no catching him yet.
I don't have the time. I don't have the time on my screen to.
And you know what, Jono? I'm not surprised.
We will bring that for you. But he has passed through the last timing check, 1 kilometer to go at 8 hours, 33 minutes and 07. So well under that 9 hour.
All right, team, place your bets, because now is who will take silver and who will take bronze on that team. These 2 gentlemen have been working so hard at first to try to stay within Jim's stride, but they couldn't quite keep up. And we need to correct that. I would love to hear that interview.
Oh yeah, to get the feet on the ground there. Yeah. We'll hear from Richard, who will be doing a dedicated interview. But it's always nice to hear that first impression, isn't it? You know?
Yes, yes. And then there you go. Thanks, guys, in the chat. 8 hours, 35 and 11 seconds.
Yeah, popped up now on the screen. So yeah, that's a that's a solid time.
That is insane. And you guys are asking on the chat, they're finishing together, but there's no half medal. So I don't think. Oh, actually, that's a very good question, Jono. Like, what are the regulations on that?
Well, at the end of the day, it's based on the timing chip.
Yeah, but what if
any complication you sometimes have is at the start. You see, because they run through
chip time.
They run through the chip time, and then somebody who if one person is starting a little bit further back, but then maybe finishes just a half a meter in front.
Would still
via chip time, but they will use the position time, so the first across the line. But if they need to separate them, I mean, we can use video or we can use the timing to separate them. I mean, we always like to see a battle, though, don't we, to the finish? You know, none of this holding hand stuff.
That's what we want to see. We won't see blood. We won't see sprints. We won't see faces across that line.
Yeah, look on the watch there. From Loison, he's checking the watch. I'm not sure that he just wants to be racing at this point. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I just shot a message to Adrien Séguret, team captain of the French national team. He said, like, all right, coach, what's the story? Because there's no finish hand in hand. So what is the brief? What was the word out? I mean, you can see they're picking up the pace now.
Yeah, but Benjamin's not. He's not letting more than a meter gap grow there. Let's hope we stay with these two for as long as we can. Pretty tricky here, keeping the signal feed going while we're down the thick forest here.
Yeah, they go in so fast, even the 4G cannot keep up. Man, I'm glad they have different packs, because otherwise it would be extremely hard to differentiate these two gentlemen. They really have the same style, the same stride, the same way to move.
Yeah, absolutely right. Oh, we've come back to the finish line.
Yeah, so perhaps we can have the finish line interview with Richard, because I'm guessing Jim would be sticking around for a bit before going to doping control. And here we're transitioning back with Katie. She's in that second to last descent. She has just a little bit of a final push, last climb before she can get down. And there we go. There is a bit of a relay. You can see this from our mountain biker and cam runner with the orange top. As his job is done, he might just go back to catch either another runner or go back further up to be with Katie when she's going to be tipping over in probably, what? It's still going to be a wee while, actually, like 40 minutes, 45 minutes. And there we go. The big question remains, what is going to happen between Louison Coiffet and Benjamin Roubiol? And it looks so far that none of them has actually tried to switch the last gear and launch the charge to the finish. I know there is a lot of care and respect between these runners. But again, you know, if they're just chilling down, these are seconds that are going away for the team. So at some point, they're really going to have to crank it. So we are now in the last kilometer for these two gentlemen. And yeah, Benjamin's still looking at his watch, probably trying to gauge at this point how far he is from the finish. But yes, this is definitely the last kilometer, and still no sign of an attack.
Okay, fans on the track, love it, love it, love it.
So yeah, those switchbacks are pretty tight for our mountain biker, but very well negotiated.
Yeah, doing a great job. You know, like the images we've had today, I think have been absolutely outstanding. Okay, you know, look, we want to bring you all of the action as much as as well as we can, and it's been an absolute pleasure to watch this race as it unfolds. And what are we going to see unfold right now? Hopefully we're going to see a massive sprint. Let's see.
Yeah, because I was just saying that, like, they need to crank it. Like, now, chilling, because they're clearly chilling, they're like freewheeling into the finish line. But if you push the pace, like those are seconds, especially double seconds, because there's two of them.
Yeah, a little look over the shoulder. You know, they should be on the other side of the cones, but we'll give them that.
Yeah, I guess Louison was moving on the side, so they could be side by side running.
Okay, now they are going side by side. Oh, let's go. Come on, guys. Let's not do the hand-in-hand thing. I'm not a big fan of that.
No, certainly not. I agree with that. And again, that's what I was saying. There's a lot of respect, a lot of care for one another. They've worked so hard to get there. And, I mean, admittedly, they're scoring 2 medals for France individually.
Yeah, outstanding.
But
outstanding running by the pair of them.
But then they really need to keep moving hard, because now every second, and there you go, Louison smiling, putting his arm over Benjamin's shoulder. And I think there would have been a silent agreement. They're going to be finishing together, knowing that one of them, and that's the thing, they won't decide. That's the thing. It's not going to be up to them. So maybe one is going to push the other across the line. Louison Coiffet is his first world champs. Benjamin Robiol already had gold 2 years ago. So is he going to be happy to take bronze?
Yeah, good. I mean, we heard about the team camaraderie inside the French team. These guys are really a tight unit. They all...
There's going to be a flag. Yes. Carrying it across the line.
Okay, let's see what unfolds in separating those two. Will there be a decision to give a joint medal? I suspect not.
Well, you can't really do that, can you? Because there's only one bronze and one.
In track and field, you can if you can't separate them by timing.
Okay.
But yeah, let's just appreciate the run that these two have put together. You know, first one and then the other one, pushing Jim, like they were, they weren't letting Jim bring it home easy. That's for sure. And I think they can be super proud of what they've achieved today. You know, silver and bronze medal for the pair of them. Absolutely fantastic racing.
They tried with everything they had, but today it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I suspect, you know, like it kind of felt like they really wanted to go for gold. You know, like they went. That's what they were there for, and they wanted to push Jim as hard as they could. And when they couldn't break them, then they had to reset. And then when they found themselves back together again, you know, it's like, okay, guys, let's just do it. You know, do it together, do it for the team, and it's, you know, look. You can see how much it means to them.
Oh yeah. And as Fred Tranchant was saying when he was on the live with us, he says, like, you know, this is the goal of a season. So this is all eyes on it during the entire season. Yes, you have B races along the way, but this is the one. And you can see here now, teammate coming up, Sylvain Cachard, who's here to. Oh no, that wasn't Sylvain. Wait, I thought he was. I'm having trouble seeing who's who. Sylvain was at the back with.
I guess we're going to hear in the interviews.
With Benjamin.
I'm looking forward to the interviews now.
Yeah. I'm just a bit worried because, like, to me, like, Jim would be long gone to the doping control. So it means that possibly Richard has just missed him, eh?
Do you think Richard's still coming down from Kandanchu?
No, it's such
not
a
very far,
short drive, actually. Yeah.
No, we expect to catch up with Richard. We hope so fairly shortly. But yeah, there's a few things to take care of after you cross the finish line. You know, we talked about the gear check yesterday, and then when it comes to the anti-doping, you basically register with the anti-doping chaperone, who will then escort you when you're ready to the anti-doping area. And great to see we have our top 3 all together for the photos, so we can see them all together, kind of cheering and you know, letting the fans have their time with the 3 top runners.
Yeah, and so I'm glad that, you know, they waited at doping control to give a bit of room to...
But you don't have to, you don't have to be there by any particular time, obviously within reason. What you do have to do is your chaperone has to stay with you for the time until you arrive in the doping control.
Yeah. But yesterday they were saying that actually they were taking the athletes away, and that's why Richard couldn't actually do the rest of the interviews, because they were actually like really pulling them into the doping control. I agree with you. You know, it's just, it doesn't matter. What they just need to collect is the first sample of urine. Is that right?
Oh yeah.
It's not blood, right?
It depends. It can be.
It depends. Yep. Okay.
Like that's information that I don't know of here sitting here with you
today.
today.
No, I don't know. Maybe there's different levels of testing and pre-race, post-race. Like I know that all the other races that I get to comment, this is urine.
Absolutely. But let's just celebrate the 3 podium getters here in front.
And again,
exactly
those
like you said. Yeah.
Iconic, branches.
Yeah, those pine branches signifying that this is a symbol of the town here. The pine branches protect the town.
Actually, I want to take it back. Like, this is more than the branches. There's a little thing at the bottom, so it might be an actual tree.
Yeah. Exactly.
I call it branches. It's not a dead branch that you can just chuck in the fire. No, this is actually live.
They're not that cheap, man.
I mean, it's more the symbol than the cost of it. But yeah, and I don't know. Maybe what would be super cool is that there would be a protocol, and they would each get to plant their tree somewhere in Confront, and they could see it grow.
I think the idea is they can plant it back home, and it will always remind them, you know, as it grows, of their time.
I hope. Yeah, I just hope none of them lives in an apartment.
Or in New Zealand, where you can't take organic matter into the country.
Well, yeah, those ones get chucked up because they're an invasive species.
Yeah, some countries make it tough.
And there we go, just like that. The job is done for these 3 gentlemen, and it's cool to see, like the face of Louison Coiffé. This is a big deal for him. Yes. Storming into the sport and being shot right up at this level is going to be something, as you said, like the tree, that's going to stay with them forever.
Yeah, well, let's do a rundown on the top 10 at the summit of that last climb. Jim Walmsley, of course, we know led down the descent. Louison Coiffé, Benjamin Rubiol together in 2nd and 3rd, and of course we did see Christian Menoggio on the descent, Peter Frano as well. Oh, look, brilliant, and right on cue, here comes Christian, not far from the finish area. So Peter Frano was in 5th at the summit there. Peter Engdahl, he is staying solid in 6th, so he's not, you know, looked like he was having a pretty tough day, but he's really hung tough out there. And then for our Polish fans, Andrzej Witek in 7th, Adam Peterman steps into 8th position, just in front of Francesco Pupi in 9th, and then Vincent Bouliard in 10th place.
So Vincent has moved back up into 10th.
Yeah, looking good for the French, obviously for teams. So yeah, I think our bronze and silver medalists were probably pretty okay, not pushing all the way into the end.
Yeah, but you never know.
We never know, though.
You never know. And especially when we heard that the motto of all these athletes is like everybody needs to come back with a medal. When you know you get yours in the pocket, then that's where you step up to make sure that everybody else will also get it.
Yeah, good point.
But yeah, pretty spectacular. Once again, Jim Walmsley on top of his game, and actually we're going to probably hear from Jim very shortly because we are going to the finish line with Richard with the interviews of the top 3 men in the long trail.
Here we are at the finish line with the one and only new world champion of mountain trail running, Jim Walmsley. How does it feel?
Yeah, it's still sinking in. Like, a lot's gone into this. I think my planned summer didn't go to plan A with Western States, but it's turned into a really nice end of the year, fall, and yeah, we'll see where it goes.
And you've won so many things in your running career already, but this is, of course, your first World Mountain Trail Championship. What does it mean to you as a highly experienced runner to now have this on your trophy cabinet as well?
Well, I won the short trail in 2019, so getting to win the long trail now 6 years later, it's pretty cool. Probably not many people have done short and long trail at this point, so yeah, I think the Pyrenees really tested me. It tested everyone. Just a super rugged trail, and happy to get through it smoothly today.
And you really did get through it smoothly. We can see they've got a little bit of sweat on your t-shirt, but apart from that, I mean, you're looking great compared to this course has really hit so many elite runners hard over the last 2 days. How did you keep it so smooth and so stable all day?
Yeah, I think I just had a good nutrition plan with my sponsor Never Second. It was heavy on hydration and really managing salt. So yeah, no stomach issues, was able to keep drinking all day, and I mean, that helps a lot.
And just for people watching on the live stream today who have been watching like this, wow, whenever they've seen the mountains, what was it like running through the Spanish Pyrenees?
Yeah, I think I've been pretty lucky because I've been here about 2 weeks, and I'd say I got to really appreciate the mountains when I was seeing the course beforehand, but today was really a lot just looking in front of me. It's too technical to look up too much today, unfortunately, but sneaked a couple of views. But the whole trip has been amazing, and it's my first time to the Pyrenees, so it's blown me away and super special here.
Okay, and last thing, for the whole of Team USA, an incredible performance across the board today. Kate is likely to come in as a leading female, of course, for a double win, and so many other strong runners. What does it mean for you as a team to be presenting in this way at this event? It's quite different to a UTMB or a solo event.
Yeah, it's really cool to kind of come together. We race each other a lot, so we know each other pretty well, but we don't come together, like we're with different brands, so we to come together like this is pretty sweet. Good camaraderie, and then yeah, hopefully the team event unfolds favorable for us, but we'll see. I mean, Luis and Benjamin coming in 2-3, not bad, huh? So it'll be tough, and then yeah, hopefully Katie brings it home.
Fantastic job, Jim. Really, congratulations from everybody who's been watching all day long on the English, French and Spanish live streams. Huge congratulations. You are the world champion of the long and now the short trail distance at the World Mountain Trail Running Championship.
Thank you so much.
It's back to you guys in the studio. Mr. Jim Walmsley, everybody. Amazing performance from him today, yet again. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Richard.
And there we go, just in time to welcome. Yep, fourth place finisher in the long trail. Deserving athlete, 41 years young, Christian Minoggio across the line.
Yeah, that was a solid run, wasn't it? You know, like he was always hovering in that top 5, 6, you know, just stayed so solid the whole day long. If anything had happened to any of those top 3, he would have been there to pick up the pieces.
He would have been there indeed. And look at this. Cool. Look at now, second place, Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal. And man, she's still looking strong. Look like the way she's attacking that hill, power hiking up. Whew. I think it's going to be very hard. I don't know where they're at, but I think it's going to be extremely hard for Fabiola Conti to try and close that 90 seconds that separated them when they came out of the last aid station. Do we have another split, actually?
I've got Katie Scheid going through the split at 70.5 kilometers, but Sumaya and Fabiola, they're still going to be a little way off that split. So that's the last drink station before they hit that very final climb up towards that ridgeline. So the other split I have for them, of course, is back through Kandanchu, where we could see the action unfolding. But great images here from our camera runner, seeing the terrain that they're going over. We kind of want the camera runner just to spin around for a second, don't we? Just to have a look back down the trail. Where is Fabiola? Yeah. It was a minute and a half coming out of the aid station, where they went in together, but they came out with a minute and a half difference between the two of them, with Fabiola just taking that little bit of extra time. And we were wondering, we were as we always do here in the studio, whether that was a tactical move.
That's what we do all day, just wondering about things and making wrong assumptions.
Right. Yeah, but I think it was. It looked to me as Fabiola left the station that she needed that extra time to refuel and to just look after herself. Sumaya just looking actually still super strong up here.
Yes, she is still looking super strong. Really, like moving with purpose. And by no means she's showing any sign of fatigue, so it confirms that, again, she has the distance in the legs, and obviously, just like Jim, Katie is on another planet today, and hard to take, but the way she's running right now is absolute world class and backs up. I'm going to have to look, because I keep talking about her second place at CCC, but I can't remember if it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Yeah, the flag's appearing in the chat here.
Yes, I'm glad. She will be a role model and an inspiration to so many Nepalese girls to show them that, this is possible. And
we are going to go. We're going to head back to Richard as well. We're going to catch up with our podium.
Okay, here we are at the finish line, of course, now with our double silver medalists, effectively our double second place runners, both, of course, from France, Louison Coiffé, Benjamin Rubiol. Tell me, Louison, first of all, how does it feel to have finished together in this way, of two French teammates finishing on the line at the same time?
I think even in the dream it wasn't like this. So yeah, particular feeling. We are roommates for this week, so it's really funny. And for the team it's amazing. We are going to see the third one and the other one, and going to clap them.
And Benjamin, for yourself, what's the experience like for you in this way finishing? I guess it's not what you expected.
Yes, for me it's the second time that I finish ex-aequo with one of our best friends too. So it's really amazing to live it.
And during the race you were swapping places a couple of times. We were all wondering who would be second, who would be third, at some point even who would be first. From a race point of view, how would you describe the overall race experience for you, moving up and down like that?
I think finally we help each other, and because if you are alone, or we didn't run always with Jim, especially at the end, and I think at the end it's very precious help for us.
And how did you find the course, Benjamin, relative to maybe the places you're used to training? This is quite a tough course, I think, for many runners, even though you're not coming from so far away.
Yeah, we love to run here. We have done a training camp in August also, so we know very well the place now. But today it was a bit difficult to appreciate all the moment.
And can I just ask you also, of course, for Team France, this is an unusual event, the World Mountain Trail Running Championships. You're running for yourselves and also for France. What does it mean to you as runners to be running for your country as well as for yourselves?
For me, it's the first time, and it's I don't know, the emotion, and with the group and with the team, we are all together, and it just multiplies the emotion, yeah.
And for yourself, Benjamin?
Yeah, pretty same for me. Yes, we pass a lot of time in the team in this country team. So it's a very good experience. It's not the most popular for in all the circuits of trail, but we choose it because we have this team element that we really love it.
Fantastic. Well, bien joué, bravo to both of you. Amazing performance. It's so nice to have you here representing France at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships. Louison Coiffé and Benjamin Rubiol, amazing, our joint second place runners here at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships long race. Bravo to both of them. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right.
Okay, apologies for missing the arrival of Peter Frano crossing the line just in front of Peter Engdahl, the battle of the two Peters.
Yeah,
Peter and Peter.
And you can see Peter, like, he's giving it all. He's on the line, and as much as the temperature might have suited him this morning, the way he was, like the fact that it was a bit hotter towards the end of the day, like probably got him a little bit as well. He tried probably very hard to keep up with Peter.
Well, we didn't get to see Peter's smile, his celebration.
Stoic finish.
Yeah.
No.
No, I was looking forward to that.
But I mean, if you go back, like when Peter Engdahl crossed the line and gave him a hug, like Peter Frano was just standing there, like doing a bit of a forklift hug.
That's good. Don't change, Peter.
That's the thing. He's partying on the inside, and actually there wasn't much.
2 minutes gap. Yeah, not a lot in the end.
It wasn't much at all. And even behind Christian Minojo, Christian has definitely slowed down towards the end. Because
that
Peter
blew
Frano
out, didn't it? 12 minutes to third, yeah.
Here we go, giving a hand to Stend. Whew. That's going to be I hope this is the end of the season for Peter Engdahl. His
he'll be back on the skis before we know it.
Yeah, I think he's going to be able to take a little bit of a well-deserved break. Oh yeah, interesting what he's doing with his hand. Is like I'm seeing a bit foggy or something. Yep.
And will it be Andrei Vitek next across the line?
Check out. There we go. The flag is already flying high. So if we can be sure that we keep an eye on the finish line.
We come back to the ridge again. Just the last little ramp before hitting that downhill for our Spanish runner. Let me give you an update. So yeah, just giving you an update on the team competition. We can just give you an update at the 70.5 kilometer point where France was out in front with a pretty commanding lead from USA, with Italy pretty solid in third place. So probably USA and Italy, it could change between the two of them. But I think our podium places are looking pretty clear, because a bit much to do for Spain there to recover and take a medal.
All right, well, team, I took one for the team, literally. I got yelled at for asking the finish line, but I think it was already disappointing to lose Peter Frano. There's no way we're losing Andrei Vitek now.
Oh my God, yeah, you can imagine in the chat how many Polish flags.
Yeah, no, and again, like, you know, it's like there's a fixed camera there. It's not that the end of the world, especially when on the other side, you know, there's not too much going on.
Yeah, it's great having the option to have the two screens in front of us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're pretty good at multitasking here. You know, like we can watch two screens at once.
Who says men can't multitask?
Here we go. This is what we want to see too. Yeah.
Fabiola Conti on your images, ladies and gentlemen. And yep, this is a definite situation now for the top three women. The way she's moving, there's no catching Sunmaya Buddha. and hopefully she can crank a little bit into gear as well, because like this is still a bronze medal around her neck, but it's not a given, and there are some hungry ladies behind that are chasing hard. It was Annelise Rousset, and now he has changed.
Rosa Lara was in 4th place, so that's going to be super interesting to see what the situation is. I don't have them at 70.5 just yet, but which I should do. Let me go up the screen. 70.5. Actually, no, I don't think she would be through that point yet. Actually, must be coming over the hill here, dipping down, and then coming through that last aid station. So I've got places 43 through for the men's race, and I would expect them to be more around this 60-70 position.
Okay, so yeah, Fabiola had about an 8 minutes lead on Rosa Lara. So the way she was moving just back then when we saw her on the images, those 8 minutes could really come down to nothing.
They can disappear,
yeah. Especially Rosa Lara, being at home, in Spain on home soil. She will definitely be carried through. Wow, that is a very technical section. We didn't see the men going through that, did we?
Yeah, not with the camera runner. So these are the images we enjoy. Great to see the camera runner giving plenty of space as well there on the side. Going back to the finish line here. Are we about to see our next men's?
Yeah, Andrzej Witek. Oh, is that snow? I think there was a little bit of a patch of snow in the shade. I mean, it did snow,
I can
actually.
see some white paint there.
No. Yeah, because there was snow on was it on a Monday? It did snow quite a bit.
It snowed heavily on the Monday. Up at the top of the uphill course, there was 5 centimeters of snow.
yeah. So those are the few leftovers. And again here in Canfranc, all eyes on our next runners.
Let's have a look, see if he's come through that final. No, I haven't got him through the final timing split. Let's have a look on there. No, Andrzej Witek not yet through that last timing split, which is essentially even less than a kilometer to go.
Yeah, but...
There we go, no, he's come through that timing split. Thank you.
Another trick being pulled on us.
Well done, Andrzej Witek, looking like 7th place, top 10 at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. Fantastic running. And again, looking like six nations inside our top 7 so far. So he'll be here in 2 minutes. Took Jim around 2 minutes to get from that last point through to the finish line. Here we go, back out on the track. Oh, we got Sumaya here. Now she is coming down into that aid station here. I remember this part pretty well. She's coming down and she'll turn to her right and head through to the final drink station. Definitely looking like she's she's comfortable now in second. I think we can predict that.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, on the right-hand side of your screen, Andrzej Witek representing Team Poland, waving at the crowds and coming in a very exciting, is it 5th position?
7th.
7th position. Ooh, yeah, I got excited. Oh, wow, it looked like he was a tough day in the office and he gave everything he had for Team Poland. Ooh,
yeah, take your time.
Yeah, blending in with the red carpet. And Sunmaya Buddha, I'm impressed. Like how smooth she's going still on that kind of terrain.
And I think she's picked up places overall as well.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. And she's also like challenging a little bit our cam runners. Like, hey, well, you gotta keep going. And luckily, I like that. You know, they're on top of it. And he saw that she was getting close to him, so he moved away and then transitioned into the back. And you can see it looks like the clouds are starting to form on the summits.
Yeah, a little bit of that inversion there coming. I think I saw a clip saying there was a type of wind that brought these clouds that sort of hang over the hills called La Rocca. I remember from a few hours ago in our transmission. And he said if you have the La Rocca wind, then it's pretty much guaranteed there won't be any storms. They can.
Oh, and you were talking about picking up runners. Look at her go, ladies and gentlemen. Sunmaya Buddha is absolutely crushing on that descent. You know, using her arms to balance herself, but she's looking fantastic.
Yeah, isn't she looking great? Yeah, that's.
You know, Andre taking off the shoes, hanging the tools. Job is done.
And of course, we're expecting Katie Scheid not too long away to come through the high point of the race as well. You know, I'm expecting her in the next 5 minutes or so.
And apparently we're getting the confirmation that Louison Coiffé and Benjamin Roubiol are officially both second. That has been confirmed. And there we go. Hats off to Poland, you know, giving it back to the crowds.
Yeah, that's what we like to see.
These are beautiful images. This is the spirit of these World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. You know, it's of course it's all about the athletes, but they know how to give it back to the crowds. Because those crowds, as well as you were mentioning earlier, Jono, the volunteers, the organization, everybody out there making it possible. There we go.
And look at that, Sunmaya Buddha taking time out of Katie Scheid coming through.
I'm actually not surprised.
Yeah, the way she was running on that descent.
Yep.
That was stellar.
But then again, even though with Jim, he kept pulling away until the end, like Katie's in the safe, you know. As much as, she will try and keep pushing as much as she can for Team USA, but for gold, you know, half an hour to make up in...
oh, no, not to make up, but just see how impressive that is. That deep into the race.
And again, the longer, the better for Sunmaya.
Okay, and the way to be on for our third place runner coming through that same checkpoint. Fabiola Conti, we're waiting, but as we watch the images on the left side of the screen with Katie Scheid coming through that top part of the track, she's only got the descent in front of her, less than 10 kilometers to run. Still 10 tough kilometers. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not. Let's not pretend it's any different.
They're not for free, those ones. Here we go.
There we go. There's the timer. Yeah, great. So they're using the wand there. So they need to make sure that wand gets pretty close to the bib number there to engage with the timing chip. Okay, Katie's on her way down. Look at that.
That's it. Pulls away.
I always kind of cringe when I do watch them round descents with their both arms behind their back,
that
and then
face plant would not look good.
You're not going to have time to get the hands back in front of you.
Yeah. Wow, I have not seen so many flags. I just went back to the, look at this, if you keep scrolling up, you'd see, all you see is red and white. Fantastic. Again, Poland, such a great nation of trail running.
Yeah, the Tatra Mountains, you know, something pretty special there to run in, you know, beautiful national park.
And there are a few people that are to be thanked for that kind of trend, that kind of excitement around trail running in Poland. Bart Przejewski, oh, here we go. We have Adam Peterman across the line. His head is a bit down, but, you know, he can be proud of the performance he pulled off today. And that's 2 runners for Team USA across the line. Ugh.
And 2 runners for the French team as well. But as we know, it's the time.
That's right. That's right. And so what I was saying is like,
Eighth position. So we should expect to see our first Italian, second Italian, sorry, what am I saying? Francesco Pupi. They were right together at the top there. So looks like Adam Peterman had to leave it all out there to finish in front of Francesco.
He pushed it a bit towards the end to pull away from Francesco. And
Here we go. We're sort of panning back, so I'm thinking there might be some more action coming. He's nodding at me at the camera.
It'll be about a minute. So yeah, just enough time for to talk about Bart Przejewski, who was the first Polish runner to shine on the international scene, and now we've had the likes of Marcin Kubica and King Runner Ultra, one of the not the reference media, and always out there at races and spreading the love and sharing details and data and updates on all the Polish runners, so everybody back home can get excited about it. And this is what's making this sport so much more attractive as well. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, you have it, your second Italian runner across the line, pushing all the way, waving at the crowds. What a comeback from Francesco Pupi.
Yeah, what a solid run. You know, he had a difficult start to the race, you know, and he would have had his ambitions going for sure inside the top 5 and definitely inside the top 3 as well. But to bring it home in top 10 and reset and know that his result was so important for the Italian team is huge. So, yeah, shout out to Francesco. What a brilliant run. Oh, and we must have through the final timing split at the swimming pool is Vincent Bouillard.
Ooh, Vincent Bouillard had a strong descent then.
So that looks like team race. France.
Yeah, going from Italy to Italy on one side of the screen to the next. Fabiola Conti in third for Team Italy is in the descent that where we saw Sunmaya Buddha just earlier. And then Il Pupino here is having a bit of a nap on the red carpet. That looks like a comfortable carpet, to be fair.
I think you got to earn your place to be able to lie down on there. And let's just shout out to all of the competitors, everyone who's gonna cross the line here today and into the evening. Yeah, they've definitely earned their time on the red carpet. That's for sure. I think we've got, yes, we do have Fabiola Conti on that same descent where we saw Sumaya. I think it's, that lead has stretched out, and we'll start to look also for the gap between third and fourth. But Fabiola looks okay now. She looks like she's descending pretty well. So.
And there he is, ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 UTMB champion, bowing to Francesco Pupi. And another runner who I believe would have hoped to do a little better, but it doesn't matter because by coming in across the line in third place, that is confirming gold for the French team.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting between USA and Italy. I think USA will probably do it. We'll wait for Zach. He should be with us shortly. Zach Miller was in 17th place at the top, at that last top point, together with Andreas Reiterer. So the two athletes from one from USA, the other one from Italy. They'll have to fight each other on descent for that for that medal. But I'm pretty sure that USA is going to get the nod, given that that Jim was the winner with that stellar time.
Yeah. It's interesting because you can never know until all runners cross the line, and it's really not about positions indeed. And we saw that again 2 years ago. I remember vividly Zach Miller and like trying to out sprint Drew Holman, but they were actually both trying to shave seconds as much as they could to try and outrun the French team for gold, but that just wasn't enough.
It was close, wasn't it?
It was super
came
close.
Down to seconds.
Yeah. And here again, it's a bit frustrating. We're not hearing the live interviews on the line. There's a bit of a conversation going on between our speaker and Vincent Bouillard.
Yeah, Katie Scheid officially into the descent now. Okay, looking back up with just less than a kilometre to go. It's looking like our fourth French runner, just outside the top 10, Baptiste Chassagne in 11th place. Andreas Reiterer here, well into the descent. And Fabiola Conti, so the two Italians. So we do have Fabiola Conti through that aid station. Looking like, yes, that gap has really blown out between Sumaya and Fabiola to 8 minutes.
And there we go. Yes. Another runner, Baptiste Chassagne, and this is why Vincent was so excited about the next runner coming across the line.
Yeah, and again, you know, the nations all all hugging each other. It's such a, you know, they all share something in common here today because they've all put it out there. They all have so much respect for each other, and
oh yeah, and they race each other all year long across all their disciplines. And then, as we've said countless times, these gentlemen in the French team, they've spent so much time. Sorry, I'm really, my English is falling apart and it's pretty terrible. They're spending so much time together. It's special, you know. These are people that are teammates. They're friends, you know, like the way Fred was saying he celebrated his gold medal was just to play board games with the rest of the team in that evening. It was no frills, no crazy champagne showers or something. It's just like, no, you know, it's just spending quality time with the people. We basically train hard and then we go to war together and then we celebrate together, but again, in a very humble way.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, you know, it's interesting, isn't it? Because you know, for the other 364 days of the year, they're not teammates when they're running for their respective brands, and it was something that that Jim Walmsley mentioned, that it was actually a really nice feeling when with the other US runners, where normally they would be running for other brands and coming together to run in a single team unit. So I think that is something that's very, very special about these championships. So I am looking back to see behind Rosalada if she is closing down on one of the middle positions at that 70.5 kilometer aid station. Fabiola Conti from Italy holding that position at the moment. with more than just over 8 minutes now behind Sumaya Buddha, who's looking pretty safe and pretty comfortable in. Oh, and speak of the devil, here she comes, Rosa Lara coming down into that aid station. So we'll get a time check as she hits it, but she's definitely closed down.
Oh, yes, indeed.
And this can be one of the hardest battles, you know, between fourth and third. That battle for that bronze medal position.
Oh, yeah.
Can be brutal.
Yeah, and as you were mentioning, like her being in Spain, there's going to be a whole lot of people on the side of the trail cheering her on, like trying to give her this little extra boost, and definitely giving her splits, which probably half of it are going to be wrong, but just to get her going.
We'll give her the splits, don't worry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's going to be hearing us. But yeah, if she catch only a glimpse.
There's plenty of people tuning into our live streaming. Well, they'll be tuning into the Spanish, of course, getting splits from our Spanish colleagues who are right next to us. When they start getting excited, then
we'll hear it.
We know something's happening. Well, there's still a little way to go, though. There's still a little way to drop down there. So Fabiola Conti now well into that final push towards the top part of this summit, the last summit of their 81.2 kilometer journey.
All right. People have put it out there on the line. Adam Mueller says Fabiola will lose bronze and her team will lose gold. Wow, that would be a lot at stake indeed if she was losing that. But, I mean, losing gold for the team, it's never on one person. Woo-hoo-hoo. That was a bit of a slippage, and we got to be careful because those kind of things really could trigger cramps, and that becomes a whole different bowl game. So got to be careful about that. But appreciate that, like putting out there in the chat what's going to happen. But you know, it is racing. It's all about that, and I can only salute Rosa Lara's performance right now. You know, pacing herself correctly and knowing that she needed to keep some in the tank for this entire back end of the race, which is a challenging one. Again, you can look at this descent. There's a lot of time that could be lost if you can't move. She was also even seemingly struggling just a tiny bit to find her way across that field.
Yeah, coming back to the team performances.
Team UK?
I've just got, that's of course, yes. That's going to be Hugo.
Oh la la, look at this. Rosa Lara has changed a lot.
Hugh Chatfield coming through in 12th. Yeah, you picked on it. You picked it up. That little slip might have just been enough to...
Yeah, sometimes it's all it takes.
So yeah, great run by Hugh Chatfield in 12th position. And here we have, is that Ecuador?
Yes.
Look at that. Fantastic run. There we go, Joachim Andre Lopez Iturralde. Did I get all that right? Are we allowed to shorten his name? Put it in the comments. They'll be on the Spanish feed, I'm sure. Yeah, super solid run there. Look, 13th position.
Oh yeah. He is absolutely stoked.
Yeah, looking at the women's team positions, it was still USA out in front. I have to go back to the 60K point because when you go to Candanshu, I can go to Candanshu, like Italy in first, USA in second, and France in third. So, yeah, things are evolving through that women's team race. So that is going to be exciting. And look at that. Look, Italy took the lead by less than a minute there going through Candanshu. So Italy finishing well. And that'll be Martina Balmasoy, of course. Fabiola Conti, who's leading the way for the Italian team. So, yeah, it's going to come down to the wire. And, again, those seconds could count, could make the difference. And even France isn't too far away as well, just 14 minutes back from the USA at the Kandanchu aid station. Not enough of the women runners have come through the 70.5 kilometer point yet to make a prediction.
Look at that. Joaquin Lopez across the line just can't get enough. He's so stoked. I guess he's, I don't know if it's a different camera streaming for, like for a different media, but he's almost carrying on an interview on the side of the finish line. You gotta love that. Look at this smile on his face.
Yeah, and it sounds,
love it.
Sounds like in the women's field, Giuditta Turini is coming like a train. So I think that third runner, you know, she probably being in that third position, she
knows that it's on her to close as fast as she can.
Yeah, and that's sort of making the difference to the timing. That's what's really closing it up. Looking forward to our...
Oh no, the Terex arch is falling apart.
Okay, come on.
I hope there's no runner coming in at this very moment.
I'm looking for... I think there's a Romanian runner about to come through that.
Oh no.
He might have to do some hurdles there. Do you think you can hurdle after 81 kilometers?
I don't know. I would just jump in it.
Yeah.
Straight through it.
I think they call that ambush marketing, don't they?
Yeah, it's more an ambush than marketing, that's for sure. But here, the volunteers and speakers stepping up to keep that line, like that arch up high.
Looks like Leonard Mitrika coming through.
Yeah, and he can certainly be happy about that. And Bogdan Damian can't be too far behind. These two gentlemen have been running together for quite a while now. And Leonard can be happy because holding off Bogdan in a downhill is not given to a whole lot of runners. So like my timing is completely out of function. So I don't know how far back he is.
You want to look for? So it looks like our next finisher should be Friedrich Buset from Norway. So.
Okay. So Bogdan Damian has fallen back a little bit.
Yeah, I can go back to the top of the hill, of course. So. Well, I can't go that far back.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that's why look UK. You know, like they're coming into the team competition. You know, Andrew Simmons and we call him Andy, don't we? Andy Simmons in 30th position, and then Luke Greenfell-Shaw in 29th. So that's what's sort of putting them kind of in the mix, you know, maybe not quite in contention for medals, but yeah, Andy Simmons so experienced now, and yeah, part of the team when I was I was going to say a lad, but not really. When I was running. Oh, look, something in the comment says Bogdan Damian has retired from what I can see. So we need to do like a check on that.
Thanks for sharing, but gutted. Oh, so that must have been recent. Oh yes, indeed, he has DNF'd, pulled the plug at Kandanchu.
Oh, so...
oh,
yeah,
wow,
that's
yeah,
tough.
because he had dropped 44 places. So, yep, something must have gone wrong. And as I was telling you as we were starting, this is a long distance for him. Oh, look at this, crossing the line with that beautiful hat. Classic.
That's not a hat, it's a helmet.
It's a helmet, indeed. Thanks for correcting me.
I think he should have been made to wear that around the whole way.
It would have probably given him a little bit more strength. And as you mentioned again, the flag is here.
Yeah, the flag is there. You know, they could count as like external assistance, and it could be performance enhancing as you're coming. If there was somebody he was sprinting with, he could take them out with his horns. Yeah, but fantastic run though. Yeah, great run by Friedrich Buset Torrelli there from Norway in 15th position. Coming up to just a little over 1 hour after the finish of Jim Walmsley.
So I hope we're going to have images of our top ladies coming down, just like we did for the men, so we can appreciate the battle going on, even though Sunmaya Buddha from Nepal is probably pulling away for good now. But we were talking about the fight that was going down between third and fourth. In the ladies again, Fabiola Conti currently sitting in third, but Rosa Lara from Spain was looking like she was actually going to be chasing hard, although in the last descent, looks like she had a bit of a slippage that seemed to have triggered a bit of cramping or something, because all of a sudden her pace really changed. So, yep, all eyes on the women's race, as much as, you know, we worked on that yesterday, and I'm glad the production is offering you this. We asked really for a split screen so we could keep eyes on the finish line, and every runner coming across the line could be cheered on by everybody back home in their home countries. So that's why we have the split screen, and this is you, actually, the public, who asked for it. And obviously we're going to be transitioning towards the full screen whenever we have more indication to share. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, Jasmine Lowther, Canada, moving into 5th place, and it's as Annelise Rousset falling back now into 6th. What a comeback, what a well-executed race from Jasmine Lowther. It is good to see her back, and actually, you know, in Tuca, she was just 2 minutes and 20 seconds back. And if she's feeling good, she could be charging, you know, pair of poles and sending it. We're in for a treat following the women's race.
Oh, you're exactly right. Yeah, look, and look, Rosa is still 9 minutes off Fabiola Conti. So I think
that's a lot. To make it for.
That battle for the medals, yeah, that would probably need Fabiola to kind of hit the wall for her to lose that medal. I think.
And where was that? What was that?
That was at the split station at the aid station at 70.5 kilometers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So just with that last climb,
And here we go. As we were asking for the women's race, we are now with Katie Scheid from the US of A in the lead. And coming down those infinite switchbacks, and you can see it on her face, she is very, very focused. That last part of the course is challenging equally for your legs as for your mind. You got to stay focused. You can't make any mistake. You can't go like daydreaming or, you know, letting go. You have to stay in check the whole time, which is quite energy taxing. But look at her, and you can see as well, like the shoulders are starting to, like, you know, get cramped up a little bit. They're pretty high up, and actually, because now talking about Katie's shoulder reminds me of the conversation I had with her. She was a little bit like this in the last descent in Sierre-Zinal, actually, and we were joking that she was keeping the elbows out, worrying that Maud Matisse would come back to her. But yeah, no, this is how she finished. You know, you're starting to, you know, be a bit tired, and you kind of forget to let go, relax, keep your shoulders down.
Well, I remember Ruth Croft at Sierre-Zinal sprinting into the finish using the big rugby step.
Oh, careful about what you say, Jono.
Don't worry, she'll laugh about that too. But yeah, she snuck up the inside and managed to make the pass right coming down into the finish line.
Exactly.
Elbows out.
A lot of people were saying, oh, she had the elbow out, but, you know, there was no touching and it was completely fair.
Yeah. But look at Martina Valmasoi coming into the mix as well. Yeah, she's been that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th place has been a competition that's been running all day, and she's not far off Annelise Roset. So if Annelise Roset is kind of fading a little bit, there'll be Martina Valmasoi coming up behind her.
And here we go. I was going to say, is it Fabiola? But no, Fabiola did not have poles.
Oh no, not no. That's way too. Andreas Reiterer across the line, yes. So we should be able to give you an update on
that's what I was checking, actually. Yes, the team ranking.
Okay, well, I'll let you do the check on that one.
Well, you're going to have to do it because I'm afraid I'm not getting anything from that live.
Let's go. Long man.
And there we go.
I don't have the final calculations yet here. I've just got the French.
Miguel Arsenio across the line for Portugal. The mic show was on. Wasn't quite enough to take some of the top spots, but surely he grinded it out all the way to the line. And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming from the US of A, Zach Miller in his traditional all-out finish. It wasn't much left in the tank for Zach. Tough day in the office, but he kept it going.
Okay, that's why we don't have the finish line results yet, because we need Zach's time to start to do those calculations.
Well, I mean, for me, again, it's just a big loading page. Nothing is showing up. So there we go. We see Zach Miller now in the live results on the finish line. Let's see if in the individual he's showing as well.
Yeah, 18th position for Zach.
No, like he shows in the live, but not in the actual record. Yeah. And so, who do we get? Sagarueda, ladies and gentlemen.
Argentina.
Yes, coming across the line with a big smile. He's one of the ever, always happy runner. Yeah, we'd love to see him out on the course. He's one very good ambassador of our sport. Ay, caramba, as they say here.
I'm showing up with USA in the silver medal position, with Italy in third.
You get
still a decent gap between the two of them in the end. 20 minutes, so super solid running.
So say again, can you give us the top three?
Top three. First position is France in a total time of 26 hours, 54 minutes and 20 seconds. Second place goes to the USA in 27 hours, 37 minutes and 48 seconds. So 43 minutes, 28 seconds back from first. Rounding out our podium is Italy, 27 hours, 59 minutes and 6 seconds. And they were a little more than...
And if you hear yelling in the background, it's Team Spain yelling for Miguel Anguita crossing the line as if he's had won the World Championships. Yep, sorry about that. We're trying to keep up, but this is where the excitement should be, ladies and gentlemen. All eyes on Sunmaya Buddha, still running in second in very good fashion. Look at her, really relaxed in that descent, and she's going to tiptoeing and running all the way through to that checkpoint where we're going to get an update and the split between her and Katie Scheid. Not that this is going to trigger any change in position. Katie is on her way to gold, and Sunmaya seemingly in a very good position to secure silver for Team Nepal.
Yes, and we've already mentioned that she's picking up places overall, so she's definitely making progress.
She's looking fantastic.
Finishing so strong. I do hope that number kind of hangs on to the back of her backpack there. Yeah, stunning shots here, looking back over the mountains.
Oh, look at her go.
Yeah, she looks amazing.
Fantastic performance here.
She managed to slow down to get the number.
No slowing down. Boys, you're going to have to move.
So let's see, look at our page update.
I count on you on the results, like that page has given up on me.
And here she comes through, 30 minutes and 10 seconds behind, just a few seconds lost to Katie in that last segment again.
That's right.
So she gained some time, gained quite a bit of time in the previous segment, and just lost a few seconds in this segment.
And she's going to be picking up a few more gentlemen in that descent.
Yeah, she's running so well.
Meanwhile, Miguel Anguita here across the line, waving at the crowds. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Spreading her wings to the finish line, Katie Scheid. And it's going to be 2 golds in the Long Trail World Championships for Team USA. And you're right, Jono, like the way she runs, there's a bit of a skipping.
Yeah.
You picked it up early, and the thing is, yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of a sign of fatigue. She's trying to protect. You know, like it's normally the quads that start to get out.
Yeah. But then the skipping part, like, does it mean like one side is more like air quote damaged than the other, or it's just a natural reaction that she's like, oh.
Not really necessarily. It's more of a kind of an unconscious kind of way of protecting yourself. But yeah, she is kind of favoring that right side.
Yeah, that's what I felt like. It looks like it's happening on one side. I hope there is no ankle twist or anything, but she's still moving well, so nothing to worry about on that end, at least for now.
Yeah, well, she did, you know, and she's taken a bit more fluid in there, so maybe she's doing the Fred.
Yes, where's the pickle juice when you need it? It might be indeed. I mean, this is a very challenging course. Like we're talking, like 5,413 meters of elevation gain, but also elevation loss. It means there's a lot of pounding in your quads and in your IT bands, and so you might be getting to a point where, yeah, you know, the cramping is right on the edge, and you're trying to protect yourself, as you said, Jono, like by skipping, by trying to limit the amount of impact on the ground.
Yeah, she doesn't look too comfortable. I mean,
yeah, no, the left arm seems to be a little. I mean, now she's grabbing something in the pack, but.
Yeah,
oh, well, who cares? It's not a catwalk. It's not a fashion show. Here we count in performance. And today's performance by Katie Scheid, once again, has been true to her reputation, her pedigree, her profile.
Did you see that? And they're shouting at her in the comments as well. Katie needs to send it. US number 3 needs all the buffer we can get.
There we go. There we go.
I'm hearing the. I think I'm hearing the finish line in my headset. Yeah.
Yes. We still might have a little bit of a mic over there. I don't know if they're getting ready for an interview. She's trying to fix something with her pack. I hope there's nothing too wrong about it, because you know, you can be fiddling and you pull your attention away from your feet, and this is where you hit the deck, and we certainly don't want that. So I'm just really wondering, maybe it's the quiver that was kind of sliding over the bib number.
Yeah, maybe so.
It looks like she figured it out.
Could be rubbing or something as well on her back, and just wants a bit of relief.
There we go. In the meantime, another finisher across the line. Wow, that could have been a good one for Team Romania. I don't want to rub it in for poor Bogdan, who had to drop out, but you know, it was.
Well, they were.
It was legit.
We did. Yeah, we
saw them.
We did talk about them in the team's result, hovering around sort of like 6th or 7th place. Yeah, that's really disappointing.
Meanwhile, the fight is still on with the finish line arch, keeping us entertained. There we go. She's looking a whole lot better now. Still a bit of skipping, but the pace is increasing. I guess you can now probably hear the finish line and smell the barn. Another cam runner is there just in case. I like to see that, because we want to have images of the women's race There is going to be a lot going on in that final descent, especially fighting for the bronze medal.
Yeah, I think the bronze medal should be safe, but you know, as we know, it's not over till it's over. If you want to finish first you have to finish.
I like that. Yes, absolutely true.
There we go. Now we're coming out. Yeah, she's almost finished that forest section now. At this point, you know, she's not thinking about what's going on behind her. She's thinking about herself, you know. And she's fighting herself at this point, willing her body to get through to that finish line. Okay, she'll be able to hear the crowd now. Coming through these last taped sections. Great to see the team out there, waiting for their own runner, but supporting everyone as they come in. And this lady deserves a huge round of applause.
There you go. Another Polish runner across the line. There we go. Here are the flags coming up.
We start talking about Poland for the teams as well, I guess.
And the Basque fans with the flags flying up high are in the house, infamous for their cheering. And yeah, I like these comments. There's a couple of people talking about this in the chat, that the way Katie is running right now, it really looks like the way she was running at the end of UTMB down from La Flégère last year, when she was running up her stellar performance going for the win at UTMB. And here we go, taking over our final cam mountain biker. Well done, the production team. You know, our current mountain biker is going to drop out and probably bike back up to catch our second woman, Sunmaya Buddha. And in the meantime, I think somebody in the studio needs to change the screen. There we go, there we go. Well done, team. And the cap's gone. It's gone back to front now. You know, you got to be presentable for the finish line. No more cool attitude like she did at the start. It's all business now. And once again, Katie Scheid delivers when she toes the line, and in true fashion. Last checkpoint we had, it was a 30-minute lead, 30-3-0. Yes, indeed, at a World Championship. Well, this is about what Tove had actually yesterday. And so now I guess Team Poland is looking at the team ranking.
Yeah, Tove 33 minutes 55 seconds.
Mm-hmm. And there you go. It's awesome to see people lining up. There's probably even more people than there were for Jim, actually.
Oh, they definitely are. Yeah, look, high fives all around. Fantastic.
And there she goes. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready to make a whole lot of noise for your 2025 winner of the long trail at these World Mountain and Trail Running Championships. Once again, in true fashion, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team USA, Katie Scheid delivers and takes the gold.
Yeah, and somebody must have told her, don't stop, don't stop until you cross the line.
So good, so good to see her do this again. What a fantastic human.
Yeah, dominating performance, it really was. Start to finish.
And that I'm starting to understand now. Yes, there was USA letters at the front of her cap, sorry. So hence why she turned it around. Proud to support her country and score the first spot there. And actually another runner from Team USA across the line. Tracing up.
Yeah, true. Take a bow, Katie Scheid. Yeah, wave that flag proudly. That was a wonderful, wonderful exhibition of long-distance trail running today.
And she just breaks the 10-hour mark as well. And then I guess high-fiving the runners that are crossing the line. She would have passed them on the last few switchbacks.
Okay, Fabiola Conti hitting the descent now, 9 minutes back from second place, Sunmaya Buddha. She'll be thinking about holding on to her bronze medal position for sure at this point, and as they so rightly said in the comments, making sure that she runs all the way through to the line for the team.
And here we go, Manuel Hartweg for Team Germany across the line. And we might have an interview, but again, we're not going to have it on a live. I wish they really had synchronized the mics with the production. I wasn't sure what was going on. Is because our German runner is passed out and the medical team is caring for him now.
Yeah, I wouldn't look after all these runners. You know, they put everything into this race and everything into the training to prepare for this race. So good to see him getting up.
There we go.
Getting some help.
He will leave to see another day. And probably a whole lot of dumbs tomorrow.
There we go, yeah, he's going to be...
There's a smile on his face, that's all that matters. The legs are broken, yeah. The spirits are high.
A big smile on Katie's face.
Oh man, she made it look easy. Look at that, happy as. They should put that at the American borders when you come into the airport. Welcome!
And of course, we'll try to give an update on the women's competition as it unfolds. Still open.
Oh, hang on. Sorry team, I don't know if you heard anything at home. I was trying to catch what Katie was saying. Unfortunately, I had nothing. Yep, not a word. I heard the congratulations, well done by the speaker, but that was it.
So again, teams, positions, women's competition. Italy, at the moment, holding on to that first position. Team France in second place. 19 minutes back, more or less, from Italy. Let's see, we haven't got the USA, we haven't got the third runner USA coming through 70.5.
Yeah, I was going to say
so when the next runner comes through, I think that'll update to put USA into that second position.
Place. Yep. Well, if France holds on to third, then it is medals for the team. So that's the job they wanted to accomplish. And here we go. Your top runners in the men's category. Jim Walmsley winner, Benjamin Robiol and Lison Coiffé. Apparently it has been confirmed that they will both take silver, finishing hand in hand. Christian Minoggio, Peter Fragno, Peter Engdahl, Anje Vitek, Adam Peterman, Francesco Pupi, Vincent Bouillard running up the top 10. And then Baptiste Chassang, Hugh Chatfield, Joaquin Lopez, Leonard Mitrica, Frederic Bustech, Andreas Reiterer, and Miguel Arsenio. And we carrying on down. I'm not going to read them all, but you can see that there's a lot of big names in this top 20. Ramon Manech, I don't know if we had him on the line as well, but another very solid runner, a name that we're familiar with seeing at the top of the podiums, and it shows again how deep that field was today at these World Championships. Oh, and I think we're going to hear co-commentators on the Spanish booth start yelling again, unless it's the siesta time. Now there we go. They're waking up now.
Yeah, they go. Looks like Claudio Diaz just crossing the line. Not sure what happened to Luke Grenfell Shaw after. It looked like they came through the swimming pool. Oh no, they were.
Oh, here he is.
They were more than a minute apart.
Here he is.
Yeah, there he is. Super solid run. Congrats, Luke Grenfell Shaw.
And another very
top 30.
And a very inspiring runner as well. Cancer survivor. Yeah, had a really tough time with that, but he battled it. Lost his brother when shortly after he was diagnosed as well, and so yeah, that man has been taught a few lessons by life, but he chose to take over, and instead of fighting cancer, he fought to live life to the fullest and endeavor. Here is Tyler Grain, ladies and gentlemen, for Team USA, knowing that there's a lot at stake for the team. He finishes strong.
Yeah.
Ooh, here we go. This is what we like to hear. We have the studio telling us that we're going to be soon with Richard on the field for hopefully more interviews, I guess, with Katie Scheid.
We're here at the finish line with the amazing Katie Scheid, the new world champion for the ultra-distance mountain trail running championships. You've won so many prestigious races, Katie. How does it feel to be world champion today?
It feels really great. Yeah, I'm super happy to be here and run on such a different course than we often see in the sport. And it was just beautiful, and I really enjoyed it.
We've been following you all day on the live stream. I've seen you at the aid stations, and you've never really looked in trouble at all. How on earth have you done that on a course that has broken so many other elite runners over the past 48 hours?
It's definitely a super hard course. So, yeah, if someone looks like they're having a hard time, it's for a good reason. But I just focused on my own effort, and I knew I had a bit of a gap throughout the race, and so I just kept that in mind, that it was better to just play defense more than offense.
And we can see on your t-shirt you've got a fair bit of sweat coming through, because it did heat up in the afternoon. But what was amazing for many of us watching was you were still taking your time at the aid station, eating solid food. You had a cheese sandwich, I think, at the last aid station. This is actually really impressive for ultra-distance running at this pace, where a lot of runners were starting to fall apart. They were not able to take on fuel in that way. How do you manage that? It's such an achievement to be so consistent.
I don't take on that much solid food, but because the pace actually is a bit slower, there's a lot of hiking. I don't want to say it's slow, because you still need to put in a good effort, but there's a lot of moments where you're walking uphill and you can take advantage of that.
And you've been living in France.
In Europe for 9 years now, and I actually grew up on the East Coast.
What does it mean for you, unlike so many other races you've done, to be running not just for yourself, but for Team USA in this event?
I'm sorry, I gotta sit down. Yeah, I have no
No problem. We'll let Katie take a rest, well-deserved rest. Amazing performance from her today. We'll head back to you guys in the studio. We'll make sure we look after Katie in the meantime.
Yeah,
thanks, Richard. Yeah, look after Katie. She's
yeah. It shows, as much as you make it look easy, that she's giving everything she's got, and now she's gonna have to look after herself a little bit. But wow, what a transition with Sunmaya Buddha launching herself into that descent and looking still extremely strong. The quads are still there. She's striding it out, bouncing on and off the trail. And look at who's here as well in the descent. Ladies and gentlemen, Rosa Lara is firing on all cylinders. The chase is on, ladies and gentlemen. It is on like Donkey Kong, and wow. I hope we're going to keep eyes on these ladies, because this is where the action is, and we might actually see some overtaking in the late stages of these World Championships.
Oh, that's right. Gee, I didn't see her come through that timing chip point at the top there. If I can. I definitely didn't get her there. Because she's definitely on the descent. I mean, you know, even I can see that.
Yeah, maybe that's a cheeky move from the Spanish team, just to make sure that she flies under the radar as she's diving onto Fabiola Conti.
Yeah, Fabiola Conti at the moment in 3rd position. We haven't picked her up though.
And then I'm guessing it is Thomas Farnick across the line. Followed by another Nepalese runner, Kumaroka Magar.
Yeah, she's not coming up on my timing screen. So Fabiola Conti, just over 9 minutes back from Sunmaya Buddha, but we don't quite know the split from 3rd to 4th, with Rosa Lara. Looks like chasing her down. It's going to come right down to it, I think.
Yeah.
And another Spanish nail biter coming up.
Yeah.
Okay,
so Rudy
on the screen, yeah.
Rudy is giving us a bit of an intel. So I don't know if the timing was more better collaborating with Rudy, but it says Rosa is 10 minutes behind Fabiola. Yep, as much as she's moving well, Fabiola is not going down without a fight. She is a fighter, and she's going to be prepared to hurt across all these switchbacks, if that means securing a medal. And as much as we want to see drama, if Rudy saw that right, and there's 10 minutes between Rosa Lara and Fabiola Conti, I think this is going to be it.
Yeah, because it's coming through on our timing screen. Then Annalise Rosette in 4th place, but we know that's not the case.
Yeah, we're missing Rosa Lara in the women's ranking.
So somewhere in within that 14 minutes between Annalise Rosette and Fabiola Conti, there lies a Spanish runner who's flying.
And I think Annalise Rosette has put on a bit of a surge, because she had been passed by Jasmine Lowther, if I recall correctly, or
true.
Or Jasmine has moved up to 5th. Maybe if you do on the pop-up.
So at the 70.5 aid station, yeah, it was Rosa Lara in 4th, Jasmine Lowther in 5th, with Annalise Rosette in 6th, and Martina Valmasoy in 7th.
Yeah, so there we go.
Looks like there has been a pass there.
So Jasmine had passed Annelise Rousset, and Annelise Rousset is now back in 5th place again. It is written 4th, but Rosa Lara is in 4th. Her bib just didn't register with those little timing ones at the top. So I'm glad actually we got images of that, because otherwise we would have been scratching our heads. What happened to Rosa Lara? So it's good to see she is still moving, and moving well down those switchbacks. And she'll be making her way to the finish line eventually. There we go. Another runner across the line.
Canada? Or?
Is Jean-Philippe Thibaudot from Team Canada. All right, let's keep the excitement going. Let's keep the energy here. It is hard. We're actually fading here.
Just looking at the top 40. Top 40 now arrived in the.
Yep. We've been at it since this morning.
Overall, 39 men, 1 female across the line. Out of a total of, what did we say this morning? 300.
Yep, just around 300. That was a rough estimation. You said in the men's 187 participants, 124 in the women. And yeah, I mean, there has been quite a few DNFs already. But indeed, just over 300 on the start line this morning.
Yeah, we brought you a couple of those DNFs, haven't we? With Caleb Olsen, one of the early ones, taking a fall.
Yep. And we had the Bogdan Damien as well as part of the participants we were thinking would probably do well.
So we do know we have the top 5 now well into the descent, top 5 ladies making their way down the hill inside the last 10 kilometers and on their way to the finish line here in Canfranc, where we will be waiting for them. One, of course, already arrived, Katie Scheider, in a time of 9 hours, 57 minutes and 59 seconds. So just sneaking under that 10-hour mark. On this course, it's an absolutely stellar performance. Just waiting now for our next finisher. Looking like it should be Marek Kausidis from Czechia. So once again, recapping our team's competition. We have for the men's, that has now been decided, with France taking out the gold medal from the United States, with Italy in 3rd. Women's competition, we've been updating you along the way. Now let's look at the 70.5. Again, we can't be sure. Let's go back another one. We go back to the aid station at Kandanshu, where it is Italy in the lead from the USA, with France in third. Here comes Marek Kausidis from Czechia, crossing the line. Oh, and here we on the left part of the screen is Fabiola Conti in the descent. She's looking okay, she's looking good. She's still running well. Oh, and just passing one of the Spanish runners, and he looks like he's done something to his left calf muscle. Maybe his Achilles, but he's holding his calf muscle there, looking like he's in quite a bit of pain. Hoping he can make his way down to the finish line, but Fabiola Conti, she's on her way to the finish. We pick her up on the static cam. I think I might have just seen her give a quick look back up to the trail. There's no one behind her that we can see. We know there's a bit of a gap. Yeah, it looks like there is still a decent gap back to Rosa Lara from Spain. Fabiola Conti looking good for the bronze medal. And again, very, very tight in the women's team competition, so she knows she needs to keep running hard all the way to the finish. Every second's gonna count. So zipping back to the finish line. Looking like Pello Bedezabitia into the finish line from Spain. It looks like Christian Stern coming through for Austria. Great job, Christian. Big day out, more than 10 hours on their feet. And from Team Italy, Giannata Cogliatti across the line. Bravo. Bravo, Giannata. I think this could be Lucian Epine. Epine, we shouted him out earlier on today. Lucian having a sprint finish. Lucian Epine, good, solid finish for the Swiss runner. One of the co-organizers at the CSNL, who we all talk about it so much. So Lucian, one of the organizers bringing you that race. Oh, and I've just seen on the timing screen, popping up on the timing screen, Sumaya Buddha coming into the finish line. She's off the trails. She had such a fast descent. Sumaya absolutely flew down that last descent. So we haven't picked her up yet with the
there
camp,
she
but
is.
now we have her. Yeah, crossing the bridge.
Oh, look at that stride, man.
She has finished so strong.
And you know what it reminds me of? Mira Rai, who was the first Nepali female runner to come on the international scene. And there we go. We have the next generation here. Sunmaya Buddha waving the flag high.
Yeah, what a fantastic run. She'll be absolutely over the moon. That's a silver medal at the 2025 World Mountain and Trail Running Championships.
so good. So good.
And again, you called it out. Such a strong finisher. That number's seen better days. But
yeah, it was in 2021 when she ended up finishing second to Blandine Lirondelle. And so since then, she has gone back to the drawing board, trained, and today all these efforts and dedication are paying off.
What a fantastic performance. And I wanted to look at the time. She took 5 minutes out of Katie Scheid in that down.
There we go, there we go.
5 minutes, that's a... I mean, Katie definitely didn't look comfortable coming down that last climb. Oh, and here we pick her up.
Rosalara.
We saw earlier
Look at her fly.
Just while you'd stepped out, we saw Fabiola Ginola.
Fabiola Conti,
sorry.
Yeah, that's all right, that's all right. We're all getting there. I'm trying to drink as much Coke as I can just to stay alive and somehow sharp. But somebody's moving extremely well here.
She's keeping us on the edge of our seats because we didn't have her on our timing screens. She's still not on our timing screen. So
nah,
we just know that she is between Fabiola Conti and Annalise Rosset. There lies Rosalara, descending really well, actually. So we try and tune in to this one.
Yeah.
Whoa. Who's coming? That's Canada coming. Wow.
Jasmine Lowther is on fire, ladies and gentlemen. She would have
And she wants to pass. You can see she wants to get past.
Oh yeah, she's going in, and she's going in hard. Our cam runner is probably going to have to go through as well, just to see Jasmine Lowther absolutely take off on that finish. And Jono, that means that she's also passed Annelise Rousset. Because she was behind Annelise.
At the top she was.
Yes.
Yeah,
she's been absolutely sending it on the descent and made it 2 spots.
And already a 20-meter gap.
And which means only one thing. We need to keep up with the Canadian runner Jasmine Lowther, because we might see another pass if she actually try to close that gap, although that's going to be a tough one on Fabiola Conti.
Yeah,
but
so
wow.
I think my timing's hit the dirt as well. Because
yeah.
Whoa, looking like our
cam runner cutting corners to keep up.
Our biker really took some risks on that.
I think this is a cam runner at this section.
Okay, let's hope everybody stays safe out there. Wow, what a descent. And is the bronze medal safe for Italy? That is the question we are wanting to ask ourselves. We saw briefly Fabiola Conti on the descent. I think she's still got a fair bit of time in hand. We're going to have to pick up from the static cam when we see Jasmine come through. I don't think she's passed the static cam yet. So Fabiola Conti still got some time in hand.
She would have a bit of time, but look at her. I mean, she's dropping our cam runner. He wasn't ready for this. She is running with a purpose here, absolutely flying over those rocks.
Yeah, he's given up trying to hold the camera steady.
It's like running for his life. He's like, I just got to stay close.
Okay, I'm feeling slightly sick here now. I don't know about you.
That is, yep. Have a bit of Coke, it will settle the stomach.
Fantastic excitement all the way through.
Yes, I'm glad we caught that.
All the way through to the finish. Yeah, Jasmine looking absolutely fantastic. And here we have
the Basque Country is in the house again. They don't need to come in numbers. They are going
to. Look at Jasmine running on the top of the wall.
That is,
it.
we had bet on that when we did the Riki running on there. Like, it's so much easier to run. So, you know, it could be deceiving because, you're on the edge and you could see the drop. But if you're comfortable with that, it's flat, it's fast, it's steady, as opposed to being in the loose rocks on the side. And she's making the right decisions here. And, man, it's paying off. The way she's moving right now is absolutely insane. Imagine that. She's been running, okay, let's see, wild guess.
Yeah, I mean, 10:40, yeah.
And 70, what?
2.5 hours.
79 Ks.
Oh, but a bit less than that. I think she's still got a few Ks to go. She's coming though. She's pretty close to the last 5 kilometers.
Oh, she's past the last 5 kilometers because we went up 5 Ks and that was way past where she is. Oh no!
No, she's taking
okay, okay. It was just a slippage. And it's crazy how everything could go away. One bad step, one misstep, and things could turn for the worse. But it didn't scare her one bit because she's back charging full throttle.
Yeah, absolutely charging. So yeah, from the top to the bottom, actually, yeah, 9 kilometers. So she's probably halfway down that descent.
No, so at this point, it is still a camera runner, and then they will transition with the camera back. You can see actually the arm swing sometimes going in the frame to try and keep up. That person is absolutely sprinting to keep up with Jasmine Lowther. It's awesome to see her back at her best level after a few injuries and struggles.
Yeah, and of course we're dying to see where Fabiola is on the trail as well.
I mean, like, admittedly, when we saw caught a glimpse of Fabiola Conti just earlier, she was still moving at a decent pace.
Oh, yeah,
she wasn't standing still. So as much as Jasmine is moving really well, to be able to make up what was probably over 10 minutes up at the top, it's I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, we can get an idea when she passes through that static camera position, just before they go into the smoother forest trail. So Jasmine with some pretty solid results in the last couple of years. Taking out the Speed Goat in 2024, second at the Rut also the same year, fourth in Speed Goat this year, and 8th at OCC in Chamonix 3 weeks ago. Okay, now she's getting into the slightly more forested section. Trail gets smoother as you descend. Okay, and I don't have Jasmine on my live timing, so I don't know when she did hit that descent.
Maybe the timing guys at the top took a break and stopped tagging the runners. Oh, there we go. Fabiola Conti is there.
She's got it.
It is safe. It is in the bag indeed. She was moving well and she kept going. We were telling you she is a fighter. And as much as, you know, the French guys were like, oh yeah, it's impressive what she's doing on this distance. It is important to remind, like, she's been doing longer distances for a while now, even though she burst onto the scene doing skyrunning races. She She did the 100K distance at the Monte Rosa by UTMB, and she won the middle distance in the Tour des Géants as well. And this is a very technical race. So yeah, she's been trying herself at longer distances for a bit now, and she's delivering again. And Jono, she's about to take bronze medal at the World Championships. She will be so stoked about that.
Yeah, bronze medal for Italy. They'll be ecstatic to see her on the podium. And of course, we know she won't be slowing down coming into the finishing chute either. She'll know that that team medal is also on the line.
But still, you can certainly see that she's giving it all. She's
giving it all, yeah. You know,
the legs are tired.
She will be the first counting Italian, but Martina Valmasoi also in the top 10. And at the timing check, also in the top 10, Giuditta Turini absolutely smashing it. She is scything her way through the field. She's now in 10th position at the 70.5K aid station. Yet to come, yet to reach the top of the climb.
And there we go, we're hearing the die, die, die. You gotta love that. Hats off to the crowds for offering such a welcome into the Confront station, the finish line area. And after Katie Scheid for gold and Sunmaya Buddha for silver, ladies and gentlemen, representing Team Italy, she'll be waving the flag. Fabiola Conti is about to take bronze and running up the podium of this long trail at the World Mountain and Trail Running Championship. Sorry, it's pretty inspiring to see. She dug deep to hold on to that medal, and you know, in the chat some people started to doubt, but no, she's made it. She's done it.
Yeah, fantastic race by Fabiola Conti. Really well managed race too.
Yes.
You know, like she, yeah, she just looked really solid throughout. You know, it was never too far back. Never trying to go out too hard. Not in the front, but really, really just, you know, like you say, you know, like she just was so consistent throughout the whole day. Now we pick up Jasmine Lauter from Canada, looking like she's coming down into 4th position. We saw her pass Ana Laura on the more technical part. We saw Jasmine take a little fall there. Got us a bit, got us a bit excited. But now she's on the smoother trail, coming down into the last couple of kilometers.
And absolutely charging. She is now getting seconds for Team Canada.
There we go, taking the congratulations. Fabiola Conti, well-deserved bronze medalist. So here is your podium, ladies and gentlemen. Katie Scheid, the winner in 9 hours. No, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong timing. Katie Scheid, your winner in 9 hours, 57 minutes and 59 seconds. Second place, Sunmaya Buddha in 10 hours, 23 minutes and 3 seconds. And finally, Fabiola Conti. I'll drag up her time. Fabiola Conti in 10 hours, 35 minutes and 51 seconds. That smile says it all, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, and we got tears. And this means a lot because she is usually quite the poker face. So the fact that she breaks into tears.
Quite the Peter Frano.
Yeah, a little bit like that.
That's unusual for the Italians, you know, not to show a bit of emotion there, but yeah, that's coming out. You can see what it means to her.
And Tonin here, I don't know what's happening. Oh, there we go. They were waiting for another Spanish runner to cross the line, and then there's going to be the photo finish of our top 3.
Yeah, podium photo with our top 3 women's winners today.
And again, like, just to bring back the Fabiola's performance last year at the Tour des Géants, 142 kilometers, 11,000 meters of vert, and she scored at 827 points ITRA, which not a whole lot of women actually score that high.
Yes.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Real talent. Here, your podium.
and Sudmaya is looks a bit confused here. I love that. A bit shy.
Yeah. Oh, you know, I don't know if I, because all the action was unfolding when we went to her interview. The thing that she was saying the most really was she was thanking the crowd. You know, she was saying, "Wow, you know, so many people shouting my name out there on the track, giving her support." And you know, she didn't talk so much about her own race. She said, "Look, I just really love being out there, and thank you so much for being here." Really.
Yeah. No, very grateful. And again, it shows. Okay, there's a bit of a confusion on the line, seeing like how they would take the photo or anything. But I'm glad we're transitioning back with Jasmine Lowther, still absolutely charging down those switchbacks. We're probably going to see the tape very soon, Jono, which would mean that she's getting closer and closer. It would be in the last kilometer as soon as we see those little tape. There we go. There we go.
Yeah, I wonder where those pine trees are going to be planted. We'll see a new pine tree planted there in Nepal and Italy, and well, whether that one will go to France or
That's
USA.
probably going to be in Mercantour or chewed up by a goat somewhere. So yeah, Tonin is explaining the purpose of those trees and what to do with them, I'm guessing.
I guess
actually, they're taking back the trees, so they're keeping the tag and they're going to plant them on their behalf or something?
Yeah,
we need to know about this. We're going to find out, and we'll let you know tomorrow.
Yeah, true.
Oh man, that cam runner is having a tough end of the day.
Is it still the same runner? Well, I think it is, because I'm still feeling as sick as I was before.
I don't think he realized when he was signing up. He's like, oh yeah, okay, I'll take the fourth, fifth lady. And yeah, you weren't expecting such a hot finish, buddy. Gold.
Hey, it's not an easy job. We've all done it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Using the trees, hook yourself around.
And look at that. At every switchback, she's able to actually push the pace again, launch the charge. There you go, Team Portugal celebrating here on the line. Here is the good news. We're finally going to have an interview where we have the audio. We're going to be transitioning back to the line with Richard.
We're here at the finish line of the World Mountain Trail Running Championships, the long course, with our second-placed female runner, Sumaya Buddha from Nepal. Sumaya, you're such a talented runner. Now you're on the world stage. Everybody knows your name. You've come second at the World Championships. How do you feel?
I feel I'm so happy, and I don't believe I'm second place. I'm so happy. My second place.
And I know you've had some injury troubles. It's not been easy coming to this race. Tell us about that, and tell us how have you recovered and been possible to race today?
I prepared for 3 months for CCC, but 2 weeks before CCC I had a toe injury, my right side foot, and I just came summoning, and then let's see, 10 days. We have 10 days more, and if my food is okay and I can just participate the CCC, but no, the physio said no, you can't run because the more injury coming. If you run, more injury coming because you can't stop. You can't prepare for World Championship. And Ryan, my trail running dad, I can say that, and he suggests me a lot of things. And we can do a lot of physio. One day, 2-3 physio men we can meet. And I had an MRI in NSC, and some doctors say, oh, I think your bone, the foot bone is, what can I say? Foot bone is broken. And I'm so scary, and I had a lot of cry many times in room, and also Ryan Daddy, he can give me a lot of suggestions because we have a time 3-4 weeks for World Championship, and I don't believe him, and sometimes I can't believe, or okay, it's good for me, and and then after CCC we arrived here September 10th, and we see the all course 85%, and then my coach Andy Boyce, he gave me okay, you can do the great during the race, no problem. You had a great training, and Ryan said me we had a lot of training for 2 weeks, and don't worry, he said, and I just follow my one pace, and I don't believe, and now I can, okay.
It's an incredible story to have so many challenges and then come here and do so well. Did you have any worries when you were racing that you might have another injury, or you very confident when you started the race everything was going to be okay?
CCC, I had another injury coming again, the other leg, and I feel so, again I feel so broke, and okay, let's see, this is UTMB don't like me after 23, 24, 25, and when I can champion the UTMB and World Championship, and I'm second place only, and maybe I can do more in future.
Well, I'm sure in the future, Samaya, you have so many opportunities to be first place and win so many races. You have so much talent. Tell everybody watching who's not so familiar with the standard of running in Nepal, the talent in Nepal. Tell them about how many talented runners there are. I know your sister, Ramaya, is also an incredibly talented runner. We've had 2 of the men in the race today from Nepal, Mankumar as well, doing so well. Tell everybody about how strong the running is in Nepal.
Dal Bhat Power 24 hours. We eat a lot of dal, rice and dal. Dal means lentil. And we have a lot of runners, strong runners, the ladies and boys also. If they have opportunity and they can do well as me.
Well, you're certainly an inspiration for all of the runners in Nepal, just like your sister. It's amazing to have you here. What does it mean for Nepalese running community to be represented here at the World Championships?
I'm a Kailash athlete, and I had signed 2 years, 24 and 25. This is my last year. And these 2 years I just travel all around, and I participate in many races, the biggest in Europe and China and Hong Kong, Thailand, and I forgot the question.
It's an amazing journey you've been on. I've known Samaya for a while, and I think this is a great example of how this sport is growing, not just affecting athletes in Europe and the United States, of course, but now many athletes in Asia and developing countries that have not had these opportunities before. So
our government is not supported for athletes, and even the Nepal doesn't know what is the trail running, and some few people, maybe 100-200 people know the trail running, and otherwise no. What is the trail running? And they didn't know trail running is the running. They say it like this.
I'm sure that's going to change after this amazing result for you, Samaya. Many congratulations. Second place here at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships long course. Samaya Buddha from Nepal, an inspiring journey. It's back to all of you guys in the studio.
Okay, thank you, Richard. And while the interview was going on. We had the finish from Jasmine Lauter in 4th place, and really not far behind. 2 minutes.
Yes.
Well, she put 2 minutes into her, but still, Rosa Lauter in 5th place. Super happy, and Spain takes a 5th place in the long trail for the women's race.
Yeah, it was quite an impressive finish, as we said, by Jasmine Lauter, who stormed past Rosa Lara and, as you said, put a couple of minutes in a matter of 4 kilometers or something.
Yeah, impressive.
And then here we are with French runner Annelise Rousset, who's going all out because she knows she's got to go as hard as she can for the team. She knows it's not going to be any change in positions, but she is committed to bringing as little time as possible on the line. And what I've been told by the studio is that apparently we're going to be wrapping up the live broadcast after the finish of Annelise Rousset for France. And look at that stride again. Julien Rancon here, one of the managers of the French team.
Okay, well, we can give you. We do need to give you the update as we have it on our screens for the team's race, as well as we watch Italy looking like they are going to win the team's competition for the women, ahead of United States with France in 3rd, but still looking oh so close. Oh, just 9 minutes from Italy to the USA. And another 10 minutes back. So look, 19 minutes covering 1st to 3rd in the women's race. That's excitement.
But still up in the air.
Absolutely up in the air. That's what I mean. Like we don't know.
And this is why she's probably going so hard. She's been told that there's not that much on the line. And if anybody is making a bit of a mistake in the other teams, as you said, 10 minutes and 9 minutes can.
That's a huge, and that's not much at all. So she's, great to see though. Great to see putting everything into it right the way to the line. That's a hard way to finish 82 kilometers.
And again, she wants to finish with the bang because she's announced it. That might very well be the end of her career. That she wanted to.
Oh wow, that's going to be an emotion. That's going to be emotion for sure.
She's been for a few years now doubling up her pro athlete's life, and here he is, her partner in life, coach Adrien Séguret. And for a few years she's been adding up the training of a professional athlete, working as a veterinarian.
Yeah, wow, fantastic.
But not small dogs. She's doing farm animals, so we're talking big units
dogs.
as well. So like, cows, horses, like that kind of animal to deal with. She's not dealing with chihuahuas here. And then obviously being a mom. So I think she was getting to a point.
We're going to head over to Richard for.
Welcome back to the finish line here with our amazing 3rd placed female in the long course race here at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships. Fabiola Conti, an amazing race today. It was so exciting watching you. How do you feel to have got the 3rd place at the World Championships?
I'm very happy, and I cry on the finish line because it's unexpected to me, because I participated the last 2 months to World Championship in the half marathon, and this is my first time in the long distance, and I gained the 3rd position, so I'm very happy.
This is really unbelievable. So, I mean, you're a super strong half marathon distance runner. People know you for your speed and your half marathon distance. This is not a half marathon.
But I start as an half marathon, but it's a long distance, so in the finish I'm very tired, but I happy for the position for my race, because it's amazing to be here and to gain this result with my teammate, and we expect the position of team, but maybe we are golden or silver, so I'm very happy.
It's been a very strong performance by all the Italian runners. And for yourself, just lastly, you've done a 140-kilometer race last year, another 120-kilometer race this year. Do you think maybe you'll start doing more of these long races now you're obviously so good at them?
Yes, because I prefer the long distance because it's like a trip, and you can appreciate the landscape and the race. The half marathon is too short and too fast for this.
Well, fantastic inspiration for anybody wanting to take on a long-distance race. Maybe, as Fabiola says, it's really like a journey, a real adventure. So massive congratulations to you and of all Team Italy. It's been a very, very strong performance at this year's World Championships. So we'll say a warm goodbye here from the finish line. Some amazing athletes we've seen performing today. And we'll hand back to you guys to wrap things up from the studio. Thanks so much for everybody who's watched.
Look, thanks, Richard. Great to have those thoughts, fresh off the from the athletes.
And again, like having tears on the line by Fabiola. This is the first time I see that, and you can see again how much it means for these athletes to score high. And I mean, a medal at the World Championship is just something else.
Yeah, looking like Martina Valmasoy about to cross the line in 7th place in the women's competition. So it looks like we might be having to wrap up the show here, Martin, for today.
Yes,
but
that's what we're being told.
Can we do a quick rundown on the top positions?
Oh, there she is. I'm glad she made the cut. Ladies and gentlemen, one last cheer for your one and only Martina Valmasoy. Oh, so happy for her. She has suffered from a whole lot of troubles, health trouble, and she managed to balance it out.
Yeah, had to stop in Lavaredo earlier this year as well, so it struggled, but yeah, fantastic to see a top 10.
I love to finish with the bang, Jono.
Absolutely.
This is the way to do it.
So, women's race, top 3, Katie Scheid, Sumaya Buddha, Fabiola Conti. And in the men's competition, we have Jim Walmsley, Benjamin Rubiol, and Lausanne Coiffere.
Louison
I made a mess of that. And it's been a pleasure. It's been our pleasure to have you with us for all of the day. It feels like the day's gone super fast, but we will join you again tomorrow for the World Mountain Running events, Up and Down Classic. See you all tomorrow.
See you soon. Peace.
El Mundial de Canfranc es una gran oportunidad para que los sitios pequeños puedan organizar grandes eventos deportivos internacionales como este.
Queremos reivindicar los Pirineos como una de las cordilleras a nivel mundial más atractivas y espectaculares para nuestro deporte. Un lugar irrepetible para este Mundial de Trail.
Gracias.
Nada.
No por esto, no. Por las demás cosas, porque sé que os ha costado mucho hacer la reforma para adaptar el baño. Y sé que os habéis gastado mucho dinero para que yo esté a gusto. Y sé que tú has dicho que no a un trabajo que te ofrecían fuera y que te hacía mucha ilusión.
Gracias a ti, mamá. Gracias a ti.
Hay razones que mueven más que el dinero, las personas. Por eso en Ibercaja reinvertimos el 100% de nuestros beneficios en la sociedad. Ibercaja, nos mueves tú.